control. Doom is in trouble and going to drop. They jump to the side. Kashi going to drop the Wukong's command, but it's not going to do enough. Makoto is already almost all the way dead. Ame down to half HP. Decides to back away, but he's still fine. Gonna follow and kill off this Lion. Yokum is dead. XM goes in for more. Finds Ponyo. The spear connects. They are getting dismantled here in this game number 1. As Extreme Gaming are just way too strong, and XM is gonna be finally brought down, but I mean, it is a Pyrrhic victory if I've ever seen one. Maybe a second here. Ame turned upon, down to half HP, turns to hit onto Makoto, another arena down, and that should probably do it. Triple kill for Ame. Way too strong. GG called. Oh, great stomp onto 2. Coil afterwards, and they break it. Now he's like, okay, 25, it's up and online. Yokum in trouble. Ogre Seal Totem tries to get out of there. XM right on him. They immediately break the blink. Gotta back out, gotta get away. WS turns around, black hole! Is it gonna be enough damage? No! They can't quite do it. They kill him in the duration.
They're missing that crucial bit of initiation, and Liquid, they can finish up Negas here, guaranteed. But they're a little bit skittish about what the team fight looks like after that, especially with some of their buybacks being down like they are. Miro, nice impale, hits on 3, Save goes for it, hits the finger onto the Beastmaster to get the kill, but still though, the Luna, oh my god, the Luna! She is doing damage, and she will take BB team out of this game. A lot of items are coming together. They have the pipe complete. They have the Gleipnir done for the Mirana. All that's left is Nisha's BKB, but they may not need it. Found an opening on Miro. He got off his blade mail first, though. So instead, they turn to save. But look at Saika coming in from the side. Unstable concoction on it, too, with his Radiance. He is burning out the Beastmaster. Couldn't stop him before the Primal Roar, and now gets hit for the Overgrowth. But that's okay. They don't have the damage to threaten this Alchemist. Against a Supernova Phoenix, Miro jumps into all of these heroes that he didn't know was there, immediately orchid it up. He's in trouble, and he's going to be left behind. His BB team now start backing themselves away. Mickey, he came in through the side, got the pick up on Save, and now Nisha's diving in for more. With the Malefice on Toronto Tokyo, they'll grab a 3rd kill out of this one. Apparently Liquid, not deterred by the failure of their last team fight. They take another one here. Mickey does manage to jump away just before they jump in from GPK. 1 in, 1 out, turns around, Sonic Waves, trying to finish up 33. It's not going to be enough. He dies as well. They just got wiped.
Chase towards, they've got a hookshot coming in fact no one, he's ready with the turnaround, he slams down the boat straight down towards the Jara, pulls him on the tidal wave, there's going to be back over the relocate, X around, he's back in, the X, no one, he was prepared for the relocate save, and he puts a stop to it, they take down Munkushi, they may just find Chira Jr. as well, they will, no one, sweeps him up with a tidal wave, completely breaks the fight there.
Ward on the high ground, they scout.
Look at it, they got the Sunstrike down on the Sweden's Trumpet. It's not enough to kill him. Indeed, immediately dead on the Sand King. They're trying to go for Fishman. Fishman's surviving through this. The Black Hole's off from DM. He's caught the 2 cores. Chira Jr. is gone. Same to be said for Munkushi. I mean, they're just too far behind. They just don't have the damage. They do not have the survivability 1W as they get team wiped by Cloud9.
Right, with the lasso. Q onto Ponlo. The counter initiation from beyond gets the hoof stomp into the double edge. Rorschach gonna slow him a bit. You can see Team Zero maybe potentially trying to run back here. The vacuum is there. Shadow Fiend ult used as well. Echo Stomp is there, but the hoof stomp finally comes out from beyond, but he just gets destroyed along with the Dark Willow. Yes, sir, is dead. And that leaves 1 member of Team Zero alive. Oh, they get the Hex onto the Conquer, the Sunray to follow, trying to force that from the stage, and he gets shackled. A Cookie on top of him as well. Is full HP though, pops the BKB. Look at the damage being applied here. Windrunner almost dead just off the bat along with the Earth Sphere. They have all their buybacks though. 4 expended just from Team Zero's side, and they only get the Treant Protector.
Good morning. We're here in Copenhagen, Denmark, and we are continuing our journey on the road to the international. It's day of day number two. We've got some more seeding matches to play. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me for my morning panel is none other than Jenkins, Winter, and Fia. We're going to go opposite order. Normally I start with Jenkins, but Fia, how are you today? Yeah, I'm going to put you first today.
No, I'm doing great today. I get to watch some SA DOTA. I did cover the qualifiers for them, so I know them quite well. They're not doing so hot right now, but they like to be the underdogs. They like to come back when it matters, and now's their chance if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, this road to the international is sort of speeding by, Winter, but what has been some of your favorite moments so far?
So far, I think I feel like Aurora, redeeming themselves after they didn't really start so well in the initial group stages, and yesterday coming through against Team Zero. So that was definitely my moment. Yeah,
that was a nice way to round out yesterday for all the SEA fans back home. But yourself, Jenkins, you're really on theme, on point right now for TI13.
I want to piggyback off of Winter's point. I really enjoyed that final series yesterday. Aurora, I was talking to my boy 23 at the old gym. We were pumping some iron, and he said, Team Zero is a fierce team. They're seriously good. It's not just that this team is not understood by people because they're the new guys on the block. They are genuinely very good. So I think that probably feels very good for them to win the series against them because they're genuinely a good team.
I'm going to give them a little bit of confidence because I know their group stage wasn't the best for themselves over on Aurora, but maybe you guys didn't tune in yesterday or you weren't able to catch every series. So let's have a look how it played out. We had our 4 best of 3s for seeding. It was Extreme Gaming taking a 2-0 against Talon. Team Liquid, BB Team, they went the full distance, 3 games, but in the end it was Team Liquid continuing in the upper bracket. Cloud9 getting that 2-0 over 1W, and then that final series we've already just talked about there is Team Zero up against Aurora. It was good and bad to watch, depending on who you're cheering for, obviously, but Team Zero just didn't look like the same Team Zero that we'd seen in groups, Jenkins.
No, I mean, we did see the Earth Spirit from them, which I thought was quite cool because that's, their signature. And I think they surprised a lot of people with that. But I also do think that there is going to be that element of now there's, a bullseye on them. They do so well in groups, so people are going to take a lot more of a look at their replays and come up with counter picks and things like that. And there's also an element of maybe, we talked about it yesterday. What level of are we treating this like scrims? Are we treating this like this is, TI, like playoff stage? Is this
during
TI
that group
grand
because
finals?
No one was getting eliminated.
During the groups, right? There's no elimination. You kind of have the extra lives, so you can try things, you can practice, you can treat it like scrim. So there's always that in play as well.
I mean, we're talking a lot about Team Zero, right? Mm-hmm. And I guess they're the new kids on the block, very exciting, but still not talking about C9, who topped their group. Right.
Okay, he wants to bring this up because on day number 1, Fear was this is my dark horse. They're going to come out. They're going to prove everyone wrong.
But still, nobody's talking about them. Like, they topped their group, and then on top of that, they 2-1 win as well. And this is a team I feel like a lot of teams should be looking at. Zero, they're a good team. They unfortunately did get knocked down yesterday, and they looked a little bit scuffed. But I think right now, C9 is a team that is just not on a lot of teams' radars right now, but probably should be because they're looking extremely strong.
That was also Winter's dark horse because he piggybacked off of what you said.
That's a good choice.
Didn't want to have his own opinion.
Should try that sometime.
Yeah.
Maybe his own opinion just happened to be the same.
To be fair, my dark horse was not Team Zero. It was Talon who got 2-0'd.
No.
Yeah.
You say Talon?
It was Talon. Yeah. You don't remember my opinion?
No.
That's really weird.
Yeah, no one knows.
You do.
I think you changed your opinion. That's why I don't remember.
No, you just use his opinion. That's cheating.
That's not cheating at all. Look, we saw what happened, all of the group stages, how it played out in those groups. We also saw all the matchups, and you would have seen there weren't results for 4 matches, and that's the last remaining seeding matches that we're going to play out today. It's going to be another 4 best of 3s here on our stream. It's going to be a nice end to the day with Gaming Gladiators up against G2 IG. We'll see who comes out in stronger form. Just before that, though, is going to be Team Spirit up against Nouns. So the top of Group D up against the bottom of Group C there. Tundra and Heroic will be that second series for the day, but starting us off is going to be Falcons up against Beastcoast, which is going to be great, mostly because we have you here on panel for You've had your stint in SA with coaching as well. You covered their qualifiers, you just said, so you're going to be our SA expert right now.
All right, yeah, glad to be so. I think this team in general, like, they're not doing so hot right now. Well, let's just put it that way. They haven't won a single game yet, which is not a good spot to be in when you're playing against Falcons as well.
Yeah.
It's probably going to, on paper, the most one-sided match of the day. So hopefully Moose and the boys here have cooked up something really special because they're going to need it for this series. Everything that they have tried to throw at the wall has not stuck, so I don't know. It's going to be something where you try to just play your style. Like, maybe you can get a little bit lost in the meta, what other people are doing, clearly not working for them. So maybe, pick Lumpy his Pudge mid or something. This is something that he ran through the qualifiers and looked pretty interesting. Like,
please don't.
But nothing else is working. When do you want to use the stuff that does?
Can I run a theory by you as the resident SA expert? Can I run that by you real quick?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, Pyke plays all of the same heroes that Parker plays, and all of the same heroes that Pakaz plays.
Okay.
This guy clearly, and in SA, they all idolize, and I think it started with K1 Hector originally. Mm-hmm. He was the SA carry. And the South American carry pool, if you will, which is, like I said, these TAs, these morphlings, these my team sucks, I'm going to 1v5 the game, because let's face it, they're playing in NA Dota, they're playing USCs. We've all played on the same server for a very long time. Now it's Europe. That carry pool is not good in this patch.
Sure.
And I feel like that is an issue for them, is that they're picking Pyke, Linas and Wind Rangers.
He's young, though. He's the youngest player here. They could teach him,
He's young, but he's not Nakashi. He's not a guy that was like already picking that crap before. He's doing it because it's meta. He's having to learn it in like a couple of months, whereas somebody like Akashi is like pretty much just a mid from the safe lane already.
Mm-hmm. So what are you running by exactly?
I was going to say, what's the theory here?
My theory is that it all started with K1 and Pakaz. They're idolizing. These are the role models.
Right, they're following in their footsteps. So right now, that's not going to get you further into
Pakaz and K1 are completely
they're very different.
players. But
okay, how would you say so?
I mean, Pakaz is historically when he came out much more active, right? Where K1 has a much different.
Oh, they're different from each other.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because I consider K1 the first generation.
Yeah, exactly. And he played more of like the strength type of carries, just full efficiency farming. Pakaz was more like just flashy, playing heroes like Morphling and stuff.
Terrorblade,
Yeah,
TA.
these type
to
of
be
heroes.
fair, he's kind of changed now, Hector.
I mean, everyone.
Slowly
So
adjusting.
anyway, I don't know if this has to do with Pyke.
Yeah, I was going to say, so how does this come back to Beast Coast here? What's the theory, Jake?
My his hero pool sucks for this patch, and it's because of Pakaz. It all goes back to Pakaz.
Okay.
Because they all
I feel like you will just find any
this is
excuse
like
to blame
This
him.
is the same argument we had for like Nightfall this patch as well, right? Like he doesn't have the best hero pool. And there's just like two different types of carry players out there. The ones that like to play the ultra hard carries, the Battle Fury type carries, and then you have like your Mickeys who are looking really good in this type of patch where you want to be more active, play ranged heroes. And I think it's just an adjustment period for all the carry players to just, you have to know how to play both styles because you don't know what the patch is going to bring. So, yeah, I mean, I think Pyke is fully capable. Winter mentioned he is very young. He can adapt. He's very high MMR as well. So maybe he's not winning with his heroes right now. But I don't think necessarily it's going to be his fault entirely for, like, if they win or lose a game. I feel like the whole team as a whole just need to figure out a strategy that works for them. And at this point, I'm down for him to pick TA. We've seen Watson playing TA and having success with it. It's not like the hero's bad, so
it's not.
Perhaps like they should pick more of their style and see how that goes, because they're playing the meta right now. He's been playing Dragonite, Weaver, Lana, Lina. He is playing the meta. He's not winning with it. So maybe you have a point as to maybe he should go back to what it's his bread and butter.
Well, it's a tough decision, right? Like for the coach. Like, you know that maybe the comfort heroes are heroes that are like maybe C tier, D tier, but at the same time you have to adjust and you have to, if you don't pick those heroes, that means that you probably have to ban.
You have to move, like if it's comfort, you have to move it up at least one tier just by default,
I agree.
Right? So
I mean, what I was thinking was that like Luna and Gyro are some of his most played heroes, and I do think that there are like hyper carry type heroes that he would have experience with that also function as like the hero that can go through the portal. Just because Luna, like because of the Lunar Blessing now being part of the innate, she can max her beam, and she can actually be active. So like if you have those instincts for playing Luna in the late game, you can still have this like wonderful carry performance, the typical like Picard style, but then also do the early game rotating and stuff.
But your muscle memory is so much different. Like for example, that old Luna, I didn't really like playing it too much because the way you play the map is you just farm, right? Like you don't really get aggressive. Like you think, oh, Glaives max out, go farm, right? But the moment they switched it to Beam Luna again, I was like automatically way better at because I like that playstyle more.
You play like in front of
the hero just changed so drastically. Like I feel like if you're good at the old Luna, doesn't mean you're going to be good at the new Luna.
That's fair enough.
So it's just an adjustment period. The facets, the innates, some of these heroes have just changed so drastically. I mean, we get Nog as a good example of that, right? Like this hero used to be a carry only. Now it can be a support. So even just because you're good with a hero in the past doesn't mean you're going to be good with it now. You just need to find an archetype of hero that the way you like to play and just find the heroes that do that best.
Yeah, that's very true. A lot of the heroes that you're really good in the previous patches, like even for me, you stop playing for a while, you think that, oh, I've played this hero 200 games before, but now it's so different. So you have to be willing to put in the work and relearn and retrain your muscle memory, and you have to play this hero different. And the mindset thing also really, really helps you. You have to think about the hero differently so that you can make better decisions when you're playing the hero. I think Luna, for example, is a hero that you generally never show up when your team is defending the middle tower, but right now, when the enemy is attacking your mid tower, you really want to come with your beams.
Well, look, we talked about Beastcoast a little bit there. Also, what we're expecting playstyle-wise, what we hope to see from Beastcoast to be able to take this series. And there is a lot of pressure on winning this best of 3. It's for seeding. It's going to see if you continue and stay in that upper bracket, or if you're going to fall to that lower bracket. And some players that might feel that extra pressure are the first-time TI attendees. So we have one of them on Falcons there in Malorine, but then we have 3 over on the side of Beastcoast. So who's going to be able to hold their nerve a little bit more, and who's going to be able to put out that performance and see themselves in a great position to make it to the main event?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Beastcoast, they haven't had a lot of exposure on lands, right? So this might be Malorine's first TI, which TI in itself is very, very special. I mean, it's still the road to TI. He hasn't made it there yet, but like, still, it's still the same vibes and atmosphere you're getting. So like, that can still get you, even though you've won major tournaments. You're doing really well at other tournaments. Well, I've heard a lot of players be like, but it's like TI. It's completely different. It can feel a lot different for you. Where on the side of Beastcoast, they don't really have any LAN experience as a team. So not only do you have no LAN experience, you're going into the road to TI as well. I feel like that definitely is not great for Beastcoast. And it's kind of showing through the results as well that they're just not having the best time right now. And hopefully they can get over it soon.
There's been a small shift though. The players, they're not in their practice rooms anymore. That's where they were playing group stage from. Okay. Now they're in the official setup. They're like 2 doors down from us as well, and they're facing each other. So maybe change of environment might lead to Beast Coast a bit more. Maybe it's a negative for Falcons.
Are they facing it? Like they can trash talk each other?
Yes, they're literally. Pretty much the distance is like from here to just behind Jenkins. So just behind me to just behind Jenkins is the distance.
Well, I like seeing
the 2 teams are apart. Yeah. So it might be beneficial for you, Winter, but is it for the other players down there?
Yeah, I get it. Some of the young players, you're so used to playing matchmaking at home, you don't really see your opponents, and
there's a lot of online events now as well.
Yeah, it's really different, when you can see your opponents across you, and some players, when they do something nice in the game, they look at you, and if you make a mistake, they look at you. I'm from SEA, whenever we're in a LAN cafe, we are playing against our opponent in a scrim or a tournament, and when you do something silly, they just stand up and give you a gesture.
Did you ever do that? Did you do the pop-off Winter? When you 1v5 touch it up?
I try not to because I don't want other people to do it to me, but it's quite common in SEA.
All right. Well, look, I don't know if we're going to be seeing it from either of these 2 teams, but there is that whole other aspect for them. Like I said, we talked a lot about Beastcoast, so let's talk about Falcons too. They topped their group, sure, but it wasn't in the way people thought. They lost the game to Nouns. They lost the game to Team Zero, and so then they had to go ahead and they played tiebreakers in a best of 3 against Team Zero. They did end up winning that 2-0, and that's how they ultimately were able to top Group C there, but it was not clean by any means. What are some of the biggest learnings over those 2 days and the 1 break off that they would have had Jenkins to be able to reset?
I think in terms of teams that were trying things in the group stage, it's very clear to me that Falcons is one of those teams. They played a Wraith King in one of their games that they lost, the game against Nouns. This is a terrible hero. It did not work out. but I can understand, wanting to try it. If you see like a Faceless Void, for example, you pick the Wraith King, it's like, oh, I respawn anything.
This is Doom, right?
Against Doom, against Doom, like anything where it's just the one and done, you press the R button, and then Wraith King survives, and all of a sudden you have a carry that respawns, like, oh, well, he dies a second time because it sucks. It happens, but they did figure out the SK plus Kunkka opening versus Windrunner. And Winter, I think you said the idea is to not only do you have a Blade Mail hero, and Windrunner with Whirlwind is doing uncontrollable damage, so she's killing herself, you also have the Rum buff to sustain through the BKB. And with SK, after the BKB, you've got the Epicenter, you can kill everybody, including the Windrunner, often through the BKB. But basically, they figured out this opening to play against what is looking like the strongest carry pick. So I worry for the teams that are going to go up against Falcons, because I think they got what they wanted out of groups, and they're looking good near the end of groups. They did beat Team Zero, who was one of the teams that they lost to.
Kunkka should be pretty contested between these two teams. Those two teams here, they really like the Kunkka, and Falcon especially, they like to pick it early. I mean, Beastcoast, they also pick it, I think, twice.
Yeah, twice, and Falcons.
They didn't win, but it's on their radar,
Yeah. I mean, Kunkka's like the hero to look at right now for me, because it may have just started as like the Wind Ranger counter, but you play a couple games of it and you're like, all right, we have the Rum buff, I'm buying Blade Mail, which feels nice. I'm building Pipe, I'm building Crimson Nobody
Guard.
is dying, and now all of a sudden this Kunkka has a 70% win rate right now, which is absurd for how many games it's been played. So I think this hero in general is just going to see a bit more play, but it's not like just first pick quite yet. Right now we do see the Doom get through, which they're just going to immediately pick up, because this hero is mostly in the ban phase in the first phase here. And Kunkka against, the Doom isn't something that's like a great one-to-one counter, but Centaur has always been one of those counters against Doom. You slap the Doom on a hero, just Stampede, run away, and try to reset.
I'm looking at what facets people are taking. It's nice to be able to get those stats coming up on the screen when we see the heroes picked up. And there's 3 facets for Doom, but it seemed pretty evenly split between the other two. What was it?
The Devil's
Gluttony?
Bargain.
Devil's Bargain and Gluttony.
Yeah.
And then there's a third one that they added most recently that nobody has ever
Doom
Literally
damage.
zero. Yeah.
Doom damage.
That one's a meme. That's
It really is. It's
666.
like, that's the newest addition too. That's the funny part. It's
Yeah.
like, here's a new choice for Doom, and
Nah, we're good.
we're good. Didn't need that.
All right, give me pros and cons for the facets, and what situation you would want to be picking which one.
Devil's Bargain, I think in general is better.
That's the default,
Yeah, but if you're playing against a hero like Nature's Prophet, then you go for Gluttony or maybe an Ench. If you need to eat a bunch of creeps for your laning stage, that's the only time I feel like you would go for the Gluttony.
Yeah, I agree.
right.
I like the Centaur pick here, by the way, because not only does it counter the Doom, like Fear mentioned, but it means that Beastcoast can leave the Windrunner in, because this is the better the best answer to Windrunner that we've seen, honestly. Kunkka seems to be like the A-tier version of this, if Centaur is S-tier. And then with the Doom picked up on Falcons, they, probably... Well, I mean, they can't Centaur themselves, obviously. Well, they pick Centaur, so they definitely can't. I'm losing it here. Falcons cannot pick Windrunner right now. It's a block pick.
Okay. Well, then let's look at the Marcy. All right, she's made some appearances. She's not dominant by any means. Where are people liking a player? Because there's always been this back and forth of, is she better as a core in the... I mean, obviously she's not
Mostly
offlane,
5.
Yeah, I mean, it could be
5 over a 4.
4 or 5, I think it
I think
could
they're
work.
probably setting up for a carry here, like some Lina. Lina's really good with Marcy.
Yeah, they've first phased the Lina in most of the games that they've had the chance to do it.
But this is new, though. I do like this from Beastcoast. They haven't played the hero yet, so it's good to see that they're trying a new style. It fits, when you think SA teams in general, you think a lot about skirmishing, taking fights across the map here, not so much about farming efficiency. Well, sure, some players, like K1 we talked about, is very good at farming efficiency, but I mean, the team as a whole doesn't like to be really efficient on farming. They like to battle, they like to fight, they like to be very aggressive, and Marcy's a hero that can do that very well. And it does fit a lot of the meta heroes right now that you might play as a ranged carry. We talked about if we want to see Pyke be playing that. I haven't really given up on it quite yet. Sure, TA could still be a good pick for them as well if they want to go that route.
10 seconds
We'll have to see here, but Wind Ranger does come out. against the Centaur.
Everything you said, Jenkins, Falcons just don't agree with.
I'm very curious to see how this pans out. I like what Beastcoast went for. Like, go ahead, pick the Wind Rider, and Falcons is like, okay, we'll take it. It doesn't counter it that hard, or maybe Falcons is going to pick something that like deals with the fact that the Centaur.
And you have the
counters
heal
it.
from the Treant, and I feel like you could also consider getting Vlads on your offlaner or some other hero.
Just some sort of sustain.
Yeah,
for
to
her.
help the Wind Ranger, specifically against the Centaurs, Retaliate, and Blade Mail.
Yeah, I mean, Lumpy also likes playing Primal Beast a lot. What if he went Primal Beast and they just have like double Blade Mail? Medusa comes out here, and that is definitely an interesting pick in a lot of ways, because we did see Boxy play at position 4 one game, but I have a feeling that Pyke more than likely will be playing this hero.
That's what I'm thinking too. This is one of his most played heroes.
It's the most played hero for him. It fits the style that you mentioned, like these Gyro Lunas, these like cleaving, split farming type of heroes. You can get really fat on it. So
Is it do you consider the current Luna, or not Luna, the current Medusa to be a faster paced hero than it was before because of the Gorgon's Grasp? Like,
maybe slightly.
do you actually show up to fights?
You will still show up to fights, but your impact is still very minimal compared to heroes like Lina, Wind Ranger, stuff like that. But this historically has been the Doom counter, right? Throughout time, just because like you Doom him, he doesn't buy Satanic, he doesn't buy anything that lifesteals because his HP is 200.
She's
right?
also really good at dealing with the Whirlwind. You just Stone Gaze when she comes.
Yeah.
But
So,
very slow.
I mean, Wind Rider is a diffusal buyer, is my only concern for the Medusa pick.
Is it good though if you don't get Focus Fire? I feel like you just don't go Diffusal.
That's a good point. I've not seen it without the Focus Fire. Maybe if there's one time for this facet, it's against a Medusa.
I don't think it exists. I feel like you just don't really think about just bursting the Medusa. I just feel like the damage, and I think what people are really overlooking about the Whirlwind facet right now is how fast you farm with it, right? Like if for the Focus Fire, you don't farm, right? I see all the time you're stacking Ancients for Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger is just getting really farmed by just farming stacks, pretty much. And I feel like that is why this hero is being picked so much. It's because as all carries that get picked early on, these Linas, whatever it might be, this Wind Ranger, the carry has to be good in lane and it has to be able to farm fast. And Whirlwind enables the Wind Ranger to do that.
What if the Wind Ranger was a 4 and then you go Focus Fire? You make sure it's not the Centaur you're looking at, but
You
maybe
could play it
another
4,
hero
sure.
instead.
That actually sounds really good.
And that's why they picked the puck here, to leave that flex open between is there going to be a more advantageous carry or pose 4 that they want to last pick on Falcons.
Yeah, that legit sounds good. I mean, people on 4 in general are going like 1 or 2 utility items and then carry items.
I mean, if
anyway.
you're going down that route, do you like Slug against Dusa and
Bat and Centaur.
Oh, because then you don't even have to worry about farming or building that up for yourself as a 4.
Turn to ban.
Some heroes, I mean, Slark's just in a spot where we haven't seen him, I think, for reasons. And I feel like that reason is just his laning.
I mean, he got buffed a lot with the Barracuda. I thought he could like make a resurgence, you know.
I mean, it's definitely possible.
His laning is much better. I mean, Falcons.
It's a good Slark game, I will say that.
Falcons is the team that'll pick Slark. It's just that they play it as an offlaner and not as a carry.
That's true. That is
I
really
mean,
true.
it's a pretty good offlaner. Play Doom carry? You're cooking something now. I mean, there's a couple of heroes like Slark, Anti-Mage. I mean, Ursa's pretty decent against Medusa as well.
Remaining.
What
I mean,
else is
Anti-Mage
there?
kind of suffers in the lane, I feel like, against Centaur.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Don't want to pick PL. I mean, yeah, Anti-Mage is just... I don't think Falcons is really thinking about Anti-Mage at all.
I don't think anyone is.
Yeah, for reasons. Good reasons.
You pulled that one out of the trenches there, Theo.
I mean, it's just historically, like, if you see maybe if you see a Medusa and Storm Spirit on the enemy team, that's when maybe you
And
start thinking about
Leshrac.
Leshrac.
I was thinking we might see AM as an offlaner if Medusa is picked as a carry, but Medusa's more played in the other roles these days, and then obviously Falcons already has the Doom. So
I mean, yeah, we talked about the Wind Ranger being flex, but this Medusa is also flex, right?
oh, they actually went for the
Oh,
troll.
troll? Interesting.
I'm curious what you guys think about the matchup of Dusa versus Troll, because can't you just stone gaze the Troll and when he ults you're perma-stun?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this matchup is particularly bad for
10
Medusa.
seconds.
Just
You're
silence
also
him
a
with
ranged
Puck
hero.
and Megalo.
Is he just picking
Yeah.
picking it
You
for
buy
the lane,
Pyke.
and you can have the
5
dispel
seconds
against Bat Rider Napalm?
I mean, it gives them what they're missing in their lineup too. It can do Roche, it can hit buildings. Generally, pretty decent hero. I think against Centaur as well. It has pretty good. If you can get a net off right, you can just like permanently lock someone down.
The lane is definitely very powerful with Trian.
I mean, this does mean, Nat, you were right about the Windrunner being the 4 position.
I just want to know what facet is going to be picked up for 4 though.
Yeah, I would be.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in seeing what his build is because I do feel like a second or third item diffusal blade will
I want to
probably
see
come
Drow.
out.
That's what I'm thinking.
On the side of Beastcoast,
Yeah.
that's going to be their last pick, and you think shift the DOTA.
They'll just pick. Ooh, Kunkka there.
Man,
It is good.
all
It's
the
a
way
good
through,
lane
huh?
into the park.
Yeah, it works. I mean, this hero has been winning most games it plays.
Yeah.
It's picked a lot against the Wind Ranger, but they already knew this Wind Ranger is not going to be a carry.
This
And
is
he has Focus Fire selected currently as the Wind Ranger.
what's the mid Kunkka build? Is it also
The
Blade
same.
Mail Crimson?
Yeah.
It's the same.
He might go Ags. That's still.
Oh yeah,
being
Blade
argued.
Mail Axe and
Because I do really like the Crimson this game. I mean, I guess there's a Centaur that's also able to buy it, and probably should. He has higher strength gain.
Yeah.
But the Crimson is amazing this game. Like, Troll does small damage instances very fast. Windrunner, small damage instances very fast. Puck, with the coil and the Ags, is pretty much just Whirlwind as well. Like, they have 2 Whirlwinds
Sure.
on this team if they want it. So it's all of this, like, very small damage, but quickly. So I think this is, like, the best Crimson game that you could possibly ask for, and they have 2 heroes that are willing to buy it.
Yeah. I mean, they'll probably just. I don't think you're going to get auras on the mid Kunkka.
I don't think so either.
I mean, you're definitely going to go for the Agnums, which is going to be pretty cool, but I'm not sure what the build is after that. I guess maybe
Orchid.
just BKB.
I see some players go Orchid.
Versus Puck, yeah,
Yeah.
you could go for that one Orchid as well.
Orchid Rush, I think, is probably the best. Orchid, maybe Blade Mail. Nah, you want to go the Orchid.
I mean, I do like Beastcoast's draft. Let's just put it at that. Like, this looks very competitive.
There's a lot more options for
Yeah,
the
it's not
fighters,
like
how
they
to
got.
shut them down.
It's not like they got outpicked and they're
Okay.
the underdogs here. It feels like they have a very good draft here going into Falcons. I don't think they outpicked them either. I think it's pretty even. So they got them a good shot. They just have to not get skill diffed here.
Okay.
+1. I like.
+1. Jenkins, anything else?
I wish
You
I
gonna-
could be devil's advocate, but
Yeah.
I agree. I actually really like Beast Coast draft. I think there's a BKB hero in the Troll, BKB carry. Even Doom is a, he goes in, he presses Doom. Like, you want to stall the fight for a period. And Kunkka is excellent at doing that. Centaur is excellent at doing that. You boat, you get the damage reduction, you ult out, and then you re-engage. And I think that Falcon's draft is a draft that you want to, like, back out for a bit and then re-engage against once they don't have cooldowns. So I really like Beast Coast draft, but I think Falcons also has options, and Beast Coast hasn't won a game yet, so it's rough.
It's tough. I do like that you guys are giving them a little bit of favor, though. But before we head into our game number 1 in this best of 3, let's head on down to Nomad, who is standing by with Owie.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm with Owie 2000, and we're going to have a chat about the draft. My first question is, why Troll? Why did you feel the need to flex the Wind Ranger in this draft?
Crit just said that he likes to play this hero into the Marcy Dusa lane. Originally, we honestly weren't really considering it. We were going to pick a new 4, but then we just felt like Wind Ranger was the 4 we wanted, so we thought Troll was a carry that worked.
Okay, great. And do you have any concerns? Do you think there's any pitfalls in this game with the drafts you've seen?
Honestly, I think it's a pretty good Kunkka game, and it's like a hero that's pretty strong this tournament. We gave it to him on 24, and like I don't think it auto wins a game or something, but honestly, we didn't talk about it in a draft, which is usually a bad sign. But I think we'll be able to manage. Hopefully, I don't know.
All right, well, okay, and what about your team then? Who do you think's set up for a really good game here? Who could pop off?
I mean, I think our bot lane should be pretty good. I think like the trolls should be pretty free, and I think like for me, like when we have pressure on side lanes, like our team will feel very comfortable to play. So I think that would be good for us.
All right, Owie, thank you very much. And now we can get into the game with Trent and Lyrical.
So much Nomad, and yes indeed we are here as Snake King is going to maybe die, or is all of Beast Coast gonna die? It was looking so good, and then as soon as we entered into the game, it actually started to look bad. El Misho trying to stay alive there right at the end, and actually about enough time that Moose killed Snake King.
Oh,
Wow, so first blood going the way of Beast Coast. What a great interview there hearing it from Owie. They didn't talk about the Kunkka trend.
No, they did not. Yeah, that's it's early. right?
Okay.
Early in the morning. We saw some of those faces look a little sleepy there. Maybe some faces that need to be washed here, and apparently some drafts need to be discussed. I love the honesty there from Owie.
Oh, yeah.
He's giving Nomad all the good deets, and yeah, it is a nice looking Kunkka game. So it should be a good one. We talked a lot about this whole setup, right? Like clearly coming into this, yeah, you're the underdogs as Beastcoast. So they come to this plan. Like, how are we gonna deal with this Wind Ranger? So they just go right into the Centaur, trying to like limit the options there from Falcons. But Crit says, just give it to me. I'll play support.
And you know what? It's something that I want to talk about a little bit because there was a little bit of chat we saw on Crit's Twitter the other day. He's like, I just want everybody to know I didn't choose them. Considering the last couple of performances at both TI and the Road to TI and some of his fates that were handed out there in that one. But it is interesting that you think about why they ended up making this swap. They took the Wind Ranger into the Centaur, but then we're like, you know what? We're going to give it to Crit because he feels like it's good in this lane. And obviously the focus fire against the DOTA later on, if he can build into a diffusal blade, that seems awesome. But it does mean that it's, you know, Falcons kind of changing their draft a little bit. They're the ones that are making the adjustment to what Beastcoast is putting forward. We'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, sometimes we have these discussions and ideas of like, oh, play your own game, you know, don't twist your draft too much to counter the other team. But if you're so good, you know, you want to be able to make these big shifts to say like, not only are we so good, we're going to play these heroes that are just like straight up better versus these matchups. So that's the idea. See if it pans out for them. They did wind up with the old Troll Warlord. You know, we talked about the carry pool expanding quite a bit lately. Many ranged heroes, technically ranged, right? He's half and half.
Well, technically, he's taken a lot of damage. Also, figuratively, what's the opposite of technically? Is it figuratively?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay. Well, technically and figuratively, Skitter has to run away. It's a bit of a rough one up there, man. They are really putting in the paint.
Get a couple of annoying duos, I suppose, in the off lane, right? More so this one than the Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger just kind of pokes and you can't really shut her down, but
Literally, that's what I was thinking of. Sorry.
No, that would be.
It's fine.
No, that would be the opposite of figuratively. That's not the opposite of technically. Just to be clear.
Keep it back. Maureen had to make the jump through as the wave is underneath Lumpy's tower there. Does already have his bottle built up. And of course, one of these young guns coming in, you know, everybody talking about the big teams hiding the strats. Maybe it was Beastcoast all along. They're hiding their power level. Like, you know what? We're going to lose all of our games, and then we're going to come in and win 3 lanes against Falcons. Look at the CS here on board. They're having a great start.
Pretty good. You are not wrong. It's nice to see Kunkka in the mid lane, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, a lot of these off-lane Kunkkas with their auras and everything. We get ourselves back to the high tide.
Give us a Radiance. Actually, no, that's probably pretty bad. But he might end up doing some damage here to Maureen, making him hurt for it. And even a little bit of play around there with the Tidebringer to get him into some phase shifts. Still a tough lane for Maureen so far.
Yeah, you know he's going to be eyeing up those rotations. Lumpy just pump faking a little bit with the Torrent to see if he can catch him.
Get CS with Torrents as he steps away. A whole level ahead right now. Now, it's not easy to make your combo work on the puck as Kunkka. There's phase shift, there's the orbs to jaunt away, and of course X is the lower duration now, so you can't even try and do some sort of pump fake plays to make it work. But maybe with some rotation, if you bring in like something like the Marcy or the Batrider, they could make some type of a play there. But honestly, just winning the lane is pretty nice too, because there's no pressure on these other lanes. They're having a good time.
Yeah.
As I say that.
Yeah, Pake, remember, that's a low HP pool once that mana's gone.
Jumps off to the side, gonna pull Crit back further. Now Crit, he's a little bit out of position. The Gorgon's grasp. Now here's the thing.
New DOTA.
Crit said that he liked the lane against DOTA. Was it this new DOTA?
The Gorgon's grasp. Nobody expects it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking this idea about like winning these lanes and stuff and just like trying to pressure the puck and shut them down. But if you're just stable and you have this lead, like you have the Medusa, so yeah, you are just kind of chilling. There's certainly pressure here on Falcons to be the ones who are making the rotations. They don't really want to be chilling. There's nothing worse than playing a puck game where it feels like no one else in your team wants to fight. That's just depressing. That being said, as long as you have the right mindset of just like farm like crazy, it can still work on the hero, but it's not going to be as effective as some of those other scaling mids. Puck wants to fight as much as he can, especially when like you want people like diving the tower to rotate too.
Speaking of diving the tower, there might be a little bit of a move coming in, although the TP rotations with Bat Rider heading over that direction. They missed the rebound. Elmisho, not a ton of mana online. So with the Gorgon's Grasp, will that be enough to take down Amar? It is looking like the answer is yes. 3-1. Everything right now going Beastcoast's way.
Painful there for Amar. There's more well-known heroes here on the Doom, losing one early.
It's true. And I mean, I think that's an interesting little dynamic here too, is Rain does have a shield rune, so that's going to keep him a little bit more tanky than he would otherwise. Trying to pull this guy all over the place. Elmisho still on the hunt. No more mana for the flame break, but you get another stack here.
I mean, I don't think this results in anything other than just being a nuisance.
I mean, it's very annoying. It is really annoying right there.
I mean, it's funny because there's like zero.
Gives him the smile.
There's no way he dies. It's like impossible. Yeah. And yet he just still keeps chasing and forcing Malrine to just have to go back and be like, this is so awkward.
That's pretty good.
And he snuck that ward down too.
And that time means that they can make the move over here for Skitter. Do they have enough damage to find a kill though? The Torrent follow-up connection is there, not quite level 6. And well, with another round of Double Edge, another stomp in a moment, does he manage to get out of here? I mean, Troll was living a long time. Well played by Skitter to get himself out of that. Was close.
Oh, that pressure on Malrine, though, meant that he couldn't rotate. That's the dream for a puck, right? Like, that is where a puck should be, TPing in the tower and coiling 2 heroes. But he was so low on HP and mana, they couldn't actually make the play. Instead, he's running up here.
Dude, what is happening? This is a crazy day. They're going on in, now trying to find Snake King. Crit with the rotation, Lumpy low, tries to find the finish. They get down 1, but now Malrine, after all of that, has made his move over. Vitaly in trouble, silenced, has another stomp, but a double kill.
Oh, Crit's not done.
A little bit of retribution coming back the other way as they find moves will bring him down too. Good play from Falcon.
A little bit too far there. Bit too close to the sun from Beastcoast, losing 3, ties this up at 4-4. Oh, that lead falling to the wayside now as Elmisho's going to take the time to push in the mid, knowing that he can't be caught by Malrine at the moment. Man, and that was like a late puck coming to that fight too, right? Like he didn't even get the orb damage to start. He was just able to limp his way in there to throw out the coil, but that's all he needed.
Well, but I think also to be clear where the current state of the game is, I feel like that was needed from Falcons to kind of pull back this tide that was building into the favor of Beastcoast. And I'm not sure where exactly we sit at this point, but you look at these cores, they're all getting farmed on Beastcoast.
Gabe, I have such good news for you, buddy.
What's that?
So what were we discussing during the draft when we saw that Wind Ranger come out?
Well, the Focus Fire, we were talking about that a little bit, and Diffusal Blade.
He's rushing Diffusal.
Okay.
That is currently the plan.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that you can do at this point. I like it a lot.
We'll see if that comes to fruition here.
Needs to get level 6, that's for sure. Amar, nice little step back there. Able to get the Gorgon's Grasp. The match is going to connect, and well, Crit can't quite finish it off.
Can't miss out on the coin flip there, pretty much, right? Is he going to dodge right, dodge left?
Who's low? Not going to get sniped.
These are just the warning shots.
Skitter?
Crit's dialing in.
Yo, what is happening? Everybody's here again. They pull him back in, trying to take down Skitter, decide to go for Snake King instead, and now they're not going for anybody. Elmisho, he gets brought down by the troll. Big Snake goes out, connects onto Skeeter, but he's fine.
Crit's not done yet, though, with that wind run. He wants to keep on pressuring. Feels invincible.
Would love to get a kill here. Juke.
Nobody misses 3 shackles in a row. Come on, Crit.
Oh, they got him with the coil.
All right, that's cheating a little bit there, but that's fine.
I mean, he didn't hit him with the power shot, that's for sure. As Amar wants to run down this Centaur.
That's a big HP pool. You know, some heroes, you doom them and you can just walk away. Centaur, not so much.
Lumpy still queuing up that Blade Mail and going straight into the Orchid afterwards.
Yeah.
Looks like the call.
I think our panel was talking about that build as well.
Yeah.
Super solid versus the puck. Puts a lot of pressure on the itemization that the puck is to go for, slows down the offensive possibilities, because you probably want to get that Yules.
Right. Snark's there to secure the invis. And I think still holding on to this bottom tower here. Feeling rather comfortable with it, as they're going to cut the wave up top. Oh, it's the venomous volley. I was wondering which of the facets she was going to go. So every 5 attacks, it's the poison that reduces movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed.
Good old cast speed slow.
Yeah, I don't know if I've actually got a chance to see that one on the core Medusas. But to be fair, I just haven't seen that much Medusa recently.
Yeah, when we do, it's support Medusa.
Yeah.
Including some of those high-level pubs and Boxy's game. But this is, as you said, certainly core, currently top of the board right now. So
Oh, yeah.
feeling like old Pake's having a pretty good time.
And look at that, stacks being built too. So she's going to have a nice little piggy bank to go back to in the later stages. Of course, the big question mark is going to be, will Crit be free to just focus fire her down with a Diffusal Blade? Troll obviously will be able to do some pretty good damage, but he's going like more the Maelstrom route. It feels like this is really Wind Ranger's game to try and shut her down if possible.
Yeah, and that was something you brought up when we were talking about during the draft, is like, if they do that, if they go for this focus fire build with the Diffusal, like, that puts a huge target on Crit's back. And then how much can anyone else target the Medusa? If Troll has this Gleipnir, doesn't have the same itemization, if the Wind Ranger's dead, how much of a problem will Medusa become?
Lose. Onto Snake King, pop an ulti. Overgrowth is there. They make the move over from Malrine, and well, this is love to be a kill without the coil, but they end up dropping it. Okay. Not what I was fully anticipating.
Oh, and now, Almisho. He's not able to get Malrine. Stampede.
Chase, right onto him. Good damage. He went for the dive forward, and well, Malrine is going to get punished for that one as they chase down and kill the puck. On the other side, though, Deuce is starting to fall low, but the boat comes in. The damage mitigation. Decides to walk forward, finds the kill onto Snake King, and now Skeeter, he's in trouble. Lumpy's right on top of him, looks for the Tidebringer connection. X marks the spot after the torrent. He misses on that torrent. X comes back off cooldown. Now with Vitaly nearby, they're going to be able to find the Stomp double edge and the kill.
One, they're going to get out with the Stone Gaze as well. Pake takes the exit route to the right. In your face, he says.
Jeez.
Backing away. I mean, what have we become? We have Arcane Boots, Maelstrom Troll, Warlord. He deserved to die, frankly.
Wait, excuse me? That's gross.
Yeah.
Not a fan. It was like the Drow Null Talisman the other
Carry
day.
players just have one build now.
Yeah.
Like an Arcane Boots and Gleipnir. They don't even look at their hero.
Oh, it's really gross. But you know what? That's what Dota's about. Just trying new stuff. Living your life out there in the world. Blade Milk Uncle walks high ground, says, yeah, you want to battle? Want to do something, Skinner? Eat another boat, why don't you? Moves with the chase, finds him right there in the stomp. Ooh, this is not the start that Falcons thought they were going to get. My God.
No, they're coming in here, taking these stacks right away from him. I love how Moose has this, like, 2 points as well in the dispos. Like, even though it's not that much of a difference, but just that little bit extra damage rate doubles the dispos early. He's been super active and aggressive. His Medusa doesn't get the sidekicks or anything early on the laning stage. They didn't try and, like, boost that up. It's just, I'm going to be moving this game. That's been the plan, and it's working out really well for them. 3K lead.
I think it's really cool seeing...
Crit, though, in behind. So they will not get a double Wisdom Rune this time.
Right.
Good sneak away there.
Heads up play, that's needed. If you get double Wisdom at 14, it's pretty rough. So yeah, seeing that they have already come on in and stolen that one away, I'm just gonna have to let it go. Does get a power shot on his way out. But yeah, Manta done on Dusa now. Spamming out the waves. We'll see how they do over this next couple of minutes. But this 4K gold lead being built by Beastcoast, and the fact that Skitter keeps dying, he's bottom of the cores right now.
Yeah. That's not a great look for the Troll Warlord here. And of course, at least it is the Maelstrom into the Gleipnir, so this isn't your Battle Fury Troll who's like in total disaster mode.
Right.
Well, I guess you could look at it 2 ways. Because now when this Gleipnir comes out, are they actually going to be ready to fight, or would it have been better to just be Battle Furying away forever?
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, so far it's not looking good. I mean, if Medusa's getting into her next item, you're in some real trouble, and it will happen if you keep on finding these kills and find Skinner again! The Flame Break pushback, Lasso will beat... Oh wait, he doesn't have mana.
No,
All right, but they got the X, it doesn't matter. They find and kill again this Troll going down. 2, 3, and 5, not where he wants to be. And the reality is, like, you've got this Wind Ranger that needs a Diffusal Blade to be relevant in this fight. Still a little ways away from that being done.
Yeah, it's coming up soon. I mean, soon is, I guess, 1,000 gold recipes a little painful these days, but that will be the next plan here. I mean, you have Doom Midasing away on the side lane, so Falcons, of course, pretty stompy this year over a lot of teams. There's actually not that many games where you're going to find them having to make the comebacks. Team Spirit, they love losing early. Team Spirit are classics. We think of them as like a bit of a titan of Dota right now, but many times I have seen them in such a similar situation, and I trust them to make that big comeback. Falcons you don't often see here.
Right. They haven't had to be put into that position. And the question is, how do you respond to that type of adversity in the midst of, the road to TI? It's this tournament that you sort of look forward to the entire year. It's a little bit scary at this stage of the game.
And Amar has done the buy Midas, utilize it, sell, just to get your XP bonus, and now he is using that for the pipe.
Okay. There you go. Tier 1 tower going to go down in the mid lane.
They are going to be really dependent. I feel like we said this just yesterday in our other matchup, but they're going to be super dependent on this one fight. When the Gleipnir comes out, they want to have that pipe there. They need everyone to be grouped up. They're going to have to hit all their spells because they have these skill shot abilities like on the Wind Ranger, which have been troublesome earlier on in this game. But they need one super solid fight here.
And they find Amar. This is not the way you want your fight to start. He's going to take one creep before he goes. They're even saving the lasso, man.
Yeah, no point using it.
Oh.
Yeah, he's probably dead.
Okay.
Wait, what level is that Doom? 10? Nah, he's fine.
Do some math.
Yeah, he's fine.
Well, that's not good. Trent, that's not good at all.
No, I mean, they're playing a super split game because they kind of have to. They feel like they can't fight them 5v5 right now because the Troll's not ready. So they're just spread it all over the map, but they do have pick-off potential, right? You have this Blinking Centaur, you got Stampede, you got Marcy, who's been pretty aggressive this game, and then a Bat Rider, who now has Blink Dagger.
Right. When you look up top there was a nice little observer ward nestled between two sentries of Falcons that was not found, which scouted Skinner making the movement up to the other side. So that ward right there giving so much information about where Falcons are on the map.
Yeah, right from the beginning, when El Micho made that rotation through mid and planted the ward in between the tier 1 and the tier 2, they have kept these aggressive observer wards here throughout a lot of this. So not only spotting for these ganks, but they also, when they were trying to recover this game with the earlier rotations, they missed a bunch of them.
And look at this. Skinner, he just, that is the safest farming
I wonder
in
where the dire carry will be.
And they scanned him out. Do they find him here on this side of it, though? They're going to take a look to the left. He'll show up in just a moment. And there he is. How you doing, sir? Lasso, although Crit now moves in, is he just going to end up being the death of both of them? As Skinner in trouble, Stomp connection gone. And you know what? I mean, they'll probably find that ward, but it's made its money's worth. The third death up there for Skinner.
Beastcoast they got their number right now. And again, just super aggressive wards right now.
Man, what a performance here. Like we said, you talk about, oh my God, they got him. Yeah, they're all over him. Falcons nowhere to go. Can't even put up a fight right here.
And once again, it's another sentry that just misses the ward. Consistently over and over again, these wards are just sneaking around here and giving you these free little pickoffs.
Yeah. Beastcoast, having not won a game in the entire group stage, are now on the verge of taking down one of the favorites in the tournament in this game 1 of a best of 3. And now finds Amar. It's to try and make his escape slowed down from the poisonous volley.
And you got the Gorgon's Grasp these days. Where are you gonna go?
There's nowhere left to go. He's blocked in. Amar the blocked as he gets chased, exposed, and killed.
They did lose El Micho at the same time. Malrine picked up a kill.
Nice.
So they get something back on the side of Falcons. All it took was a amplified damage room versus the support, but you get there.
Well, and I guess this is the thing, is that, on the one hand, Falcons don't have to play a ton from behind because they often have really good laning stages, but they do have a lot of tools here to try and delay the game and wait maybe for that next timing once all of their heroes are online.
Yeah, Malrine has reached the annoying stage where he has Yules and maxed out spells, so he's very tricky to catch. And you're going to have to utilize that a lot now to push out these waves. But that's where the wards are going to come into play again, right? You get these kind of side lane wards that you look for when people are they think that they're out of vision because they're waiting for that next wave, but you've got your eyes on them. Right. Probably the next set of vision we'll be looking for here. But it's also 20 minutes, which means 21 minutes coming up very soon here for the Wisdom Rune. So you make this play. Like, this is the ultimate way to stop a game, right? The 20-minute Tormentor Steal plus Wisdom Rune at 21. That's the dream.
Likewise, Falcons trying to get set up on the top side of the map to see if they can maybe secure Beastcoast's Wisdom and try and pressure down this top tier 1 tower. But yeah, of course, if they do decide to make the full move for the Tormentor on Beastcoast, it's hard to replicate that for Falcons over on the other angle.
Yeah, and they're sending Lumpy back.
Okay.
So he's going to get their Wisdom, maybe? Oh, yeah.
Waiting.
He's got a Torrent play here.
Oh, and
Nice
he got some with
Torment.
the silence. Takes him back. This is going to be a hard kill.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the kill. Got the Wisdom.
Stampede. Oh, he doesn't go to his...
Is this really going to work?
I think it's going to work.
Nah, he's fine.
I mean, Coil dropped down, and Mallory. Oh, nice play. Although, Flame Break not pushed back yet. Still in trouble. There it is. They get the Orchid. Second salvo. Boat connects. And just like that, they use the lasso.
Wait.
Malrine.
Yeah, he doesn't have his blink yet.
Oh, nowhere to go. Oh, they're body blocking each other, though. Malrine, getting out of there. Barely. Yes, he does escape. I can't believe it. All right, well, they give him a little bit of a tip. Unfortunately,
wait for it, wait for it.
Does he take down Moose? Moose is gonna live.
Perhaps this is the turning point. Malorine's great escape.
I mean, Skinner just died again. That is a bit of an issue still. He has Gleipnir Arcanes now on the Troll, so, you know, just needs a couple more items.
Just a couple more. I did not come into this game expecting to be looking for the many ways that Falcons could get back into a match.
Right.
Looking forward here.
The right click sort of followed. They were able to chase him for a moment, but it's just going to be a tier 2 tower taken. If you're Beastcoast now, how do you think about trying to sort of close this one out or solidify the advantage that's been built up?
Definitely a no panic and just protect your DOTA, right? Walk behind her. That's one of the best things about DOTA, that she simplifies the game in a lot of ways.
Right.
She's just a stupidly super tanky siege wagon.
That is pretty nice. Moose catching some waves.
The hardest part is balancing your attempts to kill Puck, because you're going to see this Puck constantly pushing out the side lanes. And so the idea is, how do we balance wanting to punish and kill this Puck? Oh, okay.
Oh,
that was getting a little spicy. While also protecting our Medusa.
Yeah.
Oh, the Gale Force. Okay. That could perhaps help pull the Medusa out of position.
And Crit does have the Diffusal Blade now. I'm gonna actually go in for a Dragonlance.
He did have a double bracer queued up after, but decided that might not be necessary. Went for the 2 circlets instead.
One of the problems is that this butterfly is actually about to be done. It's completed. I mean, that's really scary.
So that was a good idea, I gotta say. Butterfly versus Troll Wind Ranger.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be hard to kill. There's no two ways about it. This Aegis could be like the nail in the coffin if they decide to go for it even. I mean, how do you kill this hero if like everybody's around him? Even at high ground, I don't think it's easy because they don't have like displacement heroes on the side of Falcons. It's gonna be a tough game. We'll see how it goes. Centaur has not decided to go all the way in for the Crimson Guard yet, which is a little surprising. Eyeing up a Yules at the moment.
I mean, I don't think they need the damage reduction.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, I'd rather just have the catch potential of the Yules.
Killing couriers. Snaking. They'll TP out. Realizing what's going on there. Risho groups with the rest of his squad. Gonna push out this mid lane in just a moment.
Yep. Captain Moose has the gem coming out here. This is like the closeout item. They just want to play behind this Aegis.
Wait a minute.
Secure the map.
Opportunity here. El Misho in a bit too far, and he gets punished. You saw it, by the way. It was like a 9k gold lead a little bit ago. Falcons getting some freedom on the map, and they're starting to close that gap a little bit.
Yeah, and you know they're going to be getting in behind, catching these waves.
Oh,
they
yeah.
will not make this easy for you.
No, it's not a free win from this point forward, even though they have a lot of the tools they need. Still, nothing comes easy. That range creep, don't know if it's going to get in range. They're going to try and take this wave with them. And it looks like they are eyeing high ground. Okay, even without the Bat Rider, they feel confident in this. Which, fair enough.
It's gonna take them a while to get here. But it is a treant, so, I mean, you can already see the living armor going. You kind of have to commit.
Yeah. No, they if they're making this move, it needs to be a dead tower. Shackle. They're going to use a glyph now. Another wave coming in behind. They do not have the troll in here at all. He's out on the map farming at this point. As the illusions keep on beating it down, doing some mana burn.
Malreen's smoking in behind now with crit.
They find Snake King. Oh no, you need everything for this fight. And they are not going to get it. Malreen tries to take down Alicia. Good damage out there, but he's still living.
Nice pipe.
And look, I mean, Deuce is still just standing there.
Yeah. People are fighting. Big one mind, one plan here.
So the buildings start to fall, and Beastcoast come in with the perfect answer in this Medusa. Now the lasso connects onto Amar. Gonna get stunned. Gorgon Grass goes out. It's more than enough damage. He is out of there. And now with creeps in the base, why do you have to leave? There's no reason. 2.5 minutes left on Aegis.
Yeah, they got to clear this wave.
This is not going to happen quickly enough. The wave up top still stands.
I mean, that wagon's just beating away.
Yeah, they're hanging out. It's having a good time. It's the catapult onto the Wind Ranger effigy as a symbol of everything that's been done here today so far. A smoke up. Can they do anything? They still have Focus Fire Diffusal Blade, but it's an Aegis that they have to contend with, and a Butterfly. Lumpy, he's rapping to join with the rest of them. Snake King thinking about walking forward here, moves Tally nearby. They find the Kunkka. Pops the pipe, turns, stomp, not gonna connect. They have the latch of the shackle. Boat still at the ready. They have everything if they need to use it. The Doom is down onto the Marcy. Not a terrible play there, but they do get the Gorgon's Grasp connection. It's gonna be Marcy all the way dead. Do they have any more? Stomp, Stampede, all the way forward onto Amar.
Buyback from Moose. He's
trying to get out of there. Gotta be careful. Oh, good torrent connection. The boat is gonna land. And now Skidder jumps forward, finds him. That's Lumpy dead. An opportunity here with the lasso down. Skidder's still out in no man's land. He is going to get whittled to death. And with 2 heroes dead, 1 on each team, it looks like finally Beastcoast might play a little bit safe here.
Yeah, 1 minute left here on the Aegis. They got some good picks there on the side of Falcons, of course, but it costs you a couple things. Death of the Troll, buyback on the Treant. You force the buyback out of the Marcy, but you're not getting these big kills. Like, you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to attack the surrounding cast of the Medusa, and Pick recognizes that. That's why he's gone for the Scythe, because he knows he's already indestructible.
Right.
He has the Butterfly. Can't really kill him. He's got enough damage. Just wants to make sure that they don't just blow up his allies, so has this Scythe to essentially protect anyone around him who tries to get jumped by the puck.
Now, there is going to be another scary window here as the Aegis is coming closer. I mean, you can still die on this Medusa. It's possible without the Aegis. We'll see if Falcons decide to make the move as Troll is respawning. Kunkka still a little ways
Here comes
away.
Crit, level 12.
Shackle, gonna latch.
He wants to save it for post-Aegis.
10 seconds left on this Aegis, and with that, are they gonna chase? Oh, it's a little bit too scary. There's so many creeps in the base.
Yeah, they know their limits on Beast Coast. Well done.
Okay, they're smoking and gonna run back in. I mean, if they get a pick off, it's awesome. Snake King, an opportunity to catch one. Stampede jumps in, finds Amar. There's the Gleipnir, now the Stomp onto 2, trying to do the damage. It's not quite enough. Managed to find the Shackle latch. Amar getting lower and lower. Is going to eventually die. Snake King gets the overgrowth. They push them under the tier 4 towers, but it doesn't look like it matters, although maybe with a buyback there's an opportunity. And she's going down, no Aegis. Medusa dead. That is what they needed. That's what they're waiting for. Moose is going to die too. They went in too far. Vitaly trying to get his buddy out of there, and it's just going to be enough damage to take down that Kunkka. 3 dead for 1. Falcons managed to hold off this high ground.
Oh, you could see the hesitation. Elmisha wasn't going to go.
Yeah.
He was not going to jump. He was like, okay, we can maybe get a cheeky pick top because you know someone's going to come and clear that wave. They're going to think we're gone. And Elmisha goes to the high ground and backs. But then Vitaly pops the Stampede, and he's like, well, we popped Stampede.
Right.
I guess I have to go in. And then he goes for the lasso, immediately gets Gleipnir. First time him's useful in the entire game. And that's what forces this fight.
Man, what a close one. And again, you know, you can see if the Medusa runs out of mana, if you don't have that Aegis, there's an opportunity here. This Focus Fire just ripped her to shreds too.
To be fair, the mana was already gone.
Oh,
at
yeah.
that point. Crit just kind of got forced off to the side.
Man. Well, a big win there, cutting this lead down, but the question is, has there been too much damage already done by Beastcoast? You're down with no more tier 3 towers, there's only one set of racks left. I mean, certainly, if Beastcoast managed to get another Aegis, it's going to be Megas.
Yeah.
There's almost no way that doesn't happen. So the question is, can they contest that?
Now, there is a chance that this, like, if it's a max Roche, it might not be bottom.
Okay.
But you can pretty much bet that it will be bottom. It's extremely likely it's going to be on the bottom Roche. So you could definitely just, like, set this up with the vision. Like,
right.
come, you know, a minute from now, start prepping your vision. Because, yeah, I would say Aegis is the win condition here for Beastcoast.
Level 20 on Medusa, and very far ahead of everybody else, but is a hero that has these limitations. The mana, once it runs out, you die pretty freaking quickly. Vitaly does almost have the Crimson Guard completed, but the lead has been cut down to just 6,000 gold. You can see that swing that happens. Still a very strong lead built by Beastcoast. Can they close this game out? Oh my god, was that a Monkey King bar? What the heck? Crit is
He
huge.
needs it, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that changes a lot. Yeah, now, I don't know, like, can she, like, alone solo Dusa if there's nobody else nearby?
If he can get to her, he can't
I guess
solo
there's
her,
hacks,
but he
yeah.
can do a lot in terms of, like, if he hits the shackle, he can definitely do a lot to her mana pool.
Yeah. Well, veteran Crit gonna need to make it done here on the big stage. See if he can find it in combination with the rest of the squad. But it's smoke up now.
Oh, it's a pretty quick Roche as well here. If they get a pick and go back to check, they might find it, but it's a smoke from Falcons here to the east. Pake's gonna walk right into him. Now he knows.
Oh, jump, chase! Force Staff, getting him away. Focus Fire, everything available, but they can't quite get him. Medusa very, very low, already doomed. Crit wants to target. Can they bring him down quite in time? All the mana gone in the world, but they get the extra control. Skinner chased down, and Medusa is dead again! The rest of the team, they don't have anything to do damage in the rest of this fight. Falcons, they might have found the perfect opportunity here as they take down the Medusa away from her squad.
You're
and
never
that's
out,
3
man.
dead.
You're never out when Doom's in the game.
What?
The 4 protect 1 versus the Doom. Oh, they're so dependent on this Medusa having a good fight, and just, I mean, he even had the sense to, like, Manta and send them up, but that almost made it worse.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, well, that's the real Medusa. Instantly, we know there's one Dispel down.
God.
She's not gonna have that. The Roche was fast, now it goes to Falcons. The win condition's out the window. And, I mean, it was just free. You know, he holds the scythe till Crit shows up, manages to get him within in a second here, but then doesn't really end up mattering.
I know, it's just way too much. The rest of the team was not there in time to help him out, and
They just swarm her.
the overgrowth that came out there at the end too. I mean, you gotta find a way to keep her alive. This game has been looking so good, but I mean, it kind of doesn't matter all these racks down and dead now if you can't win a fight. And in fact, I mean, Falcons, they now have the gold lead. I'm not seeing what's stopping them. How do you
a fight
win
that's
from
not
here?
that disastrous. There's still problems, right? Like, there's still some problems. Troll doesn't have MKB.
True.
You know, if this Medusa isn't doomed immediately and swarmed by the entire enemy team, the fight will probably go better for Beastcoast. But yes, now there's an Aegis on this Troll, so some other problems have now arisen.
Yeah,
And find some good solutions here if you're Beastcoast.
Skinner still does like no damage, it feels like. Like, look at this. It's really close to the end there. But nonetheless, time will tell. We're gonna see an Aghanim Scepter coming out for Lumpy.
Oh, did he actually finish it?
He has 3 components of it.
Ah, I see. Hey, he's been thinking about that a lot.
Trying to race moves to the wisdom. Okay. And just like that, it was big couple of changes that have happened over the last couple of minutes. We can listen in now to what was going on in those pivotal moments.
He's almost low mana. He's really low mana.
I heal him, guys. Get him.
They're going me. Dusha is almost dead. They're getting out, guys. They're getting out. Mark should TP out.
I'm
Or
helping
Kanka TP out. Help Skeeter. Or stay after, guys. He's fine. I'll get him. Nice.
One person defend base, rest of us
Yes,
need to
that's
do
go
rush.
base. That's go base. Run base.
You can see right there, just all of the emphasis coming in was all about that Deuce in those fights. And then afterwards, it's like, all right, help Skinner.
Yeah, crit. He's like, help, help.
One of those moments, though, that changes everything. All it takes, those couple of pickoffs. Daedalus now done.
Yeah, Daedalus is finished. The Eggs is finished and complete, delivered to the Kunkka. So they have some opportunities for the big Wombo combo. And, you know, recognizing how important the split push was, Malrine did pick up that Aeon Disc a while back. So being able to just catch all these waves, split it out, that means that they're pretty unlikely to catch him and get the punish. And Falcons can pretty much force the fact that it's going to be an Aegis fight, you know? Like, I don't think you're going to be able to pick off this puck and feel like you have a good numbers advantage. It feels like it's, if you want to go for a battle right now as Beastcoast, it's probably going to be 5v5.
Right. No, absolutely. And realistically, they're calling like they want to go down that lane.
I mean, I think you can. I do think they're strong enough. Like, if they can actually just force that lane, right? Because, like, look where the creeps are top, right? They actually have sort of an opportunity here. And it's really hard to get the creeps in this position. They can try and push the creeps up and see if they can force somebody to come out that's not Puck to maybe get a pick with the bat. I think it's probably your best bet.
I mean, I guess that is the other dynamic here, too, right? Is that, I mean, it doesn't, I'm not sure if they're actually going to go for it now. It looks like they're just pushing out the lane. But I do kind of wonder, like, you want to take the safest route possible of, like, waiting out this Aegis and then making the go. But I do also wonder, like, if you wait long enough where Troll finishes this MKB, if you wait long enough where Amar gets one more item, are you fighting from a position that's, like, impossible to win a fight at that stage?
I actually think they're trying to force it before that. I think they want to fight, like, now.
Yeah.
I don't think that waiting's going to do you much good. I'd rather fight Aegis Troll than MKB Troll.
Yeah.
Because maybe there's a chance here, Medusa. Maybe you could argue that if the Troll's on the Medusa anyway, it's going to be a bad time. I don't know, because, you know, she still has the miss opportunities, right? And she only has the Manta.
Right.
So maybe she just can't swing the whole fight anyway if Troll gets on top of her.
I mean, they're in position right now. Wonder how much that they can get done as the creeps are already towards the tier 4s. Two illusions go out. All Falcons retreat back. It seems that they are just going to wait it out. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. I mean, already there's a couple of, you know, moments in this game that as Beastcoast you're going to be regretting and looking back on, regardless of what the outcome is. That high ground dive that came out with the Stampede is definitely one that they're going to be thinking about. Just need to make sure they don't make any more.
Malrine's slippery escape.
Oh, yeah.
A few key moments in this one.
I mean, that's the thing. You're playing against one of the best teams in the world. Any mistake that comes out, they're going to punish. Tier 4 neutrals, though. Ogre Seal Totem, taken by Moose. Who, in his own right, you know, Marcy can do some good damage, even though it's the lowest net worth hero in the game.
Yeah. No BKB, though, so.
Right.
That does make it a little bit tough.
See that steady decline in terms of that green line.
Still a big Deuce believer, though, Dota Plus.
Yeah.
78%. Malrine's almost 25, though. Might be by the time this fight actually happens.
Smoke. They have a creep wave mid. Are they just going to walk high ground? I mean, Medusa Illusions are going to push it first. Maybe wait and see if anybody TPs back to defend against this. Or they just go for it. The TPs are going to take too long. I think they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're just going to try and get the Megas. All right, I like this.
This is a bold play.
Anyone else? Team, help.
Going, going, going. Just step forward with the Medusa. That's one down.
I mean, they have the glyph, but they don't even force it, unfortunately.
Okay, so it's just the range racks they got.
But hey, no one died.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
definitely counting that as a win, I think.
Oh, yeah.
If you're Beastcoast. You get up there, sure, you give a lot of farm away to the other side, Puck gets 25, Coil pierces immunity. Guess what? Medusa doesn't have a BKB. Real carries don't buy it.
Do you know what I'm more worried about than even the troll MKB? It's this crit BKB that's almost done. That's real scary.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to force the lasso, it feels like.
Yeah.
He's only level 16, so he doesn't have the full attack speed.
Okay.
Of the 500 with the defusal, you know?
But he's farming. He's staying out there. On the map. Skeeter down to a 6-second BKB. Crit gets his delivered. And will be 9. Now, do they decide to go again? Pipe, Crimson, Medusa with Butterfly, a lot ready. They're going to send out the illusions first. Lasso finds one. Not a bad one to get. Snaking in trouble. Snaking dead. Does have buyback. Buyback status, it's on everybody except for Crit and Moose.
Can't quite get him there. A little status resistance.
Again, chasing. Amar looking for a wraparound now. Gotta be wary of this.
Yeah, they have that buyback on Snaking, so.
He's smoked up. Moose, Glimmer Cape breaks the smoke. They see him. Now gotta be careful. Run away. Jump forward, wants to find him. Do they have it? The coil, it's already used, and now the focus fire, it's gonna come out soon. Already down to about only a quarter of mana, but the damage being done is so insane. Where is the Deeps? But they get stunned! The bash was there right at the moment. Crit coming in, trying to take him down. Malrine pulls everybody in closer, but Medusa, that's the buyback. Now Yule Scepter lift up onto Crit, trying to chase him down. The stomp doesn't quite connect in time, but now they have enough for the finish. That's 2 dead, no buyback, and with Medusa coming back in, they look to end this right now. The Hex is there, in your face, Beastcoast. It was getting a little bit dicey, but eyes on the prize. They're going straight for the tier 4s. Buyback from the Puck. Are they going to be dissuaded from going any further? Tier 4 is ready. That's the glyph now. Now they back away to go get Megas, or they're just going to try and end it, I think.
Amar's selling items. He's trying to get the refresher. He sells enough for it.
He gets the refresher.
Hurry, Courier!
The Facet! The Facet! Get back to base! They needed a time! Silence is there. Roche getting lower and lower. Yule Scepter lift up. He's still fine for the moment, trying to move in and find anybody, but the Hex was there! He doesn't get it off in time to doom. It's not quite coming out! The boat is used, the base is exposed, everybody focuses it down, and GG is called. Beastcoast win an upset in game number 1.
Oh, they've got to feel so good about that right now. Yeah, okay, it got a little spicy, but you know why it got spicy? Because they had the courage to go for a little bit of a wild play. And in the end, they take the win, and Falcons, oof. Ooh, not often you come back to the camera and you see this, although to be fair, they kind of look like this when they win anyway, but still, that is not the winning Falcons roster right there.
That is definitely not, as they take the L in this one. Game number 1, it's a 3-game series. We'll see if the coach can get them back on their feet. In the meantime, Beastcoast, they're feeling good as we head back to the panel.
That was a very intense end to game number 1 there. Everyone hoarding around the throne. It was really intense. Good comeback, though, for the small amount that it did matter, Jenkins, for Falcons after such a rough start to this game. All the lanes kind of going not their way.
Yeah, they almost did it, but I think what we saw was the call to doom the Medusa and then Crit with the Diffusal Blade and MKB. They're like, okay, let's just pop everything on Pike. He is the, sole proprietor of Beastcoast. He's the reason that they're winning this game. They're all rallying around him. But I love the call at the end that Beastcoast did once they threw. Fear, I know you're going to have a lot to say about the throwing of SA DOTA and your experience with Thunder Predator. But the call to go high ground with Medusa buyback, knowing that if the focus fire is used and Medusa buys back, that they can end the game because there's no focus fire. I mean, they did get a bunch of kills at the end there, and they probably would have won regardless of the focus fire being down, but I do genuinely think if Crit cannot kill Dusa, Pike is not going to die. So that was a beautiful call. Whoever made that call, MVP for Beastcoast.
Yeah, I mean, it was this fight right here specifically. I was very confused because, yeah, they dove after getting the mid-racks there, died, Medusa died, and then this fight happened. I was like, oh no, not again, where a team that is having a great lead just throws it away, and this is not a great fight. I was not a fan of why are they fighting here? Roshan is bottom lane, right? They should be setting up their wards defensively, baiting Falcons into them, and then taking that fight and going for Rosh. But they lose this fight, then they lose Roshan, and then it's like, okay, Falcons, you got us. You were, playing dead for a little bit in this game, but now you're going to play serious and you're going to lose on Beastcoast. But luckily, Beastcoast, even with all that happening, finally rallied the troops, did a nice smoke for the mid lane. Took that tier 1, the range barracks with that smoke, and then just kind of camped down there until they had their buybacks up and took this last fight of the game, and they ultimately end up taking it. I think Elmisho getting snaking at the beginning of that fight was pretty critical for this, because they killed snaking immediately, and then Falcons decided to fight when snaking was dead, and they just didn't have that route for that fight, and they have the buyback on DOTA, and then it's just game over.
Yeah, normally what I feel like we praise Falcons for, especially for their supports, is having this convincing, or they're sure that, okay, we buy back and we just go in. It didn't really happen, and so there was a little bit of a lag towards this team fight winter that ultimately did end in the loss for Falcons and the win for Beastcoast. But you all favored their draft too. You thought maybe it was a little bit even, a 50-50 on the draft, and it was down to how they execute it. But when I look at it now in hindsight, it felt like Beastcoast really had the one up in the draft.
I mean, not really 50-50 though. I felt like they had the easier draft to execute, especially like we saw how powerful again Kunkka is. I can't imagine this hero being last picked again, This hero should be in the early phases, either pick or ban right away. I think this hero just does way too much. And on top of it, I didn't really like how they switched the Wind Ranger to a support. I felt like if you committed to Wind Ranger, you have a Treant in the game, you just need to be confident, because you pick those two heroes together to kind of deal with the Blade Mail and the Retaliate from Centaur. And then in the end, I don't know what's the thought process, they decided, okay, maybe that's not good, after they see the Medusa, and they decided to pick another carry, which I also felt like it was weird, because Troll is not really that great against Medusa later in the game, He's okay early, and maybe if you do better in the lane, but he also didn't do well in his lane, he also lost his lane.
Yeah. I was going to say, does Troll beat Centaur in lane? Because I feel like this is also another, run at you and, slowly poke you.
I feel like with Treant you should, though.
Type hero.
With Troll and Treant, you should.
Really? Don't you just go 2 points of Retaliate, triple bracer, or two bracer chainmail?
I mean, I feel like Centaur can always win any lane with the right support matchup, right? But I think melee heroes have the hardest against Centaur because you get double edge spam. So I think you should be able to win that lane, just because, as you mentioned, you're laning with the Treant Protector, and it should be able to give you that sustain. But I do want to say, I want to highlight the, well, of course, Centaur here, he did really good in this particular game. I liked his itemization with the Yules. Whenever you play against Troll, he's anti-Troll, right? He has the Crimson Guard, he's got the Yules on top of that, and we also saw the Kunkka just building as well, like the Aghanims with the Rum debuff. He just made his team really hard to kill. And this Troll, you mentioned it before in the post-game, this is like a Dream Crimson game, and we saw this Troll have very little impact in these team fights.
He didn't get Ags until super late. It was like Gleipnir BKB. I'm not even sure if he finished the game with the Ags. So the Ags would dispel the Crimson Guard. My bad. Yeah. So it's, but he didn't feel like, so he didn't have Ags. So given the other heroes in the game and how the game was going, he felt like he needed the Gleipnir and the BKB. I mean, any game where you're behind, you need a BKB. You're not running into a fight.
Even against Bear Rider, I think it's quite common to get Ags, because you don't want to be dragged around in the fight with the sticky napalm, the flame break.
I just don't think it's particularly good against Medusa. Like, you're some spell casting, spamming hero against Medusa, who loves to get these wand charges. It's just not that great.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight the supports on Beastcoast a little bit as well, because bot lane we saw Moose end up getting a nice rebound and getting first blood onto Crit. When I think of Falcons in general, I generally think of like Crit and Amar always winning their lane, Amar always being top net worth, but they lose that lane, then Elmisho also makes rotation down there to continue to keep them down in the laning stage. And I feel like if you shut down Amar, like that's already a great path to victory, because he's normally like, almost every single game I watch, if they're winning, Amar's like #1 net worth in the game, out of control. Doom is no exception for that. So I think these guys like had not only a good strategy, but they played it incredibly well too. These supports really held it together in that early game.
Yeah, I can tell you, Amar is like, after the game, I don't want Wind Ranger in my lane anymore. I mean, it's hard, that lane it's not like the strongest lane. And if they're going on Doom, like I feel like if I'm a melee offlaner, I want a support in the lane that either has some stun or something to protect me. Power shot, it's okay. You can kind of slow them, but it's not very reliable when they're diving in, they're TPing in the Bat Rider in, you know. Like, there's nothing much you can do to protect him, you know, apart from just run away and just let him die.
It's no hoodwink, that's for sure.
I also think about, Jingis, when you're talking about this Falcons draft, you said they're almost a lineup that wants to poke a little bit or try and like bait out some spell usage from the side of Beastcoast, disengage and then re-engage a little bit. But it was really hard to do that when Beastcoast had the lockdown of the Centaur and the displacement of the Marcy, and then you had the Gorgon's Grasp now. Like, they just had so much. And it's like on the side of Falcons, you have the Overgrowth, which is a long cooldown, almost 2 minutes, and then Coil.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think Beastcoast team was better at doing that because it's like, yeah, okay, you Coil, you Overgrowth, you Doom, all these things are placed down, all of a sudden you Kunkka Boat, there's the Rum buff for the duration of these spells, you Centaur ulti, you leave, both cooldowns are down, but then the team who has the item advantage is obviously going to win the team fight here. And the reason that Beastcoast had the item advantage, I completely agree with Fear and want to go off of that point. I love seeing Moose on Marcy. I think that he looks the best when he's on roaming heroes. I'm just going to lay all the cards on the table here. Moose is a 4-player. He's not a 5. He switched to 5 for this team. He's always been a 4-player, and he's an exceptional 4-player. So I really like to see him on heroes that can rotate and be active. They do really well when he's Enchantress. They do decent when he's like SD. I don't want to see him on a Treant. I'd love to see him on Marcy. This is traditionally it's a very 4-style hero. Clockwork, I think he'd look very good on. So I just feel like in this game, they have figured out something that works for them. And I'm interested to see if Beastcoast is just powered on now, and if we get a very competitive game
Speaking of Treant, do you like seeing snaking on?
I was going to say, it was the first time as well for Falcons playing Treant Protector in this tournament.
It's kind of funny, too, because I played with snaking for a long time, and my read on him, even though he played odd roles, is he was always an off-laner, right? Who played many different roles.
One up from the 4.
Yeah, an off-laner, right?
It's how it works, honestly.
And then when he came into the scene as a POS 5, he often played heroes that got farmed very easily. Maranas, Enchantresses, these type of heroes. Treant doesn't do that for him either. No. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like Insania is like that type of 5, right? That doesn't mind having little net worth sitting behind.
He's a true 5.
Playing slow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boska,
6 position.
Yeah.
I was surprised that Enchantress went untouched in this draft, actually, for game number 1. No team wanted to pick it up. No one banned it either. It just kind of flew under the radar.
It might change next game. I feel like, especially for Falcons, they're definitely going to rethink their early game strat. The support duo,
so.
they need to put a lot more pressure. They need to have stronger lanes, like Fear mentioned. I feel like this hero is very likely going to return in the next game.
Yeah.
Are we wrong about Treant, guys?
Not true.
I've always
Are we
been
wrong?
Right.
No.
I'm right. I've always been right about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like
okay, so here's my opinion on Treant Protector. It'll be nice.
I think you have to be a tree player to play it.
Yeah, I don't want to hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's
much
my
like-
opinion.
Tree's a very hard hero to play, right?
Thank you.
Like it's an easy hero, but it's very difficult. It's very easy to grief your team as a Treant Protector. You have to know exactly how to play this hero without ruining the game for your team, because you can just be AFK very easily on this hero and not be in the right places. And if you're not in the right place on the right time on this hero, because you have that invisibility, oh, I can be so deep on the map playing by myself. Like, that's just not the right way to play it most of the time. So this hero is not easy to play map-wise, especially at this level of competition.
I mean, one thing to note, right, when you're looking at a Treant player and whether you want to know that he knows to play the hero, it's like you look at the middle game, and when everybody is farming, is he actually always far away from his team? Because I feel like if the Treant player is good, he's always trying to look for information. If the Treant player is not really sure what he needs to do, he's always going to be near his team, like just maybe a little bit of ahead, and not really exactly trying to scout the enemy team. Like, you're always trying to stand at the edge of a tree, and you're trying to look for rotations. I think that is like a sign.
I like my position 5 to break smokes too. You know?
Yeah, you're gonna do that naturally if you're trying to constantly look for information.
Yeah, as long as you're ahead, but not on the opposite side of the map of like your team. Yeah, that's where I see most tree players. They're just like,
no, I
hey,
feel like even if you're behind,
I don't
you
think
should also be across the map. You should try to look for something, because if you're behind and you're also in the base with your team, you're not exactly doing much.
You know, I think if you're going to have a greedy 4, you can't have Treant as your only, like, quote-unquote support, the one that's building support items. Because he wants to go so much more, and it's like, okay, but is he still going to really be able to get maybe the Greaves you wanted, because none of your other cores or support wants to buy it? He's still going to get the 4 stuff so you can get in, or a Blink Dagger or something like that, to be able to have anything impactful with your spells.
We've done it again. We've talked.
I'm done.
Yep.
I
just, well, this was Phoenix fault actually.
That was your idea.
Okay.
Players and a train hater, so.
Let's go back to the game, to the series overall. The biggest question that I have in the forefront of my mind right now is it's a best of 3. Crit put out a tweet a couple days ago because they topped the group. They had pick, and he said he actively did not want to pick Beastcoast. He would never actively pick another South American team. And for people who don't know the backstory, back in TI11, the last iteration of EG and Dota, was they picked Thunder Awaken. They got 2-0'd by them, went down, got beaten again by another South American team, and eliminated from TI. So I wonder if he's got a little bit of PTSD. Maybe the vibes right now in Falcons aren't so great. He's like, South America is going to do it to me again for another year here on the road to the international.
I think just generally.
Is that why he suggested to play Wind Ranger 4?
That was
exactly
blow.
it.
That was a low blow.
Yeah.
I think.
Can we remove him from the panel?
Generally, SA teams at TI,
Yeah.
they don't mess around. Like, they're consistently much better on LAN at TI than other regions are. And Fear, we talked about it. You think part of it is because they do actually mess around. Like, they don't care as much. They don't feel the pressure as much as some of these other regions.
Yeah, I mean, it's like very difficult to like know exactly, but I think the way they play just doesn't change no matter the situation, right? So it could be an unserious qualifier. They'll play the same there as if they're playing and, you know, a TI qualifier, it might be. And I feel like when the nerves get to a lot of these teams, it feels like these SA teams just kind of shrug it off and still play their own style, and they don't get affected as much by it.
Yeah, a lot of
Case
teams
by case.
during TI, they actually play a lot safer, and they draft a lot more stable. They don't really maybe try to pick heroes that they feel like it's good, but they rather choose the more stable and more team fight, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Beastcoast
fight.
woke up this morning and they're like, they got in this game. Are we in a pub or, you know, are we in a competitive game right now? Who knows? You know, they're gonna play the same.
The exact same heroes, the exact same play style for themselves, whether it's their warm-up pub or an official here. But game number 2, draft. For Beastcoast, their 2 bans are still the same. On the side of Falcons, though, Nature's Prophet was in that pool that they wanted to take out. And now I wonder if they want to leave that open for Skitter to potentially pick up, or if they are okay if Beastcoast want it. Just kidding. I'm going to stop talking.
I just want to see a Conca or a first pick right away.
Okay.
That's the true test. Like, it first started where everyone was picking Wind Ranger, and then started getting banned. Lena was always banned. Now we don't see Lena banned or picked at all. Wind Ranger is getting banned or picked a lot more. This Conca is getting last picked somehow. I think in further series down the road, we're going to see Conca sneak his way into like the early bans for sure. And then we're going to see teams start experimenting with, what if we just first pick this hero? Is this hero that good? And if it works, it's just going to be permanent.
I mean, Falcons has done it, and
Yeah,
it
alright.
worked out great for them. So they are.
We need more of a sample size, I think.
Yeah, sure, but you know, they are playing right now. Maybe they'll realize after giving it to Beastcoast in the last phase that's
So what is
potentially
the
a mistake.
answer to Conca? Timber?
Well, I think they like to pick the Tusk because of the
Into the
Drinking
cup.
Buddies. Snowball is a save for if someone looks like they're going to get maybe perma-stunned or really locked down, and so it gets taken out.
Oh no, it's not the Conca. It's the Doom.
Yeah, so that one's going to be a swap up. Both these teams like the Doom as their opener. Falcons had it for game 1, Beastcoast now for game number 2.
I mean, I wonder if they're going to ban the Medusa, because we all know Skeeter, he loves buying arcane boots as a carry. And Medusa's the best hero to buy arcane boots on as a carry. And also good versus a Doom, and they just lost to a Medusa with a Doom. So I don't think you pick it right now. You could, but
yeah,
they're
first
probably
pick would be suspect.
Oh man.
This hero is also good versus Doom. Pretty much when you think of Doom, you want to play a hero that just pops some abilities that even if you get doomed are just going to still persist.
you don't
so
care.
you link, you press R, you know, these TBs, they press meta, stuff like that. Like, you don't really care if you get doomed, or if you get doomed, you're still going to do a lot of damage, and Razor does fulfill that.
There's a lot of places this Razor can go as well for the side of Falcons.
It can, but I feel like against a Doom, it makes the most sense to put it as a carry.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if the mid Razors really thrive.
Are you a
right
fan
now.
of like a position 4 Doom? Like when you pick Doom early and you see the enemy making some adjustments to counter your lane. Like, do you think that moving it to the 4 role is
I just
smarter?
don't. I feel like that type of strategy is almost dead, where you're just like overly flexing heroes. I feel like these players are just...
I thought you were making a joke about how they moved Wind Ranger from 1 to 4.
It actually happened in the group
and they
stage.
lost, right?
Yeah.
I think that's
Yes.
my point. Like
That's what I thought Winter was leading to.
these players are just
But no.
so good right now at these meta heroes that they have a strategy to make it work no matter what they're playing against, instead of like the old days where we would just start shifting pieces around to confuse your opponent
Right.
and just win by strategy like that. That type of strategy, generally speaking, as we saw last game, isn't working as well as just like being the master of like this hero, knowing how to play in every situation. And that's exactly what Falcons does in general. Like
Yeah, they
can play it in
invented
any
that meta.
situation. They did, yeah.
And it looks like Beastcoast also believes that. They ban out the Luna, so they think that it's going to be a Razor mid or a Razor off lane.
Is Razor mid good though right now? I don't really...
Depends on matchup, I think.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
only good
offlane I
in,
believe in, sure.
he's only good in specific lanes.
It is usually Malrine or Amar playing this hero for Falcons, and Beastcoast believes that as well. Kunkka ban. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Take
I
up-
agree with that, but like, have they been playing much Razor this tournament?
Amar. is
Played
the
it
only
once
one.
on
They
him.
always go back to it, it feels like, every tournament,
Yeah.
even when it's a bad hero.
Because
they'll-
it's a hero that overlaps with a couple of their players.
Yeah.
The hero pool, so it's always going to be on their
I
radar.
mean, I always made the running joke that,
They also didn't win with it, by the way.
yeah, they didn't. Skeeter in the past has loved playing Razor. Like, he loves this hero. But then he got on a team with Malrine and Amar, and he just never got to play the
No,
hero.
he doesn't play it.
Hey, he's played it twice this year. In officials. It was at
Good for him.
PPL
Yeah.
Balahia.
I'm making a bold call here. Just keep
When
playing.
they had a substitute.
Clock Razor,
Razor.
that's pretty strong. That's a pretty strong lane.
They're setting up for this Doom, I think, in the safe lane.
So do you need like some Rubik here to lift the clock away to protect the Doom if you want Doom to be off lane? Or some way to protect him. You need like some way to deal with this clock and
Jakiro.
Jakiro?
Double hit the cogs.
Oh my god.
Okay, sure.
What is it not?
That's pretty good.
You can actually get kind of farmed just farming cogs. You legitimately can.
I don't know why you're laughing at it.
It's just such a goofy counter.
Yeah, it is.
It's a silly innate, but it is very good.
Oh, yeah, I've always loved that.
Snapfire
innate.
too, I guess.
You kill wards faster. You do so many things faster.
Yeah, I think
10 seconds
I like
remaining.
Snap better because you can just low committal like cookie the person out of the
Yeah,
cogs.
that's true. Oh no.
Oh god.
This is your hero, Andrew.
Oh god.
How many rapiers does this hero need to be viable?
5. You farm 2 and then lose them, and then farm 2 more, and then kill the guy with the rapiers, and then you get them back. That's usually what I do. But
What about that extra rapier? That was like
10
you
seconds
had 2,
remaining.
lost 2.
there's probably somebody else will buy one because they're like, well, there's already 4 rapiers in the game, and then you get
5
theirs.
seconds
You know, I would
remaining.
like it if the sniper is going mid and I think Razor's going mid. That I would be okay. But if it's a sniper and Doom,
Yeah, I'm not so sure about a sniper core against Clockwork. I feel like you've got one of the best backline jumping supports in the game. You ever catch this guy out, he's so dead.
I mean, you do buy Pike, and doesn't the grenade?
Falcons
like,
turn.
yeah,
help
it
you
helps
out?
you.
I
Definitely.
don't-
I don't think the matchup is that bad. Like, they're just sure it's annoying, but there are ways to go around it.
This is a really strong draft so far from Falcons.
Yeah.
They have a lot of damage.
Snap, clock.
Yeah, physical damage, magical damage, and it's super long range. Like, Clock hooks in on somebody, yeah, he's gonna die. It's
10
Clockwork, who
seconds
cares?
remaining.
But the Razor can nuke from far, and the Snap can drop the ult on whoever's in the
5
cogs, and they're like
seconds
guaranteed dead, no matter who it is.
Yeah, this pick is pretty exciting for me because it's going to show which 2 players are flexing the Razor. And it's going to be Malrine and Skeeter flexing it. So Amar is taking out of the equation for the Razor here. And yeah, so Razor can go mid and carry now. Still think most likely it will be going as a carry, just because it makes a lot of sense to clock Razor lane, right?
Yep.
10 Snapfire
seconds
Centaur lane.
remaining.
Don't think you're going to find anything better, so most likely just need Malrine to pick his
5
hero up
seconds
next. But
remaining.
Beastcoast, they also need to pick... Well, we don't know where Sniper's going, but most likely 4 with the Doom, so I'd pick your carry here, I'd say.
I was gonna say, do you think Centaur is a bit of a block pick, like to cover the Lina Windrunner type ranged heroes? Because there's a Marcy again.
But can't he just morph? I feel like morph... Oh,
Morph
it's
is
banned.
They banned
Okay,
it.
that's very smart. That would have been the perfect hero.
Yeah. I almost feel like Amar probably would, in an ideal world, want to play something else, but whenever you have this 4th pick in the draft, and then there's the final pick out of this phase, I feel like you have to kind of cover your pick.
I feel like there has to be a gotcha pick here for Beastcoast. Can't really... I mean, Morph obviously is by far the best, but I feel like there's a lot of good options.
Okay, they pick it anyway.
Yeah.
Every time Jenkins is like, well, the Centaur really dissuades the Wind Ranger. The opposite team just picks up the Wind Ranger.
I feel like the Centaur does not dissuade them.
Yeah.
I think you might have to
this
change
point.
the viewpoint of that.
Do you not think that's a conversation that they just had? Like,
10
I mean,
seconds
it's a
remaining.
decent hero against Wind Ranger, but if I'm on the side of the team that's considering
5
my
seconds
carries, I
remaining.
still feel like Wind Ranger as a whole is a very, very...
Yeah, they both had a conversation on both teams, and they both decided Wind Ranger's fine versus Centaur.
What if they moved the Wind Ranger to pos 4?
Oh no!
And the sniper into a core roll?
This is genius, honestly.
I'm just gonna shut my mouth here. Look towards the bans
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Falcons are gonna have their last 2 bans, but Beastcoast
5
taking out
seconds
Dragon Knight,
remaining.
right? They're looking. Dragon Knight can also be that flex where at the very last moment you can either go into the mid, you can go into the safe lane, and they have that between the Razor too. So it's a nice overall cover ban, I feel.
Yeah, the hero has not been winning very much this tournament. It's been picked, I think it's the most picked hero of Road to International here, but I think it has about 40% win rate. But it does fit what they need. I mean, you just turn into a dragon if you get doomed. The Inferno Blade does hurt because you're such high HP, but you do have lots of HP to kind of...
I mean, does it also tell you that they might be going for puck? Because they don't want to DK in the puck matchup.
Seconds turn to ban.
Yeah, yes. I mean, Puck doesn't look... Yeah, Puck could work.
I mean, you don't really mind laning into
Yeah,
Razor
I mean,
also.
I'm sure Falcons are thinking about it for sure. They just played Puck themselves, DK banned.
And if you're Clock and Snapfire, you can't really do too
10
much
seconds
against puck.
remaining.
It's hard to gank.
Yeah, so Falcons are just thinking right now, like, what
5
hero do you want to play
seconds
Malrine? Or
remaining.
maybe Skeeter, most likely for Malrine here. And just like, we'll ban something for whatever you pick next. Can you counter it? Because Beast Coast, they have to pick first here, which means you do have the counter pick. So if he says, I have like 3 options against Puck, and, you know, you can't ban them all out, then they'll probably leave the Puck, right? So they're probably banning the heroes where he feels
Monkey
like...
What was
King.
the Monkey King
Monkey
puck
King, yeah,
matchup
Monkey
you
King's
talked about,
available.
right? So they'll leave the Monkey King in, and
I mean, then again, they should ban the Monkey King. Like, Beastcoast should ban the Monkey King before they're picking puck, because they have
They
one.
banned the
ban.
Puck. They decided they didn't have enough options. Good call there to ban it out. Now Beast Coast get 1 ban into pick.
yeah, puck would have been good for both sides, but Falcons, there's no way that they would get it.
Yeah.
no, but that's what we're saying. You leave the Monkey King in, then so that if they Beast Coast pick up Puck, then you're willing to pick up Monkey King.
But they
10
could ban
seconds
Monkey King
remaining.
here, right?
It's just so good for the Beast Coast draft that even if the lane is bad, I think it's
5
still worth it.
seconds remaining.
It's like we're talking about with the Windrunner Centaur. Like it is a counter in a way, but the hero is just so good for the game, and there are ways to deal with it that even though it's a good counter, it's still worth picking.
Yeah, I want to see a hero for Beast Coast that, yet again, can play with these supports. That'll be pretty good because Doom, he takes a while to get online. Eventually he will be an initiator, but it takes time.
They need like a frontline, like primal, tiny type of hero. If you're talking about like just in terms of how they work when they're going to the rune and fighting, because Marcy and Sniper, they're kind of gonna wait for someone else to initiate and then they follow up.
Well,
So
Mishu
those are-
does love his primal.
I think those are the type of heroes that will work with Sniper and Marcy support duo. I mean, I don't know about Ember because Ember kind of got nerfed a lot, but he's in the category of those kind of heroes.
Yeah, he does play a lot of Ember. It's not particularly great of a hero though.
Turn Falcons. Turn to
Oh, they do go for the tiny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his type of hero. He's been playing it this tournament. It's kind of what they needed. It's
How's the lane against Razor? Do you consider putting Razor into Tiny or the lanes whatever for Tiny?
I mean, you just have to find a replacement for that, for Doom, right?
10
And
seconds
I don't know if there's
remaining.
anything that great.
Wait, is Timber still in the game?
Yeah, Timber's
Oh.
on the game.
Seconds remaining.
Okay. Yeah, Timber looks amazing here. Well,
Does Malrine play a lot of Timber? I
Yeah,
forgot.
he's
does?
Grandmaster
Okay.
too.
Oh, it is one of his.
Yeah, he
okay,
definitely
yeah.
plays Timber.
but it's
I always see Omar on it.
it's trash versus Doom, but you have a Centaur to get you out of the fight, so maybe you're fine picking the Timber here.
He prefers
Choose
Monkey.
your hero.
I think this lane is actually not that bad for Tiny, right? I feel like it's not like a Monkey King Puck lane, you know, where the Puck can't really do much.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure anymore. I know the old crash landing was like really good because every time he went on you, you would just throw him into the creep wave, throw your tree, and it would just like one-shot the wave. But it's been nerfed a lot, so I don't know if
Yeah.
it's gonna one-shot the wave anymore. And if it doesn't, then it's gonna be very difficult. I mean, the thing about mid laners is these guys play a lot of Dota. They play a lot in the mid lane, and they know their matchups. So I do believe that this last Monkey King, that pick is for Malrine, has to be good versus Tiny. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have went for it.
It's a good backline jump as well versus the sniper. Doom is kind of
10
committal. If you
seconds
can
remaining.
just drop the ring and protect the Doom target that way, that's
5 seconds
pretty
remaining.
decent.
Yeah,
This
and Monkey King is
Snapfire
also like
cosmetic is so
he's like the go-to mid right now. Like he's really, really useful in all stages of the game. Good in the lane, very useful at securing your side lanes.
Good setup as well. Like a hero that kind of run around with the clock snap. You can, like Monkey King. Honestly, I consider this like a global hero with the
most people
Yeah,
do.
he is.
Yeah.
Strider facet. Like he's so fast at running around the map, getting kills.
Yeah.
Look, we just had a little preview right there. When we're getting into game number 2 here in our best of 3 to see who goes into the upper and lower bracket, we're going to swing by Nomad, who has another coach interview for us.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Mariano as we're going to chat about these drafts. But firstly, I mean, first win of the tournament against the strongest team of the year. I mean, how do you manage that?
Well, you just gotta choose your wins, you know.
Fair enough. It's a good win to choose. What were your thoughts after the last draft? You know, what was the communication? Did you think it was going to go that well?
The difficult thing against tier 1 teams is not beating them once, it's beating them twice. We had good preparation, and I think that it worked out for us.
All right, so then, looking at this next draft, do you think you're going to have the same success? Do you have the same confidence coming into game number 2?
Yeah, I have confidence in our team, in our guys, to beat any team in this tournament. It's all about, tier 1 teams. They know how to adjust. They know what heroes to pick. So it's always going to be like a really tough fight.
All right, a lot of trust. Thank you very much, Mariano, which means we're getting into game number 2 with Lyrical and Trent.
You so much. Of course, Nomad there with the Mariano, the legend himself. I loved his mentality there. Difficulty's not beating him once. It's beating him twice. It's like an anime line.
That's pretty good. I gotta say, it's the right mindset. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Because we've seen upsets in the past, and oftentimes that's unfortunately how it goes. You get kind of an awesome game 1, and then the upset doesn't continue, and then the upset is upset, and then the fans of the team who was supposed to upset are then upset.
Okay.
And it's very upsetting.
Great.
So what I'm saying is, they need to win 2 games, like he said.
That's really good, Trent. That's
Thank you.
Really, really good. No, I can dig it. And of course, I think that we talk about kind of the young upstarts on this team. People think about it as a young team, but the reality is there are a couple of these storied players, and of course their coach too, that's been around for freaking ever. I mean, this guy was back in 2014. We were watching Mariano under Papita. It was way back in the day. But now getting to see how they're going to handle this game number 2, and of course how Falcons are going to back up being in a position that they're not super used to. Losing games on land, or just in general, to be honest, as Mar already dropped down somewhat low. Look out, the sniper's coming. He's gonna take you down, and bam. He tries the first one.
Now, Sniper's been getting a lot of hate around the old TI talent room. Every time I come into the room, I keep hearing people bemoaning the little creature because he's not doing too well. I think his win rate's not very high at this tournament. I think at one point it was like 20% or something.
Right.
Despite him being in pretty much every game, it felt like when you turned on a screen. But this is the thing that support Sniper's probably best at in the entire game, is First Blood.
Yes.
If you don't get First Blood with this hero, it's GG. Like, you better be getting it by spending all your shrapnels.
You can see Skitter there on one side of the lane, but if you look a little bit further up that lane, you're going to see El Misho getting absolutely bullied by Snake King, since he is completely out of mana at this point in time. And Moo's also getting pushed back a little bit there by Crit. Got to be careful. It's not an easy time playing that one out. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Sniper, once you've used all your shrapnel charges early on, you have no mana left, and you're just kind of running around as a little guy with some boots and the tangos. It's not great.
This was over.
No, he needs to be really careful versus Snake King too, because level 1 Clockwork is a beast, right? You just run at people with battery assault and you're trying to get as much as you possibly can. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite get that continued damage there into Vitally, so. El Misho also almost back up to 2 shrapnel charges here.
Okay.
Gonna be hard to get really aggressive with a Doom as his ally, though.
Well, and we were talking, the panel as I was looking at them, they kind of
Admiring them even?
Exactly. They kind of looked like a group of people that were trying to convince themselves that this was a good draft from Falcons. Because I don't know, I wasn't a full believer. There was a lot of kind of weird things that felt like it went on with it. How are you feeling about the 2 drafts?
By the end of it, it kind of feels similar to Game 1, where I feel like Beastcoast have the better draft. I liked Falcons a little bit better in Game 1. Again, I'm favoring Beastcoast's draft here. Just once more, it looks a little bit easier to play. They have the actual core Wind Ranger. Feels pretty good. You get those items, and you know things are going to be all right for you. They have the Doom this time, which didn't work out very well for Falcons, but there's a lot of pressure on Lumpy to be the one who makes the moves. I think that was the thing that I was looking for the most, was this last pick they were going to go for Beastcoast. Because you had the Puck ban, you have the Storm ban, and so you have a couple other heroes that can sort of fulfill that tempo role. And I will say a lot of them have a harder time doing it. That does include Tiny. So I think if there's anyone who has this pressure to make sure it is a good game for Beastcoast, it probably is Lumpy.
Well, we'll see if he's able to make good use of it indeed and have himself an okay time out of that mid as the lane goes on and on. But at least at this early going, you can see Monkey King having a great time of it. 15-5 versus the 9-1 on the Tiny. And of course, that was that last pick like we're talking about. So
yeah.
You're anticipating this.
Yeah, and Malrine doing very, very well here. He's probably the hero I like the most in their draft. Throughout most of the draft, I was kind of hurting. It is a strong duo, like Clockwork Razor, but it's Razor, you know?
Right.
He's not the most confidence-inspiring hero here.
Fairy Fire living. Show getting in there. Yeah, and I think that there's also something to be said for maybe a little bit of overlap in terms of what the heroes are doing, and are they going to have the damage that they need coming out of these supports to really come away with the mid-game team fights that we're anticipating, as they were able to proc the Jingu there. Could be a bit of a concern for them as the game goes on. So Misho, some trees right by Snake King there. Do they manage to find him? He's hiding out in his grove. Now they see him.
Misha's doing a really good job of not panic shrapneling. Because one of the best feelings versus support snipers when you get him to waste a shrapnel.
Oh yeah. Look at this though. Man. Skinner taking a ton of damage and completely forced out from under their tower. In spite of that, still having a very good lane. 17-5 on that Razor. They're coming out a little bit ahead in all of their lanes.
Kind of scary here, but it is constant pressure from the sniper. But yeah, as you can see, it's just hard to get that final kill because Doom doesn't really offer anything in that regard, especially before you have any of your creep abilities, because we often don't see the Devour very early anymore.
Nice glyph there. That is going to be annoying for Lumpy.
Lumpy's having a bad time.
This is
15 denies.
Oh god, run! He's coming for you. Look at that courier. It's terrifying. God, that is really annoying to deal with.
And he can't even grab the wave or anything either.
But this is pretty nice as they chase down the Razor all the way under. Is he gonna live? No. Tally manages to find that kill. Misho is going to die, but now the movement comes in from Crit. Seeing if they can get a little bit of counterplay, and indeed they will be able to. So 2-for-1 trade. So they manage to take down that Doom.
Yeah, but it does cost them their Razor, so already a hero who you're kind of hoping to win this lane, right? That was the whole idea of the draft. You saw Doom, you took the Razor, and also a hero that doesn't do that well when behind. You hate seeing the Razor as the lowest core on net worth.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough series so far for Skeeter, not having the type of start that he's wanted. See if he can pull it back together here. Now they are going to make the move up, and this is a key kill. So good rotations coming in from Falcons to get the punish. That is what you get for getting a bottle refill there. Although he does manage to get a return kill on the Snake King.
And part of this and why this is able to occur is because you have this matchup of the Centaur Warrunner versus the Wind Ranger, which every team has been exploring and just building upon, because you know that you don't need help. Amar can just be up here and he will not die. There's just no way, right? Crit should be completely free to roam, to go recover these other lanes, and Snapfire is one of the best heroes at making those rotations because of the cookie. And the ridiculous facet, of course, of full bore.
Right, this is where the value came in their draft, and things looked very, very nice. And part of what, the Centaur pick, like you said, is just so valuable.
Okay, does he die here? 1600 HP.
Well, it's not looking like it yet, although the rotation's coming in. I mean, if you pick this hero to survive and he ends up dying, that's very bad. Avalanche done.
Yes.
I got the kill.
Couldn't close the distance. Get far enough away for that not to occur. Very well done.
Maureen, level 6. Ready with a Wukong. 7-minute mark coming in. And it
looking to dance his way there in the trees.
Yeah. Snaking.
He's coming.
Moving forward. The tally's there. Oh, and he's just going to get pushed and pummeled around a little bit. Does not want to die, but will. In the meantime, though, they weren't quite able to take the other one away either. Crit with the quicker fingers onto Moose and a cookie in hand. So double Wisdom Rune going their way.
2 kills and 2 Wisdom Runes?
Yeah, that's rough.
That's a 7-minute disaster right there. That is not 7 minutes in heaven. That's 7 minutes of hell.
It's just nothing good. Man, Tiny is so far behind right now. Doom comes in, not again. Bro, not again. Malrine is just all over him right now. What a sick play as they are just abusing this Doom. That is nuts.
Yeah, that's a bad time.
El Misho.
Oh, they're not done.
Yeah, he can't really do much to help here. He is mega dead. They're like, yeah, there's a ward up there. Surely, it's no ward. It's just a Monkey King.
Yeah. Razor is no longer behind. He is catching up to this Wind Ranger. He was like 600 gold behind before. Now they're almost neck and neck.
Yeah,
so many rotations to help out.
And Amar comes, steals the regen rune away from Lumpy. He just wants to be able to play the game. And it's going to be a while. I mean, this is lane bleed all over the place. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Falcons, and this is much more what we're anticipating out of this squad coming into the games today. It's level 4 Doom, man.
Yeah.
What the hell are you supposed to do?
Malrine is just, like Jenkins said, global.
Yes.
On this hero. It is certainly true. It is such a ridiculous hero right now. He's fun, though. I like watching him.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
All right, so this is really awkward. You have a level 3 Marcy and a level 4 Sniper. What do?
I mean, yeah, and like
honestly,
your Tiny can't do anything either. If you build stacks, they're gonna steal them. Like it's all up to the Wind Ranger. I feel like in this one right now.
You pretty much need to get a power rune for your Tiny and pray.
Yeah.
You know, at least the last one was regen, so it could be maybe get a haste. That would be nice.
Well, and notably, in the last game that we saw, Falcons kind of ended up in a situation not as dire as this. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't this bad. And they were able to find that clutch kill at the important moment. Now, can Beastcoast do the same thing? It's not looking like it. With just level 3, it's really tough to make that go. If they could get a kill, it would sort of stop the bleeding a little bit, but it just looked like Falcons are playing too far forward and really shutting off any opportunities for them.
The good news for Beastcoast is that Pike's still really farmed, right?
Yeah.
Almost has the Maelstrom done here on the Wind Ranger. It is a whirlwind game here. So, gonna be looking for multiple items, trying to catch you in a big team fight. Maybe they can force that to happen for themselves, but you gotta imagine that Falcons, they're Crit's sitting here with ultis, so
yeah.
A single boundless for Malrine could turn into something.
Amplify damage, jumps away.
Unfortunately, that's not the hero you wanted it on. And I mean, Amplify damage isn't even going to do anything for a Tiny anyway. He quite literally just needs a haste or an invis to maybe make a play. But he's level 7. Like, he doesn't even have the levels to make a play.
No, it's really bad. It's quite bad. The game is in a dire spot. And really, it just, I mean, El Misho, he's gone. Although if they make mass TP rotations, maybe they could find a turnaround toss. He didn't get the toss back. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, the one thing here that I think Falcons do need to be careful about is if they put themselves in a position where they, like, basically give an initiation to Beastcoast, they do have some damage that they can throw out there and try and blow people up. Doom now gets level 6. Lumpy, little toss. Creep over to Malrine. Tries to pull the aggro off of the tower, but it will be tier 1 tower going down.
Oh, they're desperately trying to force something here. This is good. They use the Doom to make sure there's no stampede.
All right.
They can at least get a guaranteed core kill. Guaranteed. Yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah, they'll find him.
Blade Mail finished up here with his 4 bracers.
So much needed, and yeah, you can see Vitaly already queuing up that Midas and wanting to go towards it. Falcons looking for some retribution themselves. They get Pike, there'll be a huge kill.
I don't think so.
He says no. Doesn't think it's going to happen.
Does he get found, though? Ooh, barely get through the gate. I mean, that's huge. If they can get away with these heroes, this is really big. The gank made the move that they needed. They're cutting into the lead. They're still getting farm.
Snaking TP mid. No, Amar! Please, help this guy out, man. He's level 5. They got double wisdom runes and he's still level 5.
That is pretty annoying.
Snaking, you gotta be greedy, dude. Give me some hook shots. I mean, he needs 7. I need a flare here, too. Gotta find some people. Gotta keep the pressure up on this map.
That's,
Oh, this Marcy would be so dead right now.
I mean, they're still in a really, really good state, but you're right. Like, that is probably one of the avenues is to try and sort of shut down this game a little bit more.
I mean, they're at the point where it's like hookshot plus kisses, and
Right.
kills are going to be flowing with the mobility of a Monkey King.
And I think if you get hookshot kisses thrown out, that doesn't stop you from playing aggressive with Falcon's Draft. They're still incredibly strong. But like all these little things, even, you know, getting a free wave here, that's level 6 now for Snake King.
And he's just backing up Skeeter too.
Yeah. I mean, this is the one thing, right? You look at the kill score, 8-5. It's a 3,000 gold lead. It's very good for them. But if you're not getting kills with this lineup, are you really going to be able to keep accelerating the lead? Oh, nice play there. Using the illusions to body block.
Yeah, that could have been bad. Good escape from Lumpy. Up top.
Stampede. And the cookie goes right over the top, but it will not matter. Kiss is used, Stampede used, got the kills.
There isn't an obs ward here spawning for Lumpy. He knows that Snake King's lurking nearby.
So, Marine back to farming, trying to get into a Maelstrom for himself. Tiny needs to get to that Blink Dagger. Would solve a lot of the problems, but I like the decision to just like use the Stampede to ensure that they get that kill. Like anything that you can do to sort of put the screws a little bit more to Beastcoast is going to be really nice.
Yeah, the good news for them is that they're not going to lose their Wisdom Rune at 14 minutes.
There you go.
Nobody's here. Moose grabs it. He's still level 5.
That's really bad.
Wait, after the 14-minute Wisdom?
It's been a rough game, Trent.
I mean, he also has 2 points in the sidekick this game, too, so he also recognizes, like, he can't go for this 2-3 build he did last time. Right. Like, my Wind Ranger needs me. I gotta buff up this Whirlwind if we're gonna have a chance in the team fight. That's also why Pike, he's going for this build where he's going for the Maelstrom into BKB as opposed to the, like, Gleipnir Rush that we've seen some other Wind Rangers do, because he actually wants to use Whirlwind early, which you need the BKB for.
I mean, he still could make the swap if he wanted to, depending, but I have a feeling that, yeah, the BKB will be what he goes for. And how close are we? That's just about 800 gold away for Lumpy to finish off his Blink Dagger. Throws it out, backs away. Mar, 4 bracers and a blade mail. Gotta love those builds.
Yeah, he's chilling.
But yeah, it's very much a wait for this window and try not to lose anything along the way. Snake King, they're going to actually ensure and pop ulti to kill that ward and keep their other ones alive. Moose farming up some cogs for this trouble too. Rest of the team moving in. Moose in a world of hurt.
Okay if he dies. This is fine. This smoke is over. Wind Ranger gets away. This is okay. Like this is pretty ideal, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way your support's surviving, so just take it.
Falcons keeping that pressure on and waiting for their items before we start to see any type of, big push for objectives yet. Obviously, the big thing that you could be waiting for would be that 20-minute mark. Like not realizing that there's a ward nearby. In trouble, there's the hook shot connection and is gonna be brought down.
They wouldn't stick around, right? Well, unfortunately they would.
All right, this is Blink's done. Skitter. Are they gonna run into triangle? This move from Beastcoast has to work here.
Okay, he has BKB though. Do they? I mean, he has the Doom too.
They saw him on this ward. He's gonna come and farm this. It's right by a tier 2 tower.
Right.
It's a bold move, but they're gonna go for it. Avalanche toss, but there it is. Stampede and BKB to run away. Snake King already taking a lot of damage out from Tally. Now the cookie comes out as well. That's Wukong's command down. That fight did not work the way that they wanted it to. It can't even quite get the kill on the clock. So they lose Omisho. They're going to lose another here. Snake King, does he manage to get out of there? It's looking pretty close. And, oh, power shot. Moves.
Oh,
now
nice.
Rain, they get him.
Lumpy?
Oh, Lumpy making some plays here.
I think Pike's out, though. He's not coming back to help.
No, that's going to be the end of the road.
Tries to snipe Snake King, but
Please,
can't find
please
it.
come help me. Matches.
Don't die for
Lumpy, Lumpy.
Snake King?
Blink. Oh, gets one more hit. Jukes to the side, wants to blink away, and Lumpy gets a little bit out of there. And
why?
now
Why,
Pike came in to help. He's going to be punished. Does have another shackle. Not going to matter.
Well, he saved Lumpy.
True.
But not worth, man. You are the carry they need. You can't sacrifice yourself with Tiny.
And this is now Falcon starting to put the hurt to him.
Nice play by Snake King, though. To lurk around, then go for the hook shot at like 10% HP.
Oh, yeah. He's
King
the same
be
level
gaming.
as the Doom right now.
Okay, well that's impressive. I'll give him that.
We were talking about his level 6
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, he was struggling to get there, not so much anymore. Lumpy never ended up leaving.
No.
Doesn't have a TP.
And we'll see where he decides to go to. Looks like he's just going to try and grab another wave. Does not have all that much mana, which is a little bit concerning, but nonetheless, we'll keep cutting those waves. Omisho tries to run away from the Razor, and it looks like he will get out of there for the moment.
Is he gonna die?
I mean, his courier is dead.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
All right, Lumpy.
Oh, they let him go.
Amar doesn't want to play this game. Oh, well, now his monkey's here, so yeah, he's just dead.
Dun, 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 dun. Just buying some time. I mean, courier dead, didn't have a TP. What else can you do?
Space! Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, Booze gets out of there. Nice jump to the right. Juke away from it.
Though.
Stampede. Ooh. His friends did not stick around, so yeah, he's dead. 8,000 gold lead now as Beastcoast.
Look at LBG. Okay, we got a plan. We have a game plan.
Just cut the waves.
Cut the waves. Do not play Dota. Play Lane Simulator.
It's fair.
A little PoE action here. PvE, that's the one.
Yeah. So they're gonna grab another wave there towards mid, back away. And for Falcons, you gotta imagine at some point they're gonna start looking towards those objectives, whether it be Roshan or thinking about shutting down the rest of these tier 2 towers. But they will have a Doom with Midas.
Man, mid tiny in a behind game is a tough time.
Oh, it feels bad. Well, particularly like when you're playing against like Centaur, Razor, you know, these heroes, you're not finding kills that consistently on them. And even, you know, Clock and Snapfire, big strength guys.
I mean, he's level 13 though, and he's definitely got quite a bit of damage.
True.
Snake King though, 1900 HP.
Oh no. Wait a minute. Toss back. Oh, the damage reduction from the Invis rune, I think kept him alive against that.
That's unreal.
Oh my god, so unlucky. That is nuts. And now Lumpy unlucky, gets tossed in.
Okay.
Wait a minute, the initiation that was promised, and they stampede him run away. That is why that hero is an answer.
That's only a level 11 Doom still, so he's gonna live.
You're doing very well.
Otherwise he'd be dead for sure.
Isn't even afraid. Goes back to farming. What's the equal? What does that mean? This is an all chat. Maybe you just misclicked. Must have been what it was. 21 minutes, Wisdom Rune.
Maybe he means it's gonna be 1-1.
Oh, I
know
see.
they're equal now.
Oh, I like that. That's nice. And assassinate. Nothing afterwards. Full Gleipnir done for the Monkey King. And Beastcoast could be thinking about taking down that old Tormentor, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, 3-point sidekick. I don't think they can actually just do it with 2, though.
No.
Definitely not without Whirlwind.
Well, it's,
right?
They're whirlwinding.
Oh, definitely not when the enemy team's here.
Oh, no. They got him again. They got him again. All right, BKB run away. Wise decision.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is very much a, Falcons are going to take whatever they want across the map and not giving any objectives up for free. Although, oh yeah, crit, he comes over and takes the wisdom too.
Doing their best here to just nuke these waves.
Dire's bottom tower is
Try
under
and push
attack.
it out. Delay, delay, delay.
And I mean, we have seen some crazy late game scenarios where these tinies start to do some pretty insane amounts of damage. Eyes on that phylactery, maybe eventually an Aghanim Scepter, what have you. It does feel like in this game it's going to need to come off the back of an overextension from Falcons. And, well, this one, not so much an overextension as Moose is dead immediately. Amar also bought a gem, I think I just saw.
Oh, that means it's probably Roach time.
Yeah.
I mean, this Razor's going to have BKB Manta Aegis.
It's very strong.
Yep. That's going to be super hard to deal with. And then if they have the gem, they're going to close out the map, get rid of all this vision, make the sieging nice and easy. They're probably going to play super clumped. They have this pipe on the Centaur Warrunner, which just negates the ability for the Tiny to do his thing. And that means we're going to need a push-out play here where he just like jumps and chucks someone into danger. Preferably into a Doom. Maybe he gets bailed out after by Elmisho's Force Staff, and they can sort of start the fight in a good position for themselves, but I mean, that's the whole point of the Aegis.
Right.
And they're going to give it to Malrine, actually, because, well, he's definitely going to be an easier target than this Razor, that's for sure, so I like that idea. He can use this Aegis now to just farm into his BKB.
God, they're so farmed. I mean, Crit's thinking about, like, Blink Aghanims, which is really scary.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
They're just going to be chucking at Amar.
Nice reaction there from Lumpy. Shield rune in hand and manages to just get out of there. But yeah, that is really going to be the problem. Up top, Hunting and Elmisho, in spite of the early first blood, is feeling very similar to a creep right now. Just dying. Oh no, he even came with him. Poor guy.
Noble effort there.
15,000 gold lead as that tower goes down. Yeah, this moment right now, they've got Phylactery done on Lumpy, so a little bit of extra damage, but it's gonna need to be a pretty isolated target for it to be meaningful. Looks like they're gonna smoke out now. Aurine shows for a moment here. It's hard to find anybody. He does go for a Primal Spring down.
Maybe they get a tree cut. Maybe that's how they get back into this.
It's a possibility.
By then, I guess there'll be a tree grab because there's no quelling.
True. Or power shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Dire's top tower is under
All right, the
attack.
big wraparound. Elmisho is not there, but they know where all of Falcons is.
All right,
and they do this. They find one right at the start. Onto him, toss back, stomp, done. Is it going to be enough to... Oh, what? That was the longest Force Staff in the world. Crit gets away like it's nothing. And meanwhile, Bike just has to TP out.
They didn't want to doom him.
Oh my god, he's tipping Lumpy.
Yeah, okay, dude, you crushed him mid.
I mean, it was like last game. I think it's the carryover from that. The half a smiley face.
They need the spray.
You know, they say act like you've been here before, but he hasn't, so it's all good to go. He's ready for it. 21,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I think they're good to go wherever they'd like on this map.
That's a Crimson Guard done too.
I mean, Crit's half HP and just farming right next to their base, you know? It's one of those games.
Oh yeah.
Just not concerned. His Aghanims is just about finished, so we can get some cheeky little plays coming out here soon.
Well, and I'm curious with this one too. Like, if we're seeing, you know, them play this defensively, which granted, I think it's a good decision too, because you've got Tiny that can toss back under tier 4 towers. It's very viable that, you know, if you toss, whether it be the Razor or the Monkey King or something back behind there with the Doom on them, they're going to get brought down. Because there hasn't been that investment in the Link.
I don't know, maybe.
I mean,
the single target damage, that's one problem with Whirlwind, is the single target damage is not great.
Yeah. Hook shot, they find one. Gonna bring him down. Dead. And Beastcoast body blocking each other, but do get away in the end as Lumpy in some trouble. Tiny, nowhere to go, does have a toss at the ready, but going for a walk with Skitter. That shard, dangerous stuff. Another 2 hitting the dust.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We've got a little trio up top here heading towards the Wisdom Rune.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's 30 seconds away here. And now they found Pike.
Stampede trying to bring him down. BKB.
Oh, wait, angle.
No, they got him. Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. Although, wait for it. Wisdom.
20 seconds.
They're going to get it.
Moose, you got to be quiet.
Can Moose make the move? He's got to dispose. They're pinging right where he is.
The scans.
They're pinging right on top of him.
All right, Moose. Rest in peace.
Oh, no. Snake King, he decides to come on over. Dun, 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 dun. Moose, run, run. The jetpack, he's coming. He's trying to take down the cogs, but they're so hard to bring down.
Arm the cogs.
Oh, jeez. And they get the kill. They also took down Vitaly on the other side. This is going to be, well, a lot of objective damage done as they'll take both Wisdom Runes. Holy smokes. What a dominant performance here from Falcons in this game, too.
Yeah, they're busting out some of their bread and butter there, that Razor, and other teams not able to be very successful with it, but this was one of the ones that Falcons used a lot throughout the year. Of course, one of their big flex heroes they like to use alongside that Timber Saw, where you never quite know where it's going. And even though you think it's probably going to be safe playing the entire draft, you can never quite be sure. As Disarm Sneaking actually misses here.
Tip him. Come on, help me show.
Yeah, the turn.
Oh, no. All right. Well, maybe he's keeping out of range. They didn't quite find him. Just got a little bit fogged there. So Sniper lives to fight another day.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Abba, toss. Big jump. No, the Boundless. He didn't get it off in time. And now just has to watch as the Tiny's going to be brought down. Run away, El Misho.
I'm still not sure if he's going to live. Oh, wait.
Skitter. They find Moose, though.
Oh, they got El Misho, too. Oh, no. He got found after all that.
Jeez.
Nowhere is safe.
Yeah, I mean, anybody on the map, they just kill all of them.
All right, let me see a gobble up here, Crit. Make use of this thing.
Throw Skitter into Fountain. Let's see it.
He'll be fine.
Honestly. I think, like, Mantas and he's just going to live.
Just chuck an illusion up there. Do some scouting.
Trying to see what's happening. Top side being also pressured by Amar on the Centaur. God, it's such a good answer to, like, Malrine being there if Tiny goes for an Avatos combo. He can just interrupt it with the Boundless. And now we just... What even are we watching? It's 4 Razor illusions. Just pushing a Rax.
Standard stuff.
They can't do anything. All right, they got him. So they keep their Rax alive. And Falcons playing the safest game of Dota that I've seen in a while.
Close to the 1,000 gold per minute lead here.
I mean, to be fair, you know, at the panel they were talking about this. Crit's been here before against SA teams. Don't want to make the same mistake again. Jump. Oh, no. Oh. No, they got him! The double! Wait a minute. Trying to get him out of there. And now the Gleipnir no longer playing it safe. They're playing to go crazy. And guess what? Crazy can still be safe because right now they are way too far ahead. They're going for the tier 4 towers, just immediately trying to take them down, planting their flags. The Blink Dagger is done, but that is going to be the throne exposed. And are they going back now?
That's a flashy Snapfire Ag reveal, I gotta say. Well, not reveal, but you know, first real use we've seen.
Amar says, guys, I don't want to leave. We're taking the throne. I'm going to take it one axe swipe at a time. So they set their sights onto it. They did reset the glyph by taking that melee Rax. Moose observing. Observing what's going on.
Whirlwind of all time.
How much can they get done? The Ancient exposed. Beastcoast pulls him back in. Amar is there. They have the jump in from Snaking, trying to dodge for the moment. Skidder gonna get the link up, take down that Doom. Lumpy tossing back into Fountain, snaking, he's still gonna live though. And now, eyes on the prize, they take down the Ancient. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, they made him work for it. You take our Aegis, we're not calling it quite yet. See if they can exhaust them heading into game 3. As, looking pretty much the same, like I said, after a win here for Falcons.
That's right, starting to wake up. You can see snaking there. Get your stretch in there as well. And for Beastcoast, obviously, not the way they wanted that game to go, but do still have the memory of what happened in that game number 1. I feel like this was one of those matchups where I think Jenkins and Fear were talking about like Moose and his performance, wanting to be in the sort of position 4 type heroes. See if they can get it again in the next game. But for now, let's head back to the panel.
Thank you, Lyrical and Trent. You guys talking about it there, exactly what Beastcoast liked to do. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this time around. A complete change-up from game number 1. Falcons having significantly better lanes for themselves and able to transition it into what eventuated to be a win. But Fear, what side were you sitting on for this draft? Because you weren't really
I was pretty
absolute in it.
heavily favored. I mean, I was too busy distracted by the Snapfire's model to give my opinion. But
You did actually. That was his concluding thoughts. He was like, "Wow, that Snapfire skin is
it was
distracting."
very big. But anyway, like I feel like Falcons got everything they needed in that game. They had a lot of heroes that did a lot of damage, and I feel like you had way too much single target on Beastcoast in that particular game, and that is not the situation you particularly want to be in. And I really just believed in Malrine and his knowledge of this mid lane matchup, and he destroyed mid. Like it wasn't even close. He had like more denies than the Tiny had CS, and I wasn't even really that impressed with the Tiny pick itself and what it gave Beastcoast as a hero, and he wasn't able to really do much with that either. So yeah, overall good draft by Falcons here. This is something I expected to see in game number 1 from them, drafting just their comfort heroes, playing fast, playing aggressive, and not doing too many of these cheeky counter picks. I really like crit on Snapfire and as a hero like that, and just making sure that Amar has a good laning stage.
And Malrine transitioned a good laning stage into like blowing the game wide open for his team. We saw there he went for the Wisdom Rune, kills the Doom, waits for him to TP back in, and then with the Jingu that he got from killing the Doom the first time, kills the Doom again. This game is over. Like the moment that happens, Doom is never going to have a game. He needs like 20 minutes of farm. That's like one of the most irrecoverable things that can happen in Dota. And we saw at the same time Falcons also were able to pick up their own Wisdom Rune and then kill Moose, who was trying to steal it. So this is just a flawless like first 15 minutes from Falcons. I would say the MVP to this game is not actually anybody in the game. It's Owie. The draft
might be the first time you've ever publicly said something nice about it.
I was paid to say this. It's a lot of money. But essentially, like, the gameplay looks entirely different from all of them across the board.
Yeah.
Just flawless gameplay. They won all the lanes. They made all of the rotations to get every single resource on the map. Skeeter went mid on Razor. Normally, you'd see Skeeter do the Skeeter rotation through the portal. But guess what? They had such a good off lane that they had already taken that tower, and they had taken the safe lane tower. So Skeeter's like, okay, well, I want to make this rotation. Where am I going to go? He goes mid on the 10-minute catapult and then takes the mid tower. And they completely closed out the map with the first 15 minutes of the game.
I think the other thing being El Misho on the sniper here going 0 and 10 is a completely different game winter compared to when he was on the Bat Rider in game number 1. Didn't have that initiator. I thought maybe being a sniper, extra damage could have been enough to get a better laning phase, but it also felt like it kind of crumbled around having a position 4 like that.
Yeah, I mean, this game is a very good example of why Sniper is just not a very reliable position 4. He might be like good in certain games, but when the games don't go well for you, you want a support that can still offer you something, you know, as a position 4. And you saw how like the Monkey King kept coming over to bully the Doom. He literally couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So if the lane is not going well, this hero doesn't really offer anything else. And after the laning phase, he's basically another carry, you know, like you're trying to farm.
Yeah.
And you're not really gonna go mid gank, or you're gonna push a tower. You're just not gonna offer anything. So if you don't get your value out of the sniper in the lane, this hero is gonna be very, very hard to pull.
You're kind of hoping that like your first 2 minutes of the game goes so well because Shrapnel is OP that he can just have some aura items, like a drum and a solar by the time your team needs you to do stuff. But Falcons was playing so active that he did not have a cooldown on the shrapnel. He had like 1 shrapnel every time Mallory went bot, and then he's like, well, shit, what do I do next?
Or earlier than that, he just didn't really have the mana. He was always just that little bit short as well. And then you see both Snaking and Skittler surviving on what felt like the same amount of health that the shrapnel would have done damage. So it was just very small things there. I also want to back up what Winter was saying about the sniper not really being that pos for that's giving results, because it's tied up there with the most pick hero of the road to the international so far, and it has a 29% win rate. So it has been picked 24, 25 games and roughly a 29% win rate. So it's doing pretty poorly when it comes to those stats. It's really rough for them, but it doesn't mean that we have a tied series now. Falcons getting game number 2, Beastcoast having game number 1, and there's going to be this change up for what could be a whole different internal meta created for game number 3 for you.
Yeah, there's been 2 Doom picks now, and lost both games there.
Sure.
And both games, the lane that the Doom was in, we kind of criticized the POS 4 with it, but is it the POS 4's fault? Is it the Doom not?
Doom also does not have a good win rate. He has like a 40% win rate. There's a few heroes that have been very highly prioritized. I kind of had that feeling about Sniper coming into it, just because there's always a trendy hero in a certain position that people like to pick, and sometimes there's like one person that's very successful with it, and people are trying to emulate. And I think like Soxa is a very good sniper player, for example, and he could probably make it work. But the win rate in pubs didn't look good. The win rate in competitive doesn't look good. I've looked at the individual Dota 2 Pro trackers of a lot of these 4 players, and it's like, oh wow, this guy has an 80% win rate with Shadow Demon. What a great player. Oh, 20% with Sniper. And it's still the same amount of games, like really, really trying to make it work. I don't understand the obsession with some of these heroes, and I would guess it's probably because there's some stuff going on in scrims that
of course, we're not always privy to.
Yeah, or like flex potential, but we've very rarely seen the Sniper flex. Doom can't be flexed. Some new meta heroes like Kunkka are looking a lot better and a lot more flexible.
Well, look, let's keep this conversation going, but I'm not going to limit it to just us. We're going to bring in a 5th person here. Purge, you're going to give us some more information about what's happening here between Falcons and Beastcoast.
That's right. I want to talk about how good Sniper is as support, guys. Watch this. I've got 2 good clips before everything goes bad. And that's going to be the glory zone that the players are always remembering before
this is what drives them to pick the sniper.
Exactly. Look at that. Snake King walking into the creep wave. He's going to get shrapnelled twice. He almost dies. He has to pop the healing Lotus. And he's got a salve ready to go. He's like, all right, here we go. Popping the salve now. And then boom, it gets interrupted. This lane is actually kind of ruined here for Falcons as a result. Watch what happens afterwards. Skeeter's now half HP. He's going to get dived under the tower. He's going to almost die here. It's really, really scary. Or does he die this? Okay, he dies this. I can't remember. Okay, he does die this one. That was the second time he got dived there. Crit with a great TP rotation is going to help ensure that they kill the Doombringer. But if not for that TP, maybe a little bit hairy killing the Doom. And then they stick around when Doom comes back. This is when they kill Doom the second time. Snake King's going to trade his life out for this. So if the supports don't do a really good job here in the response of them both getting really low and being pressured for a while, it gets way harder. And here's that clip you guys saw when we came back from break. The Monkey King rotates over. He won his lane so hard that he gets to use his hero resources to further offset that lane disadvantage that they got from those sniper trades. And, you know, in this clip, Sniper's doing absolutely nothing. But
he has no shrapnels.
But the laning stage part, when he did have shrapnels, it was pretty sick. So they did give themselves a little advantage in the lane there. They did bully the Razor, but mid was won so hard that Mallory was able to also win the off lane. And then Tiny spent this first, the next 10 minutes collecting his Blink Dagger. It took forever for him to get online. They were just too far behind.
Every time the camera clicked on Sniper there, shrapnel's on cooldown for like 20 seconds.
Do you think that's the most broken spell, Purge? The shrapnel?
When you have charges, yes.
All
But then they go away and they don't come back for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it does take a minute and a half for all of them to respawn, which is a big issue.
All right, well, Purge, thank you so much. I like that you brought a different opinion around Sniper as a support compared to my panelists who are all not in favor of Sniper, unless apparently...
I haven't said anything about the Sniper.
What would you like to talk about? Really. I just know that you don't really like to fixate on one hero, you know?
Oh, no, I mean, I feel like the Sniper itself is it doesn't feel that great, personally. I really think in the laning stage aspect, it can win you the lane, and that can sometimes be invaluable. But I think in this particular game, Mallory just 1v9 in this game. He won mid, and then he also just destroyed bottom.
Yeah.
And it just broke the game so open that it was unplayable. And there's nothing if that was a Lion, if it was a Snapfire, the result would not have changed in this game just because Mallory would have made that same rotation. Same with Crit, his rotation was also very good to that
I was going to say,
lane.
Amar could be left alone as well. He went 4 bracers, the blade mail, and he won the lane.
He thought about the 5th one, but decided 4 is enough.
He did, yeah. Took the
I
towers.
mean, this comes back to the last ban, right? They banned out Primal. I felt like that's probably like a drafting
This was
mistake.
Beastcoast banned out Primal for their
Should have banned
last
MK,
Yeah, because they already knew they wanted Tiny.
Yeah.
So they needed to ban Monkey King. And Monkey King is not like a hero where nobody's picking. It's been picked so many times already.
Of course, yeah.
So it definitely should have crossed their mind banning the Monkey King. Because Primal is like, I'm not sure if the lane is like going to be difficult for
It's not
Tiny.
going to be like it was in that game.
Yeah, but there's no way it's
Right.
the same like Monkey King.
Maybe there's also that part because isn't Malorine Grandmaster and Primal, so they could
Yeah,
be
but
thinking that
still,
this
like
was more Malorine.
from a strategic point of view, based on matchups, that's definitely a mistake.
Yeah, whatever they were thinking, unfortunately, it was just
Don't think it again. Is what you're saying.
I think so.
That's one way of saying it.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yep. Another one of these situations where we had Owie had to come in and carry his team on game 2. Now Mariano has got to come in and give the speech. You know, what the hell are you guys doing? You're a bunch of
Is
clowns.
that how you would talk to your team?
No, that's how Mariano talks to his team.
Oh, okay.
He
why did
rules
you-
with an iron fist.
Why did you not ban Monkey King, guys?
Yeah, I think
told
so.
you. Will Monkey King be brought up earlier in being picked? Will it sit there in the bans as
No,
well?
Konka
We're seeing
should
the common heroes.
Konka should be brought in earlier.
Brought in earlier. Where was it banned? It was banned in the second phase.
phase.
So it could have been picked up earlier, whether for either team, or it also could have been banned earlier too. So the Monkey King, the Conquer, the Doom, the Snapfire, which got picked
Sniper.
up there, but Tusk, Dragon Knight are common heroes, but they've been banned out in both games right now, in game 1 and game number 2. So I wonder if that one's also going to go. Trend is going to continue, or if they look at this and go, we really need to start widening what's taken out of the pool here.
Isn't this series just all about what you're going to do with Doom?
I think you should ignore it. I think you win if you ignore it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, are you going to? Because in their minds, Doom is the best hero in Dota, right? And like, do you want to ignore it? Sure, you have a game sample of 2 now where it lost, but Doom is still Doom. It's still a really good hero. Are you going to give it away? Are you going to ban it? Like, that's what you really need to talk about, I think, for both these teams right now, because that has been the center of the series, is Doom losing the games right now. And it's not conclusive to be like Doom's a bad hero, because I'm sure it's not.
I think the hero is definitely still good. It's all about the position for.
It's actually the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, what 4 are you gonna pick to lane with the Doom to allow the the Doom, to have a game? That's the most important part of this pick. You can't just, like Fia mentioned just now, like flex around a couple of heroes and you move certain pieces around and then you forget about the overall first pick Doom that you had. Because you're so fixated with other heroes being flexed.
Yeah, that's a lot of food for thought, because I'm thinking about the overlaps of a sniper and a Wind Ranger as opposed and how they both on different teams were laned with that Doom. You're not really enabling any lockdown to maybe help your Doom out of a sticky situation, to enable him to actually go in. He has to be the one to initiate.
Yeah.
So maybe that's more of the pos 4 that needs to be picked up to make Doom shine again, because he's not that bad of a hero.
I mean,
you're
looking
right.
at the graphic, I think Lion and Snap, they're both like probably the best
Okay,
partner.
Can we
for Doom.
stop talking about the supports? I want to point out that Kunkka is in 2 of these top 3 offlane combos.
I mean, this hero's like it's 80% win.
This is a ridiculous hero. Dota is a game of feel, especially when it's TI season. It's all about instinct. And I think that it feels good when it's second phase. And I think you want to keep testing that.
Is that even true?
What?
Sorry, Dota's a game about feel. I think that depends.
Oh.
Yeah,
I thought you meant the Conquer being second
you
phase.
like feel out if a hero is good, right? It's really hard to like theory craft everything. Sometimes you just have to put it into practice, and then it's like, damn, that felt really good. Let's see how it feels to pick it earlier, and then it keeps feeling good.
Sure, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And so I really do believe that we are hitting the point where
Conquer's first phase.
Yeah, one team is going to first phase Kunkka today. They're going to win because they first phase Kunkka
Or
today,
lose.
and then every team is going to first phase Kunkka or lose, and then the stock.
Yeah, I've seen this scenario many times before where people are picking Kunkka just in the right spot, and it was winning a lot. And then teams will start picking it earlier, and then it'll start losing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it really comes down to, do you want to be that first team to escalate this pick, and you actually think no
But
matter
does he
what
have
he plays against is good.
like any really bad lane matchups right now?
That's what I was thinking.
Yes,
If you
Monkey
pick him
King.
on Monkey King.
Monkey King is.
But can you
unplayable.
offset it by picking like the right position for?
Yeah, maybe. It's hard. Like you have to go back to these hoodwinks and stuff.
7 first phase picks already, by the way. So there have been other teams that have escalated it,
Yeah.
have put Conquer in that first phase for themselves. So it's worked in the past for other teams. Will it work here? Not too sure. Is that where they think the priority has to go for these two teams? Or, is Doom going to be put to the wayside? Conquer lifted up a lot more? We'll have to see. Draft will be coming up on our screens very soon. While we're still on the topic of Conquer, though, his facets. Let's talk about it. Which moments do you want to be picking which facet for him? And do you guys know how close it is between the two choices? The High Tide and what's the second one?
5
Grog
seconds
something.
remaining.
The one that gives you
Grog Blossom.
buff
I'm
on
just
X.
throwing words out again. Last time I was correct, so
Yeah, you were
I'm gonna
right.
keep going
Just
with
picking random words. 100% success rate. I think they're both bad.
What?
I think they're both bad.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they're both like not good facets as well with Jenkins.
5
I don't think
Well, he
like
said bad.
they don't. They're not like bristleback bad where they negatively impact.
Okay, those are
right?
terrible
that's
facets.
that's bad.
Those are awful.
Right? Or the Lone Druid like unbearable facet. Those are just bad.
I went for that the other day. I was very confused when my bear turned into a guy. It was really confusing. It's not good.
But basically, I think what he means by bad is like they don't really change the hero very much, right?
No.
So like whatever facet you do go for, I'm gonna say like the Tidebringer one is probably better because it gives you a little bit of edge in the laning stage.
Yep.
I think having that edge in the laning stage is really important just to like snowball the game.
A bad facet would be Primeval Power.
Okay. That's a bad one. That's a bad one. This one's like,
What's that? Oh, that's the Treant one I went when I said carry tree.
Oh my
I went mask
God.
and mask.
Let's not talk about tree again on this panel.
I was waiting to see how long it would take for you to
It
catch.
really unravels quickly here.
Hey, well, look, either way, the Doom was the biggest question coming into game number 3, and what meta has been formed between Beastcoast and Falcons, and it's being picked up by Beastcoast. The bans aren't really any different. Centaur is the one that gets taken out here. Otherwise, Naga is taken out. Tusk is left in the pool. Omni is left in the pool as well. Very unsurprising.
So we did talk about, Doom losing both of these games and maybe the stock and the hero going down a bit. But it was Doom versus Centaur both times. And Centaur is exceptionally good against the Doom. You Doom the guy, and then Centaur presses ult, you run away hasted, and...
Andrew, Tusk is a mini Centaur now. Drinking buddies.
Is it good enough?
25% movement
10
speed.
seconds remaining.
Okay. I'm with it.
Make sure you turn off your alt cast so you drag your teammate away from the Doom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a believer in the drinking buddies now. Just seeing it in action, people... every time I see it, it's like, is it really that long of range? Like, how is this balanced?
Yeah, when you turn on alt, it's longer because you don't move the other guy. But when you're trying to escape from Doom and you're trying to save your teammate, you should turn it off. So you drag your teammate over.
Drag your teammate and snowball to
and
creep or
snowball.
something.
Or you just based on the situation, you could just let him run with the move speed bonus, the 25% move speed.
Yeah.
And then snowball later.
Or you can snowball the guy or the Doom and then he can't chase.
To be fair, everything in Dota is balanced. It's a perfectly balanced game because every hero has a counter, and that's why Dota is a perfectly balanced game.
So true, Fear. Couldn't put it better myself. But let's look at the bans here because there's a big change up in the second phase. So far, I know there's still another ban left there for Falcons, but Dragon Knight left in the pool, Luna left in the pool. There's Razor, a reactionary ban from Beastcoast, but Falcons banning Leshrac. I think there's a lot of different questions around what is happening in the second phase of bans right now for the two teams.
Leshrac is like sniper pos 4, right? It gives me the same vibe.
Yeah.
Going to the lane, you're trying to win the lane, but after that, you're kind of going to be just farming and scaling as a core. I mean, I don't know how strong the hero is overall, but all I can say right now is the lane is very obnoxious, if you go for the Diabolic Edict facet.
Yeah, I think it's like a comfort thing for Beastcoast because Lumpy also plays a lot of Leshrac mid, and so there's flex potential in it.
Okay.
And they will play it on the 4 position like you guys were mentioning, and I feel like it's one of those things where if you have a player on your team, like a 4 player who really likes the hero and has spammed it a lot in pubs, it's pretty damn good, and it can be kind of cheesy and annoying to deal with. And so Falcons, they're just kind of like, okay, game 3 of a best of 3 that's kind of close at this point. Let's not give them some like weird comfort thing that they can flex between multiple roles. It makes sense to me.
All makes sense.
I think what Beastcoast is trying to do now is they're very carefully and strategically trying to lure Skeeter into picking Wraith King. They pick the Doom, they ban the Razor.
That's it. That's
gotta make it a little more enticing. Don't pick any mana burn heroes here.
I mean, there's
bait 'em
still the
in.
Medusa. You mentioned Medusa against Doom.
It unironically
10 seconds
might work.
remaining.
It actually would work. Skeeter's going to ask for
5
it.
seconds remaining.
They're going to be stuck with a bad carry. And Beastcoast is going to win because there's a Wraith King.
You know what's the
against
funny
them.
thing about Wraith King? Like, he hasn't been in the meta so long, and in the most recent patch, they nerfed him.
Yeah, because he has a very
Perfect
high
time to
win
bring
rate
him
in
up.
pubs.
Yeah, yes, in the low-level pubs, this hero is very good.
He respawns if you kill him, Winter. That's just OP.
There's just no counter. There's just no counter.
No. It's immortal.
Look, there's still a lot of other carries left in the pool right now that either team could go for. That Wind Ranger is still there, probably looking enticing for both teams. The Lina, I know, has been ignored so far within this series, but it doesn't take it out of the question. What else? The Weaver, potentially, the Gyro.
For like the range carries?
Yeah.
You got a lot of them there.
Surely you go Wind, right? I feel like Pango is not happy to play against a Wind. They're not going to go for it. So Falcons could pick it themselves.
Yep, interesting. The Sven here. Guess they want armor against Pango and Tusk.
Makes sense against Tusk a lot, actually. Gives you a lot of extra armor,
10
and the
seconds
barrier
remaining.
helps a lot in the laning stage. Probably going to be their
5 seconds
position
remaining.
5, most likely.
Yeah, it's mostly paired with Lina, I feel. It's really good with Lina.
That is a good lane. Yeah, Lina, Mirana, most all the range carries. You mentioned Weaver could be good too. Really good Weaver game.
Turn to play.
Seems like a great Pango game so far to me. I mean, you're never going to die to any snap spells. They're all magical damage. Dooming a Pango feels miserable because he just keeps rolling. He's a universal hero, so he can eventually build a Lincoln Sphere, and Pango's very good at
10
kiting a
seconds
Sven.
remaining.
Luna is like my dark horse carry.
Look how
right now.
evenly split these
5
facets are, by the way.
seconds remaining.
I've been looking to see which facets are highly contested.
On Luna?
Yeah, and
Wait,
even
what was it? I didn't see it actually.
so 4 games on each facet, both with the exact same win rate, 75% each. There we go.
I mean, basically, the Moonstorm talent is the greedy talent. Pretty much, you go for that one if you feel like you don't have a threat and they can't all in you because you do higher DPS. The other one is like,
10
okay, they can
seconds
all in me.
remaining.
I need to get the damage reduction rolling, and I want to be more tanky. It's a
5
luxury if you can go
seconds
for the
remaining.
Moonstorm one. I must say, because it does increase your damage output by quite a lot, not only in the team fight but even in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's crazy strong for laning. It makes up for the fact that Lunar Blessing doesn't give you as much damage anymore.
So it's based on your opponent's lane, so which facet you would be more inclined to go for.
I mean, I always go for Moonstorm if I care about my lane, but sometimes like at some point in the game, because Moonstorm just gives you damage based on how many beams are hitting heroes, right? Every time you hit a hero with a beam, you get damage. The Glaive one, it gives you flat damage reduction when you press W. So that'll help you be more survival to 25% damage.
So if you go for that, then you would probably take 1 point in it for the lane itself.
No. 1 point of what?
The barrier.
Oh, no one gets that till later. It's like...
I seen like a game yesterday, he went 3-1-1 when he had that facet.
3-1. I mean, you can get an early point in your W, but it's like not ideal because it's slowing down your farm later on with the glaives, or it's just
Making
nerfing
your ult worse.
capability. Yeah, if your ult worse. So. But anyway, I'm a big fan of Luna right now. This hero feels really strong. It fits the meta. Like a lot of people haven't recalibrated their minds that Luna's actually a fast hero right now. It's not that slow Luna, and a lot of teams are starting to realize that and pick it up more. And it's looked really good. Storm Spirit picked up. This hero's been a counter to Pango mid for years now, I want to say.
What if you just
10
shove the penguin
seconds
off
remaining.
lane?
Yeah, you could.
Good.
Yeah, you definitely could.
It's not something
5
that I feel
seconds
like
remaining.
Amar wants to play unless he absolutely has to.
Right, he doesn't want to, but he can.
Yeah, and it's not like...
He's a good Pango.
It's not like the mid matchup's unplayable for Pango either. It's just like
Oh, okay.
nice to have in the game. Because it's kind of like a free Storm lane, and that's generally when you want to pick Storm, when you just have a good lane and you can try and snowball the game. But Pango can still play into this matchup.
I mean, would you rather just like maybe swap
10
the lane,
seconds
so
remaining.
that because Storm is a hero, I feel like you don't really want to give this hero like a very good
5
lane.
seconds
I would try my
remaining.
best in the draft to try to swap the heroes around if I could.
I mean, Beastcoast is thinking the same. They banned the puck. If there's that right hero, it doesn't get banned out, I'm sure Falcons will think about it. But if they can't find that hero that's really going to crush it, then they'll probably just stick with the
Turn to
Pango mid
battle.
and pick something else for Amar here.
I kind of like Invoker for that. I like Invoker against the Sven, can dispel the armor.
Malrine Invoker, though?
That'd be a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
a
it's
bit-
good with their heroes, I feel like. You have Lasso and Tusk to set up Sunstrikes.
I'm just sitting here trying to think of Malrine
10
heroes like
seconds remaining.
We saw
Primal.
Watson play Invoker earlier, so anything's possible.
5
That is
seconds
true.
Carry
remaining.
Invoker.
That is true, but he's carry. People always love playing the off-roll heroes.
Yep. But for Beastcoast, they're looking for a carry that can kind of match up against the Luna here. Any range carry.
Does that exist?
Yeah, it's called Morphling.
You just become the Luna.
Morphling hard counters them. And what's one of the... I mean, these range heroes are pretty good too, like Lena's and stuff like that.
Still Wind Ranger.
Still good
Oh, no.
Beaver game
Yeah.
too, if you want to go that
Make up
route.
one.
But yeah, this is Luna's worst matchup. And
Okay,
I would
they really need Disable on Falcons.
I would
for the Morphin
100% now go for the Moonstorm talent now over the Glaive one, because Morphling turns into you, presses W, he gets that damage reduction too, and that matchup becomes even more unplayable. So
10 seconds
I would suggest
remaining.
not going for that.
Yeah, he
facet.
keeps it when he goes back into the morph
Yes, he does.
form.
So he's not only hitting you, but he has 25% damage reduction too.
I think that's when Morphling hard counters heroes the most, when he can turn into them, get something, then go back to Morphling form, like Gyro
Correct.
Flat Cannon,
Yeah.
same thing.
The Dark Willow, stuff like that. Yeah. With the
I feel like Invoker is the only like really good pick here. Yeah, they go Monkey. I feel like Storm doesn't really care that much.
Do you guys think he'll get an Orchid on Monkey King this game?
I don't know, maybe.
Against the Morph and the Storm? 'Cause I do feel like they've kind of lacked Disable.
This is an interesting matchup mid. Like, a lot of people pick Storm into Monkey King. So basically, Monkey wins the laning stage. But I'm not even sure. It probably still should win. But now that you have the facet of, what is it? The
Static Slide?
Yeah, Static Slide. You don't have to get as close as you used to in the past. So that kind of helps there. But Storm is really good at finding Monkey in the trees, because when you ball lightning over a tree, you destroy it. And then so if you kind of like either scan or see him jump to a tree, you have that reach. So they're really picking this mainly just for the laning stage. Malring yet again thinks that he's going to crush the laning stage, snowball it to another lane as well. But I feel like this is not as free of a lane as the Tiny.
It's not the same with like Monkey Puck or Monkey Tiny. I feel like I'm going to root for Beastcoast lineup, overall lineup. I feel like they have the stability. Their draft looks very, very easy to execute. And on Falcon's side, there's a lot of risk involved with their lineup. Like if certain small little detail didn't go right in the early game, everything could just fall apart for them.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Jenkins said earlier about Pyke, the heroes that he likes playing and stuff, not really these semi-carries. He gets to be a 1v9 carry in a game where he absolutely can 1v9, so that's good for Beastcoast.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards Beast Coast. I see a lot of really good one-to-one counters. Like I do really believe in the Luna late game. I agree with you that this hero just looks like a monster late game compared to before. But you have the Doom. You can Doom always like picks one guy, they're out of the fight. And then the other one-to-one counter is like you mentioned, this Storm versus Monkey King. This is a very good matchup.
He's taking the Moon Shield facet too for Morph.
He's taking the Moon Shield facet. Man, I really do think Beast Coast took advantage on this draft. The only thing that I'm a little worried about is Moose is playing Sven, which is more of a traditional, boring, do-nothing pos 5, and I really like to see him on heroes that can rotate. You kind of can with the Sven stun, but it's not as much as a Marcy does, right? That's my only concern for Beast Coast, but otherwise I really like their draft.
Well, look, he could show that he has a different way that he could play as opposed 5, be able to succeed that way. But either way, we're heading into a game number 3. Let's jump on over to our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Man, I gotta say, every like solo shot of just Jenkins next to Winter, it's amazing.
That's what we're here for.
But we do have an amazing game set up. Personal growth is what we need out of Moose. Can he play the boring position 5 that nobody likes to play?
No. How, can he transform the boring Sven into the move Sven, right? Get all around, get these stuns off, set some plays off in the side lanes. That's what we need.
I would be down to see that. I think that I really like the Beast Coast draft a lot here as well. To be honest with you, I've liked all of their drafts. I feel like Mariano's put together a really solid performance. we'll see if in this game they're going to be able to sort of, deal with the issues that came up in that last one. Anything to you stand out you saw in the draft that was really surprising?
I think the final pick there, the Monkey King, is the big thing to look for. It's just like, can he do it again, right? Is Lumpy going to have a bad time? A few more lumps coming his way, perhaps. Is that why he's Lumpy? Can he take the lumps and recover?
He's static sliding, that's for sure. Yeah. Static slide.
There is a pause. Don't worry. We're not missing anything here. That's why you get to see our lovely mugs here.
I feel like I kind of look like Storm Spirit a little bit too. So if I'm doing the static slide, that's
good.
It's like I cosplay it.
Yeah, I don't have the facial hair for a Monkey King. I think he's got a nice beard, so you can just have to do both. I'm sorry.
What can I do?
Yeah, I don't have a matchup to cover this.
We could fight like.
No, that's good.
All right, fair enough. Well, we are going to be into this pause here now as we get ready to go. 1v9 is what they need out of Pyke this game. We'll see if this Morphling can do it. And as we talked about, or rather what Fear was mentioning, was the Moon Shield facet for Luna will be a problem. Because if Pyke just runs right in, turns into the Luna, all of a sudden you're going to get exploded. Or rather, he's going to be able to have all that extra bit of damage reduction. But maybe they could see something. The big answer that used to be there for Morphling was the Lincoln Sphere. People used to play that or use that against him. Could be an idea.
Yeah, I think it's not so much 1v9 as 2v8. I feel like Skitter's really helping him out there by taking that facet.
You're not wrong. It's pretty nice. The stronger you get, the stronger I get, but not really, but kinda.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, and of course, we're doing all this theory crafting about what mid-game team fights might look like, when in actuality, if they have a similar laning stage to what we saw last game from Falcons, Beastcoast aren't even going to get an opportunity to do anything in this one. But they've got the first win under their belt in that game number 1, and now coming into this game number 3, we'll see if Beastcoast can replicate that type of success another time.
Can they make their way to the upper bracket?
That would be crazy.
Can they send down the potential favorite here at TI to the lower bracket?
I mean, we haven't seen that many, upsets yet in this tournament, and I feel like Road to TI, it's not an easy path. There's a lot of great teams that are here. Are they going to get punished? Skitter, already.
Taunting in the river here.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Elmisha thought about going for it, but won't make that move. So that is going to be one of the matchups to watch there, but of course, the other big thing is watching to see how mid does. Is 3 bounty runes going the way of Falcons?
Good start. Massive lead being taken right now. So Crit comes down with the boots and the blood grenade. What an item. I didn't think that item was going to last. I'm going to be real. I still barely buy that item because I just assume one day it's going to be gone.
Right.
It's too good.
It's okay, so just won't take advantage of it.
Yeah, no, it's just like, it doesn't feel right.
Right. Shout out to the Obs right there as well, pointing out the other thing that we noticed during the hero pick stage. It's actually a ricochet for Elmisho. We have seen way more often the full bore get taken, but this time around, at the very least, deciding to go for the ricochet facet instead.
Yeah, I'm very confused by that one. It feels like a raw laning phase choice.
Yeah.
Or just saying, like, I want normal scatter blast, but man, full board is just, it feels so incredible to use. Like, maybe he's saying, like, I'm going to go, like, Reeves if I can and try and stay really tight in this game. I'm going to be playing in with my team anyway. We need more frontline.
I think it's what you're talking about right here, actually.
Yeah.
It's easier in the laning stage to deal with the Tusk if the up-close damage is greater, as opposed to the full bore, which you can stay a little bit more outside the fight.
And it's not just that, of course. It's the close damage, but it's most importantly, it's like when you're missing your attacks, right? Like now you're gonna get this bonus damage back onto him instead. So we'll see. See if they can spread the damage across multiple targets.
Crit, you can't blood grenade couriers, but with those boots, still able to run them down. It's a slaughter out there. That was also a salve that was taken away from them too. Snaking, go for the Drinking Buddies play. Amar gonna try and do the best that he can in this lane. Pango off lane, not something that's often seen as the nicest situation to play.
Yeah, one of his more recent pickups too. Amar had to put a lot of work into this hero to try and create something else, because like a year ago he didn't play Pango, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think he had like 0 pro games or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those ones where he has really worked on it to create more of these abilities for them to flex during the draft, because that's what took Falcons to greatness in the first place, was the flexing of the Razor and the Timbersaw and the Dragon Knight, and making it impossible to draft versus this team.
Right. Well, and so far, at least, it's turned out to great success throughout this year. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it work again here on this big stage. As Flame Break, little pushback there onto both of these two heroes, trying to mess with them and mess up that last hitting on the Pango as well. But yeah, 12-4 so far versus the 12-3. Not having a bad time at all. Tally, just back away there. Have the Scatter Blast connection onto both, and a couple more hits. Infernal Blade, but Snaking will walk away from that one. Yeah, drop it down very low, and there's the swap over. Strength form after the fact. Shards block off. Now turning, goes with the little shredder, the hit. Tally is low, and Snaking, he's gonna die. So Misho gets the kill. Is gonna come at a cost though, as Skitter tries to run him down, juke through the trees. No Cookie to get away, but might be able to make it for the Mud Golems. Come give me a hug. I wanna say hi. And no, not gonna happen.
Maybe he'll think I took Cookie and turn around. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? Like, using the facet for the ricochet to then use the little shredder early, since most snaps just ignore it now. You get some benefits based off it in that situation. It does help get the return kill.
Trent, we do have a bit of an issue here that
I love
I'm noticing. Oh, is he just going to lose that ward? I think he might. But I'm noticing something similar happening out of mid while this is a fight that's going on. I'm looking there, and 20-13 versus 14-2. It's not a good time.
No, and once again, the denies are outpacing the last of his opponent, and statistically, that's bad.
True.
Yeah. I mean, Lumpy's been getting a couple stacks going for himself off to the side in the jungle. That'll be his recovery piggy bank. But yeah, it is not looking good right now.
No, this is quite a rough time. And the other thing is, like, as much as we're talking about, okay, having a good time on the Morph lane, having an okay time on the Doom, if Monkey King starts running around out here, this is going to be a huge issue. He might not only be able to obviously shut down Lumpy here to the side, but probably even make these other lanes fall apart too, and there it is. All the way in on him. Static slide in his way, trying to get out of trouble. But Maureen gets the proc off, and
Moose gets his career.
That's something at least.
Success for the support Spad. He's just sticking on crit like glue. Turning the 1v1 in the bottom lane. Giving Morph an okay time. Likewise, though, same thing for Amar. He's not under any sort of a threat here. So one of the problems with the offlane Pango is often they get a little under-farmed here. Is Moose and Crit both take down some Observer wards.
Okay. Fine, fine. That was a really weird battle going on between the two of them. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on there, but, you know, sometimes you just got to make moves like that. Now Reen getting hot in this tournament.
And he's doing great there on the Monkey. And then, of course, you know, Crit very much known for his Hoodwink throughout a lot of this year. But with the other hero he's been crushing on has been this Bat Rider. Back when it was like first pick, first ban for a lot of teams, Falcons were playing it a ton, and Crit would just stack and take over the game on this hero, getting these super early Blink Daggers at like, you know, 10, 11 minutes or something on these support bats, and just roaming across the entire map. So again here, he's trying to go over these stacks, but Moose knows, right? He loves Crit. You know, he's been from the region, NASA, the brothers.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna make sure that he understands the game plan of his opponent here and wants to try and shut that down.
Very prepared for that playment, and blocking it off with the Sentry right at the start. So won't have that giant piggy bank to return back to after the fact. And the other big thing to watch for is Falcons already have a 2K gold lead is going to be, will they manage to secure the Wisdom Runes this time? Losing those at 7 was so rough.
Or steal some stacks as well, because they know that Beastcoast have a few up here in the triangle, and Mallory's moving in.
Now Moose makes the move, needs to get out of here. The stun to try and walk away. I mean, he's very tanky. Moose taking them far away from the bounty runes, which it looks like the battle might be happening.
This is the funniest heat map of a 5-span I've ever seen in my life. He has not been bottom.
No.
He's been anywhere else.
Bro, and look at this. They might lose it again.
Oh, yeah.
It's going down.
Wait.
Oh, Snake King steals it, and they can't get the other one. This can't afford to happen to Beastcoast here. I mean, the Monkey King just provides too much.
It's a 3K lead right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's all well and good if you have a Morphling with a great game, but if he doesn't have the tools to get online, this is not going to work. Yeah, there's the movement of the Sven.
Making his way. And chill down for a little bit, then into the jungle, then into the mid lane, and now he's the top rune. Sure. All right, Morphling, you got it, buddy.
Meanwhile, Falcons wanting to put the screws to Beastcoast. After a game number 1, they banned out the Medusa in this one and have just come out swinging.
Mid lane, they're going to jump here. Moves, making his rotations like he likes to do, and they're going to get crit.
Okay. I mean, this is a much better hero for Lumpy in terms of ability to catch back up, finding kills, right? Obviously, you're still going to want runes, and might be able to get it. It looks like it's going to be an arcane spawning up top. Lumpy can't really afford to use his mana pool to go there, but maybe they could find something on the Snake King here? No, can't do it.
Just total shutdown here. I mean, Skeeter's here.
Yeah.
There's a Luna. Are they coming for the stacks? Are they going to make a little play for this here? What are we doing? He just wants to eclipse somebody.
I'm not sure. It's not the biggest stacks in the world, but taking them away is nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're just straight up just stealing gold from your opponents by doing this.
Likewise, Beastcoast, fine. Anything you can do, we can do better.
Good choice. Nice moves.
I like that one a lot.
And not getting caught by an early eclipse play here. Like we've seen so many people lately with these Lunas now suddenly having actual damage early in the game. Being able to invest points in the Lucent Beam.
Lamar comes in, says, hey, guys, they took away some stuff from us here. Pretty annoying.
They didn't block the Ancients, though, so Crit will get another stack on that.
Yeah.
More dragons to be farmed.
And that gold lead cut down now to just 2,000. As it looks like Monkey King wants to make the move down bottom, see if he can get something done against this Morphling.
Hard area to use the Rolling Thunder, unless they catch him back here at the camps. This part's not nearly as bad.
They're already through.
Oh, they're through the twin. Skeeter's been so active this game. It is hurting his net worth.
Yeah.
But he's here again.
And they find him immediately. Needs to be careful. Gets the push away, but they get the Doom off before the Rolling Thunder, and Morphling manages to live through it. Okay, things starting to feel a little bit better as they do run down. Lumpy full mana pool used.
He wants to be involved in this one.
Gets the kill at the end there. And in the meantime, Vitaly is in no man's land still. El Misho backs away with them. They going in a bit too far, snowball in, and no more mana means that Snapfire likely dead off to the side. Crit chasing down moves with Malrine. They split up, find 2 kills, not bad.
Turns into 3. Oh man, that is... Felt so good getting that Doom onto Amar, but it still ends up being a pretty good win here from Falcons as they continue the pressure immediately after with the help of the Seas of Serenity. They're not going anywhere.
That said, it was a nice catch-up being able to be involved in those kills. You take a look at like the top 5 cores, less than 1,000 gold separating the net worths. It's really just the Doom that's a little bit behind right now, in spite of being involved in that kill. And DD, thinking about going for Crit. Lumpy thinks the better of it.
Yeah, a little bit of space there, plus the TP from Malrine's gonna give him better ideas to go and do. But, you know, Crit not having the best back game. He hasn't been free to just farm it up or anything. Been a little bit busy trying to make these moves and rotations, doing the D-warding he's up to now. So at least be a slightly later Bat Rider blink than usual. But he's also stacking up his Ancients again right now.
In the meantime, looking down bottom, they would love to be able to take down Skitter here. Pike in the area, and they're instead going to find the kill onto Crit. How can they take down this Morphling? Morphling playing aggressive, realizes I can make this move. Snowball already out. Shard's going to connect. The rest of the team converging on this area. Waveform through just finds the solo. Now Malrine and Skitter making their move. The Boundless Strike forward needs to get out of there.
Oh!
And the Eclipse is just barely enough. Oh, well played.
What happened?
They were just a little bit slow.
Yeah, they
that move.
It's like he wanted to go on both of them, but then he gets a solo kill, so they all turn around again. And then he's just left defenseless there. Another great move by Malrine, crushing at these 2 games on the Monkey King. He's just always in the perfect spot, setting up for that Eclipse kill. Like, these guys are so close to getting these good moves, and then Malrine's just there to smack them back down.
Yeah, they need to find a way. I feel like you got to doom the Monkey King maybe even here, but he's not like a great hero to doom anyways. Snake King off to the side. They bottle the Invis Amar. They get that roll off now. Hunting in. What can he do? Vitaly drops the Doom down.
Okay, now the chase is continuing, but they already have the Boundless out and about. That looks like that might be enough. He's living through it. Right at the end. Oh, don't die to neutrals. That'd be bad. But Boundless used, Rolling Thunder used, Doom used.
Morphling and Storm still farming. We'll take that as the win right now. But they are keeping a pretty solid lead here on the side of Falcons.
Based upon what we've seen so far, do you feel like Falcons are under pressure to make these aggressive plays? Do they need to be building up a gold lead right now, considering how scary Morphling gets later?
I think it's okay, because their cores are still farmed. Their Luna could be like 8 or 9K though, I feel like, this game.
Right.
Like if Skeeter, but they've been choosing to play aggressive and be involved on this Luna, not super AFK.
Right.
And he's getting those stacks now, so he is going to shoot right up to the top of this chart, despite being the 3rd core a moment ago. Now he's at the top thanks to this big stack from Crit. That's going to slow down the blink again though.
And no tier 1 tower to TP2 means that no chance for Vitaly to get in and help out his buddy. Yeah, that is a good point. The sort of slowdown of this Bat Rider has meant that there's a window where you can actually make some stuff happen around Storm.
Yeah, he'll get it now, though. They're giving him the mid lane. He got all the assist gold from the stacks anyway.
Right.
So it's all good. Didn't get to farm up too many of them themselves, but they all add up in the end.
Getting towards that Manta on the Luna as Lumpy clears through these Ancients, or at least some of them.
And what's really good about the Tusk is that it's a support that has a lot of just like single target damage that you can pair up with the Bat Rider. So he's a melee hero, so he gives you that little bit of like sustain and body in the engagement, but he's also got like Finger of Death, like like a line or something like that, right? So you can come and help with these lassos and everything. And that's probably what they're gonna look for. Just smoke up together with the help of Malrine. You just do like Boundless into Blink, Lasso, Walrus Punch, boom, dead. Good ward here. Oh, unfortunately, he doesn't have the trees cut anymore though, so I can't actually spot where Snaking's moving. But yeah, this is a freebie. They're even gonna Wukongs just because Snaking was a little far away, but he gets there in time anyway.
Smoke up with the other 3, trying to get active here with the level 6 and the jump on the Skitter.
And the kisses.
Pulls him in, tries to bring him down, and easy peasy. Now Pike in the area. Malrine, they turn onto him, needs to wait for him away. Walrus Punch comes out, still strength form switch over. Can they keep him alive? Doing what they can, pushes to the far side of the shards. That keeps him alive.
Big save from Amar coming in with the help there. He really did not want to have to morph there, but had to use it for the Luna, I guess, anyway, before she died.
Yeah. All right. Tally, he's got his Midas done, though. So, yeah, you're taking out this Doom, but he is going to start to catch back up eventually. It's going to take a while. You know what's the other thing I just realized?
What's that?
He has taken the death throw power. So if he dies, he's giving over all of that extra base attack damage on the Doom. 60%. It's actually pretty hype with the morph.
That is pretty crazy, actually.
I mean, he's been dying a lot too, so
it's a genius. That is, yeah, I mean, it's one of the best heroes in the game to give it to.
Now, find one, already dead, and the turn on to Monkey King. Do they have enough damage? Snowball save. Lumpy waiting for him to come out of it. And will they be able to bring him down with that Doom? Lasso already used. Vitaly's starting to die. And in the end, it is going to be Monkey King getting away. Moose could not run him down. Malrine, so slippery and hard to kill on this Monkey King.
2, 0, and 8. Definitely the assister more so in this one than actually getting the kills himself. She's happy to do. Just tons of setup here. As again, Skeeter farming ancient stacks, but they're not even his own. I guess they were stacked by Snaking to be technical, so kind of are.
Malrine giving the other temp to Lumpy yet again. I mean, Malrine has definitely been the MVP so far in terms of his movements on this Monkey King. He's been making this hero look very, very good.
It's actually crazy that Lumpy's almost caught up to him in terms of net worth. You have to give some credit to Lumpy, I think, because he got trashed, man.
Absolutely.
Like, he's crawling back out of the dumpster to get back into this game. Still smells a little bit, but he's in there.
Right. Well, and I mean, it's a 6K gold lead. Like, it's starting to feel like they're getting this momentum going on the side of Falcons. That last movement mid where they weren't able to get the kill. I mean, you know, you imagine how different this looks if Malrine dies there, but
was able to survive through it.
Kissens are up and ready to go here again from El Micho, so Zip into Kissens is back on the table, but they don't have anyone who's making themselves vulnerable. Amar was down here on the wave, but he's got this pipe, wand. It's hard to bring down.
Oh yeah.
They are a lot of magic damage right now.
A smoke play coming with Crit and Malrine together. They want to make a move for 20 minutes, I guess, or somebody that's going to farm this.
Yeah, just looking for him farming the Ancients, coming through again, stealing those. Like, they're just playing really active on this side of the map. It's nighttime, so you can do this with Luna team.
Oh my god, and look at this, how defensive he's playing. Is he just within range, though, of that ward? They see him now. Oh, they know he's back there. Crit would love to go. The Monkey King, the tree is moving. Do they see him? They jump forward, find him. He gets the strength form off. Will it be enough to keep him alive, though? No! As they brought numbers. What a sick play. Oh, my God.
Yeah, the map moves are just too good.
And trying to tilt him, too. The incessant tipping. Stuns come out now. They find Amar. Somebody else that occasionally teams have tried to tilt. As he drops also. Can they find anything after the fact to try and punish the lack of abilities on cooldown?
He did not get out. He stuck around on the high ground here.
Zip Zip tries to escape, does not have a ton of mana. Gotta run, gotta run. El Micho, is he gonna be there? They can't quite get him run down.
Yeah, there was still Cookie left too, so if he tries to like jump in after, might not have any help.
So they're still getting trades, but it feels like every time Falcons is just getting that little bit more out of these engagements.
And Malrine already setting up so much this game, and now purchasing into the Gleipnir once he finishes up that Vitality booster. So just be more and more control. There is the Manta on the Morphling, but Storm, no defensive options versus that right now. Just gonna have to help for a Cookie or the Blink War Stomp there from Vitality.
Where else will they go? They find another ward here. Moo's doing a really good job of de-warding.
Yeah, the wards have been great from Beastcoast. I mean, that was what really carried them in Game 1. The aggressive warding to generate their pickoffs. Now you need a little bit more to the defensive warding. There's a lot of these spots versus Monkey King where you can often catch them, where like you kind of know the spots where Monkey Kings are always trying to cross over.
Right.
Like by the bridges up top and everything. Of course, not as effective as it probably used to be thanks to Tree Dance, because you don't have to do the same angles.
Yeah.
With the Simian stride, right? Now you can just go over the hell you want because there's no cooldown.
In the meantime, Falcon's going to make that move, and yeah, you can see the warding battles that have been going on here. The wards destroyed 7 so far, just on Moose. Slumpy. Not want to get caught here, going to go for the Zip TP. Very, very safe play as they dodge and try and wait for their lineup to get fully online. You can see Crimson Guard in the works for the Doom, while Beastcoast, at 20-minute mark last game, they think they had lost the Aegis and just lost their Tormentor. So it's a better game, but Falcons still on top.
I'm going to hop through the Twin Gate here as Courier is coming down to deliver the Gleipnir. That'll get spotted by a Radiant Observer Ward. Great ward. These are the kind of wards I love, right? Like, way down by the Twin Gate, spotting these global map movements that they're going for here. Trying to keep this Morphling safe when he's farming.
Has been able to dodge away from most of the action coming in. But there were a couple of those clutch pickoffs that did happen.
Snakey's going to find him and just pretend like he's got help.
Right. Yeah, there's no way. DOTA Plus putting it at
a nice lead here.
Yeah,
Falcons.
Definitely. Well, they try and close out one of these towers. There is a mass TP move. Scans come out. Crit looking, finding El Micho. That is a kill that they
Lumpy's like, cool.
Yeah.
Big thumbs up on that one.
And Snaking, Snowball, the rest of the team showing up here. Are they going to be able to find anything? There it is, Gleipnir out, but then the turnaround Boundless.
And Pake's going to leap away.
Ooh, thought about the stun. In pretty far moves, he's going to be left behind. And Lumpy, he's actually out of mana. Oh, no. And the chase, it's coming.
He's high-fiving from so far away.
Oh, there's no way to get out of that. That is a pretty devastating loss as the Storm finally goes down. And Falcons starting to assert some dominance here.
slow and steady, this lead has been growing.
Oh, yeah.
Morphling getting closer to the BKB. Maybe that can be something to try and turn around with a Luna copy.
Well, and the Crimson's done. Really great item against Monkey King, against Luna, against the Pango. Like, all the cores get kind of wrecked by it to some extent.
Oh, well, the mobility is just been upped as well for Malrine. Gonna pick up the Shard now, so gonna have these Boundless Strike leaps into the Gleipnir. Didn't go for that Orchid build the panel had discussed, because he just doesn't need it right now. Look at that, he just sets up one kill and looks for more.
Yeah, they're going for the other one, and this is the much bigger one.
There's the Doom.
Boundless Strike. Oh, moving. Big stun, the waveform through. Holy moly. They tore up Malrine. Tally goes down. Lumpy now trying to get out of there as they're TPing away on the Morph. Moose throws out a stun, just wants to ensure that his Storm does not die this time. A triple kill for Skitter. So they managed to find one kill onto Malrine, but it comes at a big cost. You can see you're still gaining gold from that on Beastcoast, which is crazy.
Yeah, thanks to the Morphling, I guess. And the fact you're not losing any of these other heroes.
Yeah.
But overall, still a win, of course, XP and gold-wise there for Falcons. And most importantly, they go straight into the Roche Pit. It does get the BKB finished for the Morphling, so Pyke feeling a lot better about that, but now contending into an actual engagement is just going to be so damn difficult for them.
Oh yeah, no, it's going to be tough. And this is the type of move, too, that you're going to see from Falcons to really close out the rest of this map. You know, you got 3 tier 2 towers that are available for the pickings. They're closing that lead on the side of Beastcoast.
They are, yep. Yeah,
but
it's getting better.
I mean, I sort of wonder what is the timing that they're looking for on Beastcoast. And maybe it's the BKB on Lumpy. You know, he's getting closer to it.
I think in terms of timing is important, but I think what's most important is just like the way the fight breaks down and how the Doom interacts. Like,
yeah,
the Blink War Stomp Doom. Like, who can you grab? I think if you get the Pango before he's like, you know, obviously like casting all the spells, that'd be great. But he also has a mech and then a Crimson, and so of course he'll still be and a Pipe Story. So he's gonna be popping all of that.
Right.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit problematic.
Waveform used. Obviously, if you can find the Morphling now, pretty huge, but Omisho is gonna run into all these heroes, and that signals Pyke to get the heck out. So they will lose the Snapfire while Lumpy is cutting waves, killing creep camps underneath a ward to keep him a little safe, although now Malrine shows up, he's gonna zip TP.
Again, another great ward, just kind of unsuspecting that it would be so deep here on the map.
I think this moment right here is going to be very telling for how Falcons feel about this game. Shield Rune, Luna, there's an opportunity here to really like push the tempo if they wanted to all group together and go high ground. If they're feeling stressed, you could do that. Otherwise, just play it safe. We'll see how they decide to handle this.
I think you just clear the tier 2s.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like, clear the tier 2s, get good wards down. Again, it's nighttime, so Luna can just move without fear. You have this bonus vision, you have this Monkey King on your side who's just going a little ape all over the place.
Yeah. Skitter stepping over here. And it looks like they are going to just secure this triangle
that
area.
Scan found Pyke up here.
Oh, wow. Okay,
he just jumps next to him. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, he has to. It's the only way he lives.
Jump, jump, jump. Oh, no. Oh, no BKB used. That's crazy.
That's crazy that he stopped so early, like with the tree dance. Okay.
And then finally getting a tip back the other way. So yeah, they do go for the tier 2 clean out.
Oh man, it's so frustrating though when it's level 1 on the Morph.
Yeah.
It's a massive cooldown. It's 2.5 minutes almost.
Was able to save his BKB.
That's true.
And the high ground defense. Will it even be a defense, or are Falcons going to just make the move that we so often see of farming together out on the map and denying areas? It looks like Beastcoast want to make a move themselves, and in fact, Amar, completely alone over there, just gets eviscerated.
That's really well done. No use to the Doom either, so now they can smoke out and go for someone else. Probably smoke out, take wards with you, try and get something down. Their lanes are a bit of a problem, but I would love to see them try and fight during this. Although it's this issue of the Morph still being on cooldown.
Right. 70 seconds.
So then you don't really have the full power of your carry either. You still have Kisses, though, and Doom, so feels pretty good. I think you kind of have to. Yeah, they're gonna start it off.
Morph gets the shard, coming out to him.
What happened to the Storm Smoke? Why isn't he getting smoked? Oh, okay, wow. He really had to get in there. I swear he walked next to Almisha like 4 times. It didn't get smoked, but finally got it, so off they go.
Trying to push out the waves. And Falcons, will they get caught unawares by this? I mean, it's kind of a weird move, I guess. Moose is not in it.
they're smoking to like defensively guard their Wisdom runes. Like,
yeah.
Maybe the monkey will jump in here, guys.
I mean, Falcon's showing some respect and not wanting to go for that play, which it makes sense. It's like a crazy move to make with 1 dead. But now Amar back up again. You can feel the tension, though. Game 1, Game 2, by the wayside, if they're close, it tends to turn into a crazy one if there's stomps one way or the other.
They scanned the Wisdom rune just to make sure someone was there collecting it, and that gives them the confidence to go high ground and force the glyph now. Now, they're thinking if they glyph, he's going to back away, but Skitter doesn't agree.
Moose is ready. Off to the side with the stun to open up if they want to use it. Stun to slow. They have Crimson. Can pop it still. Lumpy dealing with the creeps that are there, drinking buddies. They're giving up the tower, and of course, as soon as the tower's dead, this is what Luna does best. Skitter gonna go back in. It's really close on that edge. Just there's gonna be the lasso pullback on his Sven. The great timing on that stun! Finds BKB. Lumpy right away, forced to use the BKB.
No BKB, I mean, he can just go right back high ground.
Oh yeah. The problem is that Aegis, it's wearing lower and lower. Do you commit yourself to a bad fight? Obviously no BKB on Storm is huge. Amar ready to roll. There's the zip in, zip out. Trying to put a little bit of pressure onto him, but that's a full set of racks gone.
As the Aegis fades, they're able to get that and just slip away into the night here. Very hard to chase. And again, no BKB on Storm. Like, you just can't feel confident going out after that.
Oh yeah. Not what they wanted to see on Beastcoast.
That was good risk management, I think, from Falcons. That was well worth it.
No, they played it quite well.
And right on that 20-minute, 8-minute timing too, so like not, you know, no one holding back for their own Wisdom Room. They scan, make sure that they're not full force up on the high ground. They don't have that great setup. And then you can also say like lassoing moves can be maybe seen as a little bit risky, right? Because like that's not a target you're thinking about.
Right.
But it's worth it, because again, it just crashes their numbers, makes it harder for them to defend. Moose doesn't want to buy back.
I still do kind of wonder what the damage is going to look like from this morph when he manages to switch into the Luna form, if that's what he does. He's been going into the Monkey King more often than not. But it's going to be something to watch for, because I feel like in many ways we just have not seen Beastcoast take the fight that they want altogether. It's like trying to dodge away from things constantly. Let's see if maybe those nerves are starting to get to him a bit. I think that's also going to be a shard done for Storm.
I mean, Amar's like the poster of this like couple of patches right now too, right? Like he's on Pango, who has defensive barrier creating spells. His Greaves are almost done to go with his Pipe and his Crimson, so it's just, and then if you blink Doom him or whatever, like he still pops his items.
Of course,
you know?
yeah.
So, like you're finally, you know, we're talking about how they haven't got that one team fight that they're looking for as Skitter takes down his Courier. That hurts for Pike. No more Demon Edge. You just need so much damage in these fights just to chew through what Pango's going to help his teammates with.
Right. Well, yeah, that, I mean, and finding a done Daedalus for Pike would be huge.
Yeah, that would be a good way to get some damage.
2.5 minutes without it. That sucks.
Yeah, and like now he has no buyback because he bought out for that.
Elmisho likely going to die as he sees, well, maybe not. Okay, he's in some trouble. Run away,
Big in
Elmisho.
space.
Well, the Flame Break pushes him forward, actually, but yeah, it's not going to be a good time. Falcons. 12,000 gold lead now. And as Beastcoast have to dodge away, it feels like every second that goes by is pulling further and further into their lead. But at the same time, you can't fight yet. On the side of Beastcoast, you need those items. If they manage to win one really good fight for Beastcoast, they have really good tower taking potential, but it's a question of will that actually happen? Can you even get it?
At least they can clean this up.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Oh,
Shard.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a really nice one.
Radiant's middle
They need
tower
all
is
the
under attack.
little bits of
Radiant
defense
are
they can
scared.
get right now. And it's a short-ish Roche. 30 more seconds here, so that's going to spawn.
They're so afraid.
They should be. And that's when Falcons are just going to go for the finish here.
Yeah, you can see the line continuing to trend down. And it's going to be a Lincoln's for Luna, so she'll actually be able to defend against the Morph as well.
Yep, good choice.
Oh, that would be painful.
I mean, there's
Option on her.
the Doom too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Very good Lincoln's game here. And then Bat's going to have the Aghanims by then, so Crit is only 1,000 gold away, so they can probably just get, like, Aegis picked up here. Get themselves the banner, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You can see there. Grab that on the second Roche.
I feel like as Beastcoast, you gotta, like, this is where the fight has to kind of happen. Can't afford to give up this Aegis now. They'll see the Luna. Don't know if it's illusion or not. Now they'll see a second one. And 10 seconds until Daedalus. Gotta clear out this wave and then get themselves over that direction, as Roche has respawned.
This courier better hurry. I don't know. They're smoking up. This is it, Gabe.
You gotta make something happen. Win or lose right now. Upper bracket, lower bracket for Beastcoast or Falcons.
Where's the lasso? Where's the Doom?
Lumpy gonna try and get a bunch of vision to start this. Daedalus assembled.
It's a daytime fight. That's good news for Beastcoast.
Okay. Vision out. Lumpy using some mana. We'll be able to bottle up through it. Snake King off to the side. Of course, the snowball save is going to be really key to how this goes as well. They drop down a ward immediately. Moose takes down the Vision. Falcons. Who is presenting as a target? It's Snake King first. Buyback statuses are the other things to watch for. They only have buyback on the Bat and the Tusk.
Snake King's flexing big right now.
Oh yeah, the smoke wears out, and now
it's like a puffer fish when they blow up. It's like, you want some?
Falcons see that Luna, or rather that Roche is up. Ike Manta, send them out. Lumpy gonna catch that wave. Wave's not really that much of a concern right now. And oh, they're thinking about going for the tier 1 tower.
I mean,
or they? I was wondering if they want to take it so that way there's not a quick reinforcement, but it's way too healthy.
Yeah, it's too spooky. Don't go that far away from the team.
The other thing, it's about to switch to nighttime. They're going to need to go through the gate. Beastcoast, they think they missed it. Oh,
okay.
No.
Not only that, but now it's the...
Oh, no.
That would have been so good, actually, if they caught someone.
Oh, God. Stun Roche. Don't let him go
Roche,
through.
don't go.
Don't go.
All right, so now they need to smoke and run the whole way
It's
across.
not going to happen,
if they
dude.
ever.
It's done.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
That is the saddest thing. You have this big moment, this big fight that you want to take, and you don't even get an opportunity to take it. Devastating. Devastating moment for Beastcoast.
They'll take the tower. It's a bit of compensation here, and perhaps the Wisdom Rune if they're feeling bold.
Oof.
Crit is definitely getting theirs.
Jeez, man.
This guy has just got a little timer going. Every Wisdom Rune, Crit is there. It's guaranteed.
That is painful. So TPing away, they don't get the Wisdom. Now they have to defend against 4.5 minutes of Skitter Luna.
And he is not afraid.
No.
And he's going to get another tower. He's going to open up these racks once more to the bouncing glaives.
Snake King jumps forward, finds Moose. Got him caught. Where's the save? There's nothing doing.
Wait.
Okay. Got there in time. No BKB in inventory right now for Skitter.
Okay, that's a comeback item.
Aghanim
That's good.
No buyback.
I like it. Going for the big play here.
Get no buyback on everybody.
The blue hole.
Who cares? Just make it happen. Gotta find a way to defend against this.
Oh, it's coming in. The bounces.
They're looking.
Oh, help!
He's taking so much damage. They can't quite get it. Now they get it. Tries to walk away. El Micho, cookies out. Banner down. Can they find more? Pulls in. Drinking buddies. Gets Skitter alive safely.
Oh, he's not even taking damage.
Dude, I mean, you got to make a big move, and it's just not presented as an opportunity.
Just hiding behind him. They have the vision advantage.
This is going to be Megas unless they can find some type of huge play from Vitaly's looking.
Yeah, Snaking's got a sneaky ward down here, too, up on the high ground.
El Misho, Maureen, they're right onto him, but the jump forward, and now the Storm, they get it, though! The Link gets passed over! Are you kidding me? They keep him alive! And now Amar rolling every which way. What a freaking play from Skidder. As Tally tries to get out of there, but it is all too late. There is no way they're going to be able to take this fight now. Maureen drops the Wukong's command. This is going to be Megas in just a moment. Pyke throws it off to the side. The Boundless Strike is there. Stun now connects, but another Lincoln's is out. And now the Stomp. Where's the follow-up? There is not enough in the world. They try and bring him down, but that's still into the Aegis. Lumpy turns, wants to hit, wants to get some extra damage. But the Greaves, the pipe, it's all too much.
He's not scared. He's coming right back up.
They are fighting into a boulder right here in Skeeter. But are they actually going to back now? Okay. There's enough whittling damage that they call off the additional move. Oh, it was Maureen's Link, excuse me. It might have been a passover. I think they broke it once, and then it still hit on it. Crazy.
Yeah. No, I think it was just his, yeah. It's so hard to go in. Like... the double Lincolns is just perfect, right? Because this Morphling's trying to deal with that as well, trying to get these good copies, and then on top of that, trying to get these Dooms. So the itemization is perfect here from Falcons. And now even Vlad's now picked up a little GG item here from Snake King.
Oh yeah, all the auras, every single one.
Yeah, it's truly disgusting here.
2 minutes left. Cookie, Stomp, out, tries to bring him in. Lasso, huge! Wait a minute, do they have enough? Can they bring him down in time? Pyke trying to stay alive. The snowball hits onto him, and already Vitaly, El Misho, they're dead. Skidder sets his eyes on the prize.
All right, last chance here. There's one more morph.
And they do it. They need it desperately. There's just not enough damage in the world, and they're taking so much as well. Lumpy goes back in with the Vortex. They try and take down the supports. Snaking still manages to survive through that. They just do not have the deeps. And Lumpy backs away. Pyke still looking for a target. Has to jump away. The Force Staff removes, keeping him alive for the moment. Getting into the base. Another big Vortex controlling. Managed to get some extra damage onto these heroes as Skidder is hit. A minute still left on the Aegis as the Doomman is out onto Maureen. They need a little bit more damage to find the kill, and it's not quite going to be there. Lumpy, Vortex backs away.
Okay.
Zip, zap, zoop, manages to find the kill, and that gave him buyback. Okay, an opportunity now. Pyke is fully over to strength form, but with Lumpy having a full mana pool, they can maybe whittle these down heroes a little bit more. But Skidder godlike, and still with more time on this Aegis, it's just becoming a bit too much. 4 dead, buyback, but it's only the 2, and all 5 from Falcons are alive. Turning onto Amar, they're not doing quite enough. He manages to roll out of there just in time. Lumpy looking to take him down, but Skidder, the Indomitable on this Luna, is just way too much to deal with. And with that, the throne is going to fall. They pull them all in for a big ol' hug, but it's Falcons moving on in the upper bracket.
It's just an absolutely ridiculous game there from Skeeter. 13-1 and 14 he finishes on this Luna. Looking more like what we were kind of expecting coming into this series here in the last 2 games from Falcons.
Man, just like that, Falcons, maybe it's not the way we anticipated, but they're moving on the upper bracket.
Definitely not in the fashion we expected at all, Lyrical, but it is finally a win for Falcons there. 2-1. Did have to go that extra distance for them. And the other thing that we have to bring up is another Doom loss. I mean, this series in itself, that's 3 games we've seen Doom, a loss every single time, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 games, the Doom kind of had a tough time in the laning phase. That's why we keep going back to you have to understand what position for to pick. You can overall first pick the Doom, but you need to kind of cover the holes that are going to appear later by the enemy counter picking your lane by having a good position for in the lane, which they kind of have this game with the Snapfire. But ultimately, I feel like the lane shouldn't have gone that badly, just in terms of individual execution. They could have played the lane better, and that kind of made the game really, really difficult for them. Because even the Morphling also didn't have a good lane, so across the board, all 3 cores didn't have a good start in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if their communication wasn't like that last clip we saw where it's 14 minutes in the game. Luna obviously doesn't have any items or levels yet, just walks up and starts hitting a tier 1, instantly gets bursted. Probably knows she's gonna die there, but I wonder if they're talking about like, yeah, you may or may not die here, but it's gonna bait a good fight into us. So Skeeter does die, but they get a bunch of cleanup kills afterwards.
Yeah.
And it's just like, having that sense of like, I guess we talked about it before, like not being greedy as like a carry is like really good right now, and being willing to like sacrifice yourself to make your team have these windows where you can actually win team fights.
Honestly, Skeeter's been, for me, a stand-up player for this team in this tournament so far. He has been so incredibly active. On this Luna, we saw him, stealing Ancients, trying to use his ult. We saw him going to the mid lane and taking the tower on Razor. He also did that in this game, as we saw in the clip, a couple of times. In fact, right after he died in that clip, he respawned and he didn't like TP to his jungle to go farm. He TP'd back to mid.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, they used all of their stuff. Let's just do the same thing and take the mid tower. And it's so instrumental in Falcons being able to close out the map that their carry is so willing to always, at the very least, if he's farming very near his team. They did a 4-man rotation to the Wisdom Rune. Like last game, we saw Malrine go to the Wisdom Rune, and Falcons, whatever the comms were, whatever the calculations were, they were like, okay, maybe with the 3, it's not enough this time. We need to bring 4. We bring the carry as well. And I think making a call like that is difficult because you can waste the carry's time. You also risk if like you die there. If you make that 4-man rotation and you die, the game is over. But it's just a really good read on the game to bring him there. Like both games, they got both Wisdom Runes at 7 minutes. And as a support player, that's one of the most miserable things that can happen to you.
Yeah, I mean, he had 1 death, by the way, and that was that 1 death where he just walked mid. It looked really silly, to be honest with you. It's like this Luna's just hitting this tier 1 tower, just instantly gets blown up. And like, but they have a really good understanding of the game where he does die there, but he doesn't do that again, right? He's like, that's my 1 death I can afford to help my team. After that, I'm going to play for myself. But yeah, I wanted to highlight Malrine here at 7 minutes into the game here. He just has like an Orb Corrosion, a Wraithband. He's just ready to go. And then this is the 7-minute play that you talked about, Jenkins, here, where he just makes his way all the way to the 7-minute Wisdom Rune here. He's like, whatever mid, I don't really care. We're going to prioritize this Wisdom Rune. Just hops all the way over the same in stride. Ends up killing the position 4 there, secures his team the Wisdom Rune, and this is like goes back to like even we talked about Skitter doing it, Malrine's doing it. They're all sacrificing a little bit of their game for the team to make sure that these supports get their levels, and then it all just turns into like a snowball effect. And this is what these good teams do. They do all these small things for the team to make sure that they're getting a good position in the game.
There's going to be some more questions I'll get to ask you guys in a little bit, but right now we've got someone who is very good at asking questions. That's Nomad, joined by Snaking.
Well, thank you very much, Nat. And yes, indeed, I am here with Snaking. I mean, Snaking, convincing game 1, convincing game 2. You got there in the end of game 3. You guys never really let the lead go, but how did you feel? Did you enjoy the series?
I mean, I think the series was definitely a bit stressful. We didn't have the best start. I think in terms of strategy and gameplay, we really faltered pretty hard on the first one. And then I think we adjusted nicely for the second and third game. Coach had a pretty good speech after game 1, rallied the troops, reset mentally for the second and third game.
All right, and what specifically about game 1 do you feel like didn't really go your way?
I mean, I think the obvious ones were we spent a lot of resources on rotating to the DOTA. Those rotations didn't pay off. In fact, we even died. So it ends up being really bad for us. And then it also relieves a lot of pressure off of Centaur. He just gets to free farm versus the troll. So all in all, I think the early game didn't go so well. And then the mid game just kind of is a product of having a bad early start.
Yeah, very insightful there. And, how do you guys reset then coming into game 2? So obviously, you came back really, really strong in that second one. What was said in that coach kind of motivation?
I mean, I think we've been watching Ted Lasso, so, after game 1, we were like, go fist memory, it's got to be Ted Lasso. And you just kind of have to forget about what happened, identify what went wrong, and then just reset for the next game, and don't let it bother you too much.
Absolutely. And Crit on Twitter, he's talking about the coin flip, So why do you decide to do a coin flip rather than actually choosing your opponent?
I mean, this is something Crit already said on social media. I didn't know he was superstitious, man, but apparently he is. So because of TI-11, they were on top of group, I think it was Group A, and as Evil Geniuses, and then they met the super underdogs of South America, and then somehow, as the favorites, they managed to 0-2, 0-2 into just leaving the tournament, as one of the favorites coming in.
Yeah, and did you look across into Crit's eyes and see any flashbacks after that?
I mean, after game 1, the PTSD was for sure coming in, He's definitely sweating a little bit, but it's okay. I think we did a good job of not letting that happen and resetting.
All right, thank you very much, Snaking, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And back to Nat and the gang.
It's nice to know at least one curse was broken there for Falcons, at least on the side of Crit there. And nice to know that in the back end, it's Ted Lasso is the TV show that's been bringing the team together a little bit more, Jenkins.
He gave away his secrets.
I know, he gave it all. On his first day of playoffs as well.
I mean, after that first game, it looked like they needed a coach intervention. I don't think when the whole team kind of has the mistakes that they're making and it's not just one player. I mean, sometimes it's one player that's so bad that they need the motivational speech, and that does happen where like the nerves are just getting to them. But that it looked like the fundamentals were off on game 1. And we've seen that a few times with Falcons, and they've even said it in interviews where they think they're a team where their fundamentals are just extremely good. They go to all the runes, they send the right number of heroes for each rotation, things like that. And so they just had to reset that, and now he was able to do it.
Yeah, sometimes it tends to happen when you're winning a lot, you're getting a lot of confidence, and you feel like anything can work and you can get away with anything. That's when you need to get a couple of losses, and then everything has to be reviewed and changed, Yeah.
Something else that happened in game 2 and game 3 that was for Falcons is that they got their hands on a Monkey King last pick. And Pedro's going to break it down a little bit more, just what this Monkey King can do and why he is such a good mid or carry right now.
That you can flex the hero, but so far we've been seeing him a lot in the mid lane, dominating lane. So let's take a little journey into what Lumpy had to do in game 2 and game 3. He had to lane against this thing. Now the important thing that Mallory is doing mostly is he's trying to keep the creep wave right here on his side of the river, and then every time Lumpy comes forward, he's going to attack him at least once to zone him from the lane. And if he does get 4 Jingu hits, that's basically 4 free denies or last hits. So in these early starts of the laning stage, that's what starts compounding his advantage. And then because Lumpy has a hard time coming forward because he is getting hit a little bit and denied often, what he ends up doing is he relies more on spells. He uses Avalanche here to kill that range creep. And then when these two are low, he's going to go for a toss, but Malrine glyphs the creep wave to make sure that now Lumpy has wasted his spells, can't get close, and he gets both denies. This is something that happened consistently. Right here, 15 denies on Malrine, 12 last hits on Tiny. And now when we go into the last game that we just saw, similar principle. Creep waves on the high ground near him. Every time Lumpy comes forward, he gets attacked and has to run away here. And then he starts using Remnant. And what Remnant does is allows him to move and go for a far last hit. This Remnant moves out a little bit and explodes. But what Malrine does is he walks into it, he tanks the damage because he uses his shift to dodge the damage, and then the Remnant doesn't even get to its true destination, which was the range creep back there. So he's basically not only making it hard for him, but he's also, again, shutting down the spells. Just something that he was consistently doing here in this laning stage against Lumpy over and over and over again. And then he uses all this early advantage to get kills. This is actually right before the 7-minute clip. 6:30, this is how ready they were to actually go for the rune. And look at this is like a terrifying monkey jumping around in the trees, hunting you. He ends up killing moves and then goes for the wisdom rune. So both games, just absolute lane dominance into lane pressure and winning other lanes for his team. It is really impressive, and Falcons is one of the best with it.
Yeah, we're going to have to be aware of the Falcons Monkey King in the future matchups, whoever is to face them. But thank you, Purge, for breaking it down. The mid Monkey King, how it's able to help any side lanes that might not be as strong there for themselves too. Biggest issue we find for a lot of carries or people in core roles is, despite the meta wanting to lean into having active heroes, people get worried that they're going to get out-farmed. And I was worried that we were going to see that. The Morphling was really getting up there in net worth. And I was wondering if all of these connections by the Luna, her leaving the jungle and trying to find these kills, might have resulted Winter in that Morphling coming online just a little bit quicker or getting to a point where he was hard to deal with.
It's definitely a very good thing for you to do as Luna, because Morphling is not as strong as Luna in the early game. So the more you can do it in the early game to slow him down, or at least to pressure the Morphling's teammates, I think the better, Because it's not just about, my matchup against you, Luna versus Morphling. It's all about the teammates as well. Like, if you can pressure the Morphling's teammates, they are poor. Even if the Morphling ends up about the same net worth with you, that would be also a significant advantage for you as a Luna.
Anything you want to add on, Theo?
Not really. I think we covered most everything there. I think the morphling, what they're really good on Falcons is, yeah, you leave alone the morph for a while, but they'll come back and kill them later. Like, it's like, we're going to put our resources here, then we're going to shift it over here, and like, but we left morph alone for a long time. Let's find a way to shut him down now, and they did that really well. So they just like, very much so like, focus areas that they need to minute by minute, and they seem to always hit their mark.
Yeah, they do. And let's get a little bit more information because we have a listen in from that ending of game number 3 there on the side of Falcons.
Hi, first, sorry, keep running. Try to get storm. 방금 warrior. Okay, come on.
And another one.
And another one.
Another one. That was the only thing they said in that clip.
Sometimes you don't have to, make all the comms messy by any means.
Non-verbal communication.
Thank you. So you knew what I was saying without me even saying it.
Right.
Yeah.
I've heard something called effective communication.
Yeah.
You don't want maybe too many words, in the same
I mean, to be fair, when you're at the end of a game, there's not much to say.
That's true. When you've
already won. You're just kind of enjoying the spoils of war at that point, if you will.
Ahmad definitely was. I mean, that man was literally living just by the Slash shield crash helping him as well. But look, another one is what Falcon said. Another one is what you're going to get. We're going to get another series, 2 more teams coming up here soon. But before we do, let's catch up with Topson because he had a lot to say before the road to TI started.
I am here with Topson from Tundra. Topson, how are you doing?
Doing great.
I've watched you for years, obviously. And I often see, if I could describe the way that you play mid, if I may, you tend to take risks that I didn't see other people thinking of taking. You'll dive to a point where I think no one else would have thought of that. When you're playing solo, I feel like you're just kind of experimenting. But when you're on a team, do you have to, do they ever yell at you to like get back, be careful, or do they just trust you and follow you to the end?
I think I've changed. I think probably at the start of my career I was more reckless and I didn't really think of professional Dota different than pubs. Like I thought it was just the same thing. I mean, I think I'm pretty. I would say I'm pretty consistent nowadays.
Very, yeah.
So I think no, I'm not really that crazy. I would say I'm not that crazy.
But you're certainly someone that other people look to for how to play mid, what to build, what heroes to pick. Is this something that you're thinking about between games, or do you just have these ideas while you're playing? Like I can imagine you sitting there just staring at the hero screen in Dota and just picking over all the details. How do you arrive at these builds and these mids that you play?
I mean, it's just a lot of practice, a lot of repetition, and then of course when there's new patch, there's always a lot of inspiration to figure out what's the best build again on these heroes. And obviously we have our coach also with us helping, like if there's something that I have missed, for example, so then he helps out, like because there's the website, the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, everybody can just like look some hero and then see the top builds and like see what every pro is building on them. So it's very easy to just kind of figure out the best builds now. Yeah.
I like to play mid occasionally, okay, but obviously not at the same level. Let's put that straight out there. But I like to play kind of unusual heroes mid as well. I would like you to tell me which of my favorite mid heroes are viable and which are not.
All right.
Okay. So bear in mind that I'm Archon, so these are not good. Venomancer.
Unplayable.
Unplayable. Lion.
It can work. Yeah.
It can work. Yeah. Good enough. Shadow Shaman.
That's a rough one. Yeah.
That's a rough one. Yeah. Is that going under unplayable?
I think it's probably better than Weno, but still pretty rough. Yeah.
Okay. What about Witch Doctor? That's one of my favorites.
Before the nerfs to the healing, like the damage facet, yeah, you could have played it, but now I don't
Not
see
now.
It. Yeah.
What about Lich? No? Okay, well, fair enough. without going into too much detail then, if you could just describe what you think the current meta is like in Dota compared to all the years gone past.
So I think it's very fast-paced right now, and like these, at least the last patch, and I don't feel like this patch changed that much. I think the meta will be pretty similar, and these fast teams like Gladiators and Liquid will be pretty strong. Liquid has been looking very strong. GG always has a bit of a rough scrims and stuff like that, but they always end up figuring it out, you know. So I think those two teams are probably gonna be the hardest opponents. But of course there's Falcons and Spirit who this kind of meta, I don't think it suits them as well, but they are very, very good, so they will figure it out how to play against it or play with it. But obviously, I'm just guessing like what it's gonna be like, but I'm guessing that's kind of the meta for this TI. So yeah, it's just gonna be some auras and ending the game 20 minutes in kind of thing, you know. Like that's what I'm guessing.
Okay. All right, well, Topson, I wish you all the best in the tournament, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Well, with that sort of insight, I really wonder what more can my analyst add on to that about the belief about the meta. He said he was just guessing as well, but there's a lot of strength to what he's saying. He really favors Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, the fast-paced teams, but, you know, there's other teams out there that can figure it out, maybe have a solution to it. And Tundra is another one of those teams that springs to mind for me of being able to deal with this fast pace here, Winter.
Yeah, the thing with the fast-paced Dota is like I feel like if you don't match it and you don't do you don't copy them, it's kind of difficult to do some other different thing. You know, the other department I would maybe try to focus on slowing the game down is maybe pick strong lanes. You know, to like BBT, you try to draft some late game, and you have good lanes. So you are hoping that your victory in the lanes is going to allow your carry to reach the angle.
I mean, that's what I like as well. Like, that's why I like the Luna a lot. The more that we see it, the more I'm convinced by this hero. It seems like it's a strong laner. It's a hero that can run around and be active early with the ulti. It's like a big team fight ult. It deals damage. It farms stacks. You can use the fact that she has this early game prowess to invade stacks. And it's not one of those situations where, okay, you have a hero that can invade stacks. Now we need to draft another hero who can take them. She can take them too. So I really like these like hybrid carries, especially for a player like Pure.
Yeah, and my instincts are rarely wrong when it comes to like knowing if a hero is going to be really good. And I was playing Luna like right when the new new innate changed, right? And I was like, this is really good. And I was like keeping an eye, like waiting for it to blow up in like the EU scene. I just didn't see the hero very much. And then like now we're getting deeper into this tournament. Luna's popping up more and more, and this hero is looking really good. I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on it. I don't think it's like completely busted, but it does everything you need it to do right now in a game of Dota. It feels like these Wind Ranger, Lina heroes are kind of getting figured out a little bit.
Yeah, we saw the lineup of Tundra there before, as well as them sitting at their desks. The biggest change up, maybe if you guys follow competitive Dota a lot this year, you'd be wondering where 9 Class is. Unfortunately, not able to make it. Sucks though, big stand-in for Tundra, so he's coming back to the org for himself after taking a bit of a break. Definitely going to be question marks about how he's slotting in to the team, and then Heroic there on our screens as well. One of the SA teams that people might not be following close to, a region that can go overlooked quite a lot for you.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic, this is by far has proven themselves as the best team in South America right now. On the international stage, they've been to most of the lands because they have qualified. At the beginning of the year, they lost the open qualifier, or well, the first round to Boom, and that wasn't a great start. Then they lost to Nouns because there was for BB Dodge, it was like NA-SA mixed qualifier. But after those two losses, they never lost again. They qualified for every single LAN. Beastcoast, Boom, they were losing all the time. These teams couldn't get over the hurdle. That is Heroic. And then just covering the qualifiers as well in SA. Like, Heroic is just the team in SA right now to beat for the other SA teams. So they're going to be the representative for the region as a whole here. And I feel like out of the 4 games we do have today, I figured this one to be the closest. Heroic versus Tundra here. I mean, Beastcoast already proved me wrong in the last one. They are by going 3 games here. But Heroic, they got a chance against Tundra here if they're going to bring their A game.
Yeah, part of the reason why I felt like they improve a lot is like Hector's gameplay. I feel like he was always referred to as a carry where he's going to just farm and he's all about efficiency. But in all his recent games, like he's been really more active at keeping to fight, like something like what Skeeter does, joining his team a lot more. And I think that has a lot to do with their recent success.
Yeah, it's really been consistency in the grind for Heroic. I had a chance to talk to Devi Lam, and I was like, why are you guys so much better than everyone else? It's because you're getting more LAN experience? He's like, no, we're just trying really hard, and we have much more discipline than a lot of the other teams in the region here. Like, we're watching the replays, we're not messing around, and we're taking this very, very seriously, which is very nice to see.
I mean, I would say this is a pretty superstar team in my eyes. Like, this is one of the highest average MMR teams of all of the teams here. Analog recently, I mean, he proved himself on Hikori originally, but at around that time, he was like hitting the MMR of the, you know, top world-class mids, and since then he has looked like a world-class mid. This guy started out as a YouTube content creator. I remember talking to him about like making YouTube videos and thumbnails and stuff, and he just got so good at making these videos and guides that he's actually getting to like 12k, 13k, 14k MMR. He's like, all right, I guess I'll go pro. You know, and then you have Schofield. Like, this is one of the most unique 4-position players on the entire planet. He's my favorite player to watch, period. Because in NASA, we have this rule. I always bring it up. It's called the Schofield rule. And that is, if Schofield is, of course you know it. If Schofield, can you just say what the rule is, just to verify that we all know the rule?
No, I mean, when Schofield is deep on your side of the map, you don't chase him.
Yep, that's
let
the rule.
him be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
let
guy,
him do it.
if you chase him, he will waste your time and more.
He's the greatest time waster on the entire planet in this video game.
Yeah.
He's so good at it. And everybody in NASA, like, you just repeat the Schofield rule, guys. Like, don't chase him. Like, go do something else, because he's going to waste your time.
And micro your couriers.
Tundra
I kill your couriers. Great, perfect. Well, that does sound like quite an annoyance to come up against, and some of the heroes as well being banned out or picked up for the side of Tundra and Heroic could be quite a nuisance too. We know Tundra have favored Mirana a lot for themselves, so first pick, that's what they're going to get for themselves. A big change up from our last series, Doom being completely untouched. They're not even looking towards it. Something these two teams aren't, I feel, willing to put in the wheelhouse or fit into their drafts right now. But Mirana, Ench, two really big favorites across the board, going in the hands of Tundra.
I mean, it's a little bit funny because, like, when you are in a situation where you're playing the next day, you do all your prep the night before. So they didn't, like, see last series and be like, oh, Doom doesn't look good, let's just not pick it. They were going to pick whatever they're going to pick regardless. It's probably already predetermined from their prep. But it's, yeah, they're not putting as much value on the hero here, which is cool to see, and maybe they might be right after watching the last series. The Doom might be a bit of a debate.
I think it was good prep to not worry about the Doom.
Yeah, I guess so.
Tundra Esports.
Okay, they go for the
classic.
The Ramses.
This is
Mars.
like speed drafting.
Yeah,
they're going so fast.
They are getting everything that they want. Invoker's actually Thompson's second most played hero at this tournament, which is a little interesting because other teams are not really valuing it that much. He is going for the Witchblade, Dragonlance, like right-clicking build, and I think with the other heroes that they're drafting, it does make a lot of sense. Mars has great setup for Sunstrikes and all of Invoker's, you know, ground-targeted spells. They have Enchantress and Mirana who can both deal damage and like supplement ganks, but they need other heroes that are like getting in there and starting it. Invoker can run around and start stuff. Mars, obviously, one of the best heroes at starting stuff. Tundra looks like a completely different team when Ramses is on Mars. This guy absolutely carries team fights. We've seen them like lose Pure in a fight. He dies, then Ramses just carries the fight on Mars with like the supports afterwards.
Yeah, they definitely need to stick to that. I feel like the games that I've seen the team not do so well is when they give Ramses a more greedy hero. The Alchemist game, like I remember that game the most. When he needs to farm and when he needs to farm, and it creates an imbalance in the team. Whereas when they always put him on this like steady offlaners like Mars, Centaur, like everything is very set in stone for him. Like he can't really be too greedy. I feel like that's when the team shines the most. The draft is going to be around either Thompson or Pure.
I mean, there is a new hero that Ramses has played outside of the Mars that's trending. It's the Conka. So if that's in his wheelhouse, that's going to be very nice to have, as we see as that hero is very popular, because you can't win a tournament just by playing one hero throughout the entire tournament. It will get banned, and you're going to have to find a replacement. And you have some good options on the Sand King and the Kunkka right now, I think, that can do similar things for the teamfight department.
Tundra Esports turn
Yep,
to
so they
ban.
go for the TA, which is like a Invoker counter in the lane.
Yeah, that's going to be analog
And-
TA, I think.
And in the game as well, you have
Yep.
the Shard with the Silence, which is always going to be very, very annoying for Invoker.
It is a bit strange on this patch, just because a lot of the mid heroes that are
Did the laning
popular.
phase matchup change, like for TA with the new Invoker? Between like TA against Invoker?
I think so. I think it's not as bad for Invoker as it used to be. He's a lot more able to sustain through the side blades and damage her through the refraction.
Doesn't the Agnostic now like apply a debuff?
Yeah, it
to
does.
attack? Okay. Might make a difference for TA. I mean, refraction is different now. It's not just like every instance is a block. It does have like HP barrier now, so...
I mean,
not
TA
sure.
from mid also, the way that you play it changed. Like, people are going Dragonlance Blink rather than like the Desert Rush, so...
Yeah, of course.
It's, maybe TA can also... Because usually you would... Like, if Invoker is going to struggle in this matchup, Invoker would rotate and then win the lane in a way that way. But TA might be able to match those rotations once she gets to her items.
Yeah, I wonder if you need to even kick it up a notch right now when it comes to the TA, because unfortunately I feel like the mid lane has to be very active right now.
Yeah,
and I feel like Invoker can do that and will do that, but TA doesn't really like to rotate till she has her items, right? So often within that around 6 to like 12-minute mark, typically she's just hitting Ancients and doing stacks like that. And that's where I feel like Thompson can make some moves on the map and make things happen. And it's very hard to tell your team, just don't die, you know? Because like, you have to kind of go AFK while your TA is farming. So I think they should put a high priority on maybe getting some runes for the TA, or potentially even the TA just like trying to get a bit active even earlier within that time frame, because I'm really worried, and there's a reason we don't see a lot of TA right now in the mid lane, is because around that 6 to 12-minute mark, you just don't have a mid, right? And that's a lot of things can go on the map where you need your mid to be active.
You basically have 2 carry heroes in a game.
Pretty much.
And you kind of have to really leverage on your offlaner to do all the heavy work, you know? And if your offlaner doesn't really have a good start, or even not good enough of a start, he might struggle doing so many things in the game.
How do you guys feel about Luna for Tundra? Do you think like... Because Devi has been playing Marcy offlane, and I wonder, is it too rough in lane? Is it too risky in lane against an offlane Marcy, where you can maybe get killed on the Luna?
Luna Inch?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a strong lane.
It seems like a really strong lane to me.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's no other obvious choice, because, like, if you pick, like, a Weaver or something that's more maneuverable, I mean, you could always go for Morphling too. Is that banned out? No.
Morphling's out.
Morph is out, yes. I mean, it's fine, right? It's just the nature of a lot of these heroes. You just gotta be able to apply the pressure, and whenever you play against heroes like Marcy, for example, that can just, like, 100 to 0 you have to really focus on harassing, right? Making sure that they're low, so if they do go on you, you at least make a trade.
Is there anything that punishes a Marcy way more, like Monkey King? Is that still in the pool? Something like that?
Oh, well, outside of that, what are you expecting to be Heroic's last pick then if you think this Marcy is a core? TA, Dragonite also being core.
Marcy's not a core, though.
That's what I'm wondering, like, are they looking to pick up a 5 or a 4 as their last pick?
I feel like they'll pick like an offlane. I think
It is a core.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a carry DK mid TA on analog, and then Devi on
Marcy.
These,
well.
I mean, that's the most frequent roles that they play on these heroes.
Interesting. I haven't seen a lot of the off-lane Marcy, because this hero... Is the build the same as normal Marcy? Are we going auras, or are we just going BKB? I'm a carry too.
He's the carry.
That's kind of greedy when you got a TA mid.
It's a bit greedy.
Yeah, I mean, a bit greedy is like an understatement.
It
for
really
sure,
is.
And they
I mean,
have
I
a chance
was
to
being
counter
nice
pick.
there.
I honestly, like, I am still feeling the Luna, just 'cause I feel like they can abuse the greed and group up and push with that hero, while also not like lacking an early game carry.
I mean, there is a chance that Pure just places Mirana, right? And that would actually be really good for them, because the Marcy can't really kill a Mirana.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah, and then you could just...
Why do you believe the Marcy can't kill the Mirana? Because of the leaps?
Yeah, I mean, usually how Marcy kills you is she just rebounds you in a spot you don't want to be in between 2 heroes, and you just slowly die.
What about our Ags? If you rush it, I mean, that just sounds like such a grief build.
I mean,
saying it out loud.
I'm more worried about the laning stage than like the mid.
You think that's just way too advantageous?
Yeah, this is a very,
But that's just like
very good picks.
Another Mirana, honestly, just
Okay.
a hero that has a lot of mobility. and even if you get rebounded, you just skitter away.
It's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be very hard for them to catch like a hero like Weaver. Their best stun is like the DK stun, which Weaver can easily dodge away.
Yeah.
And your other heroes don't really have very reliable. I mean, Ice Path is a lot better nowadays, but it's still gonna be difficult for them to catch a hero like Weaver. And if you look at the laning phase, you've been talking about the laning phase, they have Enchantress and Mirana, very, very strong supports in the lanes. I mean, Jakiro and Snapfire, not like the weakest support duo, but because of the nature of their draft, they're being so greedy. If they don't get enough from the lanes, I feel like the game is just going to be over very soon.
Plus one to that, pretty much. Like, I feel like when you have a lineup like that, this is like beyond greedy. You need time. And the way you give yourself time, as Winter said, you have to just win your lanes, all three of them.
I really like Weaver with Enchantress just because Ench wants to go through the portal, Ench wants to gank, Ench does not want to sit in a lane. You can rotate mid with the 5-minute catapult, although people are not doing that as much these days because more portal rotations. But a Weaver is like, I can't think of another carry that's better to leave alone in a lane. Maybe like a DK, something like that.
Leave alone?
Yeah, just leave alone.
No, maybe Life Stealers of old and stuff.
Yeah, like when it was a good hero, right? But Weaver right now seems solid for that. And then he can also go through the portal himself.
Yeah, we see that a lot from other carries that like to pick up the Weaver. Do you want to say, though, that you think it's definitely going to be going in the way of Tundra, not just outside the draft, but you think execution-wise as well, it leans that way?
I think this is a very Tundra-style draft. They got everything they wanted, and they're playing into something that's very greedy. I'm going to go Tundra.
Okay, very quickly, teams.
Yeah, based on meta, Tundra.
Okay, all right, we're all Tundra here, and that's lucky for you, because Nomad has our coach on standby for the side of Tundra. It's Moon and Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yep, I'm here with Moon and Meander. How are you feeling? I mean, those first 4 picks were really quick from you guys. Does that kind of represent your kind of confidence and maybe predictability from Heroic?
Yeah, we knew what they were gonna do, pretty much, and we chose what heroes we want to give them, and yeah, so it was pretty fast.
All right, so they've kind of done everything you're expecting to. Does that mean you've got like a ton of confidence coming into this game? You know, you feel like this one's kind of in the bag?
No, confidence, yes, in on the bag. I don't think that I think that way about Dota. I just, see what it is. Sometimes opponents, they surprise you with some strategy. Like this game, they busted out the Templar Assassin. So we'll see how it goes from here.
All right. So is there anything you think could go wrong for you guys in this game?
Yeah, if Dalai Lama pops off, then we have issues. But that's why we wanted the last pick versus guy.
Fair enough. All right, thank you very much, Meander, which means that we can get into the cast for game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
Moon Meander shouldn't say it's in the bag because he's been here before against one specific man on the roster of Heroic. Isn't that right, Avery?
Talking about Hector?
I am talking about Hector.
There's been a lot of Dota players at TI that have played against Hector, and they underestimated Hector, and then Hector knocked them into the lower bracket, or he eliminated them from the lower bracket. I do not underestimate Hector.
No, you do not. You have been adamant. You said this man finds a way to make top 8 at TI, and you would be absolutely right about that. At TI 9, Infamous, they made top 8 by beating the North American squad of Newbie. TI 10, well, we'll not talk about TI 10, but TI 11 on Beastcoast, they managed to make it top 8 by beating Evil Geniuses. And then last year, they actually made top 8 through the upper bracket by beating none other than Tundra. They beat Tundra last year in this exact same format, managed to take down Tundra in order to get upper bracket, and then they went down to the lower bracket, and they made top 8 there by beating... Do you remember?
No, actually, no.
He was playing on Nouns. It was the North American Derby where it was Shopify had to play up against TSM. TSM beat Shopify. Then they had to play up against Nouns, which had Moon Meander and Whitemon on it. So there is a lot of history here with Hector and this squad of Tundra, both the organization and individual players.
I think this is where he shines. There's something about these clutch, like first 2 rounds of TI matches that this man, his playstyle just excels. And I think it is the consistency, right? If you look at Hector, he always finds farm. It's something that Heroic play around, and their other cores are going to come to expect. As Davai Lama already putting in work with this Marcy. We'll talk about that in a minute, but to me, it's a big piece of the puzzle you have to crack with this team. I would never assume Heroic are underdogs in these types of matches, even if on paper Tundra has been the far stronger team in recent tournaments.
Yep.
You don't want to let this team get away with their playstyle. Cause the chaos around the map, Schofield's making space, Davai Lama's diving you under towers, KJ's getting deep wards, and all of a sudden Hector comes out of the jungle with 2 items on your enemy carry. Like, that is how they're going to win a game. Tundra need to control the pace, control the map, and just play their style of Dota where they get farm on all 3 cores and eventually just steamroll you in the 5-on-5.
Absolutely should not underestimate a South American squad at TI. They have caused many an upset in the history of this tournament, and we saw probably the worst looking of the South American squads in Beastcoast already managed to do a little something there against one of the best teams in the world, and Falcons taking him down in that game once. So definitely Tundra. I mean, you got some veteran players on here. Maybe Soxa didn't play with Tundra last year, but I'm sure he watched what happened there, and I'm sure he has told his team not to underestimate these guys and not to underestimate the Davai Lama Marcy. You said you wanted to talk about that a little bit later. I mean, we've seen this combination before, too. Snapfire plus Marcy.
It is deadly. We saw how much burst damage comes out with the extra hits coming in on top of the bodyguard. This lane combination is ferocious. Kind of reminds me of like the Timbersaw Lion lane that we've seen a bit. The amount of spells you can just throw out consistently over 5 minutes and the amount of burst damage that can come out with the synchronization is extremely high. So you can't just, be up on the side trading and find yourself caught in no man's land. You're going to get bursted down. And we have seen Davai Lama just go ham with this hero. He has dominated lanes with Marcy. And the biggest factor to me is he has found a huge amount of net worth on this hero that I think people just don't expect. There's been games he's leading the net worth chart at 15, 20 minutes on a hero, in theory, that has no real farming tool. So you cannot give him a good start on this hero. He does a lot of work with it, and you can't underestimate it. Like you said, Tundra, to me, they do have a lot of veterans on this squad, and I go back to Thompson here. You're starting kind of your upper bracket run, in theory. This, to me, is a player where, I mean, you play against this man, flip a coin. Like, you're either going to get him on, some mid-Shadow Shaman and he's 0-8, or, like, he's playing Dawnbreaker and he goes 20-0 versus you. He's Invoker, he's styling on you.
Will it be Dogson or will it be Godson?
Yeah, it really is a coin flip in some ways, and it feels like it's out of your control. Like, it's in his control, right? How much he shows up on any given day, what he's playing, what new way he's going to play it that you might not understand, and in some ways your best strat is to just pray that he doesn't do what he's done to a lot of other teams in this tournament to you on any given day.
Yeah. There is something about this matchup mechanically, the Snapfire Marcy. What's really interesting is this bodyguard facet. If you actually link up with the Snapfire.
Yeah, this is the combination.
This is the combination. You use the little shredder. She does these multiple attacks. They count as attacks, so bodyguard will trigger if you're standing next to each other within that bodyguard AoE. So this combination is very dangerous. We've seen Davai Lama put it to use, and it's been something that has been largely unsuccessful for Heroic. They actually have terrible win rate with this Marcy, but it's something that maybe they figured out just in the nick of time because they brought it here at this tournament. They've only played it 1 game so far. Prior to this, they did take down Gaming Gladiators in the group stage with it. So it's definitely something that maybe that didn't go the best early on in the season, but they figured out in the nick of time.
I mean, I don't know how much stock I put in that. I feel like at this point, every team in the world has taken down Gaimin in the group stage. That doesn't necessarily mean that much. So far, though, lane's going Tundra's way. They have the top 3 net worth cores, top 3 CS pretty much, and they're getting the Enchantress roam to mid with the Weaver, who's pretty independent. This is a kind of explosive support duo between this Mirana and Enchantress in terms of the roam potential mid, and it's not something that often you want the Templar Assassin to play into. This is the big impediment for Analog in terms of getting his hero up and going, converting into Ancient stacks on the triangle later. Enchantress is just the king of early roams to runes and invading the triangle, getting deep wards up, snowballing off some support kills. Heroic really need to keep checks on these supports and make sure this TA has a good game. Already, though, he's just getting dominated on that CS chart. Thompson is putting in the work one-on-one. There's been a little roam action a bit, but honestly, this Invoker, 17 denies. With the extra deny XP you get off of the innate.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That's a good point. Shot down, Whitemon does die here, so Heroic are still picking up kills, but you can see from the net worth, It is not changing the fact that CS-wise, Tundra is walking a pretty big lead ahead. And now they've got this big push coming in, but they're so afraid of their Wisdom Rune getting stolen. They're actually going to back away and 3-man bodyguard this one. Pure's going to go for it because Weaver is one of the best carries to try and contest this exact situation. They're going to try and pull him away from this Wisdom Rune, see if they can get it. Manage to hit the stun, and Divine Llama gets it, but now he's low. Hit by the tornado. He's going to come back down to Earth and have a hard landing. So does KJ. King Jungles goes down, and Schofield, the 3rd man down in this fight. Yeah, they got their Wisdom Rune. They protected it, but losing 3 heroes in the process, it was not worth it.
And Analog can do nothing but watch his team go down. This is just not the early skirmish hero that you want in these fights, unless you can just run people down. Just doesn't have spells. Tundra bring the numbers, outmaneuver Heroic in this early laning stage, and are building a significant lead. And I was talking about the experience differential. I mean, it's starting to add up. Thompson's like a whole level ahead of this TA just in the one-on-one. He's already pushing towards 8. This is a hero that can just get out of control because you get the extra levels, you start building up these extra quas points early, your spells are stronger, your lifesteal's stronger, you're insanely tanky with the early Wraithband treads. This is not the Invoker of old that you can just start right-clicking to death in this early part of the game. Like, Thompson's gonna fight you back here. Yeah. He might be the strongest hero on the map right now in terms of just a straight-up duel.
Do you think this is a situation where Heroic, they went very greedy with their cores? The panel was talking about it. If they're doing Core Marcy, that's going to be one hell of a greedy lineup. Well, it ends up being Core Marcy. And we saw Divine Llama, he goes like kind of just his carry Marcy build. He doesn't go like auras or anything else. He's going to go BKB. He's going to punch you in the face. Like, are they going to be able to fight Tundra if they lose the lanes and Tundra starts snowballing into this 15-20 minute window?
In theory, it could get pretty bad. Like, if you really start to close out this map with the Invoker running around, the Enchantress Mirana can connect to any of these plays. You get arena'd, you're worried about an arrow coming through, potential Sunstrike on top of that. Yeah, it could get nasty around the map, but the onus is on Tundra to snowball, right? If the map gets shut down a bit, if Heroic can stall out this early game, they can recover.
Divine Llama, I think he spotted the Ghost Walk or something, knew that the Invoker was here, but ultimately his retreat was into a dead end. No support was going to TP in to help him out. Snapfire is now there to pick up the experience and gold of the creep wave pushing in. Ramsey's pushing in the creep wave on the other side of the map. Tundra seem to have full control of this game.
They are getting the tower pressure they want, which is this mid and bottom. The last piece of this early game for Tundra is going to be, can you invade and take away the stacks from this DKTA lineup? Because you're talking about how can you stabilize and recover with the greedy cores here. Yeah, I mean, it's your stacks. It's your ancient stacks in particular for these 2 cores.
Yeah.
If you lose enough the map here that you can't secure those, you are going to start bleeding a lot more than just supports around the map. But Divine Llama, he TPs down here, finds nothing off this play. Hector, not happy about the early game. This man does not like when his teammates start feeding around the map.
And Pure, he goes through the gate with Divine Llama, follows him everywhere he goes, kills him, and gives him a tip too while he goes down to his grave. Now the Templar Assassin is going to start clearing through those stacks, yeah, but if your other 2 cores are struggling, like there's only one set of stacks. There's only one core that's going to be able to farm them. What about the other 2?
I mean, that might have been what Hector was yelling about. He's like, you take my stacks. Someone's getting off this team. And it's usually not me.
Usually.
Thompson's just so strong right now. He went this early Witchblade as well. He is going to do some serious damage. Just run into anybody across the map, hit him with this Witchblade, just force him down. You're going to have either support that can connect to you. And then this Weaver's just going to be able to play solo. Like, you don't have the best ways to set up on him and actually all in him. You can harass him, but your stuns are pretty limited unless you're bringing like multiple supports or the DK, or you get this TA shard later. I think that's a big piece of the puzzle here for Heroic. How fast can you get this TA silence up off the traps? Yeah. To kind of deal with the Invoker, deal with the Weaver. But his game has just been so slow. you are starting to lose some towers.
Oh, great Ice Path on 2. They needed some serious setup to be able to make these kisses land, and it's still not enough. And now with Ramses coming in with the arena, he hits KJ with a spear once again. He is making no qualms about just dropping this arena whenever he wants to pick up more kills, pick up more farm off of an already successful laning phase. They do manage to push Tundra away from their tower for now, but they are going to start bleeding out more and more objectives with this kind of net worth lead. Tundra rocking a 5k net worth lead at 12 minutes.
You have the Midas on Hector. Interesting choice. Maybe feels like this early game's so rough, you got to recover and just push this ultra late. I mean, I guarantee you he will be highest net worth at some point in this game. It will happen. Will it translate into anything productive? I don't know. The game might be in too bad a state, but he will find his farm. And for Tundra right now, the biggest objective is this tier 1 mid. They want to force this down, open up the ancient area, get rid of this tower, and this zone that the TA can fight around, because if Analog loses his tower, he's going to be stuck in no man's land. Right now, you can still fight around this, set up your traps, and get a good engagement. No snap ult, though. It's going to be hard to repel. These ranged heroes are just going to start putting in the work here. And
they've got great supports to defend towers, but there's only so much you could do against a like 3 or 4 man squad of Tundra that's bullying you and has a net worth lead. So eventually those towers are going to drop. That's the second one that Heroic have lost. And if they lose that offlane tower, then you lose full control over your ancient area, and that's going to be free for Tundra to invade at will.
I think a big part of this meta has been the rise of ranged cores in general.
Yeah.
But also just this concept of a ranged hero with long-range nukes. Because you can start to force people out of areas. And I think it's one of the things Heroic are going to feel in this game. Like, they have a Jakiro who's pretty low range. You have to be fairly
Is that enough? Oh, so close. 20 HP.
Like this dual breath compared to things like an arrow setup or something, you know, it's a bit clunkier to execute here.
No doubt.
And the Marcy has to get in there. The DK kind of has to get in there. This TA needs to get in there. Meanwhile, Tundra just running around with Invoker, Mirana, Ench. Like, they can start to poke you down, see what's happening. Plays like this, you're scouting out, getting information at fairly low risk.
Yeah, speaking of getting in there, Mirana and Enchantress can play in your jungle, and Heroic really do not have the heroes to go for the punish. You saw how easily Saksa was able to evade Devaya Lama's attempts.
Need the TA Blink and Shard to really close the gap on these heroes and convert.
Play for your 15-minute timing, I guess. Well, Hector's trying to build up what net worth he can, but he's struggling to catch back up to the Tundra cores, who are all sitting at the same net worth, 7,300. Never seen such parity before.
And all these stacks have gone to Analog. I don't think Hector has seen a single one. And I do not think he's too happy about it, but I mean, that's where the Midas comes in, I guess. Maybe part of that decision. Like, if I'm not going to get stacks, I got to get the extra experience somewhere.
Strategically speaking, like, why do you think Heroic opted for such a slow-paced lineup? Because I do not think of Tundra, they're maybe not the fastest of the European teams, but they are a European team. Like, you know they're going to be able to pick up the pace. I just question whether or not the greed, this was the team you wanted to go greedy against.
I mean, there's not a lot in this tournament you're going to do much better against, right? Like, there's a lot of European teams left in this event. There's a lot of teams that are going to play strong laning phases. If part of your strategy is to get a little greedy and try and outscale your opponent, I mean, it's not like there's a lot of good matchups for you in the event in general. You're going to have to just plow through some of these teams that are going to take advantage of it and have a lead and just make the recovery at some point.
So if you have a play style, you kind of have to just rock it and find a way to make it work.
Committing. I mean, if that's how they want to play, then you just have to go with it, right?
Yeah.
Will it work? I don't know. It doesn't seem super favorable in the meta right now, but if there's a team that can maybe make it work, it is Heroic in terms of the comeback potential. However, right now, this game has all been Tundra. They are just continuing to swarm the map, and nothing has shut this Invoker down. Thompson is just running around absolutely free. No sentry trap set up. Limited detection. He's getting what he wants right now.
Yep, and what he wants right now is Hector's mana and a forced rotation. Divine Llama TP's in. The rest of Heroic are making a mass move over here, but are they going to be able to grab anything? This time they do manage to get the stun. The Ice Path lands onto Thompson. That is a better target than any support, and they will manage to bring him down. The Kiss is looking for more heroes. You saw the long lobs there of fire, trying to look for additional heroes. They do not get anything else out of it, though. So Heroic, okay, 5-man rotation to be able to kill Thompson. It's maybe worth it, but I would say barely.
It's worth it. You need to get this hero off the map. Like, he is the biggest prize right now. Slow down the momentum, relieve some of the pressure on your board.
Sox is still around, but so is Ramses. They managed to hit him with the arrow here. Sox has got to be careful. The Ice Path that's coming out hits him, does not hit him, but Analog hiding away in the melt. They don't have detection right now. They are going to be able to blink away before the Gleipnir.
Making some space.
The bug, it reveals the Snapfire, and it is so much minus armor that Schofield dies in an instant. As good as Schofield is at drawing attention and wasting time, that didn't waste any time for Tundra.
I think it'll be interesting to see how Tundra itemizes from this point out. Like, how many BKBs do they want to commit into here? Because on one level, the BKBs help you ignore the supports on the side of Heroic and just power through the fight. But these are some cores on Heroic. Yeah, they're greedy, but they are almost all physical damage oriented. Yeah. So the BKBs don't necessarily help you just man up and trade versus these heroes. You kind of want armor, scaling damage, maybe, you know, Solar Crest's Vlads, these type of utility items that are going to help your Weaver and your Invoker man up at some point in this game. Or you can maybe itemize to just kite fights out. Like, bait the Divine Llama jump, bait the TA into jumping into you, and then use the Gleipnir and the bug to kite out the fight. Analog barely dodging another play here.
They're going to need to keep making fast moves like that, though. Schofield, not sure where he was wandering to. He jumps, he just kind of casually leapfrogs over Analog, who was retreating, and takes the brunt of Tundra's attention instead. A smoke up and a fast move by Tundra, sweeping over to the other side of the map. Are they going to catch Analog in mid, or are they going to head up to the top jungle area where they know Heroic members are currently existing? Ramses once again goes fishing, tries to catch Analog. Analog too fast on the blink. Hector is underneath the tower right now, and he commits for it.
Job done. Is he going to pay the price?
They'll find Divine Llama, who does not have a BKB, so no way out of this one. Tornado Sunstrike lands perfectly.
That arrow almost scouted him. I actually don't know how Hector got out of there. That was a long TP out of a tier 1 that he just killed in melee form. But I did tell you he'd be highest net worth.
Yeah, he's getting there.
he's closing in on it.
True to Hector's nature. Almost gets caught, almost gets ganked, almost gets scouted by an arrow. I mean, and his TP is not back to base, it's to another area of farm.
Yes, this is his old play style. He developed it a long time ago. TP to farm.
This is a man who would TP to points on the map just to speed up his farm by like 20 seconds.
Yeah, downside is you can't join a fight if it breaks out. Yeah. He has no interest in doing that, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, this will recover the game. Heroic have stalled this early momentum out a little bit and stabilized their top 2 cores, but this Marcy is going to continue to suffer unless you can win a fight, and it's looking bleak. I mean, you just have to get the BKB here on Divine Llama, make some kind of play. If you're Tundra, you are definitely looking to steal Roshan at some point. Take it away from the TA here. You are super happy whatever happens after that, because the fight looks great for you. The TA is going to lose that kind of power spike, or at least getting the Roshan clock to start ticking down in this game, and the second life on the Weaver would be nice.
Tundra have so much control of the game. I'm surprised that they have not done Roshan already. Like, they have Weaver. They have a pretty good hero for being able to
I think it's coming up. I think they're going to consider it during this daytime interval. They're probably waiting for the BKB, at least on Ramses here. We'll see if he goes his like patented Deso build that he's really favored over the last few months. Ramses does not like to not be a carry, despite him having to play offlane.
True. KJ, he'll get the shard. Probably not what you wanted, but a little bit of percentage-based damage. Smoke up here from Tundra, and a 3-man gank squad is looking for somebody on Heroic. But Heroic have vacated any of the areas on their own side of the map. Hector continues to do Hector things, and will also be employing a Nightfall impression here pretty soon. As undoubtedly, when he runs down these lanes, he knows it's going to be a BKB TP away.
Just trying to stall as much time as possible and set up for a play on
Ramses. Yeah, Ramses. He throws out the arena with the BKB, turns around. Is he going to try and commit for the kill on Jakiro? No, he knows the damage is too much from Analog. He's just got to get out of here. Cannot afford any pickoffs right now. Schofield's going to try and slow down this push forward from Tundra Heroes, but Ramses, he pounces once again. Schofield hits him with the cookie just to buy 2 more seconds of time before he goes down. While Pure, he already caught Divine Llama, and now he's looking to get more off the Gleipnir. Might be able to get this Templar Assassin. Saksa not able to get an arrow out, but the damage is still enough. They get him on the high ground. And Ramses isn't done yet. Pins KJ for a 3rd kill on this Jakiro. He just will not stop hunting down this support.
Dive the base, get away with it here. Heroic lose 3 heroes. They lose that Hector BKB on the TP back. He can't connect on anything. And Divine Llama's still sitting here wondering what he's supposed to do in this game. This Marcy pick has not worked out at all. Tundra just running circles around it. Still doesn't have an item. And the Hurricane Pikes are coming out. You're going to have Hurricane Pike, Invoker here for Thompson, Hurricane Pike, Weaver here for Pure, and that BKB on Ramses. All 3 pretty strong defensive items in this game. It's just a lot of HP to get through here. You don't have the tools for it anymore. You're running out of time to recover this game if you're Heroic right now. And this gold lead isn't massive, but again, like, your chances to take a fight and get this Marcy back in this game are dwindling right now. And Tundra know it.
Do you think... I mean, you obviously think that the Marcy needs to be a force in this game for Heroic to have a chance. Why can't they just, trust in Hector, let him farm up? He can carry Dragon Knight, just carry this game?
Not against 3 farm cores.
Okay.
I think the way Tundra itemized, like all of their cores like to scale into the late game, they're all going to be a problem. They're all going to have a lot of control between the Weaver Gleipnir bug, what the Mars is going to bring to the table, the Invoker with unlimited kiting, right? Like at a certain point in that fight, you were just going to get kited as this Dragon Knight. And this is going to be another BKB down?
Yeah, they were hoping to be able to catch him off the spear. Man, they really almost got him there. That damage was amping up. But
this is an important BKB. Like, you have very limited windows in the fight as this Dragon Knight to get stuff done before the Invoker starts to control your damage output. And every time this BKB goes down, hurts you a little bit more.
Hector does. I mean, he's just running down lanes constantly whenever his BKB is off cooldown. So
somebody's got to open up the map, and he's doing a decent job. He will get ganked on the other side of the map, though.
And the arrow. Ooh. Hector, he knows that aggro is coming his way, and he quickly retreats back to the high ground. Tundra are not going to catch him sleeping. And that gives Analog some room to push out top, just like Hector was doing 45 seconds ago.
I mean, honestly, I think Hector has played this game about as good as you can play it from his position. But at some point, you have to fight. And Tundra are done messing around. They're just going to force the Roshan, get an Aegis on the Pure, open up the high ground potential on top of the Weaver BKB. Opted for that over the Hurricane Pike earlier. I think is totally fine here. Don't want to be too susceptible to this TA trap silence plus chain stunning.
Fair, yeah.
And just go for damage. It's going to skip the Pike, in fact, yeah. Use the Aegis to propel yourself to a better power spike here. And, I mean, the name of the game is just going to be smoke across the map, get a big core pick off, you go high ground off that. Gem for Ramses now, help reward the vision that's letting Heroic split push the lanes, and...
yeah, deal with TA traps as well.
It's been some time since we've seen Heroic try and make a play in this game. Just do not see the openings.
Macropyre, missed Ice Path though. Saksa easily eludes that one, and just like his cores, he kind of just runs down lane and accepts his fate. He doesn't have a BKB to get away.
He's also just going damage on this Mirana. Like, it's Dragon Lance for the Mirana into the Pike with the Solar Flare on top of everything that we didn't mention, but it's very good for this tri-core lineup and good for the 2 supports. This is another reason I just don't think you're winning ultra late here if you're Heroic, even if you get to it. Like, you're looking at 5 right-clickers that are all going to be buffed up by Solar Flare.
Yeah.
That sounds extremely difficult to overcome.
Get the spear back. Even if it doesn't come with a stun, the reposition is good enough. Divine Llama jumps in after him, pops a BKB, and finds that 5 right clickers is indeed a problem for him. As chasing in, Pure, it's some trouble. Chain stun, he's gonna lose that Aegis. Though, Ramses does manage to hit a beautiful pin onto Schofield with the arena locking down 3. All he needs is the heroes to follow him up. He'll die inside of his arena. The heroes couldn't get there in time from the side of Tundra, though they will grab that gem. See if Pure is able to get out with it, though. He's away, out from underneath the tower, no problem there. And away they go. So, a trade-off of Ramses and the Aegis for 2 kills, a gem, not too bad.
I mean, honestly, that there were a lot of little things that went pretty well for Heroic in that exchange. That could have been a game-ending push if I think Tundra played a little more disciplined, slow, and Ramses went in very deep, gets caught by the rebound under the tower. It's a great arena, but ends up just going down as a consequence. Kind of an awkward fight. Hector gets to connect with some big damage for once, get to use a BKB to not have to TP out. Though I guess when you're in your base, there's not far to TP to anyway.
True. Watch that one again. As they start off with a poke, beautiful spear back. They just blow up the Templar Assassin so quickly.
Did force the Mars BKB out early, which I think eventually is what cost Ramses on the second go, but of course you're going to take this every time. TA down, open up the 5 or the 6 on 4. Nice chain stunning here to take down the Weaver. This is a great arena. The rest of the team is just nowhere near. And Divine Llama does get to put in some work here.
Yeah, he's like one God's Rebuke from killing 3 different heroes.
If you had that Deso.
It's true.
This is where he's probably like, I told you guys, the Deso build's broken. Why am I building this Hex? But Hex is the very disciplined choice here. It will absolutely ruin these heroes off the initiation. Like, you can go for the Hex, guaranteed spear back, throw down the arena, and then that fight is very difficult to take.
Yeah, it gives them better opportunity to shut down this split pushing that Hector and Analog keep on doing, relying on their BKBs to get away.
And this is not a game you needed extra damage on Mars. Marana and Ench will pick up the damage.
Well, you got it. You got it. You got the Wisdom Rune. He's smiling about it.
I mean, honestly, it's probably worth space for Hector.
That's true. More Hector space. I love how Thompson knows that, like, Hector is up here. He didn't show on a wave or anything. But he's like, this guy's up here somewhere. Farming the same jungle that he's been doing nonstop.
All right, I'll pose a question to you. If you're Thompson, and it was like the 3rd time this has happened, do you buy Basher here?
Does he buy Basher? No. No,
I mean, it's Thompson, man. Give this guy a chance to buy a weird item. He'd probably take it.
He buys the second scythe. They can have 2 scythes.
You can't scythe BKB.
Yeah, but he can bash him. He can be
ruin his day.
Well, now you say it. He's getting to some of those later talents. Alacrity Basher.
Look, I'm not going to say it's good this game, but I don't think it's that bad. Like, you got the solar flare attack speed. If you bash the Marcy and her BKB in a random fight, that sounds pretty good. He's already got the Manta.
I mean, ultimately, you said the game plan was get Aegis, get a pick off, go high ground, try and end the game, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, they are looking for that pick off of Heroic heroes because Heroic know they can't just sit in their base the entire time. That is the whole entire reason they have managed to keep this network from spiraling out of control, despite the fact the score is 5-21. I think Tundra has never been up more than they are right now, which is just 10K.
Yeah, I think they're very comfortable with their position, but this isn't a complete rout. I mean, Heroic don't go away. This is not a team that is just going to fold completely. You're going to have to close it out against them. Next Roshan, I think, is the most pivotal here. Tundra are going to push ahead of that timer.
Hit it with the sight. Follow up, chain stun, spear, and they've got the damage.
That's a huge grab from Ramses. Putting the Hex instantly to use, finds the biggest target. Can't BKB TP out of that, my friend.
Well, there's the pickoff to let them take at least 1 lane of barracks, unless Divine Llama can do something about it, but his jump has already failed, and his BKB is wasted. Tundra have still another 50 seconds to take these buildings.
Life of Marcy versus so many long-ranged heroes.
Yeah.
It is a nightmare to get that gap close in. It should be a laner axe for Tundra. See how much more they can get off this. Still 40 seconds on that Dragon Knight respawn. The Midas levels. Just pushed him up too far, too fast.
That's true. His death timer is too long. And leads to Tundra going for a second lane of barracks. Forces out the glyph. And resume their assault on the tier 3 tower.
You're going to have another jump potentially from Ramses here if you really want to just stay around. Arena's back up at 25.
Got to jump on a Pure, chain stun it, and they managed to bring him down. Wow, didn't lose anybody for it either. Now Tundra's going to start backing away. Mortimer's Kiss is going to be used to try and chase these heroes, slowing them down as best they can. Ramses does manage to get a spear back onto Analog. That'll create some space. Whitemon gets his TP canceled though. Divine Llama fights the second kill. The Ice Path lands onto Ramses as well. They'll get a third kill out of that. K1 Hector, who? They didn't need him apparently. Managed to make a 4 versus 5 work for them. Got 3 kills for nothing out of it.
And the gem off Ramses, and that Roche is potentially respawning soon. So if you can get some map control here, get the lanes in, you got a chance to contest. Huge misstep here from Tundra. It's just an unnecessary push as well, if you think about it, right? Like,
sure.
This second lane does not change the game. This next Roshan does. They just overextend, and I mean, Pure just got caught sleeping. There's no way around it. He gets rebounded into cookie stun for the death. Just not something that should have happened with how much displacement and force stabs and disruption they have in this lineup. And I was mentioning that arena was coming up in 20 seconds. Like, you could have just, you know, waited, push when the arena's back up and let Ramses get another jump. Now this AC on Hector is done. He has the shell as well. So much extra armor on this Dragon Knight.
Look at the network just tumbling down as off of that great team fight, but then also the towers that they got. They got 2 tier 1 towers off of it, pushed a bunch of lanes, obviously got a bunch of creeps, neutrals. All of this adding up, they're going to take a second Tormentor as well, which Analog still does not have his shard. I don't know if he's in contention for this one here.
I mean, he's hoping he gets it off one of these Tormentors.
And he does.
That is value right there. Wow. That is really value. The fact he didn't have to invest in this, gets it at a later point. I mean, you could argue, like, ideally you kind of want this item in earlier in a game where you can snowball with kills on the map, but obviously that was never going to be a position they were in. So you will take it at a later point. It could pay off at the second half of a fight.
Yeah, it's not going to pay off in this exact situation, though, because doing that Tormentor signaled to Tundra that Heroic was nowhere near the pit, and they will take that. So Heroic have not managed to use, don't forget, they have that Templar Assassin passive, too, where they know exactly when Roshan is going to be, and have not managed to take it for themselves either time. Tundra go through the gate, smoke, and push to the other side of the map.
Courier.
A courier is about all they'll get as Heroic have...
Hector knows, man. This guy knows.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows how much extra items are about to come in for Tundra in the next few minutes here, but...
Yeah, what are all the items they're getting?
I mean, there's just so much right-click on the horizon. Like, you're looking at more damage for Pure. You're looking at a Daedalus for this Mirana, if Soxa gets to it. Dragonlance into another Pike for Whitemon. And Thompson, creative as ever, eyeing up a Butterfly here for the right-click Invoker.
Right, for the Basher.
Exactly. He will go Butterfly into Abyssal here, and that'll just completely shut down the map. I mean, it's pretty tempting when you have the Elven Tunic as well.
I'm just imagining Ghost walking into melee range and abyssaling somebody out of
That sounds ham, dude.
That sounds sick.
This Invoker is going to be pretty nasty in the fight. You're not really thinking about MKBs here if you are Analog or Hector in this game. You put the Butterfly on top of the Tunic here, you're almost at the 50% evasion.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot to just power through here.
Yeah, we've seen some of these Invokers turn to this right-click build. Laurel from Team Spirit did it in the past.
It's strong.
It's strong.
It's very strong in the late game.
Is Heroic strong enough to step up to that? Still a 6,000 net worth lead for Tundra, and they have an Aegis to work with. They've taken the mid lane of Barracks, and they're looking to take this final tier 2, but Heroic, oh, the tornado right as he blinked in for the kill, and now the Manta, oh, he managed to dodge both of the stuns that were coming out from Heroic. Their initiation falls flat, and Pure's going to be able to get off the ultimate, so they are clean here. They're going to be able to chase down Heroic heroes, no problem. Can they get anybody else? A beautiful Ice Path, Macropire, not too bad. Thompson's dying. Oh, what a trap laid out from King Jungles on the high ground. It's just the perfect ice path to stop what could have been Tundra breaking open the game once again.
That was just a beautiful setup. Maintains his position on the high ground, finds the angle. Didn't even have to use the Dragon Knight BKB, I think. and they recovered the gem, I believe. Yeah, so honestly, not the worst trade here for Heroic. Because, I mean, you're going to trade Divine Llama for anybody in this game every time.
Dude, that's such a Thompson, like, tornado right as K1 Hector. Then he mantas the attempt, jumped it from Divine Llama.
That was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful.
So clutch, and then
he ran into an ice pass.
Walks into an ice pass.
I mean, what can you do? That is life sometimes. But I mean, I don't think any of them expected this. So like 2-man ice path into 4-man macro.
No.
And you're just stuck on those trap shards. And the Manta had already been used, and he piked aggressively. Just no way out of that. I mean, Divine Llama's woes continue in this game. This has been a very frustrating game for him.
Oh, yeah.
He is 1-9. He has 1 item, but he has to just keep going in. There's no way around it. Has to believe that they can make the comeback in these fights off the late game physical damage powerhouse that this TA Dragon Knight can propose.
You has to believe in Hector and Analog to carry the game.
Really do.
Certainly will not be him. He's going to be jumping in, maybe stunning one hero.
I will say Marcy's a hero where if you get to that BKB basher, like, you can make things happen, right?
Yeah.
If you find that magical bash on a core hero at the right time, at the right place in the fight, that can be worth a lot of net worth difference.
I mean, we've all seen these support Marcy's, you know, like the game goes a little late, they get BKB basher, and somehow this support with, you know, 10,000 net worth of items is all of a sudden killing core heroes.
Yep.
So...
Analog,
he's going to be swatted once again. Able to blink ahead of Ramses. Blink for blink every single time.
Just can't latch him.
And using the Marcy passive and the couriers. The extra HP on the courier. They've been using these couriers really aggressively. And you see in that situation... Scouting out a bit of the triangle area. Ice Path into an attempted stun. Hector not all in on killing Pure. The team not ready to jump on that situation. After all, the Aegis is going to be expiring quite soon. They just want to stall this out.
Difficult to go high ground if you're not willing to commit with the Aegis, which, you know, expiring here, you don't want to just let that expire and be stuck.
Yep.
Did also get the Ags on the Jakiro. Not an insignificant amount of damage if these fights can go long or you're in a high ground defense situation with buybacks. And Hex for Schofield, this is the big one I was going to mention. He was keeping a large bank total here with over 4,000 gold. He will just finish that up.
Mech,
that's a
drums, scythe. That's quite the inventory.
Downside is your positioning in the fight can be a little awkward to use this, but it gives them a lot more chain stun potential. Like now you can DK stun into Cookie into run up Hex somebody and they're probably gone. Thompson did go back for the BKB over that butterfly. Felt like, all right, if I can die to Ice Path TA Trap, that's probably a little too much here.
Yeah, maybe the butterfly is a little too next level.
And a refresher for Ramses is going to be a huge item for Tundra. I mean, just double up your arena, double up the BKB site here, get the job done. This is where the Mars becomes a huge late game team fight problem.
Templar Assassin and Dragon Knight in the Dragon form anywhere, both ranged cores. Those arena walls, they negate a lot of the damage that, you know, you're trying to throw around in these fights. 10,000 net worth lead for Tundra, 23-9. They've been here before, and they found that one bad fight cut down a significant amount of that lead that they had grown.
And they're going to smoke out, try and find somebody lingering, but Tundra are not going to give them any sort of opening here, and you're kind of running out of slots on this Dragon Knight. Like, you already sold the Midas, you finished the Lincolns here, which is a nice defensive item versus the Hex and these sorts of initiation tools, but it's another slot that isn't damaged. You have to wonder if you're going to run out of it at some point.
I feel like sometimes in these kind of games, where you're just kind of holding on for dear life, it's hard to recognize that, like, okay, at some point in time, you got to be the aggressors, and I feel like that time is now for Heroic.
They're poking.
Divine Llama, he's going to jump for it with his BKB. Managed to get the bash onto Ramses, hits a stun onto Saksa. Both are able to retreat a bit here. Divine Llama's going to run out of his BKB with the arena, keeping back the rest of Heroic. He is isolated, caught and killed. An arrow goes out, trying to search for more heroes, but Heroic will retreat back to the safety of their high ground walls.
Maybe hoping for some more follow-up bashes there, just didn't get him. Was doing a decent amount of damage to Ramses. It's not a matchup Ramses enjoys, honestly. Even with the difference in their net worth, like, his kit doesn't do anything to Divine Llama if you get on top of it in BKB. So there is a window there, like we saw, where he can make his impact felt in the fight.
Yeah.
But it is such a small window. And the second your BKB is out, you're absolutely gone versus all these ranged heroes that are going to kite you. There are so many Hurricane Pikes.
So many Hurricane
that Tundra
Pikes.
can use. Like, so many Mind Breakers, just Daedalus out of the Mirana. This is a nightmare lineup to get caught without the BKB up. Ramses.
Oh, they could catch the initiator of Ramses, but the smoke is going to break on an invisibility.
This is so unfortunate for them. There's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, they can't push too hard on it because they don't even have all their heroes with them. This was just a three-man excursion. Butterfly done for the Weaver. MKB may start become a very value item for Heroic, but will they be able to get any with double butterflies on the horizon for Tundra?
There's a lot of evasion now. Not a lot to get through it, and Tundra are going to take the aggressive option here. Smoke. Again, that Roshan is coming up in the next few minutes. It's a little awkward of a time if this goes wrong, but maybe the smoke is almost a defensive smoke. Like, if Heroic are going to try and contest this, we'll take the fight, but otherwise we just play for Roshan here. And it was the Strength Blink for Hector, which again, pretty tanky here, but not the highest damage output item if it comes down to it. You want to jump him.
Oh, the Manta gets off the BKB, turns around, stuns up Ramses. Now Ramses gets psyched on top of that one, attempt to hit him with the cookie. Pure's gonna jump forward, go for Schofield. Schofield, he'll be diced up by that damage. BKB has to go up from Divide Llama as Ramses attempts to catch him inside of the arena with a spear to go.
Pure gets the kill he wants. Fall back, control the Roshan here. Just keep playing around Ramses' initiations. Lincoln's pays off for Hector. Able to Manta dodge the second round of the control. But nobody else was there to help him turn around. Could have been a dangerous situation for Ramses, honestly. Yeah. Did not BKB on that jump.
Tundra, unlike Heroic, do not know exactly when the Roshan's going to spawn, but they know it's going to be sometime soon. Question is whether or not Heroic is going to be able to contest the third Roshan of the game, as it's going to spawn right as Schofield's coming back up. The lanes are being pushed in pretty aggressively. Mostly this bottom lane is the problem. They willing, yeah, they're gonna have to give up. So it's gonna be Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, a banner.
Their best chance to win this game is a high ground defense fight. And Tundra just gets stuck into buybacks, like going deep into the Ags macro, things like this, that really work towards Heroic's advantage. But they also have abilities to just cleanly jump, and they have a lot of damage outputters at this point. The two supports have found a lot. You have a lot of threats in the fight. A lot of things you're going to have to worry about, especially with Solar Flare backing all of it up here and multiple butterflies. You're looking for the MKB on the Templar Assassin here, trying to race towards it if you're Analog. There is no MKB on the horizon for Hector. He has to just tank up more, he feels. Ancient Guardian will give him some damage in the base defense fight. There's another thing going for you.
Third Tormentor, and that gets Hector the Fireball. Not that it's probably going to do too much for you here. Pure, who TP'd to mid to get some extra experience to put him over the line. He is now level 25. So that extra Geminate attack, when he pushes forward and comes out of that Chikuchi to hit somebody, that person could just get kind of one-shot as 3 different hits all come out at the same time with the potential for crits.
I think Heroic are just gonna jump a core if they show that is not Pure with the Aegis. They might jump Pure as well. They have to be decisive here because this siege can technically just go on forever. Thompson up very far. Feels secure with Butterfly BKB here.
Gleipnir leading into Tornado. The kisses gets canceled. Now Ramses tries to jump in, but he gets counter-hexed. Can they blow him up in time? They're trying for it. They throw out all their stuns, but he managed to get off his BKB arena. Now they're turning around. Pure gets a little bit low here off of this one, but got off his ultimate. A second arena being used, surrounded by walls after walls. Hector's not getting out of this one, as all those BKB usages early on means that his BKB does not last long anymore. A second lane of barracks taken by Tundra and 3 minutes ago on the Aegis.
I mean, these Hurricane Pikes, just such a nightmare for Heroic to fight into. It just bails Ramses out at the very end there. And double arena. Like, nobody can engage the fight to follow up and help Hector at that point. Forces his buyback here. Buyback out of the Divide Llama. You're missing the BKBs. You're missing the Marcy ult. This is just Mega's uncontested. Yeah. Tundra continuing to squeeze this game out.
And they're going to keep the pressure up. They're going to go for the tier 4s while Analog is still dead for 45 seconds. Heroic going to have to go for another miracle hold here like they did in the bottom lane earlier. Another 4 versus 5. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 5. They do manage to jump Pure, but again, he's got the Aegis. So as much as they can commit to try and finish him off, what does it matter if he's still got a second life right around the corner? And that is going to be it. Heroic are going to call GG on this game 1.
They just got, I don't want to say they got run over, but it did not feel like they had any plays in that game that were working to their advantage. Like they had very little opportunities to make aggressive moves or control parts of the map. It was pretty much just Hector split pushing. You're getting some ancient farm on the TA, but that's about it. I would expect them to come into this game 2 trying to rectify that biggest thing. And if you're Tundra, I mean, you're pretty content with how this game 1 went. According to your plan, you knew what Heroic were going to pick, and like Moon said, they were confident.
Yeah, anticipating a different draft for Heroic, because after all, what good is greed if you can't win the late game?
That is a really good question. They were, doing okay to push it towards that late game. They were able to hold the high ground in that bottom lane, forced Tundra a little bit, at least to try and wait for that second Roshan for themselves. But at the end of the day, it was not enough for Heroic. Lanes just kind of fell apart a little too quickly, a little too fast for them. And I think that really started in the mid lane, Winter, in terms of looking great for Tundra. And that was able to transition again into making the side lanes even better.
Yeah, there was also the lane that I felt like they thought with the TA they will be able to gain some advantage out of their lane. And,
right.
And I'm not really sure about the matchup, but it seems like Invoker doesn't really lose to TA. And if that's the case right now, then why are you doing like the TA into the Invoker? I mean, sure, you can have the shard into the Invoker later, but overall, because of the nature of the lineup again, the greed, you need more than that, Like, it's just not enough, their early game. It doesn't really catapult them into the middle game and give them time to get to the late game where they are DK, Marcy, and TA shines.
I can make excuses for Analog here, because I do think this is something that happens in a game that has such frequent and impactful patches, especially with the fastest patch coming out, completely changing the game. The issue is that he has all these instincts that are telling him, like, as a TA player, like, historically, he's always beaten Invokers mid. It's been a hard counter. This patch comes out, I'm sure he's played it in some pubs, but he's a tier 1 mid. He's playing at the International. He's beating people in pubs because he beats people in pubs. He's just better than them, right? So you go against Thompson, a player who is exceptional, and honestly, he played this game almost flawlessly. Like, he played so well, and all of a sudden you realize the matchup isn't what it once was. And I'm sure he'll adjust that in his mentality. This happens a lot when you have the patches come out, and sometimes it just takes a game like this to happen for you to realize, like, this is not what the matchup is anymore.
A big question mark as well is not many teams are able to get away with showing double cores in the opening of their draft. Heroic picked up the Dragon Knight and then the Marcy as well. Divide really struggled on this Marcy. I know it's not like one of those things of, oh, bad hero, you shouldn't pick it. There were a lot of rotations to his lane early, and then on top of that, where he went to somewhere that he thought he could get free farm, before you know it, there's the Weaver and the Invoker showing up again for you, and this Marcy was really falling off in net worth.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about that. I think in the draft itself, I'm just like, Marcy's not a core, and Jenkins like, yeah, she is. He plays it, and I didn't believe it. Now I see this game, and they
you
tried.
Still don't believe it. It was a core.
I mean,
I don't know if I believe it.
The network didn't show that it was a core, but let's just start with why they picked it. They're cheesing, right? They are going for this bodyguard fasted with Snapfire, and theoretically what this does is you put the bodyguard on your Snapfire, and then whenever your ally attacks, you attack. So you start the little shredder up, and then it's like some cheese effect. It's just outstanding damage that normally will get kills, but unfortunately you're playing versus like a Weaver who's just going to run away from that damage, disengage. They end up losing that, and there's a reason why these heroes like Doom, for example, are super popular in the offlane. These Mars, these heroes can farm if they get behind. They have abilities and spells that can farm, and this is why Marcy in the offlane typically is not picked, because if you do go like 1 in 12, well, maybe not 1 in 12, but that's what he ended up. If you do have like 1 or 2 deaths in the laning stage, there is no comeback mechanic. This hero does not farm. It needs items to farm. It does not farm with spells. So if he gets shut down, and it looked really bad for him, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, if you don't win your lane with Marcy, inevitably this will happen because there's no comeback mechanic.
Okay, here's a question. How much Divide Llama have you guys watched over the last couple of years?
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot. would you agree with the sentiment that maybe this is not just a Marcy thing, and that he is just the type of player that he is either 12-1 or 1-12? Like, we saw it on the camera. He's an emotional player, and I think it goes both ways. Like, he can 1v5 take over a game, especially if he's playing like one of his Siggies like Timbersaw, but it can also go completely the other direction where he just snowballs out of control feeding.
I agree with that, yes. And I feel like so here's the question. Do you want to put him in a position that's really feast or famine to match his personality? Or do you want to try to neutralize it a little bit by picking something more stable?
I mean, don't you feel like being on the off lane and being feast or famine playstyle is just such a liability to your team? Like, off laners used to be described as the backbone of the team. You know, you're always going to be delivering the amount of work to your team, regardless. It's not like too much or not too little. It has to be something linear, you know, every game. But with his type of playstyle, I feel like it might not be so good if he continues this trajectory of being so feast or famine.
Yeah, I think it also really leans into Tundra here. They did not alleviate any pressure at all. They were consistently, once they were able to take that tier 1 in the mid, just in the side of Heroic's map here. And so, I mean, look, Thompson coming up on our screens, he was the biggest contributor, being able to transition that win in mid lane for himself into those side lanes and everything. But that's an added effect as to why no one could even really get anywhere. Even the TA, who still had a considerable amount of net worth, there's no impact. Nothing was really coming from it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to talk about Tundra just because they just played well, you know? They played good Dota, very standard Dota, where it's easy to just kind of like focus on Heroic and what went wrong there. They lost all 3 lanes. They picked a very greedy draft. Hector's going Midas instead of Armlet on DK, so the one comeback you do have potentially as Divide Llama is maybe your carry joins a fight here or there and you get a couple kills in return there, but he's AFK farming. He doesn't have an armlet. He can't join these fights. Mid lane, also known, very greedy. TA just farms. Yeah, she lost her lane too. She's just farming. So you're in a situation where you just can't play Dota anymore. I said before the game started, they had to win all 3 lanes to really make this strategy work. They lost all 3 lanes, and it was just pretty straightforward win for Tundra in my eyes after that happened.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the kind of hybrid play style that we see coming out from some of these players. Like Soxa in this game went for 3 bracers on Mirana into Hurricane Pike. It's like, it does seem like it's earlier and earlier, but I think that's just because of the nature of they were doing so well in this game and he had such high net worth. We saw
not every position 4, despite it being a scaling hero, can do that.
No, not every position. It requires the right game, but to identify that we are so far ahead that he had a damn Daedalus at the end. But in my eyes, this makes the game impossible to come back in because you're going to have to use all of your resources to kill the enemy carry, like to kill the Weaver. But then because Soxa has built like this, all of a sudden you have no resources, and then you have to deal with a second carry. And you look at Thompson, the guy has Hurricane Pike Butterfly on mid Invoker. He's also building to scale. So it's like the items are scaling items, and there's the adequate amount of group up items that are being picked so that you can like choke out the map and be active. But once they're able to choke out the map, they build scaling items on all of the heroes that they can get away with. So it's just about finding that golden ratio of, okay, we can group up with this, and then at this point, let's all scale.
I mean, this is why you can't play alone. Like, you need to help everybody get rich, you know? Like, as a carry player, you can't just like, oh, I'm going to buy Midas. Those idiots, they can't farm, you know? I'm going to have to do everything on my own. I feel like that's a pretty bad mindset. Instead, you should be thinking, okay, everyone's having a hard time. I have to come out. I have to, you know, get my hands dirty. I have to help my offlaner. He's already crying, you know? I need to get him back into the game. My mid laner is struggling in a matchup where he's supposed to win. So mentally, he's done. So if I don't come out, if I don't do something, the game is over, you know? But instead, he chooses, I'm going to get Midas and screw these guys, you know?
Yeah, it's rough. I was a little unsure about Heroic, where their mentor would be after this, because looking at Divide, I mean, that's the highs and lows of watching a Divide game, is you're going to get his player count no matter what. Is it going to be enjoyable to look at? Well, that's, you know, a little up to interpretation there, but it's nice to see the team all gathered around there, having a bit of a pep talk with each other, but I think they should also be talking about what needs to be changed up for the draft. Their opening phase bans were that Shadow Demon, the Omni, and the Viper. Really, really standard things, but now's the question of, are standard bans going to give you the advantage over Tundra? They like to pick a lot that's in the meta, favored by a lot of different teams. So is it more changing what you want or making sure that they aren't getting what they want?
I mean, there's a lot, I think, of their draft that I wasn't really feeling. First pick DK was one of them. This is a hero that is seen a lot of play, the most played hero. It's not doing super hot. So that's definitely one thing, but I think what they should really focus on more than anything is having a good draft, a cohesive draft that makes sense with each other. They tried to cheese it with the Marcy, I get it. TA mid, there's a reason we haven't seen a lot of it. Maybe pick something where Analog can make some rotations, is going to do well in the mid lane. Something, I feel like they tried to cheese that game, the best way I can put it. You got offlane Marcy and TA. These are heroes that aren't in the meta right now. Maybe dial it down a little bit. Pick some more standard stuff.
I will say about Divide Llama and his mentality, he is very emotional in the game, but he's also known for being very quick to reset. I've seen this exact scenario where game 1 is this very goofy looking thing where he's dying a lot, and then game 2 he is completely carrying the team on his back. So it's not like he's not been in this position before. It is his first TI, so there is that question of will that trend continue when he's got all of this pressure on his shoulders? But I'm fairly confident. I think he's just a really emotional guy. You see the frustration, but it's frustration more with himself and with the state of the game. It's not like he's flaming his team.
Of course, I didn't expect him to be in this voice chat being like, I can't believe you're doing this. This is the worst game we've ever had. We're a terrible team.
I've just heard the rumblings that people don't mind. It's like people almost like that because on the flip side, he really hypes up his team if they're winning and if they're doing well, and you see that in the way that they snowball.
I mean, to build on top of that, I feel like in the draft, if you have to choose someone to draft around, I think based on what I've seen, how they play as a team, I feel like he's the person, Dalai Lama, you should be trying to draft around, because I feel like he has a very, very positive effect on the gamer and in the team, raising their morale. So if you try to draft around that, even if you have to pick his hero early, try to just make everything around it. If he's being on a carry off lane, then you kind of have to try to scale down on the mid laner, or probably not the carry because it's Hector, so you have to scale down from the mid laner and try to make him play, for the off lane. You play a Monkey King, whatever rotating hero, go to the off laner, open up the game and help him get into the game.
Luckily, we have this graphic there, because I was going to ask you guys what are some more of those quote-unquote standard offlaners that Devi likes to pick up for himself, but we're having this graphic here of showing us what has been played between the two offlaners so far in the road to the international. 4 different heroes for Devi, 6 different ones for Ramses.
I think this top right one is a big consideration for bans. Nat, you asked about what going forward should Heroic look to ban. I think Ramses, it looks like the most exceptional Mars player right now. Every single time he picks it, seems like his team is able to rally around him. He's able to start every single fight. When they're pushing high ground, he's the one that's getting the right initiation. He'll go in, bait BKBs, and then back. It's a lot of the good calls in the game are based on him being the first point of contact, and Mars just by far looks like the best hero for that for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think his Mars is really good, and it kind of shows that his experience as a player and his ability to read the map really shines while playing a hero like Mars, who buys Blink BKB, as compared to the zoo heroes that just walk around and farm. Sometimes it feels like when you play the Alchemist, to just go back to that, he can get into mode carry, start doing the farming patterns. But when he starts playing this Mars, he gets his dagger, he starts having his killer instinct. He's good at both, right? But I think this team needs him to be moving across the map and making plays.
Yeah, I mean, they just have the right balance. It's just going back to what I said about Heroic, where they don't really have the right balance. They're trying to draft around too many people, and I feel like that oftentimes create a problem where you have a draft that has some economical imbalances where too many people need too much out of the map, and it's very difficult to get it to work, against the battle teams. Maybe in their own region in South America, people don't punish it as hard, so they feel confident with those type of strategies. But when you're here, everyone's a lot better in the laning phase. They do small little things slightly better, and it makes it really difficult to be greedy and get away with it. So the balance in the draft is very, very important.
The Mars wasn't banned, even though we thought maybe that could have been where they wanted to go Heroic, but the Mirana was taken out. They didn't like dealing with that one. Thought it was a little too good for the side of Tundra, and That was their opener last time, so what are they now comfortable in picking up straight away for themselves? They've left Omni and Viper in the pool that were previously banned.
That's a good question. We'll have to see. I mean, probably response to Enchantress. Everyone has their own response. We've seen Nyx be pretty popular. Usually if you can deal with the creep, it's typically addressing the Enchantress or having some way to deal with it. And Tundra, they're going to go for the DK. This is a hero that I'm starting to like less and less the more I see it, if I'm going to be honest with you.
I mean, what about on Tundra, though? I feel
they
like
love, yeah, I mean, there's always
the first guy doing
right?
this.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. There is always the exceptions where a hero does emerge from the meta because of one player, right? And that one player still believes in it and it's still good, so I will save my judgments for after this game. If Pure still loses with it, then I give up on this.
He played it once already and he lost with it.
Uh-oh.
Just so you know.
Well,
but Ramses has...
You're ruining it already. I pre-give up on
well,
this
okay,
hero.
but there's two times in which Tundra have picked it. And it's gone on Pure once, they lost with it. But it also went on Ramses and they won with it. So a little bit of flex. Maybe Pure wants to try and rectify his win rate with the Dragon Knight.
Maybe they just mirror the Enchantress. Because I do feel like DK, at the very least in the first like few levels, does not really care about an Enchantress too much. You need some extra damage there from maybe the carry and like position 4 rotating to kill a DK.
Yeah, but it can get ugly though. Like depending on the carry, like the Ench can pretty much make any carry that's good versus DK even easier to play.
That's right. You need a kill lane.
I mean, you're talking about when you're talking about mirroring, you're saying so wherever the Ange go, you're gonna go send your DK to that lane.
Yeah, maybe. Because they played on both the side lanes.
And I'm not really a big fan, even though they won with the offlane DK. I feel like offlane DK is really not my.
It is Ramses on another farming hero.
Yeah, I don't really like that. You know, I mean, he has that farming mode, but I feel like it upsets the balance in the team. And I think every time I see this team play, I feel like the two polarizing players that you should draft around and play around is either Thompson or Pure, not the offlaner. So in the length of like the first half of the year, they've been like swapping out offlaners. I think a lot of that has to do with the balance within the course. You know, they are trying to strike a healthy amount of farm across the board and trying to not overly draft around someone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talk a lot about Ramses because you have to keep in mind that Thompson, he's just like a free spirit, you know? Like, you can't put limitations on this guy. You just have to let Thompson do what Thompson wants to do. So, that being
somebody has to die for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, even back when he was on, like, OG and they won, it's just like, you know, we just give Thompson what he wants and we'll play around him. And, like, even on this team, it feels it has to be the same because I feel like Thompson isn't that type of player. He says he's mellowing down, he's getting more stable with it, but...
Delusion. That's delusional. He's not, dude.
That's PR. That's PR training. He's told to say that, you know?
Anytime he streams, there's like 15 more YouTube videos about the builds that he's doing. He has not mellowed down at all.
Yeah, you have to let Thompson just, you know, cook whatever he wants to cook. So, and you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. Someone's gonna have to be stable and just do, you know, the work people nobody wants.
I mean, this is something that has always been brought up, you know, in teams when the coach is drafting. Do you actually draft for the player, or you make the player adapt to the draft? You know? And oftentimes, it's a very fine line. You know, if you don't get it right, then the team is not going to work. You know,
you've got to have like your pawns, you know, the grunts in there that are willing to do whatever it takes to win. Yeah, they don't need that space.
Going on the sacrificial lambs. Monkey King. Well, actually, let's talk about Snapfire. Snapfire Dragon Knight could potentially be the lane combo that they want to go for on the side of Tundra. Might not happen as well, but let's talk about it as if they were going to be together. Where would you want to put the Monkey King? Is this something that you're looking at fine to be in the safe lane with an Ench against that combo, or it's more looking towards to be a mid?
I think the default is mid right now, but... So basically, the reason why Monkey King mid, I think, is almost always okay, unless you're playing versus like some Dazzles and stuff, where we've seen that and it got completely destroyed. At least you have a backup option of running across the map and getting kills. The one problem you have with Monkey King in the side lanes is that there's two heroes on the side lane, not one. So it's very difficult sometimes to get that Jingu stacks off and win those trades, because you're pretty weak in level 1 to 2. Even if you do get the Jingu stacks, it has been nerfed, so you can't really trade anyway. Where Monkey King, he gets up to his level 2, level 3 very quickly and can just kind of like play. So basically, the more heroes Monkey's playing against, the worse it is for him. That's why the mid lane's best for him.
And it's easy for you to cross left and right if you're in the middle. And you have the level advantage. Sometimes it's a bad matchup, but you're still getting levels. And that alone is enough for you to have contribution in the game.
If it's a DK side lane though, let's say it's a DK off lane, and it's like really obvious in the draft, then do you pivot the Monkey to be a carry?
I think DK Snap will win versus a Monkey.
Okay, I was gonna say, I do think that's part of the reason they picked the Snap is because it makes it really hard for Monkey in a side lane to get Jingu stacks.
Yeah.
You just scatterblast him and
scatterblast him, stun him, right click him, then walk away. He's half HP and like just rinse and repeat, right?
Okay, now this is interesting. One of these 3 heroes that were just picked as a core.
Sniper is like, I feel like I remember them running it on carry and mid.
It's 90% likely to be the Sniper, 8% likely to be the Snapfire, and 2% likely to be the hero with the Gleipnir.
2's a little high. I'd maybe give it 0.5%.
I mean,
I think it's a 0.5%.
Thompson loves Sniper and Snapfire, right? I haven't seen his Jakiro, but I'm sure he's tried it. It was funny, we were listening to the interview with Ted, right, saying the heroes that he wanted to play mid on Ted, and he shut down Venomancer.
I was surprised.
But I literally saw Thompson play that in a pub.
I mean, they nerfed it right away. After he actually abused it, it got nerfed right away.
All right.
They're like, no more of that. That's not happening.
I think the Jakiro is kind of good here against the Clockwork and killing off the trees to catch the Monkey.
Monkey King, yeah. Even just throwing down the Macro Pyre in the Monkey King ult is a lot of the time enough to kill him. Very annoying. Kills the Enchantress.
So you just like can't be where you want to be.
Yeah.
You know what would have been kind of a fun facet, I'm totally derailing this conversation for Jakiro, is if you could turn his ult from a line into like a circle instead. It's like the Disruptor kinetic field, but the inverse. Anyway, Spirit.
Anyway, I'm
I don't know, but it's funny.
One of these 4 heroes is Divine Llama, right?
Wait.
No.
So it's analog mid, Earth Spirit.
Carry Monkey
King carry.
Okay.
Yep.
And he's heroes last.
And then Enchantress Clockwork, and he's getting last picked on Divine.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's a good
I don't know if I like the Monkey carry, but
After you talked about it for 5 minutes, how it's better mid, we're not going to run it mid.
And then also, like, whether it's Sniper or Snap mid, I feel like Earth Spirit doesn't enjoy either of those matchups.
No, he doesn't. That's true.
I mean,
Which does he lose?
You can kill the Sniper later, but early you're gonna suffer.
I mean, probably Snap is worse, right? Because at least you have the merit of your Earth Spirit versus.
Yeah, but how good is
mid-game.
Snap mid now? Like,
it's really good. It beats it destroys.
Why Snap mid? It's just to win the lane, or what's the other reason?
I mean,
maybe. I mean, I think. In terms of in a side lane against a Monkey King, who's better, Snap or Sniper? Because I feel like Sniper with the Shrapnel, the new Shrapnel, that's pretty strong. I don't know how you're ever going to get Jingu off without killing yourself.
Yeah, I'd rather have Sniper be. I mean, let's just look at their heroes, right?
I'm looking.
And don't Dire's heroes just look incredibly ugly together?
Yes.
Yeah, but what about how good are they?
Like, maybe that's just like we know because we've been like pro players for and we played high level, but you look at these heroes, it's just a single target.
Yeah,
like,
sometimes you just get the feeling, oh my god, this is never gonna work.
And then you look at like the massive AoE potential, all the items these heroes buy on Tundra. It's like, so basically Heroic's draft, the reason I don't like it is very similar to game number 1, and this is like a playstyle preference. It's very much so playing all eggs in one basket, and it's like skirmishing. Like, we need to skirmish. We need to make these small
snowball the
fights.
game.
We have absolutely no team fight, pretty much. We're going to snowball the game, and if it doesn't work well, then you get in situations that, like Devi was in last game, where when it goes bad, it goes real bad.
I felt like they really wanted Darkseer, though. Darkseer maybe could have been the thing that peaked.
Yeah, they needed like
They're banning big
fighter.
AoE team fighters because they realize that's what they need.
They needed something, yeah. So it's Devi Llama, last pick hero, gonna win the lane, solve all the team fight problems, or completely entirely pivot on we're never fighting.
This last pick has to be absolutely magical.
It's gonna be Centaur.
Okay, I mean, the Dazzle Band, I'm not really that curious about it, but because that's like a protection band there. But this Dragon Knight also still has flex between being carry or off lane. It's very open for Tundra. They have overall last pick. Heroic have to reveal everything, and they're not even sure they're going to get the better lane matchups. They're still not 100% on that. It limits your options a lot of what this last pick is going to be for Heroic, and you're already like picking apart.
I feel like it needs to be like some hero that's very hard to kick out from the lane, you know, some DP, some Timber, so because all the other heroes like to rotate and move around, so they need to have a point that they need to move to, you know. So he needs to be that type of hero.
was gonna say Centaur, but I don't know.
Centaur's okay too.
I feel like
I can't think of a single hero that salvages this.
What is...
Okay.
Alright, so Divine
Off
Llama is
slunk?
gonna play Earth Spirit or Monkey King. Offlane Inch, is that still a thing? Is that playable?
Yes.
Is that a meme?
Yeah, it's not bad, but I don't know.
I mean, who's your support if
I think
Edge is off?
It'd be Clock Slark and it'd
think
be
against-
Monkey King's support with Inch.
Is it just Device being Amar right now, and he's just gonna play offlane Slark into like a DK carry? That way, either their side lane is. I mean, this is honestly not bad for laning because on both the side lanes they have Slark versus a Monkey King, or Slark versus a DK or a Mars, or a Monkey King versus a DK or a Mars. Both of those side laners beat the side laners of Tundra.
Yeah, but this is
It's all on the supports.
This is literally a clockwork Slark lane.
You're correct.
This isn't like some hoodwink Slark lane. This isn't a Snapfire Slark.
I mean, what are they gonna do?
Clockwork.
What are they gonna do in a team fight against like
Schofield Clockwork too? He's not even gonna be in the lane.
I mean, the team fight wise, there's Mars, Jack Hero, Snapfire. You have Earth Spirit ulti. That's it. You know, like how are you ever gonna win those team fights?
I mean, it's interesting. I think Heroic, if they win this game, it's going to be off some individual like crazy plays or some ideas we haven't seen before. And it has to be Divide Llama. He's going all in again on the laning stage. So he has to find a way to win his lane here. But unfortunately, I think Tundra has just got all the heroes they would ever want. And it just looks very straightforward for Tundra on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already hyped up Ramsey's on Mars. He gets it again for game number 2. So it feels like a lot of things are going that way right now, Jenkins.
If this were a different team, I might. If this were like Falcons that last picked the Slark, then I would trust the ability to win the side lane so hard and execute and snowball. Because I do
Crit would
think,
play a lane winner, right?
Yeah, he would probably play a lane winner. But Schofield is not. I mean, Schofield likes the melee heroes, so that's why I think this does not look like that much of a heroic draft to me. Is the problem that I have. I think they're an excellent team, but I feel like this is not an easy draft to execute and also not in their comfort zone, and Tundra got what they wanted.
Okay, thanks for talking so much, Winter. I do want to quickly hear from you, though.
Yep, easy game.
Okay, easy game. That's all you really need to know here. Let's get some more information, though, before game number 2. Nomad standing by with our other coach.
Thank you very much. And yeah, sometimes I got to struggle to come up with questions, and sometimes it's really easy. Offlane Slark, what are you guys doing?
Well, DK is a hard hero to counter, right? So you gotta be creative. I felt like we had some good options there, but both teams ran out of time, and I think this Slark would surprise them more. And like we were just choosing between the classic ones, is Viper, Timber, or the Slark. We ended up going for the Slark. Llama is really good on those kind of heroes. He just needs to pop off. That's what I have to say.
Alrighty, well, it looked like you had a lot to say before the game because there was a big, long huddle. Can you just give me a bit of insight as to what you guys were talking about during the pregame?
Well, we're talking about how we think that we played well the first game. It's just that lanes didn't go the way we played, and then they had a really good tempo lineup, and we weren't ready for it. So we're just talking about that, trying to like go back to our best. Our best way of like trying to get them ready for the next game, like the way they were for the first game. That's what I meant. And
we don't have action in the game, so we are going to jump straight into it with Cap and SPG for game 2. Thank you very much.
That's right. Welcome to game 2 of Heroic versus Tundra. We already had a first blood on our hands. As you guys saw, Snapfire did go down. But Avery, I was really interested in, we were listening to Cap Furtado there, and he was talking about, the draft, being a drafter yourself, being a coach yourself. Do you agree with that philosophy that they chose with, right? They needed an answer to the Dragonite. They think it's a hard hero to be able to counter. They had some options that were way more traditional, but they went for the off-lane Slark, something they've only played once before in an official, because they thought it would surprise Tundra, and they didn't have much time left in the draft.
There's some validity to that. I mean, there is some truth. Like, you pick something the enemy doesn't expect, they're not used to. It's a little difficult to formulate a game plan against it super fast when you have 20 seconds left or whatever, right? Yep. So maybe your items against it are going to be a little more off than something like Timber saw you were expecting. But I do think the Timber might have sounded juicy. The one upside here for Heroic, as this draft, it's definitely wonky, right? I don't think anyone's going to argue this draft isn't wonky, but they have a lot of gap close. If there's one thing this lineup excels at, it's gap close. You have 3 cores with innate gap close abilities. They are 3 melee cores, but they can all just jump on top of you, and it's repeating gap close. Like, you have multiple leaps off of Sarkags, you have multiple rolls in with the Earth Spirit, the Monkey King can leap, Boundless Strike you, leap again. Like, in theory, the chase down potential is super big. Clockwork's another hero that can just give you innate gap close from level 6 onwards. So if you can just start to snowball this game and pick Tundra off across the map and just start running them down, create the chaotic South American Dota that this squad is capable of, that is where this lineup can shine. If you get stuck in more of a disciplined, slow, methodical game like we saw last time, where Tundra are running around with Thompson, killing a hero there, controlling the map, setting up for Roshan's, you might have a difficult time just taking the straight-up engagements in a 5v5, 4-on-4 situation.
Yeah, I mean, the panel was already talking about how they were doing something a little bit different before the Slark even came up, right? With the Earth Spirit pickup, they were talking about, is that going to be Divine Llama's hero, or is that going to be running mid for Analog? And this is something that they have done before. Unfortunately, I'm referencing the same exact game that we referenced for the offlane Marcy's success that Heroic had in that game against Gaming Gladiators. So it didn't work for, that reference didn't work in game 1. I'm not sure if it'll work in game 2, but we'll see. Maybe the Slark will end up working for them. This is something that they have done once in an official, and that was just a month ago. They did it in an online tournament. Obviously, very different situation here on LAN and against a very tough opponent in Tundra that they're already down at 1 game against. It does seem like they are very much all in on the laning phase, something that didn't work for them in game 1. Do you think the laning phase is going to go better in this second game?
I actually don't think it's that all in. Like, every game at TI is going to be pretty dependent on the laning phase. Divine Llama should get another kill here.
Blocked up, and wait. Okay, Schofield commits for it and does manage to get the kill, and he will not die to that tower hit. Gets a bit low, but he has a healing sound, so he is going to be back into it. This double melee off lanes were actually working quite well.
I mean, the biggest factor, Divine Llama got first blood off that exchange we saw, so he just came to lane with an extra bracer, basically. He is raking in the gold right now. He is very farmed net worth-wise, just off the extra kills. Get a couple extra agi stacks here, you're cruising. This Slark is in a very solid position, already level 4. I don't think this lineup is as dependent on the lanes, just because I think the skirmish power is something people are underestimating a little bit. Like, Earth Spirit Slark, if they get to like the first and a half items, they're pretty annoying in the fight. Tundra don't have a super early pipe buyer, for example, right? We're not going to see Ramses buy first item pipe on Mars here, I think.
Okay.
This Magnetize could be annoying. If you can gap close the sniper, you remove a lot of the damage from Tundra's lineup. I see the potential. There's a lot that has to be executed there, but I do kind of see the idea, and you should not underestimate how much the Slark can do in some of these early fights if he starts building up early stacks. Like, he can be annoying. And there's not a lot of control for him. You have Arena, but that's it.
Nice use of the cookie there from Soxa, but being in the 5 position lane has not gone so well here for Soxa.
No.
As the roll hit from Analog, he thought he survived, and all of a sudden, Analog from downtown rolls in and gives him a good kick.
He's going to stay around here, too. They're going to dive. This Dragon Knight potentially have the wave coming in. I mean, Pure offers nothing here in terms of trying to turn it around.
They're going to have Whitemon TP in as the Jakiro to try and help this situation. The dive is still going to continue, though.
They just bailed. Good luck, team.
Okay, goodbye. Oh, the Shrapnel is going to be able to reveal Divine Llama. He's trying to get away, but the Shrapnel and now the dual breast slowing him down. He doesn't have a pounce to be able to jump out, so he's going to be relying entirely on juking through the trees, and that's just not going to work for you against 3 different heroes all looking for you.
You get a lot of TPs down here, both supports again, and the Sniper TP and triple Shrapnel drop from Thompson. It's a big committal from Tundra to try and turn this aggression around. You do get a big kill out of it in that Slark, slow down his momentum. But it does cost you some resources on the map. I was going to say the one lane I was maybe the most worried about was this sniper versus melee hero mid, but honestly, Analog, he's gotten through it, and I mean, this would be a massive pickup if they can kill Thompson in the early game.
Thompson has made this rotation, but the supports have come with him. They hit him with a blood grenade, still might be able to commit as the Magnetize is taking him down. Analog has got the kill, no problem, and he's going to look for more. He's got Whitemon, now he's going to go for the support as well. Analog playing that beautifully. His Earth Spirit is top tier, and he understood in that situation, Magnetize is inevitable. They will be dying here. He's just got to make sure to play it slow and keep those ticks up.
This is the best spell for Heroic in this game and the most dangerous one for Tundra. You get stuck in these early fights versus Magnetize, it's going to decimate you. They don't have early dispels. They don't have a lot of early healing or sustain to kind of power through it. Traditionally, you'd want heroes like Omni Knight, Abaddon, Undying versus this Earth Spirit to just clog up his team fight, but there's none of that in this early game. It's just all spell casting. Analog can really put some pressure on in this game, and he's top net worth, just got triple Urn Charge on top of it. Early Vessel's going to put some more pressure on these big melee cores that Tundra have. Heroic starting to cook a little bit in this game too.
Absolutely. I love the fact
lineup,
that
but making it work.
Analog created that opening himself through the pressure that he created in the bottom lane, forcing the Sniper to TP, right? Sniper's not able to get back to that mid lane as easily. They catch him in the middle of the jungle as a result. And now, with the supports rotating back with Thompson and then dying, it left the Slark in a 1v1. So the Slark was one who died in that rotation, but it still worked out for him in the end because he gets some 1v1 time against Dragon Knight, just what he wants.
Taking advantage of the resources on the map. Heroic playing a little chaotic too, saying going back to the roots. I mean, that is a big part of it. Got to kind of make the game unorthodox for Tundra here, so they aren't sure exactly what's happening, getting dragged around, and then caught in these fights that are disadvantageous, trying to weather the storm right now. Ideally, you play around Thompson here because, like, this mid sniper is very strong in these early fights if you can put him in a good position. But his tower is just dead to this Enchantress. We saw this hero first pick for a reason. It did some work game one in terms of the objective taking, and KJ putting it to work here. Nice two-man stop.
That's right, true to his name, King Jungles comes out with the Enchantress, trying to use the jungle to his advantage to take that mid tower. Does force a lot of rotations to protect that mid tower because it's a sniper, but that leaves Dragon Knight all alone.
This is one of those games where if you're pure, just like, what the hell's happening? Why is there a Slark Earth Spirit clock on me at like 8 minutes, you know?
Yep.
It's like one of those bad pubs where you can't tell if the enemy team gave up or not. It's like, is this guy buying Meteor Hammer? Like, what's happening? I just want to farm, guys. We'll see if he opts for the Midas in a maybe similar recovery position to what Hector was last game. But it's Hector going aggression this time. No Midas for him. He's just going the Gleipnir. This is not a bad position for Heroic. I feel like
not at all.
Tundra wanted more out of the Sniper in the early game. And if you don't get Tops into a position where he's a bit tankier, you reverse so much gap close. I do wonder if this Sniper is just going to get bamboozled every fight. Like, you have 6 heroes rolling on him in an Ench creep, and his tower's gone, and there's night vision on the Slark to contest with to match you, and it's a spooky game for Thompson right now. He does not have a lot of frontline either outside of the Mars to...
They know. They see him, but Analog, a roll after a sniper, but he had an invisibility, so not going to be able to kill him here. Still going to be able to go for the ward. It gets denied by Saksa. They are getting herded into this offlane tower area, and with the Enchantress creep, they could tank the tower shots if they want to go for the dive. But they opt not to go for it, maybe for the best. That could have been a throwy situation there.
Absolutely could have been. And I mean, Tundra, they did play it well. Like, they maintain their formation, protect the tops, and just back up. Invis Rune does some work. Not giving an opening there is really important because this is where that Magnetize can absolutely shred them in the 5-on-5.
Yeah.
Still Schofield protecting their wards here. Does not want to let Tundra back into the high ground, and
they knew Whitemon could not stop himself from going up to that high ground and checking out this ancient stack that they have for themselves, but there will be the punish back. Ramses gets the arena onto Divine Llama. Nowhere he can go. He's going to be shot down by Thompson, and now they can maybe clear through that ancient stack, though. Gonna have to do it as a group if they really want to. Heroic is not going anywhere though. They still have this Magnetize to use, and they've got the vision to be able to blow up Saksa. Got a kick to slow down Thompson, allowing Schofield to catch up. Now he's inside the cogs, and now he is screwed. He is stuck inside the cogs with a battery assault and Analog right there as well. Wait, a pushback for God's Rebuke. They're doing the damage. He's actually gonna be okay for now. It's King Jungles committing for the kill, trying to get him, and he does manage to. Ever so barely, he gets his level 6, and it's gonna be a slow death, if a death at all. He has a TP scroll, and he's got Hector bailing him out. No, the God's Rebuke stops him from being able to land, stops him from hitting that additional nuke. King Jungles will finally die, as it's going to be the supports limping over the finish line to be able to get these kills they're looking for.
I mean, this is South American Dota in a nutshell. You are getting dragged into skirmishes and fights you probably rather not take, but Tundra are meeting them head on, bringing the numbers. That's the most important part here. You do not want to get outnumbered. And a huge component of that fight, we saw amp damage. Earth Spirit, I think, would have decimated that entire exchange. But he magnetized the first target he rolled on in Soxa, and Soxa immediately died. So this magnetized just died with him.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
And it costs him a lot here, because I think that would have been a great fight with the amp damage rune just powering it all up. Tundra happy to get through that exchange, get some Ancient Camps for the Dragon Knight. They'll bleed out another support as Heroic continue to just pick up the pace and continue to swarm the ramparts here.
It really does feel like this is the exact same situation, just shoes on the other foot here, where Pure is just farming away as the Dragon Knight and his team is being decimated.
Yeah, this looks like a mirror image from last game.
Yeah.
But he didn't go the Midas, so.
That's true. Maybe you should rethink that. Schofield will be caught trying to play too much around this triangle area. And Heroic, looks like they've finally been kicked out for good. Not that Hector minds. He's farming the exact opposite side of the map and pushing in that bottom lane deep.
Bet you he wishes he was Wraith King right now with all this space, man.
It always does kind of weird me out seeing Hector playing a non-strength hero.
He's caught here,
and he should be dying. Here's the trickery. Can only take him so far, but if he gets outside of vision, good thing the kisses were used, because he was getting away and might have been able to jump into the trees. Soxa, wise as he is, opts to use the kisses for a hero that definitely needed it. That being said, a lot of heroes do show in the bottom lane. Thompson's got to be careful in mid, as he's still trying to work towards his Maelstrom.
Man, Tundra really played this last few minutes well. Like, this game could have snowballed very fast off some of those magnetizes and power runes. Instead, they put all their cores in a decent position. Even Soxa found some solid net worth. And this Slark, who, if you remember, was the most farmed hero out of the laning phase, he's now the bottom of the chart. Devi Lama just not finding that like crazy momentum he was looking for off these fights. Does hurt this hero a little bit.
He is going to find the Diffusal Blade very soon, and they'll take this off-lane tower, which may mean, especially if he can get the Diffusal Blade in time, nobody takes the last hit, awkward, but they can maybe play for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune steal.
I think that's too much to ask for here.
Yeah, fighting into this Mars is particularly hard so early on.
And these support ults are powerful if Tundra can set up the front line here with the Mars, so this is a very risky maneuver, though Tundra are a little out of position.
Heroic. Is this going to be a situation where they have bitten off more than they can chew? As in the high ground, Pure is sitting here. Cookie goes out, hits on a couple there, and Slark actually gets a little bit low. But thanks to his ultimate, he's going to be able to heal up and get away. Schofield, Centaur stomp, but they're still going to be able to track him. Schofield goes down, and Heroic indeed. That push forward into the 14-minute Wisdom Rune area does not work for them.
Lost the Magnetize again, and that was the Blade Mail for the Earth Spirit. That's why Tundra just didn't want to commit on him there, but not the fight Analog's looking for in this early stages of the game. And once more, Tundra just bringing the numbers, maintaining close proximity, bailing each other out. There's just not a lot of openings there. It's a tough fight. I mean, you look at the map right now, in theory, you should not feel bad if you're Heroic, because you're continuing to push Tundra into this one part of the map. Like, bottom lane has been empty.
Oh, got him again! Ever so barely, but catches K1 Hector on the edge of the arena. And this is going to be a constant problem for him until he can get the Shard or a BKB on the Monkey King.
Ramsey's not afraid of the Monkey King here.
Apparently not.
Not a signature hero for Hector, I would tend to agree. I mean, these are two really bad deaths for Hector, right?
Yes.
Like, you're looking at the amount of space he has right now. He's had the entirety of this bottom half of the map to himself. And he is not the highest net worth. I think there are a lot of heroes he would be, like a Chaos Knight, a Wraith King, some of these heroes that could ghost shove the wave. These two deaths that Ramsey's caught him have really slowed down the Monkey King's gameplay and kind of made the space making that Heroic were doing with the 4 other heroes a bit of a moot point.
See that heat map all over the place.
But it is not translated to a free game.
No.
That's a big deal.
And in fact, Tundra have completely evened out the net worth in this game.
So you have your Diffusal on the Slark. You saw the Blade Mail and the Earth Spirit as well, pushing towards that vessel. This is kind of where these two heroes can shine in terms of the early skirmishing with the early power spike on these items. And you have your nighttime as well for the Slark vision. So this is kind of where you'd want to aggressively make a move, smoke. again, you kind of know where Tundra are. They're only in one part of the map, so you just have to force it and break them. We're going to see Heroic smoke up, try and swarm, maybe try and get a good angle here. A lot of this fight comes down to magnetize, how much it can do, how many heroes it sticks on. You have max stones up, 9 stones to play with here if you're Analog.
They spot Zoxa. Go for him. Arena goes out and immediately locks down the Earth Spirit underneath the Macro Pyre. They go for the hook shot, though. They're trying to stick on top of Thompson. Thompson gets pulled away from Divide Llama, who sticks on a Pure instead. With the Magnetize on some of these heroes, though, they are ticking down, but the team fight, oh, nice kick through from Analog. Finishes off Thompson at least, and the Dragon Knight ticks out as well. The Magnetize is still going on. He's going to get a 3rd kill out of this situation, I think, as Whitemon thought about the TP away. K1 Hector finally shows up. King Jungles will be the one to claim the kill on Whitemon at the end. A 2-for-3 exchange that ultimately does go the favor of Heroic.
Earth Spirit, I mean, it is a 1v5 machine, right? Everybody there is just a meat shield for this guy to get the job done. And he gets it done. 8-0 and 5 start, by the way, for Analog here.
Crazy.
He has absolutely owned this game. The second he rolls in there, he got magnetized on everybody. That team fight is over for Tundra. It's just a matter of what you get out of it at that point. And since he got the Blade Mill off on the Spear for Ramses, you can't all-in commit on him. He has too much HP right now. So you got to get to these Dispels. Early BKBs for Tundra are going to be their answer. It's going to be second item BKB for the Mars and the Dragon Knight here. That's going to be a big deal if you can get to it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a very clear difference in these team fights. The two team fights where Magnetize hits multiple heroes, they demolish. Heroic wins that fight. But then if it doesn't, then, you know, the team fight actually goes against them. What happens if you get BKBs on all these heroes? Like, what's carrying the team fight at that point?
You're going to go into the Valley, I think, with this lineup if you're Heroic. Like, that mid-game period where Tundra have Dispels or Sustains, like a Greaves on a support or something, it's going to be way harder for you to just force those skirmishes straight up. And you're going to have to maybe just farm and split the map a little bit. Maybe play for a Roshan fight, get your own BKB, something like this to trade out those durations for Tundra as this here.
Yeah, Analog managed to get the roll away, I think, from Ramses in time before the spear hits him. And from what you're saying, it sounds like Heroic should try and keep forcing fights while they have this window before they hit the Valley of the BKBs. And with Arena on cooldown, that may be a great opportunity for just that.
Or at least out-farm Tundra. You can be okay with corralling them if you're getting more out of the map, which I think they have been in that position, but again, some of the bad deaths have cost them that lead. Analog is very farm, so if he gets his own BKB, you can just trade out BKBs. But again, you have to be careful of this Magnetize getting dispelled in that type of situation. Still, do not underestimate the scale here on this Earth Spirit. He is still an absolute beast in the late game with 5 or 6 slots. You're looking at like things like Shiva's Octarine, whatever it is. He's a monster.
Yeah. And he doesn't right-click for a totally insignificant amount with that facet.
But you will hit this mid-game Valley a bit, and Tundra are going to look to take advantage of it if they can with this BKB timing. Look for a smoke gank of their own. Try and get a pick off, maybe translate it into Roshan. You're still looking to recover your sniper in this game a bit. Thompson will finish up the Gleipnir. Adds a bit more control and damage to their team fight.
Gleipnir 1, Gleipnir 2.
And it will be the Deso for Ramses. He's eyeing it up this game. Does love this build. Gives him a bit more physical to shred through these 3 melee cores.
Yeah, they, I mean, you were talking about how important a pipe could be for the lineup of Tundra. Instead, they opted for just triple BKBs.
Yeah.
Do you think this is do you like Ramses going for the damage approach this game?
If you're going the BKBs, yeah. Like, I don't think you're going 3 BKBs potentially and then getting a pipe. I don't think it makes too much sense to me.
Sure.
You're just going to try and outscale him here. Put your Dragon Knight in a position where he just out-man fights everybody.
Well, he is out-man fighting this tower.
Owned it.
Destroys it mid, gives them a power rune to work with. Heroic maybe are already falling back on that play to, you know, split the map as much as possible. I mean, look at them. They are on the borders of the map.
Yeah, it's time, right? You do not want to force this fight up into the BKB timing Tundra have. But your lineup is solid at splitting the map. Like, you have 3 melee cores, but again, they're all elusive. Kind of annoying. The Slark's going to give you some extra D wards that you can play around. The Enchantress can also split push some ways with creeps. So you're not too inefficient in playing this type of game, splitting the side lanes, splitting Tundra up. Their lineup, you look at Tundra's lineup, it's very limited on the catch. And their lineup thrives in the straight 5-on-5 and objective-oriented fight, but catching heroes on the map just comes down to Ramses finding heroes with this arena. That's it. It can be a bit clunky for them if the map gets split this hard. Then it comes down to a question of, well, I mean, who wins ultra late here between these two lineups going head-to-head? That is a tough question to answer, honestly, because both these lineups scale very hard between the 3 cores. It probably just comes down to itemization and execution in the late game.
Sure.
And I mean, Hector Monkey King. Question mark. What does that look like, right?
Yeah. He's going to work towards a BKB. They're going to take the Tormentor real quick, though. A little bit more efficient for Heroic than it was for Tundra. And they get a jetpack for Schofield. So more opportunity, as he's been hanging out in this bottom lane, more opportunity for them to be elusive.
Yeah, they're being really annoying right now. They are getting more out of the map. Their supports have found a bit of extra net worth. They don't have the Midas Earth Speed or something like that, but Analog is keeping up there at the top. Just had such a good early start. And that is something else to keep in mind. There is a big streak on this Earth Spirit as he finishes the BKB. So if Tundra can win a team fight and collect some of these bounties, there's a lot of hidden gold there.
Smoke gets them a very nice aggressive ward, though it is spotting out a Slark right now. We'll see if Divine Llama managed to make the read that ward just got placed there.
Tundra very split, but they want to go triangle here off a scan. That's what they're really looking for.
They find the monkey again.
So
Trickery
low.
dodges some of the damage, but yeah, he was farming up some Ancients, I think. Got super low off of it. A pounce lands on Ramses. He says, okay, no problem. Pops BKB, walks away.
Did he actually not heal off that Tormentor?
No, he
Is that
did
what
not.
that was?
He was walking because K1 Hector plays for efficiency, farm efficiency if nothing else.
I actually just assumed he went to heal.
No. As mobile as Monkey King is, he did not want to take the 5 seconds it would get to take it back to Fountain.
Honestly, such a Hector. I mean, what a beast. It does not pay off here, though, as that is an easy kill for Ramses to collect.
Divine Llama trying to catch Soxa and get some extra attributes for himself. Doesn't find it, and Pure is still in this area. Hit him with the jetpack cogs. Lock him down and annoy him for half a second at best.
You got to remember, though, that is a play that Heroic are making without the Monkey King.
Yeah.
And Tundra are backing up there. Like, they did not want to take that fight. Kind of interesting. As we weigh the strength of these two teams in an actual 5-on-5, you do have that BKB complete for the Earth Spirit, so in theory, you combine that with the Monkey King BKB, you could start to look at that head-on engagement. Tundra didn't really get what they wanted out of that BKB timing, I think, which it's not terrible here, because you wanted them in this game no matter what. You want to scale with them. They're mainly here for things like the Roshan fight and, you know, Pure being able to commit in to something like a Wukong if it gets dropped, but so we'll give time for Hector to meet them on that battlefield after a couple rough pickoffs. Still kind of feel like you'd want to get the fight going right now if you could, if you're Tundra, especially during this daytime. You got 50 seconds left. Or just force the Roche, like you have pretty decent single target physical burst here with the cores.
Yeah, you've got Chrysalis done for Pure. If you're willing to pop Dragon Form to be able to take that Roshan.
I think you are, for sure.
You could do it pretty easily.
They're eyeing it up. It's going to be close this nighttime.
Yeah, it's going to switch over. If they commit for this tower.
Heroic are grouping. They want to fight. Monkey King BKB is done. You're still looking for this Deso on Ramses, so he's missing some net worth, and it's a big flank coming through.
Yeah, once again, the wraparound, and they're going to find the supports immediately. The Chikiro is going to be the first one to be gone on here. He does manage to get off his Ice Path Macro Fire. Not too bad, but it's going to be a BKB, K1 Hector. Analog hits the back line. He found what he was looking for. That's going to be Sapphire and the Sniper caught in his assault, and that means the other two cores going to just BKB, TP away, but Ramses didn't make it out.
Ticked out to the Magnetize, I think, right? What got him at the end there? That was a post-TP death. Yeah, I think it was a Magnetize. No, it was a Magnetize tick.
Oh.
Got reprocced on him even after the BKB and just runs out. A brutal fight for Tundra. A kind of daytime started fight. They did not win, and so much of that is the gap close. Analog finding the back line immediately on the tops, and this is the weakness of this lineup this game. If the Sniper gets gone on and these heroes just BKB start hitting him, you have nothing to bail him out. There's no BKB control in this lineup. There's nothing like an overgrowth or something to, you know, recreate the gap so Tops can go to work. He's just food in the middle of an exchange like that. That is a big win for Heroic in this game. And they get an Aegis on Hector. So now, my friend, you can go and get picked off if you want.
Tundra have made a lot of good reads of Heroic's movements, but that one seems that they completely caught Tundra off guard.
Yeah, they just didn't have the right angle. This Earth Spirit was immediately on them on the backside. And you get some good damage out of the Jakiro, but these cores can't take down the Monkey and BKB Wukong anyway, so it's kind of wasted here.
Yep.
And Analog just got the job done, man. I mean, this hero has been beastly this game. No way around it. In fact, what is he up to now? He's 9-0 and 7, level 18. He is enjoying life.
I mean, it just looks so much better than the last game where like, the lineup's still a little greedy, I think, but at least they have one playmaker in the cores.
It makes a big difference. They have easy initiation. They can find the angles. They can be creative with it, right? That's where this team thrives. It is nighttime, but Tundra looking to push in, have the high ground ward, trying to play around it, find a straggler. Won't find anything. It's been a struggle for them outside of a couple arenas. They haven't really been able to start the fights.
You can see Divai Lama. He's got the gem. He knows there's a ward there, and he wants to de-ward it, but he does not approach the ward once he sees it, and he doesn't do it either. Because he knows Tundra is going to play around the vision that they have.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
If he goes for the D-ward, he's potentially getting caught. Even if he dark packs, he could still be stuck inside an arena.
You can depth shroud for it, but...
This team directly behind him, he takes this ward, and they smoke off of the vision going down on the side of Tundra. And it looks like Whitemon's going to get caught up in this one. Heroic, I think... They want more. They want something different. That's why the jetpack and why they didn't immediately jump. And they got him too! Oh, the hook shot from across the field catches Thompson. They wanted something better off that smoke, and by golly, they found it.
Ward saw him running up there, got the rocket flare to land, and I mean, easy lineup for Schofield. Made the correct play, which is go for more. Heroic, they can start to snowball this map right now. They have every ability to do so. And one of the big things in this game is, like, you have initiation sources between the cores here and the DK and the Mars, but if you jump in with a DK or Mars to try and latch somebody, and you drop a depth shroud on that hero.
Yep.
That team fight seems a little awkward, like, especially if you commit BKB.
Ooh, hit him with a Dragon Tail immediately. That damage, it adds up pretty quickly. Oh, he juked him! They thought he was going to roll upwards, but he actually rolled to the right, juking the attempted blocks.
I do not know if he should have gotten out of that one, but
no, I don't think so.
He will live to fight another day, and that's a big life.
He's going to roll after them anyway. Despite his BKB being down, they still want to take this team fight with K1 Hector's BKB, but it looks like it may cause him Depth Shroud. It's trying to help him out, but the Kisses are going to come in, and they'll do the AoE damage. In fact, Divai Lama, he's going to TP away underneath his own ultimate and Depth Shroud.
Heroic want to bail. Yeah. That was a risky fight to take. No BKB on the Earth Spirit. That just felt like you were asking for it. And again, that was the big streak to collect. Went to Soxa here, I think, so he gets the 1,000 gold for it. Happy about that one?
Well, I don't know if the rest of Tundra's happy about that one.
No,
like, that gold could have been better on somebody else, but it is what it is.
I mean, Soxa takes what he wants.
That's true.
It's a TI one.
He took 9 classes spot, you know?
All right, well. You don't have to phrase it like that. I think that was a little over the top. Also,
daytime is coming, Avery, and that means that Tundra are going to be happy to take fights, I assume, right?
They should be. You have to start thinking about this next Roshan. Like, you still have a minute left on stages if you're Heroic, but if you're Tundra, the way you win this game is you get a Roshan in this game, and then you start to push with an Aegis Dragon Knight. So if you can wear through these periods where kind of nothing happens, and set up for that, in theory, you're not too sad.
Yeah.
But I get, of course, this is a long way away. And you still have 40 seconds here for Heroic. I don't think they're going to get another fight out of it. So you kind of waited through this Aegis period if you're Tundra. And you can start to think about the next one, what that looks like, what you're going to gear up for in terms of that head-on fight. BKB will finish for the Sark, and you're going to get an Octarine for the Earth Spirit here, plus one more item for Hector. It should be the Ags he was eyeing up. He's pretty much finished with it. This Monkey King's gonna scale, man. He's gonna be kind of a beast.
Yeah. I guess the question is whether or not they have the lockdown to keep heroes within the Wukong's command, within the Aghanim statues.
Yeah, Ramsey's flirting with danger here.
Yeah,
you know there's a gem.
He just figures that if the Slark is going to see him, he's going to be able to blink away faster. Analog would be a great pickoff, and he's going to hit him with the Spear Arena combo. His team, though, is not able to follow it up immediately, and Analog gets off the BKB, and he can walk away from the team fight if he wants to. Hector's right in the middle of all these heroes, but he just got burned out. Macropyre, Ice Path, and just raw physical damage from Pure is enough to put him down, and it's going to take Divine Llama out of the fight as well.
Analog trying to clean something up, but he finds nothing here as Ramsey's TP's out in time. A very disjointed fight for both teams as the cogs in the arena separated both sides there, but Pure, he is standing and delivering right now. This Mask of Madness Daedalus just ripped through Hector. Did not have the survivability.
No, I mean, he took so much damage before he gets off the Wukong's command. Right, like that Wukong's command gives him all that bonus armor, but if you die before it even goes off, basically.
But look at how much this Dragon Knight's doing right now. Paladin Sword on top of all of it. He's hitting for 450, basically 500 a hit. If you crit on any of those, it's a nightmare right now for anybody on the side of Heroic because you don't have the big armor items up yet. You don't have a Shiva's, you don't have an AC, you don't have a Butterfly, you don't have Satanic.
Whoa, Thompson! Okay, he has baited Analog. The hook shot comes across, though. Still threatening these heroes. Analog's going to roll away. Schofield may not have that same luxury, but he does have a Glimmer Cape. That protects him, and Tundra just trying to full out before Analog can catch them. And they all do manage to get away, at least for now. Schofield's still hunting with the jetpack, but without a hook shot, it's not going to mean much.
I'll be honest, some of these exchanges, like, I don't know who is trying to bait who. Somebody's wrong in these baits.
What was Thompson's game plan there exactly?
I think he was trying to bait somebody to like overcommit in while they were still missing some heroes and weren't set up.
So you think he knew the sentry was there and they could see him?
I don't know, man. It's such a weird play, honestly.
Too hard to get into the mind of Thompson.
I've tried for years and I've given up, so
fair.
You just accept what you see. You trust it as reality. Nonetheless, he has recovered in this game. He's top 2.
He has. Something that I was surprised. I mean, I thought it was good Ramsey's going the Deso build because I wasn't sure if Thompson was going to be much of a force in this game, considering all the gap close.
Just looking for the
early
BKB.
Start.
He has kind of everything else. The Invis with the Shadow Blade, the Grenade, the Hurricane Pike for some disjoint. Get that BKB, you can get rid of the Earth Spirit problem that's plagued him. Tundra hitting a very strong point in this game, and Mjolnir for Pure. Ooh, if they do not manage to stun him and wear through some of his HP at the start of the fight, I think he's the ultimate beast here.
What do you think of why the Mjolnir exactly?
It's just so much damage, man.
Okay.
And you have like monkey soldiers and random stuff that can proc it. You can also throw the charge on on the Mars or somebody else if you really want to.
Okay.
It's just so much damage. It's overwhelming. If he gets to stun Hector, for example, you might just die in a stun here. There's Depth Shroud that can bail out this monkey, but...
Yeah. There are some interesting saves, right? We got the Depth Shroud. We also just picked up the Shard for the Earth Spirits, and now he can pull allies away. Meanwhile, though, Tundra, they've got Cookie, they've got the Concussive Grenade. There's a lot of weird saves, I would say.
Yeah, both sides have some ways to bail out their cores. You're going to have to stand and deliver. Hector will look towards that Butterfly. That'll be his kind of pseudo-defensive item of choice to deal with this Monkey King. Mjolnir does help you through that a bit. I don't think Pure's going to go back for an MKB or anything in this game. You want to get as much done with this DK right now as you can, because nobody's contesting him. And again, this is that like next Aegis period I talked about a while ago. Tundra geared up for it. If they can put a second life on this Dragon Knight, it's absolutely untouchable. You're going to need a lot of Slark stacks to get through that.
That is a big if, though, because we are stuck in this cycle of nighttime Roshans.
We are. Favors Heroic. It's a dire side outpost Roshan during nighttime for the Slark, but the vision right now is being controlled by Tundra. They're set up and they have the position. So if they want to hold this high ground, you negate a lot of that advantage.
At the same time, there is vision thanks to the clockwork, and they also know with these other lanes pushed in that Tundra's up here.
By the way, very limited buybacks available for Heroic on this dire side. You only have Slark and Clock.
Okay, so Divine Llama, maybe he's got to be the one to start things off, but they managed to hit the hook shot, or excuse me, the arena on Schofield, who was looking for a hook shot opportunity. Well, there's going to be your first buyback, one of two. for Heroic. Divide Llama, he's going to put himself on the front lines here. Start going on to Soxo. Just mentioned for himself, but Analog gets on top to Thompson with Hector there as well. It's easy for them to get the kill on the Sniper, who does have a buyback though, and he's going to use it now. Kiss is going out. Clockwork, a die back for him. A roll in to be able to stop those kisses though, and now Soxa's up next, but a spear bails him out for a second. They turn around, throw out some whatever damage they can down to Analog. Pure's taking a lot though, with 2 cores on top. He turns around. Look at the damage though. Oh, it's adding up quick. He's taking down 1 core. The AoE has brought Hector low, and he'll finish him off with a triple kill. Maybe an ultra as he looks now towards the Enchantress to slowly get him down through that ultimate, and they will win that Roshan fight engagement. Now they're not going to go for Roshan immediately. It's still not up, so let's hit some high ground.
Just a beast of a team fight from Pure. Nobody was touching him there, and you have to think about the target prioritization here from Heroic. They were going for everybody but this Dragon Knight. It works if you can stay alive, but that's the big problem. You can't stay alive versus this guy right now. And Pure talking to his teammates here saying, yeah, you like that fight? 1v5 there, bro.
I A-clicked them.
I sat in the middle, and I did what I had to do. I mean, they found Thompson at the start. Analog gets on top of him from a crazy angle. The Sniper can't bail himself out. You use Clockwork's buyback to get rid of the arena at the start. Hector's BKB is very early here, and it does cost him in the end. I don't think the ideas were off, but it's just nobody can deal with this Dragon Knight, man. The damage is overwhelming. Boundless Strike puts him in an awkward spot, but then right here is like,
oh yeah, Red
and
Dragon Central. Look at that splash damage, man.
And Thompson's able to come back into this fight on the high ground through the gate.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. His buyback counted for a lot here. Tundra had all the others available as well, so too many lives to get through here.
So they do manage to get themselves a Roshan, and wait, did they? Yep, the Aegis. Oh, okay, it's just a small little icon. It's on Thompson instead of the extra life on the Dragon Knight to go high ground.
Reward him for his buyback usage, and Pure probably feels like with Satanic he cannot die anymore. I can't believe that. I feel like now the only point he dies is if you do kill everybody else and can bring him down 3 or 4 on 1. But you were having issues surviving that. Also, that buyback cost Thompson his BKB right now.
Sure.
So you got to give him something to play around with here. Hex for Ramses, more initiation power, and
makes life a lot harder for the Monkey King and Slark, and then even the Earth Spirit, these very mobile heroes.
Need the Shivas on the Earth Spirit too, so he can actually tank some of the Dragon Knight damage here.
Yeah.
Analog is having issues standing his ground, as is the rest of Heroic. I mean, Hector is not faring much better. I don't know if this Butterfly is really going to do it anymore. Tundra pushing their advantage.
They're going to hit the high ground. Pure with 4,300 HP. One life is seemingly pretty good for him. Divide Llama, ooh, Scythe, but he has the Dark Pack going. Quickly pops the BKB for fear of his own life, but that's exactly what Tundra won out of that. They got a little bit of ability and item usage out of him while still pushing forward. Taking the tier 3, now the barracks to fall. The damage adds up though from the Enchantress. Gets Pure a bit low.
You can put the DK in a position where you can all in him somehow. Could be interesting, but your lineup, it's kind of difficult to do that. Like maybe you can hook shot, cog him back or something. But
yeah, and use like Depth Shroud to make it so he can't target anybody with that Satanic.
It's a tough ask.
Yeah.
And right now he's pushing the advantage, got the tier 4 item advantage as well here.
It seems to me that Heroic have just called that they're not going to fight until they finish up what I assume is the Butterfly that Hector's trying to farm up.
Really hates that Shrine.
He does. He does.
Messing it up. Yeah, Hector is trying to finish this item. He will finish Butterfly here on the Monkey. This feels all in though. Like, you've got to win this fight or you're going lower bracket here.
Not letting the D-ward happen. Thompson protects it. They go for the roll in on the Dragon Knight though, silencing him up. Well, he doesn't have Dragon form for a couple more seconds, but he does get low, but not good low enough. Meanwhile, K1 Hector is trapped inside the arena and psyched up. He's dead. The Butterfly didn't matter. He just got controlled and killed by everything else. Divide Llama's trying to do what he can, but all he could out of this was an Aegis. That being said, a TP away, but Pure's not TPing back. He said, you can leave if you want, Ramses. That's fine. I'll carry this game and I'll finish it off by myself.
I mean, TI winners are TI winners for a reason, and Soxa He just caught him with a cookie. Sometimes that's all it takes for a game to end and for a team to end up in the lower bracket is a sick connection from Soxa on the bottom side of that fight. Takes Hector out. Nothing cast by this Monkey King in the last fight. And Heroic will go down with a bit of a whimper at the end of this game compared to how it started. Like, they had so much momentum in that game. I feel like they got everything they wanted. 8-0 start for this analog Earth Spirit, just destroying fights, but Heroic unable to capitalize on map control as a product and just kind of left wondering where this game went wrong. I did not get the sense that Hector was as comfortable on this Monkey King as he is on some of his signature heroes. No. He got picked off a couple of times when he had a lot of space to operate with, and it ends up costing him a decent chunk as Tundra looking very solid in this 2-0.
Yeah, and questions about Heroic. I mean, there were questions about Heroic coming into this tournament, I would say, just because of the fact that while, you know, I would say 3-4 months ago, you would look at Heroic and be like, oh, they're a team. They're obviously the best South American team, and they're really taking it some of the better teams. They have come into this tournament not looking their greatest, and now they're going to be starting off in the lower bracket. Not a great position for Heroic, and they're going to need some time to be able to think about what they need to do to change form and make a lower bracket run work if Hector wants to be able to reclaim yet another top 8. Meanwhile, though, Tundra's staying in the upper bracket, and we'll see what they can get accomplished there.
Thank you, Cap and SVG there. It is fantastic for Tundra getting that 2-0 for them. Not an extremely clean game for game number 2. It was a little bit rough at the start, but it's also a true testament for them that they're able to make space, have that comeback potential in them, and find the pickups, be able to still take team fights despite having that lower net worth, despite being at that deficit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the beginning there are a lot of problems with dealing with the Earth Spirit. Right? He TP'd around. He had a good lane, and he was able to use it to pressure, especially the bot lane. He helped Dalai Lama, which we kind of didn't really think that he would get a good lane from the slug, but he did. He had a really good start. He was able to use it, you know, run around the map, pressure, try to fight around the Ancients here. Like, without a good start, this was actually not really possible for them. You know, they kind of got baited by the Jack Hero. White Mo ran up, they went on him, and they kind of traded a slug for a Jack Hero here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about this game. First was going to be like, I did not expect as well with Winter that the bot lane would go so well. It went really well for them. I also didn't expect for Analog to just like pop off as hard as he did on this Earth Spirit. I feel like this game may not have looked as close as it did if Analog didn't have the performance that he did on this Earth Spirit. He played a really good game. And then on the top lane, I wasn't sure about K1's Monkey King as well. I mean, he still doesn't look as good on Monkey King as he does on other heroes. And it begs the question to me for Heroic. It's like, this does not look like their usual drafting and their usual style of play. And I wonder like why they're choosing to go down this route and be so experimental this late into the tournament, because they're now landed in the lower bracket here. But, you know, they tried something out. It didn't really work out. Tundra, they're continuing to do what they do best. They're sticking to the script here, and even though they did have a rough early game, they still came back with superior team fight, good map play as well, and good baiting.
I agree with that. I share the same sentiment that this just does not look like a Heroic draft, and I don't necessarily think that they need to do this. I think they're a good enough team that they can play their own style. I do think that being able to experiment occasionally is good, but probably it could have happened in the, you know, the group stage where there's no lower bracket if you lose the game.
Yeah.
I will say Divai impressed me on the Slark. Like, he did win the lane and he was doing a lot. This game seemed like one of those games where Heroic won the lanes, they snowballed, they did pretty decent, but then Tundra did something exceptional to come back. They played a fight really well. Ramses hit some really nice pick off with his amazing Mars performance. And then it would go the other way, and then back the other way, and then back the other way, very back and forth. But I feel like if Heroic is a team, if they were Falcons, if they were a team that actually played around the offlane Slark a lot more, then it would have just been like a straight up snowball. If this was a Heroic draft and they had this lead, it would be a straight up snowball.
I actually feel like the Monkey King just needed to play better. It's not even like the rest of them. I felt like they already did as much as they could. Maybe certain small little things could have been better, but K1 definitely felt like he just didn't really.
Like, what if K1 is CK in the same game? I
get it.
Tundra loses. I think they lose this.
I feel like they are doing this because they think that going for their normal comfort hero is probably not enough for them to win the game, and they had to try something that would give them the maximum amount of chance to have a snag at it, try to do something to win this game, and they feel like Monkey King is probably the best bet, I mean, I get it, it's not his most comfort hero, but all I'm just trying to say is it's not going to be perfect every time you drop. You can't get all your players with their most comfort heroes every game and with a lineup that makes sense with each other. Sometimes you have to sacrifice something, and in this particular instance, they feel like they needed to go with something that Hector is probably not so comfortable with to try to bind the draft together to have an answer to the sniper. I mean, sure, it didn't work out, but I feel like it's a really good thing that they're willing to go out of their comfort zone to try to win the game.
Sure. And I think the sniper was dealt with. I do think Topson had a rougher game than a lot of people would have believed. There were a lot of fights where they were able to get onto that back line, really take out that idea of a damage. Unfortunately, there were moments where he had a buyback or the team was able to still be able to turn it around for them. So Heroic, we saw that there were issues for them. But on the flip side, massive props to Tundra. Again, for me, it's actually Suxer. I think he really shone in this one on the snap. There were a lot of moments where he was able to escape on just the slightest amount of health fear and then was able to use his ulti, was able to save another core. He was just there sitting on the outskirts of the fight so often after being right in the thick of it.
Yeah, I mean, Soxa played really well. I think Whitemon also played really well. The two supports are always just saving people, staying on the edge of the fights too. Faith is restored in DK for now as well. You're playing it, so it looked good.
It did look good. Tundra being our winners here. They're going on to the upper bracket with a 2-0. So let's head on down to Nomad and Whitemon.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Whitemon. I mean, firstly, how's the series? Was that one a fun one to play?
Yeah, it's very fun against like South American teams. They're playing so fast.
Yeah, it looked very enjoyable. And, obviously, big question mark over the Slark pick in that last game. What did you think about it?
I mean, I play it against it a lot when like Falcons playing against us when I pick Jakiro. So they always pick Slark often. So yeah, the lane may be kind of rough, but I think it's still fine. Yeah.
All right, so they thought that it was a bit of a gotcha pick, do you reckon? But you'd played against it plenty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This Slark pick is like kind of like greedy offlane, I think, but I think they just want to like snowball the lane and like snowball the early game and trying to play fast and trying to like end the game, something like that.
All right, and did you have any concerns in game 2, like when you were behind or, when the fights were looking a bit tough? Were you ever worried or were you always like confident and in control?
I think we're fine because we know we're gonna come back because they keep like throwing, they keep going, like they're not bringing enough numbers and they didn't respect our ultis. That's why they keep like kind of feeding a lot when we're behind. So I think we're like it's gonna be like comeback. So I think it's fine.
All right, and last question from me then. What kind of support do you like playing more? Do you like playing in the backlines or do you like getting involved and throwing some punches?
I think personally I like throwing the spells, something like that, like playing from behind. But I think it depends on my teams. If my team's like giving me like anything, I can just play. It's fine.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you very much, and best of luck in continuing in this tournament as we throw it back to the panel with Nat.
Thank you both. Whitemon giving that extra little insight there about this Jakiro, how it was able to be played in the game. And he's very familiar, in fact, coming up against the Slark in the offlane a number of times previously. The biggest one was about Heroic's rotations. It's not so much Tundra could read them and predict them that we've seen in a couple of matchups before of other teams. It's just that Heroic weren't committing the right number of heroes, the right number of spells. They weren't min-maxing correctly, maybe trying to utilize as little as possible to get the most. And unfortunately, Winter, that's where you don't find this success, when you're not willing to give it everything.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes not bringing the right amount of heroes, just being late, like a couple of important fights. Monkey King just arrived late, or maybe he didn't tell his team he needed more time, or maybe his team went in early, we don't know, But you need to have everybody in the same location at the same time. This is what Dota is all about right now. How can you get to a point, you push out all the waves, the two side laners are connecting, and you're allowing your team to all initiate an attack and arrive at the same time. It's a very difficult thing to accomplish.
Yeah.
it's interesting to hear that that's like the topic of conversation among the pro players, because I know there's always like, how many auras do we need? How many people do we need at a fight? There's always like the buzz thing to talk about to win the game, and right now it really feels like the best and fastest teams are on that line of they have not overwhelming where it's they're 5-manning everything, it's they're bringing just enough people to the thing. So it's cool to get confirmation on that, because that's kind of been our working theory for a while.
We always kind of have this conversation around auras, what exactly works, and we've seen a lot of heroes pop up and be reused in many series, but Earth Spirit is one that's got a bit of a question mark around it. So luckily we got Purge, going to give us some more information and explain this Earth Spirit mid more for us.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, the Earth Spirit was very, very well played last game by Analog, and what he did was basically create space for his team and be all over the place on the map. So if we take a look at some of the clips, he started things off. He's level 5, doesn't have his ulti yet, but he's still great at rotating. So he TPs to the side lane when there is a skirmish. This is part of them probably trying to get the Slark ahead. He just nukes the support, but then he lingers around. Now take a look at this ward. They had this one early, and this one's really important is because it gives you really good vision of this area here, basically. So that basically lets him know if any of the Radiant heroes are in this area and available to be grabbed. So when nobody TPs the lane, he gets ready to dive. They see the Whitemon TP, and the second that he sees the other one, he's like, okay, I'm out. This fight's not going to be good for me. I'm going back to my mid lane, and his teammates end up fighting the rest of it out. It's a lot of TPs and contributions just to kill the Slark. So ultimately, he gets back to the mid lane, he pushes it in. Schofield has moved over. Now they get to fight on Topson instead. And Analog does pick up his 6 while pushing in that mid lane. So now this fight looks pretty good for them. He's now doing tons of damage. He's going to get earn charges when Topson dies, and it helps ensure that they get all 3 heroes without any losses. So they just fought mid. Now this is probably the coolest move they made in the early game here. They're pushing up the mid lane with the Enchantress, and against really good teams, it's really hard to trick them in terms of what you're doing on the map. It looks like Earth Spirit's nearby, sitting in the trees, ready to jump in if needed. Mars is going to commit ulti, kill King Jungles, and now it's like, oh, he wasted his time. Not really. He crossed the whole map during this entire period. They feinted with that push with the Enchantress just to get him across the map to kill the enemy carry. And that unlocked the game in a huge way. It compounded their advantage. They took the tier 1 tower safe lane, they killed the tier 1 tower mid, and that allowed them to ultimately play in this area of the map. This is really what gave Heroic their nice advantage, was tricking Tundra and using the Earth Spirit in a good way in the early game.
Awesome, Purge, thank you so much there. It's nice to see how you can play that Earth Spirit, but it also goes hand in hand of if you want to bring numbers to a fight, if you want to keep snowballing at Winter, Earth Spirit's a tough one to be able to keep up with, whether you're on the enemy team or your own team as well.
Yeah, he's like very similar to Monkey. Obviously not as quick as Monkey, not as global as Monkey, but there's always enough time for you to get to a fight as long as you have good communication on your team before they go. You're already rolling in. Like what Kevin mentioned about how the Enchantress is showing, and Earth Spirit briefly showing himself in the mid lane to trick the enemy. And all of these things are very, very good, you know, in this type of situation.
I want to try and convince Phil one last time about this Dragon Knight hero, especially being in the carry. Do you know where Pure sits right now with experience per minute after that performance in officials?
What did he, like, just this game or overall?
This game.
Oh, he probably had like 900 to 1,000 XPM.
It was 1,089, which is in the top 3 experience per minutes across all TIs. So it was a pretty good performance, is what I'm saying. Are you now for the hero, against it?
I mean, I am for it if Pure plays it, because it's kind of his hero, right? If someone else is playing it, I'll have to reevaluate. But for now, Pure has the thumbs up to keep playing DK.
You got the seal of approval from Fiat there. We're also treated, though, to a little bit of a listen in. We've got one moment from that last game. I'm hoping it was with the Tundra listening.
Okay. Pop, pop. Behind.
Fight together.
They're coming from behind.
Watch cloak. Cloak after Bible, guys.
I just salty.
They're going on me, both, of course.
Spark is hitting me. We still can fight, guys. Cloak.
Yep, standing clock.
Where's the source? I'm gonna stand yours.
1 second. I can stand after. I'm standing a spirit.
They dying from me.
I can force you out.
Kill the monkey. I can stand the monkey. What's this?
He's going, guys. He's going. It's cancelled.
I can stand him.
Guys, push the wave. Push.
All right, I am here with Nouns, the only American organization representing here at the International. I'm joined by their captain, Fly. Fly, firstly, how are you doing here in Copenhagen for the International?
Doing good. It's nice to be back here. It's been a while for me. But yeah, it's great to be back at TI, you know? It's always a special feeling. So
once again, I mean,
yeah.
Even after this many times, it's still special?
Of course, yeah. It happens once a year, and you never know if you're going to make it, really. You know, like, you don't go starting the year with the expectation, like, oh, for sure I'm going to be a TI. And this year has been kind of a wild ride, so, you know, it's nice.
You know, it has been a little tough for you guys at points. Was there a point in this year where you were thinking, like, you're starting to doubt, or you were wondering, you know, is this the year I don't make it?
You definitely have those thoughts. You know, you just can't really let it get you down, right? Because, you know, when you start losing, you're like, am I still going to be able to make it? Am I good enough? Are we good enough? All these thoughts kind of seep in, but in the end, you have to just trust in yourself and in your own ability, and, you know, hopefully whatever happens, happens after that, and you just do your best.
I think for you, as, you know, with all the experience you have, it was kind of, you know, you've been everywhere, you know, you've done it all. So were you kind of like guiding your team, you know, through those rough patches? And, you know, do you feel like you're maybe the reason why you're able to come out the other side and see the light?
I think it's definitely everybody on the team. It's not just one person. It's never one person. It's always like a combination of different factors. You know, something might just click at the right time. And that is something I did tell my team, is that, you know, you could just be losing a lot of games, but one day you're going to wake up and something is going to click, and you're just going to start playing better, either individually or together, and you're going to start winning. It's happened to me before in the past. And it sort of happened for us this year when we ended up qualifying here, right? Like, we played the best Dota I think we've played all year.
How did Milan coming into the team kind of, you know, like help you guys out and change Nouns?
I think Milan came in kind of before the qualifiers, and it definitely helped because I was feeling overwhelmed, because I was basically doing coach and captain. I was doing both those roles. And I wanted to be able to focus more on my own gameplay, because nowadays you have to be really good at your own individual role. You can't have some guy who's like, you know, not that good. So it helped me individually because he took a lot of the responsibilities off my shoulders. He would help with, you know, our training routine, replay reviews and things like that. So it's been a great help, and I think he's a very smart Dota mind in general. So he brought a lot of good fundamental ideas to the team that we were lacking.
Obviously, we've had some changes throughout Dota this year, you know, facets, and most recently Ringmaster as well. As a support player, what do you think of this new hero, Ringmaster? You know, is it free MMR?
I love Ringmaster, yeah. It's been free MMR. I think I'm something on like 8-0 with him. I haven't lost a game yet. I try not to play too much because it's not a hero I'm going to play at TI. So yeah. I was trying to avoid it, but, you know, every game you queue up right now, people are going to first pick Ringmaster and like High Immortal. The hero's, he's OP. Let's be real. Even after a nerf, he's pretty OP. I think I look forward to playing him later after he gets nerfed a little bit, because I think he has all the fun tools in the hero, right? He has like a save, he has like an AoE control, he has like some skill shots. So I think the hero is very cool.
What would it mean for you if you were able to finally lift the Aegis? What would it mean?
I mean, that would be amazing. I think it's one of the things in Dota I have not been able to achieve. So, of course, that would be a dream come true for me to be able to lift the Aegis. Don't want to think too far, you know, we'll take it a step at a time, but that would be awesome, yeah.
All right, Fly, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the International.
Thank you very much.
Team Spirit made one of the most legendary runs in TI history. Two-time Aegis winners, owners of a very exclusive club, and now I get to talk to Maposhka, who is going for his third Aegis. I mean, how does it feel to be back again, and how does it feel to be in the running for a third Aegis?
I think it's feeling great. Yeah, we came here for our third Aegis, and I hope we will win.
Absolutely. I mean, do you approach the International differently to all the tournaments of the year?
To be honest, I think we prepare for every tournament in the same way. I think, of course, it's a little bit the question about motivation, and on some biggest tournaments our motivation is a little bit bigger, but I still think that our preparation is not like very different between other tournaments.
would you say your motivation for this is the highest?
Yeah, I think so.
That's good. I mean, you know, I do want to look back at the Esports World Cup. You guys did pretty well there, but you know, how do you feel about your result?
I think our result was not good enough, in our opinions. Like, our form was good, but we met some problems on tournament, and we couldn't solve it. Actually, like we met some problems with heroes. We not adapt to meta at the tournament. That's it. I think it's more about heroes, about tactics, about some meta heroes, and we just didn't adapt well enough.
You know, you guys have been dominant at TI for a long time. You know, you've been turning up to TIs and threatening every single time. And you look at other teams throughout history of Dota, you know, like Liquid and VP and Secret. You know, these teams, they had eras of dominance, but they were very short. Yet you've been able to turn up again and again, and you know, now you're going for another TI and you're looking in great form. How do you think you're able to do this over such a long period of time? You know, how have you been able to stay so strong for so long?
Actually, I don't know. It's a little bit surprise for me too. I think it's more about our chemistry between teammates. Like, we believe in each other, even when we have some bad periods. We still know that every one of us is a good player, and we know that if we will find enough motivation, if we practice enough, we still can win some tournaments. And I think we just having a really good time with each other.
Yeah.
And I think this is the most important.
Talking about yourself and, you know, your personal life, your friends and family, you know, who do you have back at home supporting you and, you know, watching your games and such?
I think it's my family. Yeah, they always support me, always watching some games, even they don't understand anything from game, but they always saying some good words after tournaments or about some other stuff. So I think it's my family.
Yeah, great. And what's your, you know, relationship like them? And especially when, you know, you started this, you know, what did they say when you started going pro in Dota?
It's a little bit hard to explain, but of course they not believe in me from the start when I start my career, but like when I got my first salary or some prize like that, they understand that this is really serious thing, what I'm doing, and they start support me and believe in me every time.
A lot of good teams, they are really strong throughout the year, but then at the international they don't perform as well. Why do you think it is that this happens sometimes?
I mean, I could understand before when prize pool is very big, and sometimes you felt much more pressure when you're playing. But now, I don't know actually. I mean, it's hard to say right now because, for example, previous international, there was only 2 teams who won tournaments. It was we, Team Spirit, and Gladiators. And grand final was between Team Spirit and Gladiators. So it's hard to say that on that TI we will see. But I still think that Extreme, Falcons, Gladiators, they will reach top place.
What would it mean for you to be the first team to hold 3 Aegises? What would that mean?
I mean, need to do it first.
Yeah.
And after I can say
all right.
how I will feel myself.
All right, brilliant. Well, I think that's about it. Mposhka, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thanks so much.
Team Spirit, always a contender for the ages. They came unscathed out of their groups, undefeated, 6-0, and they got to choose their opponents, and they chose Nouns. That's the matchup we're about to witness. I'm joined by Tigov, Effie, and Lacoste, and we're going to dive straight into it. And I want to talk about both of these teams and the gigantic difference, T, that they've had this year in terms of results.
Yeah, this is very true. You know, Spirit, they've had success. Nouns, not really. They started the year quite struggling, then they picked it up a lot throughout the entire year as well. Spirit versus Nouns. Spirit have always beaten Nouns. I don't think Nouns as an org has actually ever beaten Spirit. So this really is kind of like the David versus Goliath. And of course, the entire region hopes that Nouns can do something, but it's going to be a struggle.
It is going to be a struggle, Lacoste. We dove a little bit deeper into nouns and, all the D and Qs that we see here, because I will say traditionally there's a different team coming out of the North American region, and Shopify Rebellion now, of course, the missing team.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to say about North American region. It always been like that, having these 2-3 strong teams. Always somebody was unable to qualify. Always, big drama between these teams. And we can see once Shopify decided to step down a little bit, some players taking it easy, taking streaming as their primary job. Things do look better for nouns, I would say. And I think the other also example, it's not related to this because the team is not here, is also at Riyadh Masters this year. We had PSG Quest, who were kind of blocked by Team Falcons throughout the whole year, and suddenly they reached 5th place at Riyadh Masters. So same things could potentially happen to nouns. They do have the opportunity here. Problem is they're playing against Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's gonna be...
They got chosen. They're the chosen ones.
Yeah.
Not a good sign.
Not in a good way here. Let's compare a little bit more between these two teams, because, Effie, there is just a little bit of a David versus Goliath situation going on.
There really is. You're going up against Spirit, two-time TI winners. This is TI. You're already coming in as an underdog, as a team that is representing the region pretty much by yourself, and you haven't had a good group stage performance already. So it's not like you're taking momentum and confidence from the group stage games if you're now into the series. But we saw yesterday that in Aurora versus Team Zero, that even a team that didn't do well during group stages, what's standing between them and the upper bracket is just one best of 3. One best of 3. One day where you're just drafting really well and playing incredibly well.
Just have a good day, just pick the right heroes, and I think we're going to take a little bit more of a focus to the offlaners before we dive into the draft, because the offlaner hero pools, Effie, that's something that you wanted to highlight in particular regarding this matchup. What made you want to show this?
I wanted to show this because Gunnar has been playing a lot of Tuskar offlane. He's played it 3 times, unfortunately, to no success, whereas we look at Collapse's hero pool and you see Kunko is his most played hero, and this is kind of the flavor of the month offlaner this patch, because Kunko basically erases damage. Then on the other hand, you see Doom and Timber, not unusual, Slardar and Magnus, maybe a bit more unusual, but that 3 games of Tuskar on the side of Gunnar, turn them into a Kunko Gunner. Come on, because this hero works for a reason, and Collapse, who's known for his initiation offlaners like Magnus and Slardar and whatnot, he doesn't care. He's playing Kunka as much as he can because it's a hero that provides your team with so much value. So in a series like this, I want to see less cooking from nouns, if I'm being honest.
They have had, both teams have had, a day off. Or I say off, I don't think any team is gonna, do nothing on their day off. They have had a day to prepare, which I think Lacoste might result into potentially switching that Tusk out for something more viable.
I think it also comes down to them playing certain heroes that they feel, very comfortable playing. Gunnar, when he was playing mid back then, he was the Tusk player. He was the one who kind of invented it, rushing the Ags with the Blink Dagger, of course, so maybe there's something to it. I checked his Dota Pro tracker. In the last 8 days, he played 11 games on Tusk, so he still believes in the hero, but I gotta agree with you guys that this Kunka kind of feels like the hero of the tournament so far. With all the damage mitigation, it goes up to 55% with the boat and the rum buff. It feels incredibly strong, and it needs to be addressed.
It does. Let's see if it will be addressed in game number 1, as we are in the game 1 of this best of 3. Winner goes to upper bracket, loser to the lower bracket. We got nouns on the Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side. In the first round of bans almost done. Team Spirit have the ability to open up with a pick. T-Gov, anything in particular you wish to see from this matchup, as the bans seem to be pretty cookie cutter?
Yeah, in regards to openings, you mentioned it a lot already. Like with Kunka, that could have been an option. They go for the Tinker, and I think the key thing for Spirit is I hope that they just bring aggression from their pods 3 and pods 4. I think they have yet to lose a game, but it's always been strong body on Collapse, the Mag or the Kunka, and then a high damage 4. Like a lot of other teams, they go for like playmaking 4s or maybe like independent offlaners, but I think Spirit have kind of the right read where it's like you play the lane together for 10 minutes, you break down your opponent and your carry, and then by the time he's recovering, you can't fight at 15, 16, 20 minutes because the offlane done so well. So I'm really looking for Nouns at least to respect this and make sure that Fly is on an aggressive support to bring the fight to Spirit.
It was their bread and butter, pretty much. Team Spirit, textbook example is them playing range position 4, melee position 3, and they combine it, high damage, as you said. Even in the meta where people are playing double melee in the offlane, they were still picking these range heroes for Mira, and now that these are kind of exclusive, you don't want to end up with 2 melee heroes in the offlane because it feels really bad. Position 4 and 5 kind of swapped. We had a lot of these Tusks. Marcy's being played as 4. People realized, you know what, we're going to give them less priority and pair them up with the range heroes in the safe lane, which uses them as a body to soak up the damage for the carry, so feels much nicer.
5 seconds.
So this Tinker from Team Spirit is pretty interesting because it's their first Tinker, this TI, and when they have the overall first pick, they've always chosen to take Sand King, Naga, or Kunkka. But I think that this Tinker, they're taking it away from Nouns, who have run it before this tournament, but I think that according to their preparation, for them to give away the Sand King, which is a high-value hero, and take Tinker, which we've seen the win rate pop up on screen, it's 44% so far, the hero has been nerfed. Still good, but it has been nerfed. They think that Nouns' best playstyle and best strategy is with their Tinker, so they wanted to take it.
It could also be kind of Spirit looking at Nouns' previous games and the game that Nouns haven't Sand King, it was a really, really rough game, right? Gonna finish like 0-8, they got stomped in like 23 minutes, and maybe it's like, well, we take a Tinker, let them play Sand King, we've watched this replay, we see that he might do certain things on Sand King that other Sand King players aren't doing, sorry. So yeah, it's probably a combination of many factors, but I think at least for Gunnar the lad on screen, he is gonna have to kind of step up in this game because, again, his last Sand King was not to be remembered.
Well, you apparently remember it very well.
Yes, I hope he doesn't remember it. As viewers, we remember it, but as players,
no, I got.
There we go.
I got where you came from. Don't you worry. All right, so we have still got a couple bans to go to before we go into the second stage of this drafting phase, and I feel like Team Spirit coming in with a, as we said, completely new hero for them, at least in the last few days, is kind of goes to show what kind of preparation they've done, Lacoste. And the fact that Nouns took so much time in their bonus time to then answer with the Sand King, do you feel like they might have been thrown a little bit off guard by the Tinker pick?
I think so, because they didn't open up with this Tinker, and it feels like they are trying to think what's going to happen if they don't ban certain heroes. Enchantress is going to be banned out. This is Miposhka's specialty. I mean, everything they played so far has a 100% win rate because they did win every single game, so hard to take anything away from that, but feeling like Sand King as an opener, it can be okay, but Sand King, especially from the offlane, if it's not a flex, so far, Copy did not play it. It leaves some of the matchup, really bad matchup, open for Sand King from the safe lane, especially this Morphling for Radahn. They did ban it themselves, so it's not going to be open. And an interesting one when it comes down to Team Spirit, banning out Alchemist, even though Nouns did not win their game with the Alchemist, it's a hero that comes to the lane with extra 250 gold, can change quite a lot. And also Radahn, he does play sometimes these slower, these late game oriented heroes like Dragon Knight that needs a little bit more farm, Morphling as well. So I would say this is a good ban.
I was going to say, on the topic of Radahn Yatoro, he's looked very impressive on his Mirana as well, and his Windrunner, which are both still in the pool, and something that Spirit can look to build around. They can still go for the, Treant plus Mirana, or the Treant plus the Wind Ranger, the Tusk plus Mirana, etc., and you can heavily punish the offlane Sand King in that way.
I'm kind of surprised both of those are still in the pool. Actually, Wind Ranger and Mirana. Sorry, T, what was you?
No, that's right. There's a lot of options because I think I would like Spirit to put the Tinker into the 5 role here because you want your carry to be relatively self-sufficient, and when Tinker wants to hit jungle, I think that's a very vulnerable period of time for Tinker drafts because he naturally needs to soak up that jungle farm to bring out a Locket or a mech or something. And that's why in the 4 role, I don't think it's the best position because you sack your offlane and you don't provide any pressure to any other place on the map. You might defend the Tower of March, but you're very, very selfish as a hero. And that's why I think in the 5 role, you don't really hurt your lineup because the 4-3 is active. You then still get to play on your mid. And if your carry just needs to hit jungle and kind of awkwardly play around by himself, like, it isn't the most damning situation to be in. So that's why I'd like Tinker to be 5, and I'd love Nouns to keep layering that damage. You know, they got the Snapfire, get a couple more heroes that can explore the map, and then you can try and fight through the kind of the farm that you expect. But again, a very strong lane will be coming from Spirit with Kunkka plus hopefully a high damage position 4.
Yeah, or they can just save their position 4 since there are so many still left in the pool and pick up Wind Ranger as well as the Kunkka, which will be very strong, or Mirana for that matter, which can be doubled up as either for Mira or for Radahn.
So I like the Mirana a lot more just because the Kunkka comes out, which we know Team Spirit have loved to run, but the arrow into X combo is such a reliable way to transition from the laning stage to the mid game. You know, it's so easy to get 1 or 2 picks into a tower off of that simple combo that it's super high value. Plus, you know, the new Solar Flare with all of the bonus damage, you're looking at heroes like Sand King who buy damage mitigation. You know, they buy your pipes and your Crimson Guards and whatnot. Mirana, as a hero, naturally counteracts that with all of her built-in damage.
Okay, Nouns are trying to progress the game a bit here. The expected pick here is probably Tusk. So you have Tusk Luna as one lane, Snap Sand King as another lane. It's very much a draft that kind of screams, this is what we're doing. There's no kind of surprise here, but if you play a good lane and get your group timing, your early BKB Luna, your Blink Pipe on Sand King, like it does play itself out, but I would be worried a little bit that like Nouns, the underdog, going for a very kind of face value draft against a team like Spirit is potentially exploitable, but if they can hit their timings, it will potentially be a very formidable lineup.
They played Luna and Yuma in one of their 2 wins that they've gotten, and they paired it up together with a Dream Protector last time, and they will do so again.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I was fine with Tusk. I think that's one of the best pairings for Luna that T suggested, because it gives you damage, gives you a little bit of a save. So does this hero. Most of these position 5 are bodies, and you're not losing those lanes. But what I like about Team Spirit draft is that they kind of break the game. We saw a game when they played against Team Liquid with repositioning tools, with the Magnus, with the Kunkka, the reel-in from Naga Siren. They're going to have some of that here, but in this one, they're more oriented on buffing up the heroes and making them unkillable. You know, Mirana's going to go pew-pew most of the time with the Solar Flare, some Solar Crest. There's the Alacrity, kind of a combo that they already used, and then you have a Boat Thrum, any Crimson Pipe, whatever it's necessary, Defense Matrix on your Mirana. This hero is not going to die.
Yeah, we've seen this style happen a few times already throughout this TI, with these Mirana drafts in particular, usually accompanied by an Invoker, where there's an enemy offlaner that you know is going to build auras, and then the other team chooses to just buff one hero with all of the damage, and the damage just flies through those auras. Makes it so that heroes are killable at any stage of the game. I actually think Nouns' draft looks very good so far. It's very well-rounded. You have your stun initiation, you have your damage from the backline with Mortimer's Kisses, you have your very strong safe lane duo, and you have BKB Piercing Disable from Dream Protector. So their lineup is very cookie-cutter. There are no glaring flaws. The only issue will be once that Mirana has all of these auras on her, she has all of this extra damage, who's going to be stopping it?
One thing that is a negative kind of from Nouns type of draft is you can clearly see who needs to have a good game from laning phase to create opportunities. And now it's like, if Sand King shut down, there is no move to be made. There's no Snapfire combination, Tree doesn't really play the map quickly, and Lu needs to farm. And that's where if Spirit can identify that and just punish the Sand King, this last pick from Nouns also needs to be kind of like an insurance policy to bring their draft to life a little bit. But you know, banning out the park, good playmaker for copy. So already Spirit kind of identifying they need someone to be active. So Nouns isn't just in a kind of one hero does all until the items come out that we're mentioning.
Tusk and ET get taken out, it would have been the lane pairing with Mirana. I guess that would be left in the pool is the Marcy, or potentially putting Tinker on 5, but I don't like Tinker on 5 versus Snap Sand King. I feel like he's very punishable and can feed too much, but if he plays with Kunkka on the offlane, it's a lot easier to just do the reliable damage on the X.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there what? They haven't really flexed it, but you could still, I mean, technically put Mirana to 4 and then Kunkka and then get a new carry, but
there's also Clock.
Mirana's just too strong.
I wanted to mention Clockwork as well. Feels really nice because you have, you know, combination with Mirana. It's the hero that can find, he can cause a lot of issues. He can find the Snapfire in the backline, stop her ulti from going off. They do have a lot of team fight. It's quite a lot of magic damage coming out from Team Nouns already, but yeah, I do like Clock. Marcy's also fine. I think with Tinker, you want to have something that's going to go in and kind of die. Marcy wants to live, wants to get the items, but Clockwork, he's not afraid to sacrifice his life.
Yeah, they both have their advantages. Marcy also buffs up the... They go for Batrider instead. So this is going to be Mirana plus Tinker and Batrider plus Kunkka. Spirit have run Batrider a few times already on Mira, and to be honest, he's been playing incredible on that hero, constantly pressuring the enemy carry, constantly chasing into the jungle. We've seen Linas and Miranas and Windrangers get shut down by this Batrider, so this is going to be a very kill-intensive offlane coming out from Team Spirit.
It's just nice to find heroes as well. Like you mentioned, the whole want to go in from a Tinker supporting aspect, and now Batrider can do it. When he goes in, he finds a hero. Now Kunkka then steps up like, okay, I'm now the body. So there's like nice layered aggression where like Bat can find a hero, Kunkka can tank the team fight, and then Mirana and Vocal pump in the damage, and of course Tinker's keeping people alive. So really nice, well-rounded lineup from Spirit. Again, for Nouns, it's like they have very, very strong lanes with Tree Luna, Snap, Sanking, like Copy. You look towards him in mid lane, it's like, boss, what do you want to play? And
Shaker.
He takes the Shaker.
Happy?
Yeah, I think this draft looks pretty scary from Nouns. I don't think this draft has many flaws. Could be... It's not even on the slower side, knowing that Yuma is going to be playing Luna, one of the carries that comes online super fast with the Lucent Beam, and then you have Sanking building the auras, Shaker from the mid lane built into Blink Dagger. Still going to give the slight edge to Team Spirit, but this is a strong draft from Nouns.
Personally, I'm not a fan of Shaker versus Team Spirit's heroes. Like, it is one of Copy's hero pool heroes that he is really good at, but you're playing against Cold Snap and Tornado. You have March of the Machines in the team fights, so you're not going to have easy Blink Dagger angles to actually Echo Slam, and you're also playing to the damage mitigation of Kunkka, so it's not a very easy Earthshaker game. But everything else outside of that mid pick looks really good for Nouns.
Yeah.
I mean, they put Batrider 5 and they put Tinker 4, so I think they at least fit. I prefer Tinker 5, but to bring the kind of the game into motion, I don't mind the 5 combination of Bat. So you'll play lane, use Twin Gate, and then he'll kind of become like a pseudo 4 whilst Tinker's jungling. So I think in my reservations of it was fixed because they went Batrider.
And I guess Mirana, Radan, Yatoro will be fine even if he gets left alone a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And again, this game just feels like Nouns after lane, they need good lane, they hit a team timing, and Yuma needs to go, I'm ready, let me make my statement. Like, let me go for Roshan, let me go for towers. If your carry's quiet in this game, Team Spirit will just scale to the point where they are, the TI winning team. So I think it's really on Nouns to have the confidence to really know when they're strong, because if they don't, they will just, fall out of this game, I think.
But they're supposed to be strong in the lanes already, so the lanes is what we're going to look towards first, because with the rotations we're mentioning that Team Spirit might have, and the strong lanes that Nouns should have, that should be pretty active early game.
Oh, for sure. I think this is going to be an action-packed game.
Yeah, I think so too. I just worry about this Earthshaker. I look at it and it looks like such a hard Shaker game.
If he just goes like treads Ags, like obviously like early Blink, you can be explosive. You set back for the Ags and then Ags and you don't care about March. Then you get BKB, like as long as he's a body and he goes into the fight, everyone else can play behind him. So it's like, even if he might not have like the most show-stopping game, he at least can create opportunity for other people to then shine. So
okay. Let's see what's going to happen in game one. It should be an action-packed one. Before we get to the action, though, let's hear some words from a coach with Pyrian.
Yes, indeed. Hello, Shiva. I am here with Silent, coach of Team Spirit. Are you guys happy? You think you got everything you wanted out of this draft?
I think yes. We get our heroes, which we already played with tournament. So okay, our heroes is okay. I'm not sure about their heroes. I think we give them a little bit too much, but our heroes okay.
That's cool, because I was about to ask. I know a few people have said that this Luna hero seems pretty strong, might be a bit of a dark horse at the tournament. Are you a little concerned about how it's going to play against the Luna?
Right now I'm not sure, we'll see, but Luna is... we predicted we're gonna pick it, but right now is too much heroes are really good. So, I don't know, maybe could do better bans for the second stage. I think like we could do better.
Do you enjoy a best of 3 more as a coach, where you've got that sort of tactical ability to figure the other team out over 3 games instead of just 2?
Sure, I prefer more best of 3, because best of 2, if you did one mistake and it's already cost you game a point and you are disappointed, best of 3 you always have one mistake.
Okay, well, best of luck to your team.
Chance for one mistake. I mean.
Exactly. No, I get you. Well, best of luck to your team in this game, and I'll throw it over to the casters, OD and Fog. Take it away, chaps.
Thank you very much, Ted. Just ready to get into the action, and as you saw there, first blood going the way of Lal. But interesting here, from Silent, the coach, some sort of hesitations with some of the things that went down in the draft. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. You know, earlier today, right, we had Falcons versus Beastcoast. I think in the Game 1 interview with Aoi, he also felt that he'd made some, they kind of let the clunker through or something. He wasn't completely happy with the draft. Beastcoast ended up being able to take a game from them, so maybe today here in this best of 3, this Game 1, it could be Noun's best shot to try and take a game off Team Spirit, Fog.
It definitely does feel like it. Their draft, it hits everything. It's strong lanes, it's good team fight, it does scale, it's got this Luna hero that we've seen do very well. It's just going to be the test of how can they do versus Spirit, who also does have a very strong depth, but it's a bit different style, right? You were mentioning in particular to me, it's 4 ranged heroes. So yes, versus like Earthshaker and maybe versus Sanking and stuff like that, like the distancing versus can be cool, but we haven't been seeing too many drafts with just like straight up 4 ranged heroes. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one does work out. And it's an Exort Invoker from the mid lane, or at least in the first skill point. We'll see how he decides to switch it up. Maybe it was just for a first blood thing, but we'll have to see how that ends up causing any extra effects, because usually you do see the Quaswex from mid. So we'll have to see. Because, yeah, this lane, it's going to be good for copy.
It should be, right, yeah. Mid Shaker is going to have the edge against a lot of the mid matchups right now. Easy denies, easy last hits. See if Lal's able to slow him down much, but yeah, absolutely expect Copy to have a pretty nice start here. It was already got the bottle coming out, so it's going to be very difficult for Lal to harass. And then these side lanes, I mean, overall, as you said, anything else that you're sort of surprised came out from this draft?
Well, I wasn't certain if Spirit would actually do the Tinker because they hadn't played it, so that one was a bit interesting. You saw that Nouns actually hesitated for a bit to adapt after that first pick, how they were going to go down that route, but it's just the Sanking. I know this is a really popular hero right now, but the amount of times I'm seeing now that these ranged, it's always ranged safe lanes. I feel like this hero just suffers a lot in the laning phase. Yes, he comes back because he can farm very, very fast and stuff like that, and his itemization's nice, but the lane's been some problems for me, for the SK. So we'll see how that one ends up going down also.
Yeah, it could be difficult for the two of them to really pressure Radan.
Yeah.
Get the chance to go on Miposhka. These two being the 2 ranged, should be able to place their advantage and make it very difficult for Nouns to get aggressive, unless Team Spirit start to make some mistakes on this top lane.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to have to come from those mistakes. But Gunnar has to be very careful because it's a Bat Rider as well, too. It's a really strong lane versus a melee.
Not going to get the arrow angle there. Radan tries for it. Either way would have been difficult with the creep wave coming in to find the connection. So Gunnar will be fine for now.
Gets the Lotus. There you go, Miposhka. So they got both Lotuses. It looks like the Tinker was also able to claim that one down bottom. Mira is able to get that one in. So this lane is cool, though. It's not a particularly most aggressive lane that we have seen from the Kunkas. I think a lot of the times I've been seeing, especially from Spirit, I think it's been Kunka Snap almost every game, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a very strong defensive one, right? The March is always going to keep Collapse sustained, and he's always going to be able to play inside this lane versus the Luna tree, which this is a devastating lane, right? Tree Luna, very, very killable.
Oh, yeah. It's so much damage.
Stuff, so.
But yeah, indeed, Spirit having ways to deal with that output that Nouns are going to have between the two of them in this lane.
Cool thing to point out, just as I was looking at a lot of other players, not many are doing it, but Collapse is doing it almost every game. He does take the Grog on the Kunkka, which is really interesting, just to get that extra bit of damage delay and extra bit of protection for his allies. It's very strong.
Gonna get the setup here onto Fly.
Can they get aggressive down here? That'd be pretty cool.
See if they can finish him off. Yeah. They certainly can.
Very nice.
Angles there for the Tidebringer hit to come in, and Team Spirit, they take Fly down.
And Kunkka's such a good hero. Perhaps even with the Tinker, who more is defensive, they still can do it. It's very cool. And now Miposhka, he's actually just making some moves around. And I've been seeing this a lot now, especially with these Maranas. We saw it from Cloud9 yesterday. They leave them alone sometimes because the hero can just, you have leaps, you have these ways to protect yourself, and then you have arrows to arrow catapults, arrow neutrals, etc. So I like that we see those type of mini rotations from Miposhka there. Since there's no bottle on Invoker, they want to deny the runes from that Earthshaker.
Yeah, they're able to make sure the Copy doesn't get either of them.
Yep.
On the 4-minute spawn of the Water Runes.
So that, I mean, Laurel, of course, he's going to suffer, but he got first blood, and his lane so far 18-4 to 23-8. It's not perfect, but he's probably relatively even. I'll actually check for myself really quick. Yeah, he's about 100 gold actually ahead of the Earthshaker right now because of the first blood and stuff, so very cool.
Lane. Trying to put the setup here onto Yuma. Collapse trying to come in with the body blocks, but he's taking a lot of damage himself there. Collapse.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, going a little too aggressive there on the two of them. I think they overestimated the damage output that the two of them could do there. Collapse and Mirror does not work out. End up feeding a kill away to Nouns.
He threw the scan. Does he go for it?
Would it be enough?
Oh, it would have been enough for sure.
Yeah, it was worth a shot there. Worth a shot, Lal, but not quite able to get him. Actually, I guess sort of big brains it, right? Because he, instead of going for the obvious straight line, he assumes that the Copy's making sort of a movement around, but wasn't to be. So Copy keeps it safe, keeps it simple, and ends up saving his life there.
Yeah, a bit of mana wasted, of course, for Laurel, but he's doing great. I mean, this matchup is now...
Oh, yeah, against a Shaky, you're happy.
Excellent, yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, the first blood helped a lot, and he did do kind of what I figured. It's just the 1 point in the exort, because like playing with multiple points exort from mid, then you're not a playmaker. And for mid right now, I think you almost have to be in a lot of these games, especially for Spirit. He always plays like these super playmaking styles, so...
No, yeah, I mean, as you said, you take it to get that first blood. In that situation when you see, hey, you know, if I get this online here, I'm getting first blood.
And realistically, they do have good setup for Sunstrikes on the side lanes. They have X, they have the arrow, so they can potentially get those early on. So yeah, I like this, and I like now that he's going to be going down Quaswex, because, excuse me, Mira was talking about it on the panel. Quaswex is amazing versus Earthshaker. It's very annoying to play versus this Cold Snap, this Tornado, and stuff like that, so...
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm going to see if I can catch out Mira.
He's looking pretty dead.
And not really a whole lot he can do in this situation, apart from just try and waste as much time as possible. Copy makes easy work of it.
Well, he got information. He saw the blast as well, too, so he's like, okay, 3 heroes actually chased me, so...
Yeah, I think if anything, that's allowed Midposhka to move up onto the high ground, sort of check out the status of what's going on here. We'll spot out the few stacks that Nouns do have going.
He doesn't have the Firefly yet, so he can't really go for any type of steal, and Volker doesn't really want to come over here and steal, so these are a bit tough for them to steal unless they bring a lot of heroes early.
Gonna have their eyes on the mid hit. It's a hard play to go for, especially with Copy having the shield rune in the bottle, so not something that they can try for in terms of a kill, but do manage to keep this mid lane in a situation for Lal to continue to have a very good time here on the Invoker against the Shaker after a rough few first minutes of play.
Yeah, Copy's got to be careful how he uses the shield rune, though, because of that Dispel, you know, the Tornado does have to be a bit cautious if he does look to play too over-aggressive, and look at the CS right now, looking really good. We see Radon, Yatoro, of course, at the top, Collapse now,
on him.
Getting gone on.
Got the cookie set up, and Collapse. Can he get his way through the tree line? He cannot. Mira's not able to save him. Lal's come in with the counter rotation, so they'll be able to turn and punish Lelis with the Tornado Cold Snap combo. So Team Spirit, they'll find a kill in return, but his Collapse getting knocked out of his lane once more.
Super quick rotation though, Laurel. He got down there so fast to be able to get that trade kill at the least there for Collapse. Collapse buying the time. Used the X there, almost lives. The little bit of run buff that he does, you know, of course, get, but tried to survive. Power rune, who's gonna get it?
Yeah, they're gonna bring in bring them back, make sure that they would have the chance to secure it, and as it was, ends up being bottom, so Arcane Rune for Lal. Copy continuing to sort of just be controlled in that area, not getting the chance to get the refuel on the bottle.
I mean, him or Gunner can do those ancient stacks later on as well too. I've seen a lot of these Earthshakers even echo slamming some of these big neutral camps, so if he does want to get that enabling. But he is slowed down a lot. A lot of times when I've seen these Shakers, it's you get your treads and you get your blink usually between like 10 and 12 minutes. Right now, it does feel like it's going to be a bit slower because of these last few moves and how much attention they've put on it too, right? I think we've seen the runes just checked constantly here from them. Very good understanding of how to play against this from the side of Nouns right now. And yeah, all three cores are feeling good on the side of Spirit.
I mean, what is that sort of timing do you feel that Nouns are going to have to wait upon to make the play? Is it just looking towards Copy?
I think
progress he can make before they can really start trying to hunt down and slow down some of Team Spirit's cores?
I think mostly it'll be Copy with the blink, unless they walk right into him, of course. But I think Yuna can actually do some cool stuff on the Luna. I've seen a lot of really interesting rotations just from taking a portal, using the Eclipse kind of combo. So I think there's some moves that he could actually make on this Luna if he sees some type of like sneaky opportunity. But for the most part, I think the blink is the ideal before they want to make a big one.
Smart money.
Yeah, he's all in on trying to get that lane, of course. No points in the fissure just now, and Gunner's gonna start working on the stack.
I should be able to clean it up pretty nicely. Spirit, moments ago, of course, we saw them scanning out this area, stepping into it, but they're probably not going to be coming back anytime soon.
I mean, Owen, look at the map right now. Nouns has 0 heroes in lanes.
That's definitely allowing Spirit to kind of maximize what they get out.
Not something you see too often.
In its entirety.
I mean, it's efficient, of course, for these heroes to go and hit these jungle creeps, but it's, yeah, you're just giving Team Spirit pretty much full information of what's going on in a way. There's nobody showing at all in those lanes in particular. They have wards to see people sitting in the jungle too, so Spirit can kind of pick what they want to do at the moment.
And let's see if Radahn can keep that net worth in particular consistently above that of the Luna. I mean, Luna still does farm a bit faster, of course, so probably going to see the Luna get ahead if she doesn't get ganked in some time, but...
It's certainly going to be a very good timing for the Maelstrom on Radahn this game.
And he has very good combos to be able to join in early with his team, since he's going to have the coverage of this boat early on for the protection. And these auras that will come out very early, of course, too.
Overall, very close on the numbers. Just a slight lead right now.
Just slight.
Spirit are able to maintain out of the laning stage. 3-3 on the kills, 10 minutes on the clock.
The worry for me is just that this is that last pick Earthshaker, right? So they ideally wanted to have some... It's a good start.
It's a good opening from Fly. Sets up with the overgrowth from the trees to catch Radahn by surprise and allows them to take him down.
And maybe... Does he want to go for this kill?
Meposhka. It's going to keep toying around with Yuma.
Pretty sure Yuma can just third for him in a second here soon.
Going to say a little bit greedy maybe here from Meposhka, but no, maybe not. He's able to Firefly away. They don't have the lockdown to stop him, so...
He must be afraid of others there, because he could just turn and perhaps just eclipse him.
And it was available. Of course, you know, Collapse and Lal are in the neighborhood, and that's probably the big one, right? They don't know where Lal is when he's sneaking around the map with the Ghost Walk. So, if anything, I'd imagine completely expecting that there was an Invoker right behind that bat when the bat goes for that sort of move.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's probably like, why is this 5 position just running at me? Something's not right here, so yeah, it does make sense.
Tower's gone. Team Spirit, make the rotation, take the objective.
Mira was able to clean some big stacks while they were able to pressure that too, so he almost has that Holy Locket actually finished up. After he finishes the stack, he went to defend mid for a second there.
Once that's online, the sustain is going to be able to offer with the March. It's going to be very difficult for Nows to fight into if Mira's ever sits position at the back.
It's time to make moves.
They have to do it. It's got to be a straightaway play. We're going to have a little bit of a pause here.
I just want to see them be able to get a kill and try to transition things into towers, because I feel like the towers are going to start become problematic for them to set up on if they start losing this type of advantage early. Because early game, I would say their draft, it's like, it's 90%, even, I mean, it's like 85%, 90% magic damage on the side of Nouns.
Oh, it is.
So if they start to slow down too much and a pipe starts coming out, the heal, the sustains and stuff, I have some big concern. So yeah, let's get that acceleration going.
They got to go straight for Radahn, right? When you're looking for this sort of smoke play, he's the top lad that you're looking for. Right?
Yeah.
You want to find this Mirana.
Absolutely. A kill into a tower is the ideal.
And Radahn, he's already sort of swept through the top line of the jungle, so making his way elsewhere on the map does mean that he's going to be a safe distance away from this first movement of Nouns with the smoked up Shaker.
Now he drew it on the mini-map. Look at that. The line, he knew exactly
they know,
where
so
they were going to go.
First attempt here with the Blink Dagger timing, not going to be an immediate success for Nouns.
They will, at the least, they got the tower, so Gunnar is able to get that space, and his net worth after finishing the stacks, he's up at the top, so pretty much even net worth game besides that, you know, little bit deficit on that Earthshaker, of course, there.
Now Spirit, so they're ready to start heading back towards that top lane, but this time with reinforcements. So Radahn, not on his own, Lal and Mira nearby. If anything kicks off, maybe considering setting something up, they do indeed have to take into account there's a high chance that Nouns have more around here, ready for action themselves, and they do. Copy in the trees.
Starting fights is a little bit weird for Spirit without the Kunkka in the position. Bat Rider's not going to have a Blink Dagger for a very long time as this 5 position, so overall making that play, it's like Laurel kind of has to put himself in a very dangerous position. If he does want to be an initiating Invoker, he has to be in front line versus an Earthshaker sanking, so maybe need some time to be able to get some way to initiate these fights, or they have to have the Kunkka there to try to look for them, so. 4-3. We've had a lot of games that have kind of been quite slow like this after the laning phase.
Yeah, teams have playing these series very carefully. You know, we're not seeing a lot of reckless movements. Very smart play.
Ooh, nice stack. He torrent stacks the right Ancients. I think that's the second time I saw Collapse do it. So he has a 3 stack on his far right Ancients from that. And now they are looking to make the move. So they've got that Holy Locket, they've got the big heals, they've got the Rum, of course, the Blade Mill that's going to come in, and Collapse is going to look for a catch, because he has to be the one to grab a hero.
He's ready to go here.
Ooh,
copy. Indeed, they're maybe even getting a chance to go on him. They're going to find Meposhka out the side. They drop down a Sentry Ward, and we'll find a Bat Rider sneaking about. So Meposhka's gone.
Very nice.
Same time up top. Radahn's got his eyes on Gunnar. He's going to try and chase him out a little bit, but the arrow's already been used, so very unlikely to get anything out of this. Gunner's able to retreat. Still, yeah, these moments continue to pass in which, you know, the Shaker's game, Copy's game, it's going to continue to slow down. Didn't manage to find anything with that Blink Dagger timing. And as you mentioned, as the moments pass, it's going to get harder and harder for the Shaker to just have that kind of wham-bam effect with the jump.
Yeah, but I will say, though, it is a little Spirit, like, they just can't really make plays. The only way they can make a play is if Kunkka is there right now.
But who feels better in an AFK game of farming with these two drafts?
I mean, probably Spirits, actually. I don't know. It's kind of cool. Probably Spirits, though, just because they have the buff up with the Solar Flare and the Invoker, who also hybrid scales.
Yeah.
I would like it a little.
I feel like just
Luna's also crazy, so.
True. But for Copy on the Shaker, right? If nothing happens, it just don't feel great as a Shaker. Just in morale as well. You know, you play a Shaker, you want to be echo slamming people.
But we'll see, because like Gunnar actually has the pipe right now, so the group up overall from now it's very strong.
It is.
And Spirit forcing an engagement is kind of awkward. So
they
right
really
want to.
Yeah, they want to keep doing this now. Every smoke. And as you say, with this new item timing on Gunnar, they gotta go. They gotta find something.
They're very strong right now in this team fight, in a straight 5v5.
They've been caught by the scan though. Spirit know this is coming. They're going to start bringing in TPs. They're prepared for this.
Collapse is going to show his face. They've got Mira behind to get the heals running.
Does Copy really want to try a jump here? It's risky.
They're baiting Collapse.
Yeah, it feels very rough to try and make a play into this now. So they're going to go for it. Copy stepping forward. They get the burrow strike and he's going to jump over towards Mira. But the tornado comes in. Lars ready to disrupt the play. Cold Snap comes in. They turn straight over towards the Shaker. Copy's trying to retreat, but Radan is in with the right clicks. Copy, he's going to live. He's able to get out. He'll get away from the fight. With him surviving, nobody goes down.
What?
Oh my goodness, that was going to be a beautiful Sunstrike there. Nearly caught him off the back of blinking up to the high ground. Wouldn't have killed him.
But it would have been cool.
But it would have been very cool if it wouldn't have been close to killing him. It would give him a mild bit of sunburn with the level 1 Exort, of course, at this point. But, I mean, that was very close to them killing the Shaker, right? That was, if anything, I think now they're going to be a bit of a sigh of relief that they didn't lose anyone there.
I mean, they got a tower at least. This was a kind of a weird exchange. I think Nouns comes out slightly ahead of it because of how much was had to kind of be used to just defend, but they didn't even defend the tower. It's very close, but cool.
But they also get a tower themselves, Spirit. After play,
back and
push
forth.
down. It's a close one. 17 minutes, 5-3. Not a lot's happening, but Nouns, they're definitely trying to make something happen. This time, with the overgrowth setup, they might have a better shot at taking down a kill. Backup is coming in.
The shield.
He's ready to help him out. Collapse is going to be buffed up. They're able to turn towards Fly, turn towards Yuma. They got the lasso. Burrow Strike comes in from Gunnar. Yuma trying to survive here. Can he live throughout this? He will not. He goes down. Gunnar's trying to desperately find Lyle in return, but he's not going to get it. Team Spirit are perfectly fine. The X-Mark combo comes in. The Burrow Strike timing, it's there. He's able to dodge the X-Mark pullback, and that's going to give Gunnar the chance to continue to run. Spirit, they will continue to chase though, and they'll get him regardless.
What the heck just happened? Collapse is still alive and he still has HP. Like, how'd he survive? X's himself, gets the grog, gets the boat coverage, gets the shield. He survives everything. They tried to kill him and then it just ends up turning flat on their head massively. And look at the damage he's able to do during it. Holy crap. Nerf Kunkka. The mitigation is just absurd. Like, they're not the ones. They didn't even have pipe going.
Copy had a bit of a chance there for maybe a solo kill, and Maposhkri tries for it, completely whiffs the blink initiation, and he's just gone and given up his life. That's a rough one.
Oof. I mean, his game does continue to get worse and worse.
It does feel rough. Yeah. It's never a good position to be as a mid-shaker at this point, falling behind.
And it's pre-pipe. You know, it's before the pipe is coming up.
It only gets harder.
It does. And Invoker, I like the itemization. I think this is the other build that we've seen, especially from Thompson too. You go down the Mage Slayer route. You makes you very innately tanky. You do good DPS, works with your Cold Snap, and it's good versus the whole Nouns lineup of pretty much all magic damage early. Spirit. They're just taking the fights beautifully, and I think Nouns is kind of falling for the trap and the bait of, yeah, we can kill the Kunkka. The shields are there.
Definitely getting to a point where, I think Spirit, as a team, they're just going to keep doing what they're doing, whereas Nouns, the panic may begin to set in. It's like, what do we do? What is the plan? What is plan B? What is plan C? They're going to have to start running down the list. They're going to be running out of options with this sort of draft as time passes.
They got to start finding these other... I mean, they got to start starting fights on somebody other than Collapse. But it's just been him literally been like, go on me, please. He's literally waltzing right into them. So we'll have to see what angles they can find to do that. They do have the tree, so they do have a scouting mechanic, right? So I think he has the shard finished up now on Fly, so maybe that will let him try to find easier opportunities to sneak into the back and see some of these heroes that they can catch. But the fights are very difficult. They have to try to get past that wall of the Kunkka to get to these ranged heroes.
Yeah. And now, yeah, with the Kunkka.
Now he's got the
Kunkka
pipe.
having the pipe, and I believe what the mechs just come out for Mirror as well on top of the Holy Locket. They just have so much sustain.
And they have Gleipnir.
Nouns, their jump's got to be perfect. Copy's going to stop on Mirror. It's not a bad way to start the play. They'll get rid of the Tinker. Can they get anything more?
Trouble.
Turns in with the EMP. They get the control on a Copy. The boat comes crashing in. Copy surrounded it by the two of them. But aren't coming over the right clicks, but a Burrow Strike from Gunner comes in pretty hard. Catches the three of them, bringing Lal down low. Lal, he'll pop the Ghost Walk. He's going to try and stand and grab the Lucid Beam. Comes in. Nouns, they've found the two of them, and they're going to try and chase him for more. Gunner, another Burrow Strike. Cooking to follow up. They burst through Collapse. They find the three of them. And maybe more. They've got the chase down on towards Miposhka. Scanner Blast not going to quite catch on, but with the Burrow Strike forward, Gunner's able to set up with the Yules, get the catch for potentially another Miposhka, trying to juke up to the high ground, but the Cookie's there. They'll find four of them. Nouns able to take the team fight. So there's some beautiful angles there from Gunner on the Burrow Strikes.
They got some really nice chain stuns coming out and hitting multiple targets, and it was them catching, not the Kunkka first. They got the Tinker, they get on top of him.
It's the best way to start the fight. Get rid of that Tinker.
Yep.
If Mirror's able to sit in the fight, get multiple march and machines off, it's pretty much going to be impossible. But if they can take out this incredibly farmed Tinker for the support position at this point, that's the way to take these fights.
That was huge. Very, very important for them to get.
Yeah, they took away that lead completely. It's about a 3K lead that's now gone.
Yep, and Shaker's game, he does survive during all of it too, right? So gets the benefit of all the levels and everything from that. I mean, he still gets XP and everything when he dies. Do have to remember how that innate works.
Yeah.
You're a Shaker, but does get a lot out of it.
And he got a lot of confidence from that last fight as well. I believe before that fight, indeed, he felt that the pressure was going to be there to need to get the BKB first. He had the Blink Dagger, had the BKB queued up next, but after the way that fight went and the money that he gains, he's back to the original plan, back to just getting this Aghanims online. He's about 1,000 gold away from it. He's going to get it in good time. He needed that fight. They find it. They're holding on here now.
Yeah, and that'll give him the opportunity to potentially scale, right? If he goes BKB, it can just be this all-in where if you don't get a lot done, it hurts. So we'll see if it does pay off. As we see, the Tormentor gets claimed. Who gets it? Okay, it's Miposhka. Not the most useful one, of course, for that Bat Rider on the 5 position.
See what they get here on Nouns. They're going to be able to get it for Lelis on the snap.
Quite a bit more useful. A little bit of heals and stuff. This is definitely not the best shard in particular, but I think a little bit underrated. All right. I mean, yeah, pretty much dead even. This is a really, really cool game we got going on.
This is good stuff, yeah, so far 22 minutes in. A game that on paper, when you consider the results of both teams so far, could have definitely played out to be a pretty rough one for Nouns.
Yeah.
But they're really holding themselves together very nicely, and especially after that those last few moments in which Spirit were starting to get that lead. Nouns desperately needed to find a successful play. Nouns found it.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot of different plays just played off of these cooldowns, and we'll see which itemizations end up working better. I'm just keeping tabs on everyone. Miranda now has Manta, so has the way to play around that tree route. Probably needs BKB next because of all that massive stun and control that they do have. But they're going to go for this rush, and they're in a good opportunity to kill it fast.
That's true. Nouns, are they in any sort of shape to get over here? It doesn't look like it. So Spirit getting down as this corner. And indeed, very quickly being able to take this Roshan will secure themselves the Aegis. We'll see if they give it to Radahn or Lal. They get it on Radahn. So now very, very difficult to take down. So for Nouns, now that the Aegis is over there on the Mirana, what would you feel they should do for this next 5 minutes? Is it just completely avoiding fights, or do they still look for opportunities to try and catch Spirit by surprise? How passive do they need to be with this Aegis in play?
Probably just wait for Yuma's BKB. I think even versus the Aegis, if they see opportunities where people are split up, they can get stuff. Because they have this blink, they have good catch. So could probably still look for something here. But I don't know. I don't even know how much Team Spirit's going to look to force with this, it feels like. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Copy. He's got the angle here to set up on a Miposhka.
He's got him. Easy kill.
Miposhka. No way to get out of this one. Firefly still on cooldown as well, so they get themselves a freebie now. Move down towards the bottom.
Yeah, I think this feels like a kind of farming Aegis for Team Spirit, to be quite honest with you. So I feel like Nouns, they can definitely look to make plays.
Yeah, I like it. They're smoking up immediately. They want to try and make another move.
They just got the BKB on Yuma, so they have ways to just force the issue into these fights now.
And I think, yeah, Copy, he's really going to have his sights set for the Tinker in these fights. If he can catch Mirror out of position, it's not a bad hero to fully commit on and take out the team fight.
And they're getting closer to a Blink Dagger on Fly as well, too, so they're going to have like multiple different ways to jump into back to find some of these heroes, so Well, for Spirit, it really is. It's completely reliant on Collapse to either initiate or be that bruiser to just soak everything. So, because I was checking Miposhka, he goes just down the Solar Crest route, so he can't go Blink as the 5 position. The initiation is a bit odd for Spirit. It's more like, okay, you initiate on us, and then we use our defensive capabilities to turn it onto you.
For sure. I guess that's going to be the situation typically when you have a lineup that's 4 ranged and 1 melee, right? You're not going to have a lot of frontline, a lot of ways to kind of go in and start things off.
So they're going to actually smoke it up now. I think they got some information with that ward up top. They saw somebody in position, so looking for a catch-off.
I guess they didn't see the courier. Maybe they did now, but...
Hero pinged it.
Of course, it would just be a tree. It's a bit of a pesky hero to spend time hunting down, so Spirit won't bother to spend any resources looking for Fly.
I mean, they only have 1 person who can carry Dust at the moment.
Yeah.
Everyone's full slotted. They might have to actually do some stuff with their slots here because it's only the poor Batrider Miposhka playing an actual support, it feels like. He has to literally buy everything and carry everything to be able to have that detection. I mean, yeah, he spent gold on the support, but you know, look at his inventory. He's got double gnome.
Yeah, come on, Mirror's like, come on, I'm doing some supporting.
He's buying them. He's swapping them in and stuff throughout, of course, so yeah. D-Ward gets done there. How long on Aegis? 2 minutes.
I'm going to get the haste rune here for copy.
And he's getting closer to BKB himself also, and I believe Gunnar, does he have it finished? He does. So Bloodstone, Pipe, Yules, Gunnar is big.
He's hard to kill. We saw in sort of that big fight that they had on their side of the map now, down in their jungle. You know, one of the reasons why Spirit did struggle was because they weren't actually able to kill Gunnar. And that is indeed getting harder and harder.
He's got the Vampire Fangs on top too. That was the initial lifesteal, now with that Bloodstone too. Yeah,
crazy amount of survivability.
Crazy amount of survivability, for sure.
And the damage is going to start stepping up. Once Huma's able to get this Crystallis into the Daedalus, a lot of the kind of the damage reduction they do have between sort of the Pipe and such Spirit it's not going to matter as much. Fly.
They'll find him.
He's going to get caught this time.
Yeah, I mean, this Luna, it's the the nature of the Luna where she just farms really hard on her own. So the level, she does have pretty much a 1 level advantage over Radahn still. And that level 20 talent, of course, too, for Radahn is very important to point out. The big burst single target that you're going to be able to get onto him soon. That's an interesting game. 10-8, but very tense moments.
See if they're able to stick around and push this tier 2. Looks like they should be able to. TPs are coming in at the tier 3.
Aegis is getting reclaimed in 50.
Would be nice to time a fight here. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything before the tower falls. So Spirit will find us tier 2, but indeed Nows, they want to try and strike. I mean, with the smoke coming in now, likely that they will find a fight before the Aegis has expired. So we'll see what they do with this, Nouns.
Who can they find? Miposhka, he's playing the block. He's trying to protect Radahn, but they seem to know where Radahn is.
They've got the courier. Eyes on the courier here. Radahn, he's trying to hide in the trees, but I mean, they've got a complete setup. I mean, that's the Aegis quickly disposed of. Let's see if they can go for round 2. Collapse. He's going to get the boat coming in. Radahn leaps up to the high ground, but he's blocked off here on the bridge. He can't get away, and Huma's got the damage. They take him out. Burst strike from Gunnar. He's able to find Collapse in the trees. Copy jumps over here with Enchant Totem. I mean, Collapse pops the blade mail, but it comes to an end, and now they're ready to rip him apart as Nouns. They'll be able to catch out both of them.
They're doing it, Owen. Level 20 is now picked up. And you're seeing the way, I mean, it's awkward. Spirit can't really start fights.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a rough position for them to get caught in. Of course, but they got the tier 2. They started to back off, but a little bit separate from one another.
Yep.
And now they find the perfect time to strike. They see the courier. They know where Radahn is. Collapse is there trying to help out, but the whole team of Spirit, they're not in the area.
I think if Miranda had BKB, they maybe would have tried to fight around her, but without BKB, there's no way that she can fight versus this lineup of Nouns just yet, with what they've gotten so far in these last few moments. And now tier 2 also likely to fall. And maybe even potentially, never mind, BKB cooldown on Luna. I was going to say maybe poke high ground a little bit, but could be risky with no BKB.
Yeah, I think, Yuma's going to be feeling fantastic. He's super close to having this full Daedalus. I mean, we're seeing already how much damage he does. Once that's online, he puts the BKB in the team fights. There's not a lot that they could do apart from attempt to sort of kite out and wait out the BKB or try and find the lasso. But at this point, if the Bat's going in and dropping a lasso onto the Luna, highly likely that the rest of Nouns are going to be able to kill that Bat off pretty easily.
I mean, Miposhka can't do that to Blink.
Yeah.
He needs Blink.
He's just going to die.
I actually think that maybe he's looking back and being like, maybe I shouldn't have done the Solar Crest first, and maybe they needed to get Blink to start some other fights. Because right now, it's literally just been them being fully defensive and trying to react to how Nouns has been playing almost entirely after they had like a bit of an advantage and stuff. So Nouns they're kind of the dictators of the pace now until we see something, at least the blink come out from the bat and the BKB from Radon.
Yeah, that's the next two timings really for Spirit. They've got the Crimson out and Collapse.
But the damage is it's starting to get overwhelming.
Yeah, the data, it's just so much with this Daedalus on Luna now.
And they pick up a gem, I believe, after that fight win. I think Fly bought it, so Gunnar now carrying, or Lelis bought it. Okay. So trying to control map. They know they have this advantage at the moment. Even if it's just slight with the gold in particular, the way that their lineup kind of works with this versus that lack of initiation right now, it's feeling nice. And they've got these good aggressive wards now placed out too, so they'll be able to read the movements that are going to come out. And with that deep ward that they placed on this far right above Yuma here, it's going to prepare for the Roshan that's going to be on the Radiant side in these next few moments as well too. So they'll see the potential Spirit like walking down the lane and stuff. So very good preparation from Nouns. I think this is the best game I've seen them play so far.
I think so. They've stepped it up coming into today. And when it's necessary the most here, if they want to be able to stand the chance to challenge the team of the likes of Team Spirit. And so far, they're absolutely doing that. 30 minutes in, Nouns have the advantage.
And maybe it's because Gunnar is not playing Tusk. Just kidding, sorry, Gunnar.
What's his win rate on the Tusk? He's not being, well.
I actually don't think it was, I was just trying to be mean because I'm buddy with him. Oh no, he lost actually all of them. Okay, he did lose all of them with the Tusk. Never mind, I'm not just being stats don't lie.
He probably agrees with you. And if anything's to go by, his Sand King performance so far, I think he's going to be wanting to play a bit more of this one. As it's looking pretty good so far. Timing's been fantastic. They've only been able to kill him off the once this game.
I thought his lane would be, I mean, his lane, it's not like his lane was really that incredible. It's just he had those stacks that didn't get contested, so he was able to get away with quite a bit here. That's nice. And yeah, look at that. 100% Radiant when Sanking. Well, Radiant overall is having a high win rate, of course, at this tournament, but pretty crazy. And the blink is done, so let's see what Miposhka finds.
Oh, might be able to find a chance to get on this. I mean, Yuma's got a lot of backup. You see the setup here from Copy, Gunner, and Fly. They are more than ready for any jump that's made on their Luna. Difficult for Spirit to take a fight when Nouns are set up in such a way.
They're starting to get pretty poor on a lot of these cores. Laurel's net worth has completely chunked off. The Kunkka doesn't have BKB versus all this control.
Great recovery from Copy, really, when you consider what situation he was in after the laning phase.
I was all around that bottom fight, right?
Yeah.
That bottom fight where they found the Tinker right here, and then they kind of turned everything. That's where that big comeback came from for everybody. Spirit. Trying to find something. Miposhka
should find Fly.
Doesn't want to waste the lasso, though.
I'll let Fly go. Nouns.
Do they have another smoke, actually, on Spirit? Because I could see them potentially maybe insta-smoke and look for another catch here. Looking around, I don't see one.
And Copy. He's thinking about starting something.
Nouns set up in the area. There's an Obs and a Sentry. He has to be careful how far right he does go. He will be wary.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still 20 seconds without Fly. Seems unlikely that Nouns are going to want to make a play without the tree and its potential overgrowth.
No, definitely don't need to force anything with him. He's got Blink, so it's very important, actually. This tree is definitely going to get, has the potential to get very good overgrowth.
I guess, obviously, they do want to try and make sure that this time round it won't be as free of a Roshan for Team Spirit. Now, Nouns, they know that they've got themselves a little bit of a lead, a little bit of an advantage if they play these team fights right, and they want to try and tackle this around the pit.
They saw Collapse. He's split away from the team.
He's a tanky one to go on, though. They're not going to want to fully commit on the Kunkka. They'll let Collapse walk away.
But that's the Solar Flare popped. So that's one of their big damage steroids that's just been used. I don't know if they saw it, but I think they did see it, right? He was backing away, but that's a pretty decent.
Do they have any smokes available? Because now would be a good time to try and strike.
I think now Fly's is going to go smoke fight.
Yeah, Fly's getting some out.
Yep. I'm pretty sure they saw that. So 60 seconds, it's very important to have this solar for the team fight. So they might actually just give it up on Spirit. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think Spirit want to do this. They don't want to do this. They're going to let Nouns take this one. They'll throw a Sunstrike down to scout things out, but they won't be making any move over towards the pit anytime soon. They'll have to concede this Roche, let Nouns take it.
Yeah, they make the call just being like, whatever, you know what, we'll just take this Tormentor. We made a little bit of a whoopsie there from Adon. It was a nice play from Yuma, though. What initially started Collapse kind of getting caught it was an illusion that he got sent, and he thought it was real. He X'd it, and then, he just got baited, so.
And you got to imagine now, Spirit, they've got to be prepared. They've got to start setting up the defenses.
Oh, yeah.
Because Nouns, with their lineup, with this Luna, with Yuma having the farm that he has at this point, and with the Aegis, they're absolutely going to be looking to try and make a push up to the base of Team Spirit.
Look at this positioning here from Spirit. Only 2 heroes at the moment here on Nouns. But this ward behind the tower was never taken out. Fly's ward that he placed 5 minutes ago. It's seeing Spirit behind the tower. That was the one that they placed in prep of the rush about, 5 minutes ago or something, so.
Full Satanic on Yuma, and 35-minute Wisdom Rune coming up. Nouns should be able to have control of that one. Copy up on the cliffs, able to spot things out. We'll be able to blink away in time. On the side, he's in. He's caught the 2 of them with the Burrow Strike. Tornado comes out and return over towards Gunner. He's going to be able to use it, dodge the EMP, dodge the boat as well. They've got full lockdown, but now Copy's ready to jump in over towards the backline, slams down the Echo onto them, but indeed he gets shredded by the right clicks of Radan. Radan now turns over towards Yuma. That's the Aegis gone.
Oh my goodness.
Underestimating the damage output here from Team Spirit. See what they do with the second life fly. He's in. It's a huge overgrowth, and that's the angle there for the Burrow Strike coming from Gunner. He's caught the 3 of them. They've got the damage to take down Maposhka. Gunner, he's pretty deep, but it's deep enough for them to set up to have the Scatter Blast to bring down Mirror. Lal has to back up with the Ghost Walk. Nearly gets torn apart there by the bouncing glaives of Yuma.
The cores are alive on Spirit, though. Only 1 at the moment on Nouns. Nouns has to reset and back away. The damage potential from this Mirana.
You look at it there.
I mean, Nemesis Curse, I think he was Alacrity plus Solar Flare, and he just picked up a small crit. I did not expect this Earthshaker to die that fast.
No, absolutely not. Copy tries to get in. It looked like a great position for the Echo Play to come in. We'll see it once more. I think Radan, he got his BKB off in time.
Yeah.
We'll see again once here. You get this great start from Gunner. Getting him with the Burrow Strikes once more. Copy. Looking for the angle to jump in. Has the Echo at the ready, but Radan BKB's already out. You know, he knows this sort of play's coming in. He's able to leap, keep his distance, and turn and fire back. Copy gets completely annihilated. Same to be said for Yuma. A bit of a saving grace for Nouns in the fact that Fly was able to make this deep play, at least set up for them to find a couple of kills back their way, taking out the 2 supports.
I mean, things could have gotten very awkward if they didn't get that there. They could have perhaps reset and gone back in from Spirit, so Spirit looking like they can still take these fights for sure, especially when it's near their high ground. When they get gone on, then you start seeing how powerful their line of actually is. The March gets put down, all this magic resistance, all this rum and everything too that comes in. And speaking of the rum, Collapse, okay, he's not quite 20, but we're about to have the next delay, of course, that comes in. For the people that don't know, there's a 15% rum damage delay that also comes in onto the Kunkka, that one. And he has a nullifier. So now they perhaps also do have potential to bring down some of these heroes through some of these defensive capabilities.
Yeah, big items flying out across the board. We've just got the full Daedalus, full finish on Radan. You know, we saw what he was doing there without the completed Daedalus in that last fight. Now you add that on top of it, he's going to be hitting potentially 10k plus damage in his team fights. But Boschka, he's got the opening, and they've certainly got the damage. That's gone. See if they can set up for more. Tornado off the mark from Lal, but the Gleipnir's there. Copy has to BKB to get away from this.
Spirit just so good at knowing when to pick and choose when they're going to go, because they stole that gem as well in that last fight, so they know that they can play confident to move out, get vision, and play on that for a catch. And with the nullifier, there's no way that the Sanking's going to be able to get out. You're going to be able to have this chain stun combo, no Yules, etc., to protect him. Very cool.
Yeah, Yuma building for survivability, upgraded the Lance into the Hurricane Pike, looking for the Lincoln Sphere next. The next sort of offensive item coming out from Nouns, it's going to be that nullifier from Copy. He's very close to it. And you're right, Yuma's changed.
Baby.
Okay, he had the Lincolns queued up. He says, no, we're going for the Rapier. And honestly, I don't blame him. I feel like if he goes for the Lincolns, it's definitely going to stagnate the progression for Nouns. You got to go all in.
It does start to feel like the tides are changing. Nouns, they had a bit of an advantage, but it's crazy to say that somehow now Spirit, it does feel like they're starting to get a slight bit here. And I will say, it's quiet. You don't notice it too much in all these fights, but look at Mira's net worth.
I'm looking.
He's about to surpass these cores. So he is pretty much turning into this, he is this 4th core for the team.
Look at that, 45 to 55%. One of the closer games we've had, I would say, so far in these last couple of days. This is a fantastic one. 14 to 12, the kills aren't too crazy, but the plays have been great. It's just a 1k gold difference at a game that absolutely could go either way. That's the nullifier now out for Copy. He's going to have that to play with in the next fight.
I mean, this is a first time almost ever, I would say, that you'll see this on an Earthshaker.
Well, let's get the stats up. Let's get this. I don't know if we can get the stats up. If we can't, we probably can't, because there are no stats.
Actually, the thing is, though,
it's nullifier shake-up.
I guess his Luna just has no slots to go for it, but this feels really weird, because you want to be able to get some type of extra... If you can get, like, Refresher and all this type of extra scaling and control for his buddies, like, could be cool, but they probably just feel like they need a nullifier here and now to be able to...
And what's the main reason you're getting this for?
Tinker.
You just want to take off all the saves from Tinker.
All the barriers.
Make sure Mirror's not able to bail out his teammates. Yep.
Honestly, it's everything. Solar Crest, Alacrity, the barriers that come out from Tinker, etc. So Yeah, it definitely feels like it's an interesting purchase that might have been necessary, but it definitely feels a little strange.
I like it. I like it. As long as he's able to survive and press it, which he should be able to. He's got a BKB. You know, long story short, Copy's going to be able to jump in and nullify.
You know what, actually, too? It gives him some... Wait, let me fix it, right? How much does it give? It gives 10 armor, too. So that's quite a bit of physical resistance, too, right? It's kind of cool.
Nouns, pretty deep here. Behind the tier 2 in the mid, they're looking for Spirit, but at the same time, Spirit, they're also smoked up.
Spirit's playing on top of their ward, the one that they placed from earlier.
They're getting close as well towards having the goal for the Rapier on Yuma, so a little bit risky maybe looking for a fight right now, Nouns. But they're going to try it.
Laurel.
It's got to collapse. They've got eyes on him, but again, he's not the one they want to jump.
Copy.
To be able to turn with the setup on a Copy. Jump forward, in fact, I believe that was Gunner. He comes in to block the arrow to make sure the Copy can get the BKB off and jump away with the Enchant Totem. He will die for it and will also feed away the gem, but he goes, I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but he goes into, well, save Copy only momentarily. Oh, he's able to blink out in time before the X mark set up into the arrow. So Copy will live. Gunner's gone, Fly's gone as well. Lelis throwing out these kisses from the sides, putting it across him his life. I mean, Yuma's come back in and been able to take down Miposhka, but I think now they want to get out of this fight.
It's a 3v4. Collapse.
I mean, they're going to turn over towards Lelis. He's caught by this. Copy's able to jump. I mean, they're trying to burst Radan. Yuma, has he got the damage? He may just have enough to bring down Radan. It does. They're able to take out the Mirana, and maybe now look for more. Yuma heads over towards Lal. Fly, he's in. He comes in with a buyback, able to offer up the control to allow them to take down Lal. Now over towards Mirror they go. Nouns, they'll take this fight.
It was worth it from Gunner.
It was in the end. He tagged the arrow. Again, we're gonna put that down as intentional.
I think so. I mean, Copy survived during all of it, and at the end of the day, his chain stun is way more effective to be able to kill this Mirana.
Yeah, and look how much he does. Sure, you know, it's not the highest damage out that put the highest damage up on the team as Yuma, of course, on the Luna, but still gets to do 4K damage on the Shaker. Copy got to do so much because of Gunner's sacrifice.
Yeah, and it really is like the chain stun is what allows Yuma to do that damage.
And the big thing is, I'm pretty sure he did not have money for buyback, Copy.
I don't think so.
So he would not have had the chance to buy back and get in on that fight and do what he just did if Gunner didn't do what he just did.
The Gunner play. No.
And now they're pushing up to the base. They've got the money for the Rapier as well if they want to get that on Yuma.
Maybe doesn't feel like he needs it after that fight, but they've got the banner. They're getting as much as they can out of this here. Crimson Guard will block quite a bit. Copy.
That's a big push.
Big totems.
It's a big push here. Tier 3's gone.
20 seconds.
Got the fortification. Yeah, don't want to use these 2 buybacks on Lal and Mira. They're being, just 10 seconds or so into their back, but this will indeed mean they have to give up the mid-racks by the looks of it. Miposhka.
That's a bold attempt.
That ain't gonna work.
That is a real bold attempt.
Okay, well, either way, I don't think he was saving the barracks. Miposhka, he decided now was his moment, and it really wasn't.
It's like he was expecting like him or his buddy to have a force staff for him to push him back or something. But
But even so, they had like the nullifier coming out on him. It just weren't going to work. We'll see it again here. Let up, jump in.
So beautiful.
Literally, as the arrow was about to touch Copy, I think it was already sort of halfway piercing into him. And Gunner jumps in, rips it out, and says, "No, I'm taking that one." Blocks it for him, and this whole fight plays out in Noun's favor because of that.
The MVS, the most valuable sacrifice.
Yep.
Love it. That was cool. Very, very cool. And now up to 7K, they've reestablished that lead that they did have. And yeah, Yuma, he goes against it. He's like, we maybe needed the Rapier before that fight. And now he's going the red more standard. He's got the Swift Blink, which feels a bit more a bit better, you know.
Always a shame.
Yeah,
Always
but look at this chain.
But an understandable shame.
So beautiful onto Radan there.
What have we got? There's full Satanic on Radan now as well. So his progress continues. But as we're seeing in these fights, Yuma on the Luna, definitely a bit more of a different beast at this point if things can be set up in Noun's favor. This Luna's pretty terrifying.
With the Satanic though, now Radan in that last
fight. And
fight,
in the mid, Mira.
Oh, Mira gets caught.
And he's not got buyback.
Oh, that's a huge pick-off.
He's out for 80 seconds, doesn't have the money.
Did he buy the Hex? He bought a full Lincolns on the Courier.
Oh.
All right. I don't know if they'll know that he doesn't have the buy, but...
Indeed, they're unlikely to know that he spent up like that. So whether they'll push that hard, we'll see.
They're trying.
The lasso, see the rest of the team. Can they get over to save Yuma, or is Yuma just dead? He is, he's just dead!
My goodness!
Oh, mistakes happening left, right, and center here. Yuma's going to come in with a buyback, though. Nouns, they want to try and turn this fight.
Copy.
He's able to get in with the angle of the fish. Oh, beautiful overgrowth again from Fly. Catches the three of them. The boat comes out. Lyle trying to offer damage at the sidelines, but Radan's caught underneath Copy. He's out of the game for 90 seconds. Jump forward with the Enchant Totem, and they've shut down the escape per collapse. Nouns, they should be able to deal with him. He's going to try for the TP out, but Copy's able to step in with another Enchant Totem, get the triple kill. Nouns, they'll be able to take down Spirit once again.
They've got 80 seconds without the Mirana. This might be enough for them to close it.
They just don't have the money for these buybacks.
He did spend on the Satanic, you did say it.
This push is going to be out enough to take out at least another set of barracks here.
Megas, or they just go for the tier 4s. Let's see what they want to do for here.
I think ending the game could be difficult. They've got, what, 4 of them up. It is just Radan that's down. I mean, sure, he's their main damage output, but
he is their only physical, really, at this point.
Lasso's back up in a second if Miposhka wants to try for a crazy play.
All right, let's see. Want to keep poking these tier 4s. It looks like they are looking for the end.
Let's see what they can do. Gunner, stepping up. Miposhka's going to get in with the lasso.
Oh, did he just warp flare delete the lasso? I think he did.
Is that what saved him?
I think it canceled the lasso.
I think so. Something pushed him out of it. Gunner's, he's going to be fine, and now he can just turn. They've surrounded Lyle. Lyle's gone, and he does not have buyback. The Ancient is exposed. As this one, I mean, it's absolutely going their way. GG's called, ladies and gentlemen. Nouns, they'll take game 1 against Team Spirit.
Super well played. Honestly, very confident in their draft. And they played with it, too. They played very aggressive with these blink daggers and stuff, and Copy in particular really made a big comeback. It looked like a little bit of a stagnation, a little bit of mid-game, but then afterwards, he gets these big catches, and honestly, Gunner, the sacrifice, the beautiful sacrifice for the team in that successful fight.
Great stuff from him. And yeah, just a few mistakes it felt towards the end there from Spirit. They started to really crumble.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nouns, they kept their cool. They really did, yeah. Smiles all around there on Nouns. Great stuff from them in game 1. We'll see if they can keep it up going into the game 2. But as it stands, Nouns, they'll take the first game of this best of 3 against Team Spirit.
And I remember some of the words that Silent gave before the game started. He said, maybe we gave them too much. And I think Nouns took what they could and they ran with it. This was a fantastic performance by them.
Yeah, it was splendid, right? Like we wanted to see some confidence from them. They kind of lost it in the early game, but they found it when they kind of all came online, and they kind of showed us how to maybe even deal with a Camarano, right? Like if you are strong enough to kite out the solar flare and then fight after, it's like the whole point of Camarano is like, I press ultimate, I kill you, you're deleted. But they kept fighting, they kept finding their moments, and unfortunately for this fight, it wasn't the best showing here from Nouns, and I was a little bit worried this could actually go wrong, because the second that Copy blinks to the left, Gunner then goes in. Like imagine if this is like a 3-4 man Echo Slam, Rax is going to be falling, but luckily for Nouns, this slight blunder in the fight, they kind of understood what went wrong, fixed it, adapted very quickly, and then they started improving, you know, within their game on how to take the fight. So yeah, great game from Nouns, really nice draft, and a lot of confidence for them to, even when they're faltering, quickly identify what individual mistakes they're making to correct it for the next fight.
It was just really great to see them play like this and draft like this. Like their draft was so well-rounded. The only concern was maybe the Shaker falling off, you know, playing into Marches, playing into Auras, playing into Cold Snaps and EMPs, but it didn't matter at all because Nouns brought the numbers, they found the pickoffs when they needed to. Those 2 kills that they got on Mirana +1 in the early game, which like turned into map advantage, which turned into Roshan, and all of a sudden you have this overwhelming 5-man force coming out of Nouns with all of these stuns and all of this damage, and Team Spirit were in a position where they had to constantly fight on vision and on their terms, or they couldn't take it to them at all.
And I really like this purchase from Copy, this nullifier that he bought. I've never seen Earthshaker buy that item. It's very situational. In this type of meta where you have all these buffs that you're throwing onto heroes, the Crimson Guard, the Solar Crest, the Matrix from Tinker as well, you want to remove that. So you're removing a huge chunk of tankiness. It's all about damage mitigation in some of these fights. And this hero can jump on top of you with Aghanim Scepter relatively easy, and you can focus down the target. Sure, you are tanky with the Kunkka, you can't dispel that, but if you're focusing down on any other heroes, they are gonna die immediately.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing for me about this game was that we saw some, I mean, we knew from the get-go it was going to be an active game, and we saw some really cool team fights, sometimes a little bit prolonged because nobody really wanted to go in until later on, where it became a very coordinated team fights from both sides, where it was clear that Nouns just was the better team in those fights.
Yeah, like from hero to hero matchup, Nouns, if they have equal farm to Spirit, are incredibly tanky. When Spirit in their early game, like they were playing so aggressive, like the Bat was exploring the enemy jungle, you had the Tinker also, rather than farming his jungle, he was also kind of poking set out. Like the whole Spirit game plan was like early pressure, but they weren't able to kind of translate that into making Nouns overlap their farm. Like they mentioned in the cast at some point, like all the Nouns heroes like were hitting jungle camps, like they weren't really on lanes. Like I think Nouns just did a good job dodging that early aggression from Spirit, so it didn't kind of snowball Spirit into punishing how kind of static Nouns could potentially be. And once you overcome that, like they're kind of scary, right? Like Gunnar just running in, like sure he face checks an arrow or two and maybe dies, but it's like you have to get through a Bloodstone Sand King, then you've got like a BKB Shaker with Ags, a Satanic on the Luna, plus the Living Armor and Aura from there. Like there's a lot of tankiness in Nouns, so if Spirit, they don't execute, then they're going to struggle. And in this game, they also kind of executed a couple of times, like the warp flares on the lassos. You then have to make sure you perfectly lock down that one guy. So I think Nouns just identified some of these weaknesses and win game one.
Yeah, we were thinking about Nouns after the draft that they had strong side lanes, and perhaps we were gonna see Copy struggle a little bit, Effie on the Earthshaker. That did not end up being the case at all.
No, he made an excellent comeback because at some point that Shaker looked like it was losing lane and didn't have any clear moves on that game, but Nouns brought all of their heroes together, found picks where they needed to, and like Lacoste mentioned, that was beautiful itemization. That Nullifier versus Tinker is going to be so valuable. There was this one key target in Mirana that if you just dealt with it, there was no fire in the tank. There was no gas in the tank for Spirit. So Copy just handled that Mirana basically later on in the game. And because of the amount of disables that they had on Nouns, because of the Shaker, because of the Sand King, because of Treant, you found that they were constantly splitting fights in two. Like in that one big fight where Gunnar gave his life and they killed everybody, like there were like 3 fights happening in each corner, which obviously is going to favor Nouns. And they did such a great job to create that chaos and make an advantage when they most needed it, and I'm so impressed with how they played today.
Yeah, and with that chaos in mind as well, Lacoste, I kind of feel like normally when we see Spirit with their backs against the rope, and we've seen them there many times, but normally they have a good shot of coming back. And Team Spirit is generally a very difficult team to go high ground against. Why did that not feel like it was the case this time around?
It's also tankiness on the other side. They also didn't have as many repositioning tools as they usually have. Sure, you have Batrider Lasso, but he doesn't have any other tools. He's going to blink in. He has Solar Crest. His game also wasn't very good. At the start it was, but maybe this Solar Crest, they did talk about it during the cast, where maybe a Blink Dagger would have been better so they can get the pickoffs. So unable to do it, because once they group up together on side of Nouns, they have pretty big bodies in front, and they're also tanky. With that Nullifier, they can remove some of the tankiness from Team Spirit, and also I think this meta right now is all about who can reset more. You don't see heroes disappearing immediately. With Mirana, you want to deal damage. Same goes for Windranger. You want to get stuff done during your Whirlwind, during your Solar Flare. This time around, it didn't happen because she was unable to kill heroes as quickly as you would expect them. And then they're able to reset. The Sand King, especially the Earthshaker, he wants to play these prolonged fights, getting in and out multiple times.
Do you think people can maybe be too tanky?
Yeah, right.
Like, you think like?
What do you mean?
So like, I think with like Spirit sign up, I'm looking at it, and it's like the Tinker was good in early game, it was punishing. Yeah. It's like you have a Kunkka who already with like the facet, the X-Mark facet, plus his auras. Then you put in a Tinker as well with like even more like tankiness. Then you have like control with like, are you maybe Spirit kind of went a little bit too far down the we can't die? Because in some of these fights, it's like if they had that one extra bit of damage, that one bit of like pick off or punishment,
agree,
the game could be completely different. Like they invaded the jungle so early, or so nicely early on, that like the position 4, if it was a Snapfire or any of these other heroes that we've seen from Spirit, I think a lot of this game would have dictated in a very different way. And now that I keep looking, it's like, is Tinker and Kunkka in the same game on the same team like just too much? Again, like if you swap mid Invoker to a high damage hero, then sure it can work. But like with this type of draft, maybe they went too down the let's be tanky route and lacked some key components. But also in the interview with the coach, like they were mentioning that maybe they gave too much away, maybe they didn't ban correctly, but I am seeing some weaknesses in the draft. Like obviously hindsight's important, but yeah, I don't know if I like this much tankiness.
I don't necessarily think the issue is like this much tankiness in a draft, because, you know, if they were dying, they weren't that tanky, right? It's more so to me, it felt like they lacked that hero that would start the fight for them. Like, constantly, if you saw Spirit take the fight, they were playing reactive, right? They were baiting Kunkka behind a tower, trying to stack marches. They were waiting for Nouns to make a jump, like drag the fight a little bit back, have them play on their sustain on their marches. There was no hero for Spirit that just went in and started it until Miranda got really strong later, and she would just leap in with BKB. And that was the issue. If the enemy team has all of these blink initiators and the ability to see you, lock onto a target and kill it, while all you can do is just play defensive, you're never going to be in a position where you take fights. And that is where the issue is. Your Batrider probably should have got that blink dagger, and you should have probably played off of that.
Yeah, and they ran the Batrider a little differently than what we initially thought, putting the Bat on the position 5, which means it's just going to get less gold. So the blink dagger is either not going to be there or delayed. And listening to what Silent had to say before the draft, it does make me wonder, and the way that you guys are talking about it now as well, how much of this game, because I felt like Nouns was playing fantastic, and I kind of felt like they were outplaying Spirit as well. How much of this game, because you feel like was on draft and was on play?
Once we saw the drafts, we said, Nouns, they kind of cooked pretty hard. With the draft, was a little bit worried maybe for the Earthshakers early game, but other than that, super strong lanes. Top lane didn't go as well as I expected because they were stacking a lot. You've seen Radan, he was pretty much arrowing the camp all the time. They were stacking, but he steals the big camp. It was with Poshka in the triangle, scouting things out. But this draft from Nouns, it looked pretty damn good, I gotta say. Especially this Luna. I think this is the hero that can be used in a lot of situations when there is no Lina, when there is no Wind Ranger. This is a really good substitute, and it gives you tempo, a lot of damage in the lane as well when paired up with the hero. I think Turn Protector right now is the best position, 5 support in the game, period. Even though we see Omni Shadow Demon being banned out, I still feel the value that you get from Treant Protector, especially for the laning stage, is the best.
They played really well. I like that you brought up the Treant Protector, Lukas, because when Silent was saying in the interview that they gave a little bit too much, I think that their flaw was giving away the Treant that maybe they wanted for themselves too, because all of a sudden, look at Yuma, look how incredibly farmed he was. 40k hero damage, 12, 2, and 8. He had the freest lane into the freest game, where he was constantly topping the net worth and this force on the side of Nouns. So this Nouns safe lane was drafted so exceptionally that Spirit just was bleeding too much from that lane.
Yeah, and he's a carry from the North American region that, of course, with such a great game, he isn't out of position, feeding away random kills, making the game harder for North America. And, he like that one def he did have, he insta-buybacks and joins his team to end the game, right? So I think, when he's holding up the potential of an entire region on his back, I think you need your carry player. Again, I keep saying confidence, but you need him to be confident in the calls he made in this game. There was rarely a move he made that felt like, oh, what's Yuma doing? It's like he joins the fights, he helps out, even if they don't win the fight, he's disengaging, continuing his scaling. So overall, I think, Yuma is, a shining star for this team. And if they can do it again in second game, then it will be the first major upset that we've had in the seeding matches, I think. So they're a game away from, really changing up the vibes.
It would be a major upset, because also this is one of the series, of course, where Team Spirit chose Nouns as their opponent. They chose them over BB Team, I believe. So they believed that that they could do it. On top of that, by the way, this was the first time ever that Nouns took a game off of Team Spirit. That's never happened before.
We should wait. Maybe it's going to be the whole series.
Yeah.
One game away.
Gotta feel good. That's gotta feel really good.
Yeah.
Going into a best of 3 when you're 1 game up and you're the underdog gives you a lot of comfort, but I don't want them to feel that comfort though.
No,
I want them to feel the stress of playing against Team Spirit and not look at that as, oh, we did great. They have to constantly feel like this is the hardest game that they're going to play and bring that into game 2, because some of the drafting errors that happened on the side of Spirit will likely not be repeated. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Tinker first pick steal. I don't think they're going to be giving away the Sand King so comfortably. And we're probably going to see, if with a Kunkka, some Mira Batrider or some Mira Snapfire, but not the Tinker.
Yeah, I would imagine Silence was already cooking up a new plan after seeing the start of game number 1. I also wondered, during that game, fairly early on, there were a lot of stacks going on for Nouns, and we know that Spirit saw those stacks and made the call, guys, we cannot kill those, we gotta let them have them. And I wonder how much effort, that must feel so bad.
You can't do it, because you're playing against Shaker, you get in there, you try to steal the stacks, you're gonna get immediately deleted. You bring in 3 heroes, the more heroes you bring, the more heroes are gonna die.
Sure, but don't you want to have at least a lineup that can contest them? I feel like...
Their heroes are pretty good at stealing the stacks. You have Batrider. it's a position 5 Batrider, so he's not maxing out the Firefly, but he still will contribute. You have Kunkka. It's not his place to kind of come. You can maybe kill the big camp with the Meteor, but clearing the stacks, the ancient stacks, it's a no-go.
It's also who goes first to the stacks, right? Like Nouns very clearly, when Spirit kind of stepped up, they're like, okay, we're going to bring like as many heroes as possible to scare you from here. If Spirit brought 4 or 5 heroes instantly and was like, this is our area, I think Nouns would have gone, maybe we poked them, but I think this Nouns did a good job just reading when that aggression was coming. Like when the Batrider's by himself, it's like, sure, let him, watch us make stacks, it's fine. But once they actually brought the numbers, like Nouns was very quick to kind of just fortify the area.
I also think it's very easy to overreact to enemy stacks, bring heroes when it's not the easiest time for your team to take them, and you lose a fight there, and all of a sudden you've got the net worth deficit of losing heroes and the enemy taking the stacks. Sometimes it's best to just let it go. We'll often see like the best teams in the world just giving away objectives, not even trying for them because they have a read that they'd lose too much there. We see people giving away first Roshans all the time, we see people giving away towers, and we see them giving away stacks too.
Very true.
At the time, Team Spirit, they even had more stacks than Nouns. They had 13 stacks, there was 10 stacks, like 10 minutes into the game for Nouns. So they were farming their own stacks. So I think also one of the issues, pretty much the name of the game and the auras as well, but also the farm priority. If you look at the net worth throughout the game, you would see Radahn being on top of the net worth, and then farm distribution, Tinker, Kunkka, and Invoker were very close to each other. So this like 4 protect 1 that sometimes they're playing, giving so much farm to Radahn, while this time around Larl didn't have that much farm. He usually tends to be sacrificial in a lot of their games and knows how to play with the less farm. But this time around I felt like he needed that extra item. They needed a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, it's a cool part of the draft now because Nouns have a single ban. Timber, Doom, and Sand were all available. And these were picked in last game or banned out in the first phase. So a lot of different heroes now kind of bleeding into this draft due to, Nouns shape up.
Yeah, very different bans coming out. You're right.
Like pick order's the same, but actually no, it's not, sorry. Nouns
no, they just completely flipped. Spirit is Radiant, Nouns Dire, and Nouns first pick as
Retract what I said, but Nouns are the one that changed their bans. Because Spirit with theirs, other than Prophet, is pretty much the same.
Yeah, Doom's still in there as well, so how do we feel about this trade? Because we saw Spirit giving away the Sand King in the previous game, and they obviously know they're doing the same by not banning out Sand King and not banning out the Doom, knowing that they most likely will get one of the two.
Yeah, they just traded the Sand King for Doom. It's just about which hero that they wanted. I am surprised they went for Doom over Timber because we saw the effectiveness of Timber Saw as a counter to Sand King, not just because of the damage he does, but because he buys the Eternal Shroud and he outfights them. It was Lorenoff on Aurora, which showed us how potent it can be, but this could just be a team comfort thing. It's easier to draft around the Doom.
Yeah, argument could also be if you Doom the Sand King, then he can't utilize like Bloodstone and that type of build. I feel like at least so far at TI, I prefer Dooms that are able to go Midas into Aura because you have a good lane. I think the Dooms that go Midas, uh-oh, my game's bad, I'll buy Blink BKB and play old school, just don't bring as much to the fights as we see from the Aura buying Dooms. So I'm hoping that's at least a read that Spirit are making, that if they are to get this, obviously they pick the Doom, but make sure it has a good game so it can bring that pipe so early on because you just create so much more gold than other people.
Good thing about that hero is also if you don't like your item build, you can change it, lose a little bit gold with his facet and say, you know what, this Blink Dagger Hand of Midas, I used it once, it's not going to be very good for the rest of the game. I'm going to buy Crimson Pipe, BKB, whatever is necessary to bring the tankiness to a fight and then go back to the items that you had in the first place.
That's very true. I mean, that's the nice thing about this Doom. He has so much freedom. Like, you often see Dooms buying a Blink Dagger, blinking, dooming the enemy carry, getting that kill, and then selling the Blink Dagger for either a Midas or an Aura. And no other hero in Dota has this kind of freedom. So whatever itemization is necessary, out of all the heroes, Doom can take his footsteps back.
Listen here, a hero that has a facet that you can repick your hero post 30 minutes.
That sounds great. But maybe link it to Twitch chat as well. So it's like, oh, I hate this hero, and they suggest the hero.
A facet for infinite item slots. There you go.
Excuse me. We have a Meepo ban? I don't get it.
Yuma. Yuma is one of the strongest Meepo players currently in the pro scene. So tip your hat to that fine fellow and ban it out. There we go.
Which means that they want mobility coming out of either the mid lane or the safe lane. Like some blink dependent core, maybe like a Queen of Pain or something versus a Meepo, they could be cooking it down the lane.
They go back for the Tinker.
But it wasn't their overall first pick,
True.
right? It's behind a Doom, and it's already overwhelming amount of magic damage, and now you have this comfort that you are going to have an early pipe versus the Sand King, which doesn't happen with the Kunga because he goes for that Blade Mail first, plus maybe another item.
I also think they want to see two heroes first, so Tinker is kind of... I didn't really feel that much of impact of a Tinker in the previous game, so they want to see the matchup, and then they're going to have a double pick that they can counterpick. Doom's going to be great against Sand King, of course, and also if the carry-to-carry matchup, they could pick something, I would say, cheesier, so that you have anti-carry. Doom is pretty much the best ability in the game. Throw it on a carry, he needs to run away.
We could potentially see an identical draft here from Nouns.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm down.
Yeah, just like go for... I mean, you can pick Tree or Snapfire here, you know, keep the draft alive. There we go, boys.
Why fix if it ain't broke? We did hear Silent say that he was hoping he could pick Luna in the first game, which obviously didn't happen.
Yeah.
And this time around, he's also too late if he wanted to, because Nouns have a high priority for the hero. And in lane with Tree and Protector, as we just mentioned, maybe the strongest support right now. Nouns is setting up for success once again, but this time Spirit knows the plan. So I always feel it's very risky to go for the same draft because you've kind of revealed the grand strategy.
It is, and I think that's where the Doom comes into play here, because a lot of the fights in the previous game was kind of over time, and now Spirit go for the, we find a hero, he's doomed, we're going to get that kill and make sure we have the 4v5. So Spirit pick 3 heroes that can actually create kill opportunities. Like, for example, if this is like Tusk Lina as a combination, then it's like you make the move, you smoke, you get a kill, Doom another guy. Like Lina will 100 to 0-1, Doom kills another. You're going to take every fight nearly at a 3v5 if you're dictating the pace of the game.
You need catch. You don't have reliable stun. You don't have a way to start a fight. You mentioned Tusk. Tusk is fine. I'm also down for Clockwork because he can initiate. They're still going to be looking for a mid hero for Team Spirit. This is the hero that can initiate, but these are pretty similar. Some of the issues that we've seen Team Spirit had in the first game, they might have it in the second game as well, considering that they're playing against the same lineup.
Yeah, this is scary for me. I see Team Spirit running back almost every... Having this duo support did not work out for them last game. Maybe they learned from last game and that they're going to get the Blink Dagger on bat. Maybe they put the bat on 4 with the Doom so you can have kill potential. But you're running a Lina, which is similar to how you ran the Mirana last game. It's going to be your primary damage dealer, but you gave away Tree and Protector. You gave away the BKB Piercing Overgrowth, something that stops Lina from attacking, something that is traditionally considered a counter to her, and is going to enable Luna heavily on lane. What I would like to see Team Spirit to do to make this draft work is that they have to bring the pressure to the Luna plus Treant lane much earlier. They did it last game. They brought Invoker one time. It worked out. But this Luna should not feel comfortable stepping up to get a creep. Like, if she free farms on this lane, this is a very scary draft from Nouns once again.
One change though, the key thing for Spirit is they got cores that are now kind of independent of each other. Like Lina, when you get online, it's like my BKB, my Daedalus, my Satanic, like I will be a turret, so if you miss execute, I will kill you very easily. And Nouns didn't show like the cleanest of executions in some of their team fights, but like Mirana outside of Solar Flare would struggle, but Lina, you're always gonna have stacks in the team fight. As long as your BKB is available or you have Satanic, you're gonna be able to, you know, kill off a Sand King or kill off a Mars. So
there's still a possibility that they run this Lina as a mid lane, Batrider position 4, Tinker 5, and then you pick a different carry. So that's a possibility if they don't feel like this Lina is going to be able to dish out the damage. Sure, you're going to be playing into Mars now, still a melee hero, paired up with something that they are lacking.
It should just be carry though. Like for Nouns, even though the draft looks pretty strong from lane, these don't catapult from laning phase to let's take every tier 1 tower. Like Luna's a pushing hero with time on farm, and that's where like Lina can go, if your carry can't fight me in 20 minutes, I will always get to being online as a Lina, and that's why kind of picking Lina in this position feels quite good, because you know you're just not going to lose your entire map so early on. It's not like you're against like a Monkey King type hero that takes Twin Gate and jumps around and follows you in the jungle.
Well, we got so far a mid-hero banned out by Nouns, so they are also assuming at the moment that Lina will be that carry. Team Spirit banned out Mirana. On the side of Nouns, I am assuming we're looking for a hero for Lelas.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you want to have some damage position 4.
Yeah.
Snapfire is still available, most likely going to be a ban. It's a combination that's always been good. You can always cookie into Rebuke, into Spear back
This is
if it's necessary.
They banned Sniper? Okay.
Talk to me about Sniper T. One more time, let's go.
Sorry, it's banned boss, but Rubik though, we can talk about that. They have ultimate last. Actually, they don't.
No, they don't.
Okay, I like Rubik. You still LSA one time.
Light Strike Array, by the way, people at home.
Yes, Lena's second spell, the stun. Yes, correct.
It's LSA, Lena's second ability.
Thank you very much.
That's what it stands for.
This is why you're here. So yeah, if you still have second ability, aka LSA, aka Light Strike Array, free game.
And not just that, I mean, you can steal Doom. Rubik is considered a Doom counter because it's very hard to not give it away because you often run in with Scorched Earth before you press Doom. So in the past, teams would always pick Rubik as a deterrent to Doom. There's also Jakiro and Snapfire, like we mentioned already.
Snap it is. High damage dealing position 4.
It's more Damaggio when paired up with Treant. With Mars, it's like everything is magical on their side. This Doom, this has to be like a pipe game immediately. Sure, you can sell your items, whatever, but they need that pipe ASAP. That's as soon as possible for people out there.
So same draft other than one hero. Do you think they'll change up the position where everything is played? Like who will play the Mars? Will it be Gunner or Copy?
I think it's Gunner Mars and then just Sand King mid. And then you can just counter the Sand King mid if you want with something like a Shaker yourself.
I wish they played like mid Timber now on Spirit. I want a hero that by Shroud utilizes the Doom going pipe and then soaks up everything. Because if you can soak up the magic damage that we're talking about, Lina doesn't have to waste her BKB because you have such a noisy hero from the mid lane kind of screaming like, hey, if you don't deal with me, I'll kill your tree, I'll kill your Sand King. And then on top of that, you have your Toro or a Bat jumping in. So I really hope that this is a time where the mid laner isn't like a playmaker, which can get maybe a kill. I kind of want just a big damage soak. And then it's like Doom plus whatever this hero is, just takes everything for Lina to then, live her best life.
But you still want it to come online fairly early.
Yeah, hence why I said kind of like a Shroud buying hero, because, again, Luna doesn't really leave jungle in like the first 15. She might poke her head for a tier 1, but it's like, you want BKB +1. And that's always going to be a free pass for your opponent to get one item to match that.
Well, let's see, a lot of bonus time being used here. Team Spirit, just 15 seconds on the clock.
The issue as well with that suggestion is their team fight, their stuns is very lackluster. Like you have a Doom, and often you talk about containment to enable that Doom, and right now they don't have that, and they themselves go for the Rubik.
Yeah, you wanted a Rubik, but I don't know if you want that. Will be a Laurel Batrider.
Okay, we don't see mid Batrider too much, but I'm so the thing with mid Batrider is some mid laners they go like Dragonlance, Witchblade, and they right click. But I kind of feel like when I see Noun's heroes, this is the game where it's like boots to travel BKB. You get as tanky as possible, as quick as possible. You just walk through the fight, and sure, there's an overgrowth to respect, but it isn't the tankiness that I was hoping from the mid lane, but it can be very aggressive in the right hands, and I'm hoping Lau does the correct item build. I think his item build can make or break this game for Spirit.
I like the Batrider, pivot to mid. I needed this Laurel hero to punish Sand King heavily to make it so that Nouns just don't have a free game again on their Luna, because if you punish the enemy mid laner, you are open to rotating on the enemy carry. And Batrider should, on paper, just beat up Sand King. Like that should be a free lane into a potential early BKB into just running them over, because the supports on Nouns don't fight well into Batrider. Like Snapfire and Treant, they're going to suffer versus a snowballing Batrider. So if Laurel pops off, looks good to me.
But on the other side, if they shut down this Batrider, I feel like they're going to have a relatively easy game with some rotations. All they need to do is stabilize for the first like 15-ish minutes so they don't get ran over by this Bat. It's a really good Bat game, what he's playing into, but it could also be tricky. Once Nouns group up with the pipe, with all this tankiness on their side, their team fight is overwhelming.
Yeah, because their side lanes, once again, just like last game, are considered to be very strong.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I think from Noun's draft, like on paper, lane should be good. Their ability to get into their kind of timings is good. Like, there's not really a vulnerability of this really disappearing. Like if Sand King has a bad lane mid, he hits jungle and he'll still be able to return to the game. And that's where Spirit, like they don't really have tower damage. They like even if they do well, it's not as if they suddenly break open the map themselves. I think both teams after lane will just farm for 20-25 minutes, and like whoever takes the better fight. Like if you have the initiation, Doom will win the fight. If you have better initiation on Mars, you'll probably kill 2 and you'll win the fight. So I think this is a very close game on who has the better kind of tactical approach to it. So I think both teams are pretty happy with what they have, but efficiency is what's needed in this game.
Well, let's see how efficient the teams can get and if we're going to get a third game to this series. But first, we're heading over to Pyrian, who's standing by with Coach Milan.
Hello, Sheebs. I am indeed here with Milan, coach of Nouns. You must be delighted with Game 1 against the defending champions. Did you think it was going to be a tough series? And if so, how do you think it was going to go?
I mean, we're playing the world champions. It's like a burden and an honor in the same time. I think these games are delightful for us, delightful for everybody. I think that's what we came in here. I think the pressure is on them, not on us. That's why I tell my players, like, they're the world champions. We're here to challenge. It's nice to be a challenger, and we embrace this role.
Fantastic. So looking at your draft for Game 2, it's almost identical to Game 1, so you must have been very happy with the draft in Game 1. Are we going to see pretty much the same thing here in Game 2, or you think they're going to come at you with a different approach?
I think they're going to come out swinging for sure. They have adapted a bit, but I think what we are doing is similar. Like, they did the Tinker, so we did something similar as well. Like, this is what we prepared. Dota is a game of a million little things, so you can never say for sure what's going to happen. Our aim is to play the best we can, and like, the result is just going to be there anyway. Everything's going to be over soon, so just it.
Fair enough. Now, what percentage of this draft is down to the coach, and what percentage is down to the team? What percentage would you give yourself? 80% me or 20% coach?
I think the biggest is on our captain Tal, the Fly. I think he's the main leader. Like, my job as a coach, as I see it, I think it's enabling him, giving him the strongest voice, and everybody else kind of goes through him. Like, everybody gives the idea, and two of us kind of render them down, or what's the word? I don't know. We just like try to take the best out of everybody. That's the whole point of coaching, making everybody comfortable being their best.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Milan. We look forward to seeing Game 2. Now over to our casters, OD and Fogged. Chaps, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, time to get into the action here. Game 2 between Nouns and Team Spirit. Cool. And yeah, well, discussion of the draft there and talking about the draft, a lot of similarities.
Sure.
Coming out in particular, of course, from Nouns side of things with just one change-up. Similarities as well from Spirit, but a bit of a change-up in some of these positions from their side.
Yeah, I mean, pretty big adaptation overall, right? It's a very different draft that they've gone for this time, and this time maybe Laurel can put the bullying on a little bit better, because last time it was actually a matchup that was hard for him. This time they've last picked it for him. Well, last picked in the terms of them swapping it up, and we'll see how much he can do versus this Senkin, because it's a hard matchup, and I'm looking forward to see how much tower damage he does, because I have seen these supports going for this facet on the Bat Rider, and they get like no tower damage, but it's a core facet, and I'm curious to see how much he's going to get out of it. I did want to, I wanted to talk really quick about the interview. I feel like I haven't heard someone say something like that from Milan in a while, like whereas he's saying the pressure's on them. We're the challengers. They're the defenders. That was really cool. I like that quite a bit.
We'll see if that sort of comfortable state that Nouns in that position should be in is reflected again in this game too. Because yeah, Game 1 they certainly kept their cool and were able to come in with the outplays and take that first game victory of the series. Do you like this as a team? They do come into this game 2 with something as similar as they have done?
You mean on Nouns?
On Nouns, yeah.
It looked good. The heroes are strong. Yeah. The lanes are strong. It just sometimes when you do this, if a team is very good at adapting, it can be a bit of a risk. So you are playing versus Spirit, one of the better teams at adapting, especially in these best of 3s as we've seen in time. So yeah, we'll see if that does work. I actually thought that they might switch things up a bit here from Mira. Not to say that he played like bad on the Tinker or anything, but it's a very farm-heavy hero, and I'm a big fan when I watch Mira making like aggressive moves and being able to set up ganks. Tinker is just not really that hero, so it's interesting that they went back to doing it again. But they did, I feel like, make a bigger move in particular of making Laurel be a 100% playmaker, because he was a playmaker on the Invoker, but the itemization on these Invokers nowadays, it's a scaling kind of right-clicking kind of guy. So yeah. I think he's transitioned to be literally, I'm going to be like an initiating driving force from the mid lane, which we lacked in the last game.
They really did, right? Because their way of starting fights last game was, here's Collapse, let's hope you go on him, and then we'll take the fight. Exactly. No sort of direct way to have a hero that was going to charge in and start things off first, apart from a Poshka on his bat because of the slow timing on the blink, because of his itemization. It just got to a point where he was not able to blink in lasso and survive.
No, pretty much never. So,
but as you say, as a mid Bat Rider, you've definitely got to expect that Lar's going to hit those timings where he can make a lot of action happen and make sure that this game doesn't end up playing out as easily as the game 1 did for Yuma on his Luna, right? He had a great time on the Luna, and it really did get to the point in the fights where there was just no way they could get on top of him and stop Yuma from dishing out the damage.
I mean, these lanes are already looking very good from Spirit. I mean, they set this up in particular. That's why they did this little bit of a switch up and put this bat mid, because of how good a game it was. All three are farming beautifully, and Yuma is eating a bit of pressure up here. I mean, these lasers, the constant damage and the spam the Collapse has, because I believe he got the OP creep. He got that mana burn, so they have infinite mana up here to be able to pressure. So yeah, these lanes are looking pretty phenomenal, and didn't get to point this out from earlier, but thank you for this little off-screen cam. They did make sure that when we were having the interview, they did block these camps. So they were already making sure that they can limit some of this recovery outlet that comes from now. So yeah, really strong lanes, and to prevent recovery, pretty good strategy.
And you imagine with Collapse on the Doom this game, his itemization, it's going to have the pipe coming out earlier than it did last game on his Kunkka?
Yeah.
Or do you think, are there still other options? Like, do you want to see him get that pipe first?
I mean, the thing is, he's a Doom, so he can switch it up, right? He can go the Midas, like they're saying on the panel, then he can sell it, buy a Blink, get a kill, sell it again, buy Midas, then switch to Pipe, depending on the situation. So we're going to see Pipe 100% sure. I'm just unsure at which phase of when he sells these items and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it looks really strong from Spirit, and definitely have a bit of a worry from Nouns, even though it's a very strong draft, and it looked excellent in the last game. This Bat Rider is a nuisance, especially from the core roar with the BKB.
Yeah, I mean,
he can just run through their heroes.
His first 5 minutes, you're seeing it on all 3 lanes. Team Spirit getting these early victories. Yeah, you see it pushing there on the gold, nearly up to 2k. I mean, it's sitting around 2k gold lead 5 minutes in.
Copies jungling.
No kills to be had, but just straight up from the way that the lanes are playing out. And Spirit getting very aggressive up on the top lane.
I mean, this is actually pretty insane how... I mean, we'll see in a second. Mira might actually get caught off here. This TP from Lelis is kind of good. Mira. He's looking pretty dead.
Yeah, they got 4 of them. Copy's going to head over as well.
Give it a copy. Give it a copy. There we go.
There we go. So indeed, he needed that. Was having a tough time in the mid. Does take a lot of resources, but is enough to at least set them up for first blood for their mid player.
Oh, and I was about to say, like before this go, of course, this lane combo with the the mana aura with Tinker, dude, you're just like, you're harping March, you have infinite healing, and then you have infinite mana to constantly do it. That is actually a pretty absurd kind of combination that comes out just from the two without items. That's pretty cool. Collapse. Won't get that hit in time to stop that Lotus pickup. But we'll dish out a decent amount of damage onto Yuma. Mid tower starting to take the stickies. Meanwhile, bottom also Gunner.
He's going to be off the mark with the spear. See if they're able to continue to run him down. Some nice jukes from Gunner.
Very nice play.
I don't think Spirit expected that one. Gunner.
Sneaky.
Able to get out for now.
I think he dodged that Dragon Slave as well, too, even with that little sidestep. Postco, we'll find him. He's got another lift. Watch out for the cliffs and stuff like that.
That's true.
French again gets placed a lift. It might come out onto the cliff.
He's going to try and get him up there, but yeah, can't quite do it. So Gunner's going to be fine. Still, though, getting bullied out of the lane and making sure that this bottom area just continues to be absolute free farm for Radahn on the Carolina.
You got a regen rune on Laurel. They have to actually pop the glyph here immediately so that he doesn't just pretty much take that whole mid tower. But I think this tower is likely to just fall right now.
It's early.
It's dying fast. I mean, he's got 6 stacks. 7 stacks. We're seeing the Wisdom Rune contestion as well. But mid tower's dead at 7 minutes.
Yeah, but Poshka will be dealt with by Gunner, as they do indeed make sure that this Wisdom Rune remains under their control. Noun's able to keep a hold of theirs. But yeah, 7 minutes in, tower going down into the mid. Lal, he's going to be well on the way to hit those timings to be quite the leading force when it comes to making plays up and down the map.
And look at this, he's able to walk in and he's just going to steal some jungle creeps as well too, some recovery that Sanking needs. That's going to get taken away. This could definitely be a game where Laurel pops off. Just have to see if he overextends too far, because can still die if he does, and he is perhaps caught here.
And top lane, they're coming in with a dive on towards Fly, indeed over towards the river with the Epi. They're able to get in and take down Lal. Back up top, the dive did succeed. They take down Fly. They're doing what they can in here, finding these kills for Copy. It's getting him up there. He's now level with the 3 cores on Team Spirit. So after an opening to a game where you're playing this lane against the Bat, 8 minutes in, and you did lose your tower very early on, but Copy's still been able to find a lot.
Yeah, Laurel, I don't think he respected the fact that they had vision up on that high ground, so does get caught off stealing the stacks, and they punish him. That's the one thing you do have to be careful about Bat Rider, is just how over-aggressive you can play sometimes, because you want to play extremely aggressive, but it can get punished. And we do see there, Copy with the full recovery. Haste Rune now picked up as well. Deny the ward. Nicely done.
Some of the Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm, and Poshka getting very low, but we'll be able to crawl out just in time for anything follows up.
Not be too scared to pop the haste just in case of anything anyway, can just get lassoed. And yeah, overall, Yuma's game is much harder though, right, in particular. Even though Copy has made this recovery, this is going to be a bit of a longer one coming out from the Luna this time around. Even though you had that tree, the lane just did not go their way.
They'll go for an easy setup here. Walks up, gets the lasso onto flight.
And 11. And can perhaps push the tower here too, if he'd like to. He's actually moving away from it for the moment. Maybe stealing away the bounty rune first, but yeah, can look to push these towers early on with that sticky as well. Besides that mid one.
More smoke to be coming out from Nouns. Gonna have Copy ready to look for continued action as the Sand King wants to make a play with a haste rune. 20 seconds until the epicenter's back up.
Radahn kind of read it. He made his way top. He hasn't shown himself up here yet. Now he's shown himself. And they're like, okay. Immediately they were kind of looking left and they're like, oh, he's not there. Okay, let's set up somewhere else. And they'll just decide to farm instead. But this tower will drop. 2 towers claimed very early here from the side of Team Spirit.
Much more pressure from Spirit here in this early game as opposed to what they were trying in that first game of the series.
Absolutely, and it is a blink rush from Laurel, of course, on the bat. So he's pretty close to it already, about 400 away. Copy. Power rune to spawn soon. We'll be up top. Shield rune, a good one. That will allow Laurel to commit maybe a little bit harder. You know, make those aggressive dive plays that he initially does want to. And Copy, we are seeing he's queuing up the blink, so wanted to be very active as the Doom.
Hey, Collapse is going to throw it down onto Yuma.
Looks okay.
But indeed alone, that will not be enough damage, so...
It's close, actually. Yeah,
he's going to be
fine.
Should be able to take the walk back to base, and yeah, that's Doom down.
Nice try there from Collapse, going for the distance play. Strength shreds, of course. I don't know if he switched it right before the Doom came out or whatnot, but...
Well, I mean, look, the timing's there, though. You know, Copy also now with
blink.
the blink. Well, yeah, in fact, if anything, he got it a little bit sooner than Lal. Lal's still about 150 gold away from it. So let's see if they can make the timing happen. If they could group up and go, they've got the 6s on the support, so they do have the backup damage, especially if the snap's in the neighborhood.
And this is huge that he was able to get it. Yeah. Before, I can't believe that. After how the lane
those
went down.
two, the first blood and then that move where they get the kill down bottom, it's really allowed Copy to have this timing after a lane matchup that could have been disastrous.
Yeah, absolutely great. And now they have the ways to pierce in to find the Lina and stuff like that, all these squishy backliners with this very early, and they have the kisses, so they have overwhelming damage to be able to kill these heroes early on before like that pipe in particular does come out.
And Radahn would be quite the catch.
He doesn't... I don't know if he expects... I mean, he kind of looks like he does expect.
They're going to settle for Collapse by the looks of it. They see him head up to the high ground, Copy's in with the opening, the kisses come in, Collapse, he's gone. See if they can get out though. Stolen kisses in return. That will actually get the job done. Miposhka. Big steal and a big kill in return, takes down Copy.
Spirit will take that. I mean, it's a big kill onto him, and they lose Collapse, but Collapse kind of, it looks like he knew that was happening, right? It was a sacrificial lamb for them to be able to get this type of trade kill.
For sure. I mean, we saw, Radahn was in the area, but he was being very careful how he headed up into that triangle, allowing Collapse to be the one to go first.
Look at Laurel and Miposhka. They have this ward in the mid lane. Does it see Yuma for a second? It will.
It's a bit too far to get the grab on now. I'm saying that though, if he sticks
if
he comes back though, Lillis.
They've got him.
Indeed with the lasso and the follow-up here from Collapse and Miposhka, Yuma doesn't stand a chance.
All they need is there's no real counterplay without without Gunnar there in particular, so they can just freely dive up to there. Nice play there from Laurel, and he had the shield rune, so he knows he's gonna be a little bit, more aggressive in particular. 3K lead now for Spirit, and Yuma just continues to really struggle. And Radahn this time around, not struggling. Top of that net worth, he's gonna have this. I mean, he's gonna have the Glyper pretty early. So can look to get involved. While the Luna in particular, I mean, when you're slowed down on Luna, getting involved is pretty much impossible.
It's risky, especially when they're gonna have ways to get the jump on you.
Exactly. So these next few moments definitely feel a bit concerning. Now it's been a quiet. I mean, now Gunnar is 1-0-1, but I feel like I haven't seen him at all yet this game. So.
Do you like this as well? Gunnar looking to get that second blink dagger, so having the double blinks on the two, the mid and the off lane.
Feels like a dated concept, but
yeah, it's a lot on the initiation, and it's just a lot all in on the team fight and the jump. If you're not able to make plays happen with these two blinks on your mid and your off lane, these two could fall off pretty quickly.
Yeah, this could be a big risk. We'll see if he does commit forward for
Yeah.
it. We see that Collapse, he does have his Blink, so he's probably going to look for some type of Doom setup play, then sell that Blink and buy the Midas right afterwards, see who he looks to go for.
Yeah.
Smoke's going to come out. These two always have kill threat. This is the pairing that Nouns wants to always utilize, the Sand King plus that Snapfire, but they want to find a big target, in particular Radon.
Well, he's going to try and go for this, but in fact, the Rebuke and the Arena's dropped down very quickly from
Stolen.
So if they can set up anything, I mean, at the same time, up top, they get the jump on Radon. So Lina's been dealt with. Collapse continues to try and get the chase on. Same with the Blink, but doesn't want to commit a Doom down onto Gunner.
Copy's here. Quick rotation.
A bit of an awkward move there. Spirit not able to get anything going, and indeed, yeah, top side of the map, Radon was on his own, pushing things out.
And
Copy finds him. The combo there once again.
Lelis, he's making the sneak. They're going to be able to get the double Wisdom runes as well. When they were trying to get theirs, well, they were potentially getting theirs stolen. They're able to get 2 out of this. Laurel?
And Lar's still looking for something.
Can't blink.
And to the slight damage.
Could be in trouble.
They get the spear setup. Jump forward from Collapse. The Copy's already out of there. The Doom has to be dropped down onto Gunner. He goes to try for the TP out, but the telekinesis is there to stop his escape. So Gunner will die this time.
Okay.
But getting these kills, up top they kill Radon. Back in that trade there, they're killing off Lal. I don't think Nouns are going to be too unhappy with this.
No, definitely not. Gives time for Yuma to get that catch-up. Even if it's a little slow, they need some type of space for him, so they do get these trade kills. Very nice. And Copy does get a very big rune out of it, too, so he has an amp damage for the next fight. And is about to hit level 12 for level 2 Epicenter, so we'll always have that kill threat. Might have to see, honestly, an early BKB on Radon. I think it's going to have to just be Gleipnir BKB.
Just what we like to see there. Same to be said at this point of the game in Game 1, really. 50-50.
And there we go. There's that Blink gets sold. The Midas gets picked up for Collapse. And yeah, I'm just looking to see. He did have BKB queued, but I'm waiting to see if he does switch maybe for that pipe, etc. It's eventually.
Sure.
Once we see the.
I mean, what would the arguments be for both, when it comes to going for the BKB for yourself as the Doom or the pipe for your team?
It's just greed, right? Yeah. It's just like, I mean, he can also just. I mean, he has options, whatever. We'll see what he does.
Bottom lane, Nouns.
Right.
Seeing if they can get some sort of opening on this. Lars watching from the high ground. They get the telekinesis onto Gunner. Spirit, I think they're going to start bailing out this one pretty quickly.
Radon's here.
He is turning up to try and burst through Yuma. He gets the stun in on towards him. Yuma,
big Epi.
From the side, copies him with the jump, the Epi and the burst strike. They've killed off the 3, they've killed off the 4 of them, and now Collapse. He's going to try for the TP out, but the spear, it's there for Gunner. As Nouns, they get a team wipe.
Oh my, Copy is playing his heart out. 5-1 and 4, the Sand King comes in at the perfect time. Beautiful.
That's just crazy stuff. It's a good day for Sand King if you're a Nouns fan. Both games, Game 1 Gunner, this game 2 Copy after a tough start. I mean, look at this Sand King. 9K net worth. He's making it work. The matchup in mid proven to be completely irrelevant. Sure, it got them the early tower, but having 3K difference between the mid Sand King and the mid bat, just 16 minutes in.
They're so ready for these fights in particular. Like now everybody just collapses in an instant, and then boom, you're gonna see the immediate epicenter. The overgrowth again. I mean, Fly keeps getting these onto the crucial heroes as well. And Laurel just waltzes in and dies.
It was such a dangerous part of the map for Spirit to try and pull together a fight.
I mean, it's up to a 4K lead in a matter of seconds, Owen, and now
this is rough. You see it there on the face of Collapse. They know that this game, it's going to be a tough one to swing back in their favor. They had the early lead, but it's now slipped completely over towards Nouns. They have a 4K advantage.
Look at that swing.
Yeah, absolutely. 50-50 to 80-20, and you feel it with that sort of play, and we saw it on the players' faces.
Copy now at this point has a Bloodstone. This has to be some of the faster timings I think that we've seen.
This is crazy.
He's level 13 as well. Yeah. And he's got another power rune on. So he's got an arcane rune for faster sequence of fight in the next one too. Spirit has to be careful, and Spirit maybe need to at least finish one of these BKBs before they force a next engagement, because there's just so much overwhelming magic damage that unless they find Copy, I don't know if they can win the fight.
I mean, Nouns are just ready to go. Once again, I mean, top lane, you do not want to show on this wave if you're Spirit.
They have to know where the Sand King is in every single one of these fights. He is the most important. And now at this point, though, Yuma's completely caught up too, so this Luna is also a bit of an issue. And this ward, it has lasted some time, so they've been able to watch this Lina entire time farming. And there it is, done already. Impressive stuff. Yeah, Copy just being unbelievably clutch in this series so far here.
Yeah, and we sort of saw an element of what's going to make these fights rather hard for Radan to play as the leaner. Sure, his farm is very good for this stage of the game. You know, he's not falling behind, but this Mars pick, right? The arena comes down. If you're not in, you're not out. You're not able to hit these targets. It becomes very difficult to do your job as the carry leaner. It's not hard for Gunnar to find the chance to really disrupt your play with that arena.
I know mostly I think it's been Tundra that's been playing it in particular, but I thought this hero was definitely going to be back on the rise when it's all ranged carry heroes, right? This is going to be a big thing that they're going to have to address. They're going to have to wards down. They're going to have to put wards down inside the arena to see, but also going to have BKBs to just commit into an arena or something.
To just get your hits through the wall, yeah?
It's going to be interesting. Mira?
Oh. A swing and a miss there from Gunnar.
Yep. I think they need at least one of the BKBs before the fight. Maybe even the triple. Like, honestly, they might need...
I think, yeah, Radan absolutely needs it.
Yeah.
And he knows it. He's not going to want to show up to a fight until it's there.
So they might just look to split the map until they can get that. Because if they can get these BKBs, they can slow the pace of the game down. Their heroes are good versus this big Wombo combo. But there's the Tree Protector as well, too, that comes into play. And I saw Fly last game. I want to say he got some, like, 4 or 5-man overgrowth multiple times last game. So even though they're going to be able, or even though they want to be able to farm BKBs versus all this magic damage, there is, of course, that answer. So
absolutely.
This is going to be very interesting. Copy.
Top lane. Copy. It's going to start things off. They're going to start in return. Radan, he's going to be able to lay down a lot of damage. This time, Copy's going to get dealt with.
And they gave him, they kind of gave him some respect for a second, too. They're like, wait, does he have backup? Nope. Boom. They blow him up. So Copy.
Yeah, it's a lovely kill for Radan to find. A lot of gold going his way, taking down that incredibly farmed Sand King.
That'll enable that BKB to come quite a bit sooner. That's a BKB for Gunnar looking. Honest, I think everybody should just rejoice in this game because we don't really have that many auras yet.
That's right.
But they're gonna come.
Do we have any? What's the mech pipe situation?
Mira's gonna have pipe. I mean, it's gonna take him some time, but he's gonna go for that one.
Okay.
We have a drum and yeah. There's not really many auras right now, but it will come. So, but yeah, we can all at least savor in the moment of the lack of auras for the one game for a moment.
Lol.
He's spotted. Gunnar is here at the ready.
They've got eyes on him. They've got the Invis rune set up, but good. I guess what? He had the sentry down. Must have just caught some vision of him.
Yeah, must have known somehow. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean that flame break was on point. Was the sentry still? Yeah, there was because he has the observer in lane, right? So he saw him coming around the other side of the cliff.
I guess he must have.
So he knew that he was coming in that direction. Makes a call to get the flame break down and blink out. So heads up stuff there from Lyle.
Yep, and yeah, they're farming these BKBs. So Laurel is about what 1,000 from his. Radan 200 or so collapse. He can sell and do some type of stuff for his BKB. So they're getting close to those triple BKBs to be able to take that fight. Things are starting to even back out here, at least in terms of that gold.
One thing's for sure, though. We did see an element of it at the end of the last game.
What's that?
Mira's got to be a bit more careful with his warp flares, right?
Yeah, don't break the lassos. We don't break a lasso.
One of those things that happens once in a series doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I can understand what he was going for, though, because like the thing is it applies to root. So he was playing versus like the SK, so he was trying to root perfect timing after it or something, but...
breaking the lasso, yeah, you don't want to do that.
No.
You want to let them stay lassoed.
All right, BKB for Gunnar, BKB for Radan.
Radan's strong now. He's very strong.
Yeah.
Still not quite there for the BKB for Yuma.
Do they have any amp ups for Radan? I'm clicking around. They have a blink on the Rubik. They don't have a Solar Crest or a Drums on the side of Team Spirit to amp the Lina more. While on the side of Nouns, they do now. So they have the Drums on Lelis and they have the Solar Crest. So over the Luna, we'll have that extra bit of amp.
Okay. What's the big steals do you think the Maposhu's looking for? Is it these overgrowths and arenas?
I mean, any of these stuns or any big ulti would be great, but the stuns in particular are also fantastic. Right now he's got that Burrow Strike stolen, but it's going to be going away. But it's interesting to see the 5 position going for a Blink Dagger on the Rubik this time around. Well, in the last game he was playing the Bat Rider, and he went for Solar Crest.
Solar Crest into Blink.
Bit cool to see that, you know, at least he changed things up a little bit, even though he has the mid-bat and he's going for the Blink.
Oh, especially, yeah, in a game where he's got not just the mid-bat, but also the offlane Doom who went for the Blink first.
Yep.
So, a lot of Blinks.
Yep. Yeah, interesting that they did not build no Solar Crest.
Collapse. They know he's there.
And he's going down.
They're going to find him in the trees, and indeed they're able to take him out. Just a few hundred of gold away he was from his BKB. He's going to be set back a little bit.
Roche was top, they could have probably turned it into that immediately after that, but it is, of course, down bottom. Yuma showing in the mid lane, has his buddies around him. Laurel has BKB and Radon has BKB, so could see a potential smoke movement coming out from Spirit with these timings. But Nouns claiming a positioning here, getting some good aggressive vision down to potentially see those moves also.
I think the Spirit they're going to want to try and make some play happen here, though, when Collapse is back in. They've got the smoke coming out from Miposhka.
Yeah, it's their triple BKB timing that they've been kind of playing for the last like 6 minutes or so, right? So
yeah, the next team fight could be pretty defining for the overall outlook of the game. This could be Spirit's chance to swing back in, take away that lead that Nouns have if they can get the fight going.
Yep.
It's not going to be easy, though. Both teams with the resources and the ultimates ready to pop.
Oh man, triple BKB can make things a bit complicated though, so let's see how if Fly can get a good overgrowth and stuff like that too, and how much these BKBs are forced and poked and whatnot, so looks like a big clash.
See who shows first.
We'll get to this initiation.
I mean, he may get jumped underneath the tower. Do Spirit want to try and make this dive play?
They saw Collapse. That was a smoke break.
Copy, heading over to join the rest of the team. They'll have the full 5-man down here.
Copy's getting close to the Lotus. He's gonna have that actually pretty much done. It's a very good game for this Lotus Sword versus the Doom and the Lasso too. He's actually has it coming right now. So pretty big item timing that Nouns gets, at least for the Sanking on top of everything too. Roche.
I mean, now that they've moved away from this
just
area,
go for it?
I mean, there's 30 seconds, but they do it very quickly.
They do it fast.
I think, I don't know if Spirit left this because they felt that they couldn't contest this, or if they left this because they didn't think Nouns would try and take it down in this 30 seconds before Roche moves.
I think they expected to be able to get it up top, but yeah, this is a heads-up play from Nouns. It's going down.
For sure. If Spirit felt that this was going to be taken before the 25 minutes, I mean, it's going to be very close. But yeah, they're going to have it.
They got it.
Spirit, they would have wanted to take that fight.
And now Nouns can look to fight themselves pretty much immediately. Gunner off the mark, though, with that arena. So might have to wait a few moments there, but they just get in and get that Aegis.
That's a big timing.
It's nice.
Heads up from Nouns to get in there and realize they had just enough damage to do it before it moved.
Oh, Fly. He's about to show himself up top, and he's about to get gone on.
And there's no one to save him. So an easy catch for Spirit is presented.
They can look for maybe a bit of tower, but actually, they popped the glyph. That was early. He wasn't even hitting the tower yet.
Got another amplified damage rune here for Copy for that next team fight.
They're looking to set up to go for that fight. How long on that arena? Still 60 seconds, but 20 seconds on the tree.
I mean, with the Aegis, even though the tree's out of the game for 20 seconds, Nouns could still take a fight 4 versus 5.
Looking for it. The ward, it sees.
Spirit, are they ready for this collapse? He's going to jump in first. He's going to put the BKB straight away.
The Lotus instantly gets put on Copy. And that BKB was very quick there from Collapse. Spirit probably looking to just reset.
I mean, Yuma's chasing in.
Collapse, they're still thinking.
I mean, Yuma's going straight for it. He's going to get caught with the light strike, but Copy's in with the power strike for the side. They get the spear connection in on towards the Bat Rider. The kiss is coming in. Lao's going to put the BKB.
He's going down.
But Yuma's been able to take him down. They turn towards Mirror in the trees. Nouns get the two of them.
Oh, Nouns is just playing. I mean, it's confidence, right? Just the confidence to be able to jump forward there and then get another.
Copy. He's going to find Miposhka off to the side, trying to get the Lotuses. It's a third kill for Nouns.
Spirit second-guessing themselves to go for this initiation, and they hung around too long. Yuma, knowing his strength with the Aegis, just charges in.
And look at this as well, just the farm that Yuma's managed to acquire. He's at the top. He had a tough start. Fantastic recoveries across the board from Nouns. In a game where it really did start off with Spirit having the perfect lane setup. All 3 lanes, they were looking up for Spirit, but that's a distant memory now.
Absolutely. And Yuma, he's got the steroids, right? He's got these buff ups, which there just really isn't for Radon at this point. Yes, he's got some extra heals and stuff coming from the Tinker, but this Luna is well and truly enabled
Check this fight out again. You know, Yuma, knowing, especially with the Aegis in his hands, he can go straight for this. Absolutely trusting in Copy and Gunner to come in with the control, and at this point, Team Spirit, they have to do their best to bail out the fight, but only 2 of them managing to get out alive.
It does feel, I mean, I don't know, it feels very similar where it's like, I love Mira, like I love Tinker, I love Mira, but I'm just not feeling this, you know, he's just this big playmaker usually, and it feels like the game is a little slower because he has to take this back foot of just being this farming Tinker, because that's just what the hero does, so they're just unable to make too many moves on the map, and it's been Nouns now getting away with a lot and getting this Luna at the top with an Aegis. And Laurel is now a support pretty much at this point on the Bat Rider.
I mean, if you look at the sort of his farm in comparison now to that of Lelis on the Snapfire. Lela's having a great game, and yeah, Lyle falling behind, about to be overtaken by the supports. They're going to get the jump on Collapse, no chance to pop the BKB. Collapse is gone.
Oh, and they're doing it. They've got a big advantage now coming into these next fights.
Well, Lincoln's finished out on Yuma.
Blink on Fly, so he's gonna get the overgrowth through the BKBs. This is looking problematic for Spirit.
That crazy stuff from Nouns here today.
Defying all odds.
Yeah, they had a rough entrance into the road to the International so far. Spirit looking as strong as ever, but today, this series, both games, Nouns, they seem to have Spirit figured out.
Copy in particular, right? We do have to highlight a lot about how much the Sand King was able to do with a bad lane matchup, being able to find the recovery with those 2 kills pretty much to get the blink early and just find these early setups to get to this point. And whoever made the call to go for that Roche, right? This is just heads up stuff across the board here from Nouns today. And we'll give Gunnar the credit from the last game being that nice little sacrifice, of course. But at this point now, I mean, Spirit, the thing is, like, Spirit, they stalled for their item timings for the BKBs and stuff, and the fights just, they didn't work at all. So now it's like, okay, we have to look for that next item, which I see Radon, the Satanic will be there. So the Dispel versus the Tree Overgrowth for him to keep attacking post-BKB if he does get caught, he'll have that, but as we said, Laurel has completely fallen off, and he's not growing at all.
Spirit stepping out of the base.
Now they have a Lincoln's on Yuma. They have, I believe, a secondary Lotus Orb coming out on the Snapfire. So they have overwhelming ways to protect these single target abilities. The Doom, the Lasso in particular, very important ones that Spirit needs to do pretty much perfect. It could just get reflected. It could just get blocked. Spirit definitely feeling that pressure.
Yeah, at the least for them, looks like Nouns aren't going to get another push in under the cover of the Aegis. Just 30 seconds until that expires.
But they've gotten that nice map control. They actually see bottom as well too. Mira has shown on this ward for a quick second. Are they going to make it in time? Oh yeah, they will.
Copy. He's found him. And even though it may just be a support, but the Tinker out the game, that's a lot of sustain and save that Spirit won't have if Nouns want to go straight away for a push now. As Mira, he's gone for 50 seconds.
They're smoking to maybe try to catch them off guard here, but
this is so risky. But I guess at this point, they've got to take risks on Spirit.
Does feel like it. Can they even blow up a target in time, though? Because these Lotuses, all these protection abilities going to come out, and Gunnar, it will be at the ready, likely to follow. It does feel like a bit of a desperate one, right? That's a super farm Snapfire. 4-0-12. Perfect game so far. And grouped up, they waited for a second, everybody gets together, and there comes the push. What do you do, Spirit?
And what do you buy as Miposhku? 7 up the money, 2k gold. Well, Spirit, they're going to try for a jump, Lal. He's got the lasso. Have they got the burst to get through? Gunnar is going to get
still alive.
Get the BKB off. He's going to live. Turns with the Spirit over towards Radon. Radon pots the BKB. Gunnar backs off. Lays down the arena. Radon's going to try and chase on forward with the remaining seconds of the BKB, but he can't commit to take the kill. Gunnar's going to live. They don't get anybody.
Extra little bit of healing that comes in from this like cookie, I think maybe does the difference to survive for him. As that's a BKB used for Radon. That's quite a bit expending. They still have Doom, but that was their lasso play to try to catch him off guard. Nouns still has BKB up on Yuma, so they're going to look to play around this Luna. And they have vision over here, so they want to play around this vision that they placed from earlier.
And they can swing around towards the mid. Spirit, they're coming out on the map, but this is so risky. Collapse, he's going to walk straight into them. Has to BKB straight away. Lotus is going to be dropped down on towards Yuma. They now turn their efforts over towards Copy, trying to burst through the Sand King, but the Doom drop down onto him. Copy will fall. Now down the mid, Yuma's ready to chase down Radon, and indeed with Radon having the BKB on cooldown, he's got very little to protect himself. He's going to get speared out of the side. He's going to offer up down to Lila to take down the Lina. Now they can turn towards Collapse.
Stolen Root.
Quick Root's going to be taken off by Yuma with the Manta. Try and turn towards Collapse, but Collapse looks like he'll be able to sneak away and survive.
But they got Radon. They got the target they wanted. His BKB was still cooldown.
He wants to try and go for more. He has the lasso at the ready. Blink's going to be back up in a few seconds. Can they catch anything else here, Spirit? Doesn't look like it. Nouns, they'll split away.
Good disengage there from Nouns. I mean, Radon, they get the kill on the Copy, but Radon, Toro has to run in, and without that BKB, it's quick, you see. I mean, not that quick that he dies, but quick that they get on top of him.
Yeah,
the Luna just literally runs on top of the Lina.
Yeah, the Satanic was starting to do some work for Radon in terms of just surviving and fighting back, but a good call from Gunnar to just step in and get that spear out, make sure that little bit of a stun latches and stops it from being able to right-click and survive with the heal from Satanic.
I mean, they threw, like, I think multiple barriers and stuff onto him as well, too, from the Tinker, but yeah, just it wasn't enough, especially because of how much damage Yuma does at this point, because he does have all these buffs. He's solar crested, he's drummed, he's running right in on top of him, so there's not much that Radahn can do to get away without that BKB.
Spirit still struggling to find the sort of fight they need to take away this lead that Nouns are holding on to.
And a decent steal, too. I mean, he's still Overgrowth, but yeah, at this point, there's always going to be these dispels between the Lotuses and the Mantas and stuff. Gunnar now, a full Hex has been picked up. So definitely chances for this Lina, Radahn in particular, to maybe not even get the BKB off, too. See how these next few fight executions do go down. But yeah, Nouns just feel like they have a huge surge of momentum.
And they're just running at them once again. They know how strong they are. Radahn
Gunnar
sticks around for that last creep at the neutral camp. They get the lasso. The Hex in the arena, but the BKB's able to come off. Radahn's ready to turn, but he's still going to run. He's taking so much damage even through the BKB. They have managed to kill off Lal, but they'll lose Gunnar for it. Can they find anything more here now? Copy. Wants the Lotus. Collapse has to put the BKB. The right click's coming in for Yuma and Lelis. They're too much for Collapse. He goes down. Copy will fall. 2 for 2 so far.
The Poshka.
Is he able to get out with the blink in time? No. Fly. He's in with the Overgrowth. Nouns. I'll make sure they continue to take the numbers advantage out of these trades. 3 for 2.
I mean, it's a forced move from Spirit to protect Radahn, right? They have to. Laurel has to kind of give his life to jump in and stop the chain stun that's going to come off, because otherwise Lina's dead. So it's a choice that they had to make just to make sure that that Yutaro actually lives. So they're going to have to sack probably the Roshan for that, but it probably felt like a forced situation because it was just a great jump from Gunnar.
It's just so much more difficult for Radahn to get the damage out in these fights compared to Yuma at this point on the Luna.
I mean, the Luna's just in his face, and he's like, he just has to run because of the way that Yuma's been able to get Yuma Luna, because he's getting on top of him, and yeah, has to spend, what, 2-3 seconds of his BKB just running from the Luna? Not the ideal. There's good reaction from Laurel at the least, though, right? It was a very quick blink lasso to stop the chain stun, but at the end of the day, they need more out of this lasso.
Yeah, with this round of the Aegis, Nouns definitely going to be eyeing up the chance of going for the high ground. Spirit, we'll see how ready they are for it. They do have decent high ground defense in terms of just being able to make the jump, grabbing someone, dragging them into the base that they're able to get in with the lasso. Obviously, there are items online for Nouns that can counter that play.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the if they can get those lassos, right?
It's going to have to be a very specific window that Lal's able to punish.
Copy now getting another pretty big item too. The Shivas has been finished up, and he has had this for a while, but the Paladin Sword too, so this continues to get stronger and stronger. And yeah, 4 minutes on this Luna. How hard do they want to force the issue here? See how confident they do want to be, because Gunnar, he can do some fun plays where he can blink, spear people outside, fly, will find a ward. And yeah, we never did see, I was going to talk about it earlier, but constant fights kept happening. We never did see the pipe that came out from Collapse, so they just go for his own itemization because of how the game ended up going down. Banner's playing.
I mean, they let Mira go through, right?
Yeah, he did. He had to afterwards.
Well, there's the jump. They get the lasso. Just on to Gunnar. They try and drag him up there. They got the follow first. No, Gunnar's able to put the BKB, and he turns with the arena. He's been able to lock down Mira.
Ooh.
As Mira gets caught on the front lines of the fight, has to buy back immediately.
Banner's still down. They have to take this out. The catapults are going in.
The push continues, and Copy. He's in with the burst strike, trying to get the opening onto Radahn. They get the spear follow up, but they got any further catch afterwards. The Hex is there as well from Gunnar, but Radahn is kept safe. They turn towards Copy. They drop it down onto the Sand King. They've taken Copy down.
Nouns will respect that. They're going to back away. A buyback required from Mira for the hold.
Enough to push them back for now. And Nouns, even without Copy, highly likely that 70 seconds and he's back in. They'll still have a bit of time to make another push with the Aegis.
Yeah, we did see that arena, of course, too. Yeah, stolen, so definitely set up for a good fight. The high ground positioning there. That's going to be the success, I feel like, for Decided Team Spirit is fighting around those high grounds. Fighting outside, though, definitely feels complicated. 50 seconds till Copy comes up. Can Spirit look to find something with this downtime?
I think they might want to.
Yeah, Laurel, I mean, his lasso's up in 5 seconds.
And now it's kind of coming for them as well. Fly.
I mean, very confident with this gem, just charging in.
Another BKBs are on cooldown for Spirit. It's only be said for Gunnar. 15 seconds until he has the arena back up. but has that Blink Hex chance.
I love how they're playing this aggressive, though. Even though they have that man down, they're just really looking to play in a very aggressive position, just make sure that they can scout Spirit out, keep playing around this Luna. I feel like I've seen them kind of, I mean, not fully 5-manning, but it's been quite a bit of 5-man from Nouns, just sticking around this Luna. Time is Relic for Gunner, Refresher on the Doom, Collapse. These could be game changers if they can get the successful ones onto the key targets. Again, still very difficult. Still quite a mountain for them to climb. 90 seconds still left on this Aegis too. Mipushka gets a telescope. Okay, so extra range for lassos and stuff like that. Still has the arena as well. And I see Laurel has queued up the Ags, so definitely feeling like it's about that high ground defense, getting the double lassos and stuff like that.
If he can catch them and set up for Radahn to stand his position and get the hits in, Radahn's going to hit hard with the Daedalus stun.
He's approaching 25 too, right? 23 on Radahn, so...
Yeah, he's absolutely going to have the damage, even though there still might be a significant difference in net worth between him and Yuma.
It's just
this Lina still hits hard.
As long as they can control the targets, that's just the key thing that's going to be. I mean, what we have to see is because I see Fly now is also queuing up the Lincolns. I think we're going to see potentially like 2 more Lincolns come out on Nouns because it's a ton of single target, super important spells from Spirit.
30 seconds left on the Aegis. Now, so they want to try and push for things again, or is it just going to be sit back and wait for these next big items to come out? Looks like it may be the latter.
Did you see the neutral item that Yuma went for? Not the most standard one, but one that you can understand in this game when it's about breaking high ground and not wanting to get yanked into the tier 4s or something. So going for an Ogre Seal Totem, very cool. Very defensive kind of decision. Kind of all the neutral items we see. Ascetic Cap even onto Copy as well too. The status resistance could be all important versus the Doom.
Spirit. Looks like they're going to come out with a smoke play now that the Aegis has expired for Yuma.
Mipushka wants to get some vision out here. They don't really have too much out on the map. They have to see, I mean, they have to see those crucial targets to be able to get those big jumps, of course, from Collapse. So vision is going to be incredibly important for Spirit on the jump. This Luna just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger, though. 8K difference between him and Yutoro. Or Radahn. Smoked up behind their tier 2, so they do know that this is happening. I mean, looking at the map state, they don't see anybody showing on lanes.
Yeah, this could come at a good time for them as well, because Spirit's own smoke now coming to an end.
How are buybacks looking? What do we got? Quite a bit on the Dire. Not too many on the Radiant.
Trying to see if he could find Mirror in the trees, but the TP, the movement out back to the base is already there.
But they're scouting.
Nouns, and they get in from the side, they can! Poppy's in, it's a 2-man burst strike, they keep Radahn locked down, they can't! Radahn's able to put the BKB, turns towards Yuma, but Yuma's out with the BKB and the Eclipse in return. Radahn trying to stand his ground, the lasso's there, they're locking down the Luna, they've dropped the Doom, they dropped everything onto Yuma, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Yuma's able to get the damage out, they take down 3, Nouns, the team fight's there, sure Yuma goes down at the end of it all. But it's a trade that's absolutely worth. They throw everything onto the Luna. It gets the kill, but they lose the team fight, Spirit.
I mean, they got the Doom onto her, but they couldn't get it onto Copy. Copy's able to just reset out of the fight, too, and jump back in. And Yuma just stands his ground. Just hits the targets. Sure, can't Satanic Lifesteal or anything like that, but does the damage either way. And they didn't have any buyback. So it is 60 seconds without the Lina, but it doesn't seem like Nouns wants to try to push the issue here. Last game, when they actually, when Yuma got picked off like this, he instant bought back and ran down. So I guess this one, give a little bit more respect to this potential buyback.
Sure, exactly. They're not completely sure that the buyback wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
But we'll see the start of it. As you say, they get the information. Copy's able to get this angle. Radahn, you know, lucky that he's able to get the BKB off very quick in response with that to give them the chance to actually start getting the right clicks onto this Luna, because obviously without Radahn getting the BKB off and being able to attack back, they may not have even killed Yuma. So they at least get something, but still at quite the cost, losing 3 heroes themselves, Spirit.
It's probably one of the more ideal situations for Nouns to have happen in these fights. Everybody just stuck inside of Arena. That's kind of what they want to happen. It's just everybody's going to be getting hit from glaives, hit from all this AoE constantly, and yeah, we saw that effect there. Gunner, yeah, down for a refresher, so can do a secondary set of it as well. I actually didn't get to see, but I don't know if we got to see. Was it only one of the Dooms that got thrown out, and did one get blocked? I wasn't sure.
I only saw one down on Yuma.
Because I saw he popped the refresher, and I think maybe one of them did get blocked, but it was too chaotic. I actually could not keep track of that second one. And that's a 25 actually going to come out for Yuma back before Radon did. They will get a pick on Fly.
They're taking out the tree. I mean, Spirit, being in a position where they've got to take what they can get, they may try and look for more, right? They're taking out Fly for 70 seconds. You got to try and make something else happen with this.
Get a position for the Doom.
Fly, yeah, he's not going to have any of it. Yeah, just immediately buys back, knows the Spirit's in a state where they are going to try for a play.
He's got the Roche timer. That's why, right? He's like, oh, I know. And we do actually get 25 also on copy, so it's getting pretty ridiculous how big this epicenter gets. With the 20 talent plus that 25, you're going to be seeing that whole screen start thumping.
Spirit. They're going to smoke up once more, but Nouns, they're heading straight for them.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, they're going to have eyes on this. Copy him with the jump. They're going to hex straight into the burrow strike. They've been able to take down Maposhka. He has got buyback. We'll see if he considers it, and he will. He wants to get back in, try to rejoin the team here as Spirit. They want to try and fight back. Jump forward from Lal. He's looking to close the gap. They'll kill off Gunner, but Yuma stepping forward. Radan's got to be careful. The kisses are coming in.
They break the Lincolns.
And they're able to get a bit of a route onto Yuma, but nothing else. The Lotus is thrown down on him, and Yuma's just turning over the glaives. Radan and Lal, they're getting torn apart. Lal will get protected by the defense matrix.
Oh, and I think they just warp flared the lasso again, by the way.
Is that what broke it?
I think that's what broke it.
We'll check on the replay.
I couldn't see because
it's on the edge of the screen.
It was on the edge, but for a second, but I think that might have happened. I don't know if they had the actual burst for it anyway, but I think it did happen.
Because if they got him with the Gleipnir, right, I saw Yuma got caught by the root, but do you think he may have also got caught by a lasso that quickly got cancelled by the Tinker?
I mean, I have to see it again, because these fights are absolute chaos. There's a lot of spells throwing around, and I actually was watching Gunner get chased out as well too, but we could perhaps see that one again in a second.
Get the rush for now, Nouns. I'll have this, no problem.
They heads up buyback, of course, Fly from the earlier situation, just being ready for this fight.
Yeah, so check this out again.
I might be blind, possibly.
So let's keep eyes on Yuma.
Because they popped, I saw something popped Lincolns, and then I saw Laurel make the call to go for this type of lasso play, but then I didn't see what stopped.
I mean, Lal at the moment doesn't have lasso.
He does
back up now.
Yeah, watch, ready? So let's see. I don't know if I'm blind.
So Lal, he's heading over. Lincoln's is
lasso
there
as the warp flare. Oh, it was the warp flare at the same time. That's so unlucky. I don't know if they have the full burst anyway.
I mean, if they do have the lockdown, maybe Radan can stand his ground and get the hits in.
I mean, either way, it's
unfortunate.
unfortunate.
And indeed, maybe unlikely because Yuma's just that farmed and that fat right now that maybe they don't take him out.
But either way, it's just, they gotta they have to be really careful with this kind of warp flare stuff. Now, Aegis cheese a refresher shard on the tree. I like this decision that they did to give it this tree, because you can only really dispel, right? You're gonna BKB, then you're gonna get rooted, then you're gonna satanic, and then he's gonna root you again.
You're gonna get rooted.
I like that they've gone for this choice for him. And yeah, we're seeing the Lincolns, of course, being picked up even more. Mira's gotten one for himself, but now we're also seeing Fly picking one up for his allies. And Copy, now a Wind Waker has been picked up, so a potential mini way to save some of these allies, too, we could see happen. 24,000 gold lead. Announce. Showing that the group stages are a distant memory.
Absolutely. What a performance from them today against Team Spirit, nonetheless.
Very close to 25 on Radon. And I believe the MKB was just picked up, so that means he's all in. So, I mean, Spirit, it feels like they do have to go all in with the deficit that they're at, so I don't blame him.
Push begins here. Yuma steps up with the Aegis.
I like that banner placement. Very nice. I've been seeing a lot of these banners be put up on the high ground when you have catapults. This is the best way to kind of use it. They can't really siege it that easy.
Radon steps forward, he tries to get the banner.
Lasso?
The lasso onto the two of them. They've got the burst to bring Gunner down, though. He's able to get the arena up, but they've killed him off. Now they turn over towards Yuma. Copies in, though, straight away with the epicenter, and the damage, it just shreds through low, tears through collapse. The two of them gone without buyback.
Radon?
The push continues. Radon is bringing down at least Yuma the once, but can they do it again? He's going to stand his ground, gets the light strike array up, but copies in with the burrow strike. He's stolen burst over towards Yuma. I mean, Yuma's getting burst pretty low here. Flies in with the overgrowth. Gunner, he's ready to go for round two. Comes in with the buyback. Has the arena to lock him down. They've caught Radon. Radon's gone.
They've done it, Owen.
I think they have. This top rack's taken out.
Laurel's going to buy back, so he's going to put the fear into them.
But there's no Radon. There's no collapse.
Imagine they're just going to look to keep going here.
And there's no fortification. It's been popped, so they're ready to continue for further push.
What a heads-up buyback, Gunner. I mean, they know this is their way. This is their time to end the game. Buys back fines for Don when he's being that turret.
And they could go for the game.
They absolutely can.
They're straight to the tier 4s. They're going to realize that these buybacks aren't going to be coming out. They get the jump. They can look for more. The spear's going to be off the mark. The fortification, of course, getting refreshed, gives them a chance to pop it once more around the tier 4s, but that's all they have to hold them off. The fortification once again comes to an end. Lal tries to get in with a lasso to slow down the push, but Yuma's in, focusing the Ancient. Miposhka throwing his body in, trying to distract them away from the objective as Nouns look to close this one up. On towards the Ancient, nothing to be done here by Team Spirit. One final attempt, but it's all over. GG is called. Nouns, they'll take this series 2-0 today against Team Spirit, knocking Spirit down to the lower bracket. Nouns, they're going straight up to the upper bracket.
What a performance from them today. I mean, Copy played his heart out in this series in particular, but the whole team, this was a team win, a big one too, versus Spirit, who, as we've seen them just dominating everybody throughout this tournament. Wow. But this time, Nouns, they seem to just have an idea, a concept to at least play versus them in Spirit. Yeah, they're going to have to fix some stuff, at least change some stuff around in particular. So we'll see what they do.
And able to do it 2 times back-to-back with relatively similar drafts and approaches. You know, neither of the times Spirit could deal with what Nouns had come to today prepared with. Nouns looking absolutely fantastic.
Love it.
What a win for them. They're going to be feeling amazing about this one as they move forward to the upper bracket. And as you say, Spirit, they've got to look back at what went wrong today. 2-0 Nouns against Team Spirit.
Just 1 year ago, Nouns, I know it was only with 2 players that are the same as the current iteration of Nouns, Lilith and Gunners. They were chosen by the defending champions Tundra to be their opponent in the seeding match, and Nouns managed to 2-0 Tundra and move all the way to top 8 that international. This time, another defending champion chooses them. And another time they get a 2-0 victory and move to the upper bracket. We'll see how far they come this time around. This was such good performance from Nouns. And you can see it in the faces of Team Spirit as well. They do not understand what just happened. Nouns just coming in so strong, Lacoste.
Yeah, this was a really, really good performance. Coming into this series, I expected it to be 2-0, but the other way around, to be honest. But they really surprised me. I heard Nouns are cooking something really good, something really fun. And these drafts, they were really on point. Silent, before game 1 started, he said, we gave them too much. Coming into the second game, they do pretty much the same thing. They give them almost the same heroes. They also pick relatively same heroes for themselves, which do fulfill the same roles. But Copy, this guy was on point throughout the whole game.
Wow. Wow. That was such a good performance by Nouns. Honestly, they picked apart Spirit. In that game too, you could feel Spirit just kind of succumbing to that despair, right? They were, putting warp flares on lassos. Doom doomed himself on a Lotus Orb. They were like trying to go for what they could, where they could, and they were like, you could just see the hope, like you could see them dwindling in real time. And to see Team Spirit of all teams, which are the team known for coming back from dire situations, coming back from bad situations, play versus Nouns, be backed into such a corner and just splatter on that corner, that was kind of, we haven't seen this in a really long time, team.
I mean, every single highlight we're seeing right now, it's all about Gunner on his Mars. Like, he's jumping in, setting up the pace of the fight, he's hitting the arena, and not only that, in a meta in which we're seeing predominantly ranged carries, he's utilizing Bulwark beautifully. Like, he's throwing the arena and spear down, and normally where other Mars players will kind of disengage looking for the next spear, he's utilizing his Bulwark, standing next to his carry, soaking up some of those additional right clicks, so that even in moments of Lina potentially with like Satanic wants to stand her ground, she can't do it. And this fight, or maybe even this fight as well, it's like there's so many clutch moments where it's like Satanic gets popped, and guess what? It's Gunner then coming in at the tail end of the fight to hit the spear to prevent that right click. And this entire highlight reel, like, yes, Copy broke open the early game, yes, Yuma found the farm to be the carry, but I think really kind of the key piece of the puzzle was that extra layer of team fight from Gunner, and maybe that's even the theme from now this entire series. They didn't have one source of team fight, not two, but they had so many ways to take a fight that for Spirit to win, they had to like perfectly execute. It's like, we need to soak this spell, tank this guy, kite that person. It's like, on the flip side now, it's like, enter fight, everyone press spell, you're gonna win the fight. And look, every single highlight is all about Gunner on his arena.
And I think we're gonna see more of Mars coming into the upcoming games, because This hero is great against range carries, that's for sure, and it also allows your carry. These are the carries, Mirana, Windranger, Lina that we're talking about, Luna, that go in, and they need somebody to keep them in place, and Mars does exactly that. Sometimes, you know, pre-BKB, these heroes are gonna disappear. If you land 2-3 man arena, immediately the heroes are gonna die because of that overwhelming damage that they do have.
Absolutely, and I also just want to shout out the early Lotus Orb pickup by Sand King. That really broke Team Spirit's entry strategy, their initiation in teamfights, because when Team Spirit realized that when they had lost that big fight bottom, they started to group up as 5, right? They bought their Blink BKB on Doom after not fighting for a while, and they wanted to find the initiation off of the Blink Doom. And it was Copy with his Lotus Orb. We saw Collapse Blink BKB in, Sand King Lotuses himself, and they have to disengage. They lose the Sand King, they lose the Doom BKB, they don't get the Doom off, and they're just running off. Their game plan gets broken by that one Lotus Orb. And then as the game progressed, the story was we have to Doom a target, kill the target, but they were throwing everything on the Doom target, and we saw the Doom target wasn't dying. It was getting cookied out, it was getting reflected, or Luna, who got doomed, kills everybody before she dies.
I mean, Mars, we said it as well to conclude that chapter. 13 games played so far at the Road to International, 84% win rate. Like, it's kind of like the maybe like the sleeper hero that people aren't really respecting. I think Tundra's tried it, you know, because now just beat Spirit with it, but this easily, like Lucas was mentioning, could become a hero that becomes a hero of the tournament.
Yeah, it's also because Doom is very popular, Kunkka is very popular, Sand King is very popular, and we see those a lot. So maybe those not being available to Gunnar, he's like, give me Mars! And that's exactly what he got, and he got the MVP from us, and he also got an interview with Pyrian from us.
Hello, Sheebs. I am indeed here with MVP. They've just announced that Gunnar. You guys must be absolutely delighted with that performance against the reigning champions. Were you expecting to 2-0 them?
You know, last year we played versus Tundra, who were the reigning champions. We 2-0 them in the exact same position. So yeah, it was good vibes going in.
So you were confident coming in, and we also noticed you basically drafted the same lineup in both games. The first time you did it, were you thinking this is going to work? And the second time, was it just like, why change?
Yeah, we did really good draft prep. It was like, Double was like, we did our draft prep, and he's like, guys, I feel so professional, like a real Dota team right now, because it was really good. And so we kind of just went down the same line of our preparation for them, and it all worked out.
So we were just having a chat before we went live about the Luna versus Lina matchup, and I was trying to get your feel on whether Lina or Luna wins that. Can you just explain again why you think Luna is probably a better carry in that position than Lina?
I think with the damage facet, Luna just does like crazy damage, scales really well with the 25 talent. As well, she usually builds tankier items late game, so post BKBs, heroes survive so long with like pipes and just random auras that when the BKBs are down, I think Luna just kind of wins with magic damage over Lina.
But this wasn't a hero you were expecting to pick necessarily.
Not really. Yuma's been talking about it. Like he feels the vibe of Luna, thinks it's good, but we haven't really practiced with it too much. Maybe like one game or maybe two.
Well, honestly, you've got the upper bracket coming up now. Game of Gladiators or G2XIG, who would you rather take on? And let me just preface this by saying that Game of Gladiators maybe would be considered the better team of those two on paper, but you've got record for taking down these big teams, so think about it.
Probably G2. I think they're a really fun team, and also Gaming Gladiators last year was a rough one for us, so it'll be nice to play a different team for TI.
You're not looking for revenge?
We can see them at Grand Finals.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we look forward to seeing you guys in the upper bracket, and back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. We'll see indeed if we are going to get Game of Gladiators versus Nouns as our, first of all, the upper bracket match. But second of all, I have the grand finals. That is a long way to go, guys. A lot of Dota to be played before that. We'll see if Gaiman even makes it to the upper bracket in the next series as well. But I want to continue talking about the match we just watched because it's something we kind of glanced over, I feel like. We just accepted the fact that the first fight didn't go well for Spirit, and we said, okay, they swapped Batrider to the mid lane to have a good mid lane because he should crush Sand King, and then get that speed and momentum off from the Batrider because he's going to set the tempo. But, Lucas, that just didn't happen, and I feel like that was a major part of their plan.
Yeah, he needed to find a solution how to play that lane because it was pretty much unplayable. I we got to give him a shout out for the first game because he was buying that nullifier. That was like the second nullifier ever bought in the professional game. Xinqiu bought it the AC 2018. But this one, knowing that he can't lane into it, so he goes behind the tower, he drags the creep wave, still staying on top of the network throughout pretty much the whole game. 10 minutes in, he's ready to join some of these fights. And what we said during the panel, that he needs to be able to bring his teammates together so that he can, you know, get some kills, shut down this Batrider. And if you look at the heat map, it's centered around the mid lane a lot, but he's playing behind the towers. He's behind tier 1 and tier 2 on the enemy side of the map, knowing that he could potentially die to a Batrider, but if he brings the numbers, they will be able to kill it. And later in the game, when he gets that level 20 talent, level 25 talent as well, the 10 epicenter pulses, instead of epicenter, he has that OP center. It just becomes so massive, the damage is insane.
But he also found opportunities for himself because he was getting clapped by Batrider on the lane, right? He was getting completely out CS'd, but he ended up walking top, connecting to his team when they were chasing Mira's Tinker after Tinker and Doom tower dove a little bit. He gets the kill. He joins them, gets the kill, gets the first split. That's a really nice boost in golden experience that he needed. Afterwards, when Laurel got a little bit too confident and invaded his triangle, trying to take his stacks, he actually connected with his offlane. They came, they killed the Batrider, which also catapulted his net worth. So it wasn't just him dragging waves and farming, but he got kills where he shouldn't have. So Copy really played a great game.
He played a great game, and with all the gold that he acquired, he was able to make a big impact in, well, that first team fight that we mentioned a couple of times now. But we're going to have a specialist break it down.
Fight at the 15-minute mark was a really big deal because that's a point where Spirit was actually still 2k ahead. Nouns did a great job catching up, but that moment was really solidified some advantage and took the game back in control. You'll remember this team fight here. This is just a little bit of a reminder. Team fight, it was great. It was behind the tower, but I want to look at what happened to set this up. Now, vision's a big deal. It helps pro teams know where their enemies are going to be. Miposhka put a ward on the cliff because it just became nighttime, so vision's worse. And almost right away, Lelis moved over and happened to find it right afterwards. So let's take a look at the clock. It's about 15:27, right? Now let's take a look at what happens from Team Spirit's vantage point after they lost that tower. It's been about 7 seconds since I changed the clip. This is their vision. Mira's leaving. They're going to defend this tower because they've got Tinker. Laurel's here with a Blink Dagger because, again, he had a great early game. They spot Gunner, and all of a sudden he sees Lelis to the right. So Laurel thinks he's about to die. He blinks away defensively. Miposhka, all of a sudden, there's just every single hero from the Nouns lineup. So between the distance of them dewarding and getting to this point, it's been like 15, 20 seconds, and all of a sudden their whole team is here. And it looks like Luna's just gonna die, but this great ulti by Gunner, watch what happens with the vision. Everybody just goes invisible because of the facet. And now here's Team Spirit trying to fight into them. The Lina can't damage through the Mars arena, and they are just completely screwed. The Batrider tried to get into that fight. In fact, let's take a quick rewind here. Watch Laurel on the right side. He's like, I'm gonna go help, but my Blink Daggers are on cooldown. He walks in, he's just dying to Eclipse and AoE magic damage. It was just completely one-sided team fight, all because of both the D-ward and how quickly they got into position to take this fight. It was so clean, and it really put Team Spirit back on their back foot.
That looked like an utter disaster. But at least for Team Spirit, thank you, Purge. I mean, this was, this is not all because of the support duo, the Tinker and the Bat, surely.
I would go for saying...
the Bat wasn't support, I know, but to have both that...
It's not Mira playing Tinker. I think Spirit playing Tinker just feels fundamentally wrong, and everything that they've been doing so far in the tournament is through, laning aggression, breaking your opponent, finding the fight, and then in doing so, your Toro or Radin behind you then scales into the game as well. And when you put your Mira, your big playmaker, onto a supporting hero, he plays behind everyone. You need someone else to step up, and I think strategically this doesn't work well for Spirit. They have, tinkered themselves to the lower bracket. It doesn't work out. It isn't good. And I think, he's played Snap, Bat, Hoodwink. All three heroes want to kill, want to do. Suddenly, in your seeding match, you've shown a Tinker, which is the complete opposite of what they've done so far and found their success. So I think they've had just poor prep coming into today, and now they're going to have to prep themselves for the lower bracket because it was rough.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a series that we'll probably bring up quite a few times. And of course, we'll see how Team Spirit will do in that lower bracket. I bet they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. But we're going to put that on hold. No lower bracket just yet. No eliminations just yet. We get some time to breathe. And we still have one more seeding match to play. And that is where we are heading next. We're going to watch G2IG taking on Gaming Gladiators. And before you hear us talk about it, let's first hear some words from Xnova.
I'm here with Xnova from G2XIG. First of all, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling pretty good, I guess.
Have you been to Denmark before?
This is my first time.
First time?
Yeah.
So I think that the last time that we spoke was in Singapore at TI there, where quite famously you had to play on stage alone with the teddy bears and all the rest of it, and the crowd were chanting for you. How have things been since then up to now? How have they been for you?
It's been really rough for me for the past year, since I never really made it out to any tournaments when I'm back in Boom. And yeah, it's really refreshing to be playing with G2IG right now.
When you join an organization like IG that's got that big history, does that make you proud, or is that extra pressure?
It's definitely an honor to be carrying the name for IG, to be playing this on the stage. So yeah, I do feel pretty proud playing with them.
It has been 8 years since a team from Chinese region lifted the Aegis. A lot of the teams have come close, a lot of second places and third places and stuff like that. What is it about a grand final that has made it so difficult for a Chinese team to win the Aegis again?
It's probably nothing related to the in-game stuff anymore. It's more on the outside game. Like you can see Team OG and Team Spirit. Basically, they are really friends when they're playing together. Like compared to the Chinese teams, I think we do handle pressure the way differently compared to them. And when it's come to like a very crucial situations, we are not that good in handling that.
Interesting. What is the difference? I mean, when you say that you handle it differently, it did feel like even when they lost a game, they were still positive. Is that not something that's sort of there in the Chinese teams, that they sort of start to think, like, what is the difference? How would they approach that situation?
I think for the Western teams, they are more focused on in-game and also the psychological side. Compared to Chinese teams are mostly just focusing on how the teams play, and also everything is about in-game.
Looking at the teams in general at this TI, give me the 3 strongest teams at this TI in your opinion.
I don't think 3 is enough, but I'll just try my best.
Okay.
The China representative might be Extreme Gaming. Yeah. Second would be Gaming, Falcon, and Spirit. Yeah,
so you're going to put those 3 in as well?
Yeah, they're always on the top. The toughest and strongest contender.
One more question, I guess. Is there anyone on your team who is banned from playing a particular hero that they really want to play, and you guys are like, no, don't pick that, but they're convinced it's good?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah, maybe just Jack, since he always wants to like join in the scrims. And
have you played with Jack?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, well, Xnova, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Some good knowledge shared there by Xnova with Pyrion, as he talks about the stress that the Chinese teams mostly feel when going into finals, and the reason why they are not able to do it, which is not a game-related thing. That should mean that reaching the final should be easy. That's what I got from it. Let's focus our attention on how G2IG is going to attempt their road to the grand finals here at the International. And they're going to play up against one of the finals, one of the teams that Xnova said instantly as one of the top teams, Gaming Gladiators. So they got their work cut out for them. A best of 3 to decide which one will be upper bracket, which one will be lower bracket. And when comparing these 2 teams, I feel, Lacoste, we got to start comparing the position ones, the carries.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they do have completely different hero pools. There is some overlapping, of course, because this meta did shape up. But also, and it comes down to Monet playing... his hero pool is super small. He's played only 4 heroes so far. And I want to see that being expanded, Doratio on some of his Siggies, his Monkey King, and most importantly, these heroes that come online super fast, like Alchemist having that extra 250 gold with the Facet. These are the type of games that you expect from them to come, and Doratio is also playing, some more explosive heroes like Muerta. This hero has only been picked once so far this tournament, and this is the hero that I want to see be picked up.
I was going to say, you mentioned Muerta quite a bit yesterday.
I did, because when I was doing research, there's been a lot of Muerta. It didn't have that much success, but every single carry pretty much played it coming into this TI.
We'll see if we're going to see it in this series in the hands of Daracho. And I also want to talk about the experience of the players, not just in the game, but on the grand stage, Effie.
Yeah, these two teams, they're no strangers to TI at this point, but especially G2IG, there are so many TI veterans on this team, especially in Xnova and NTS in terms of placements, that you would expect for them during TI, this wouldn't be something new to them. Like, they'd have the confidence, they'd have the experience. I was actually surprised when I was looking into how many TIs they've all gone to, that JT's only been to 2.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've seen JT so much.
That's what DPC does to you. Yeah.
DPC, I was like, JT, I've been watching him for a long time.
He's a pretty out there player, you know?
He really is, but they bring their confidence, hopefully, through these veteran players with good placements. And on the other hand, Gaming Gladiators, no strangers to TIs either, especially Quinn and Ace. They've been to quite a few themselves. The rest of Gaming Gladiators, of course, are much newer to TIs, but very excellent placement last year with 2nd place. They are coming in with experience of their own.
Yeah, Quinn and Monet actually been to the same amount of internationals with that as well, as I see. It has been only Gaming Gladiators, I believe, that Tofu, Celery, and Daracho have been to the international with. The rest of the players had success with other teams as well. Coming into this series, I think, we got another matchup where it seems clear-cut. It seems like we know who should be victorious here, but I think that the previous series has proven us it's not that simple. How do you feel like these two playstyles are going to match up?
Ooh, it kind of feels like on paper it's like 70-30 to Gaming.
Okay.
Based on like the year, the inconsistency of G2IG. Like, they've had a lot of chances to become a strong team, but they kind of like the name just haven't really hit in regards to performances. And for Gaming themselves, it's like I feel like we saw the carry-to-carry matchup. Like, the style of play that they'll bring should be able to punish like a farming Terrorblade, or maybe the time that we need Lina to come online. So if Gaming can replicate that, I think it is favoring them. But I hope we just get to see like another upset. Why not? We have one upset. I'm down for another one. Just like keep the storylines going.
Yeah, I think Gaming's style is very difficult for G2IG because the way that Gaming play is that they snowball lanes, they control all runes, and they bring the pressure through their mid and through their carry. Like, we saw the difference in hero pools like Lacoste spelled out for us, but that difference it changes things when you're playing with a carry player like Monet, who's very Ame-esque in that he wants to farm, he wants to go to the late game, he wants to carry his team on his shoulders. But teams like Gaming that bring every single piece to the early game tempo, including their carry all the time, IG have historically suffered against this kind of style. And their track record versus Gaming isn't good for this reason too.
You would also think, though, with the group stages not going too great for Gaming Gladiators, and Extreme being the team to be able to 2-0 Gaming Gladiators, maybe G2IG has a little bit of a better idea of what would work well against them.
I think Gaming learned a lot from that series when they played against Extreme Gaming, where they picked literally 0 stuns. They had this lone druid off lane as well. Basically, your lockdown was Storm Spirit zipping in and pulling one target. They were definitely on the clock in that game, unable to capitalize. But overall, Gaming, I feel like they're not going to make the same mistake again. And also, when we talk about some of these niche heroes like Lone Druid, this is the hero that is played across 3 different roles for Gaming Gladiators. They do run it as a position 1 if necessary on Daracho, and I also saw Celery toying with position 5 Lone Druid.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Let's see if we get that as we are in the draft for the first game of the best of 3. We got ourselves G2IG on the Radiant side, Gaming on the Dire side, and first pick going. I think it's always now Dire gets first pick. What causes that? People just choose Radiant always? Because I know Radiant has a lot higher win rate at the moment, T.
I'm guessing I've not really paid attention to. Do we have the stats on that?
No.
I guess we don't.
Yeah, I can check. It's pretty in favor of Radiant, and Radiant first pick is also pretty high.
We do have the set. I was very confidently incorrect there. I'm often am.
The thing with Radiant is naturally you've got a harder to gank jungle to some degree, and also because the speed in which you can run through it. Also, you have the 20-minute daytime Roshan, so your outpost is available if you want to contest it. So I think a lot of the differences inside is more like where do you want to be on the map at certain times, and if it aligns to Radiant's side, because it's kind of that kind of entry to mid game, it should naturally feel quite better.
Also, another aspect of Radiant and Dire that always needs to be talked about is the outer edge jungles on the map. So actually, in the last year, if you talk to a lot of teams, they preferred Dire, and often that preference came from their carries wanting to play on the Mighty Mines, which are Dire side, which give you bonus HP regen. But the carry pool that's currently in meta is not HP regen dependent, it's actually mana regen dependent. When Rangers and Linas, and the Radiant side gives you mana regen, which in the past year, we haven't had carries be dependent on that when they farm, but this time around they do, and I think that's an overlooked aspect that is a big part of the reason why teams prefer Radiant.
And they did nerf the dwarves. The Mighty Mines regeneration has been nerfed.
You know why they got nerfed?
Because it was too high, the number?
Because OG ran a jungle pudge.
They did run
and kept hooking using the mana aura whilst they had like a primal soloing top, and then pudge was hooking. So because of OG, that also got quite quickly nerfed.
Yeah, thanks OG.
Yeah.
I'm kind of actually happy that we don't see the Pudge jungle hooking.
That would have been like the creme de la creme of the eye, actually. That would have...
Someone bring it back, potentially. Nah. Let's see what we got here, because we got an overall first pick with the Sand King. Enchantress coming out the answer, so I think we know what Celery is going to be playing. Oh, that's the wrong team. But I think we know what Xnova is going to be playing either way.
Most likely, I don't think you run Enchantress as a position 5 as often as you did before, even though it always has been Boboka's specialty. Bobaka also loves to go super greedy. We've seen him play Sniper with Mask of Madness. This guy is just crazy when it comes down to itemization. Always was, probably always will be. He has a niche to it. He's, I would say, crazier Jinkyu when it comes down to itemization. Very self-oriented. He doesn't think too much about the team, does his own stuff. A lot of the times it does work for him, but I think in this meta you also need these team fighty items. You need the Solar Crest, you need the Glimmer Cape, you need a pipe maybe if your offlaner's not going to buy it.
It is pretty cool that both teams go for an opening they have not shown yet. We've not seen Gaimin play a Sand King, and we've not seen G2IG playing Enchantress this road to the International, that is.
I think a lot of Gaimin's losses, though, have been because they've been drafting quite a lot of vulnerabilities in their lineup. We just saw like the weakness of Tinker in certain matches due to Spirit's performance. They picked, Sniper support when they weren't really covering it that well. And then they had the Lone Druid game, right, where they all in. So I think 3 of the last losses they had, you could argue, it's because they're picking heroes that aren't really blending into the, emerging meta of TI. So I expect, at least from here on out, they're probably going to take a step back, really soak up what's happening, and then kind of return to some form at least, because they've one win out the last 4 games they've played.
Yep. This is quite the early Pango coming out from IG. Of course, it's a hero that you have to think about when you're playing against Gaimin, because it's one of Quinn's specialty heroes, but it's not a hero that IG are uncomfortable with. They have ran it a lot in the past too. The issue with this Pango is that you could just put Sand King mid, and then I feel like that should be a Sand King favored lane because of Pango's nerfs. Before Pango's nerfs, it felt like he actually went 60-40 with Sand King mid, but I don't think that's the case anymore.
I think one nice thing about the Pango is G2IG, they like playing like sometimes JT offlane Pango, sometimes mid Pango. And I think out of all the teams, Gaimin is one of the few teams that likes to really react to certain picks. Like if Quinn sees a mid matchup, like he's not afraid to like pick the Huskar, pick the hero. So potentially for G2IG, having the flex between mid to offlane protects you from Gaimin like locking in like the big counter. Like they've tried doing it before with Lone Druid, the other heroes I mentioned. Like they really like to just delete a hero from laning phase.
Hero that we don't see that often. It's only 12 games being played on Shadow Demon, but he is sharing the first place between him and Nagasiren, the most contested hero of the tournament so far. The reason why this hero is so good, he's anti-carry. You can't reset multiple times. He also has a save, so they can, if they don't have that overwhelming team fight where they can bring down the heroes. And most important thing is he does have a Dispel, and he also can remove all of these auras. The Crimson Guard, the Solar Crest, whatever buff you throw onto someone, he just removes that instantly, and then you can focus him down.
Yeah, and even Shadow Demon within the 2 heroes that were drafted before him, he synergizes very well with, right? You have Disruption into Arrow, you have the Disruption setup into an Epicenter on lane. Like, there's a lot of means for the Shadow Demon to play make even before he gets to the point where they're dependent on his ulti.
And this is a little spooky from G2IG, right? Like, you're picking Luna into Shadow Demon, so the whole SD takes illusions of Luna, it prevents her from getting Butterfly. You don't really see Butterfly too often, but it is going to be most likely like Hurricane Pike. There's that factor. And also, with Sanking Mirana, like, you're going to have to use your BKB very early on Luna to survive the fight. And you're probably going to need to try and find ways to buffer up after, because I don't think you're going to really rely on like that BKB moment.
Just to touch upon more on Shadow Demon Luna lineup matchup, this was really bad for Luna for years, pretty much. Then Luna had her damage reduction with the shard, which has been removed. Now it's one of the fastest. At the time, Luna was not afraid to play into that matchup because she could just pop those glaives and destroy the illusions, receiving reduced damage. But nowadays, Luna's like, you can still take that facet, but others are taking the other facet, the Moonstorm, that gives you extra attack damage. So again, I think it's gonna be pretty bad for Luna, which she's not gonna be able to kill off the illusions.
And the Underlord comes out, which is an ace specialty, but it's such a good hero here because he builds 2 items that mitigate Luna's damage entirely.
Auras?
Auras.
Oof.
But the pipe mitigates Eclipse damage, the Crimson should mitigate her right clicks, and if you look at G2IG's draft, their damage is coming out of Luna. They don't have damage outside of Luna. Their Pango won't be doing that much up until a bit later. Their Tusk is just there to buff up the Luna, and their Ench needs items and to scale a little bit, get max level Impetus before she can burst it out.
It's just a nice counter as well to the emerging Drinking Buddies meta from Tusk, because you have Roots with the Pit of Malice, you have the Pit of Malice Slow as well as a talent, so anything which is buffing up your move speed will get removed from Underlord just throwing down his second spell. If you get Aghanims down the line, you can start a fight by rooting up. You have now your entire screen gets filled with 2 different roots. It's really obnoxious. And that's where, like, G2IG, I look at this lineup and it's like, you want to farm, you kind of want to do what Nouns did, right? It's like farm for a little bit, Luna gets strong, walk down lanes, and I just don't see that same strength of walking down the lane this time around, because the points Effie made about Underlord and the auras, the Sand King strength at finding the backlines, 100-0 heroes, Mirana easily could still be the core of 4 here, but yeah, I'm a little worried that G2IG isn't going to be able to replicate the strength and the kind of the team-wide fight that Nouns just showcased with Luna.
I do want to say, though, there is the Enchantress X Factor, because we talked about how Shadow Demon dispels auras and buffs. Enchantress does the same thing with Enchant, so if G2IG want to all-in one target, they can just remove the auras off of him with this Enchantress enchant. And there's also just the X factor of how much she can do in the early game. You know, is she smoking to mid, taking runes, getting that tower with the first catapult? Is she going through the gate and pressuring the enemy carry? There's a lot that an Enchantress player can do to give their team a lead after lanes.
It's probably going to be Mirana support here, and it's been, you know, a hot minute since I've seen the old SD Mirana around the map, but I really hope this is a wave of nostalgia. I want to see the disrupts into arrows, but overall, a very scary scaling lineup from gaming. And another point here for G2IG, like, their backline jump is purely the Pango. Tusk now plays on moving towards your core. You don't really buy Blink to find the backline.
For now, I mean, they still have one pick.
Sure.
They can fix it.
Yes. But Pango is like a control backline hero, not a killing backline hero in the mid game. Early on, sure, when you don't have items, but this
What about some good old repositioning, some Magnus that could come out where you drag the Lina away from all these auras, away
JT
from
Magnus?
the classic.
Ooh, that's a
where
classic.
you can drag them away so that he doesn't get the disruption save,
not
puts him in a
smiling.
bad spot.
It's not his pick, I don't.
Well, what if JT just gets the Pango and they put Tiny mid?
If he's picking Magnus, he's smiling right now. This is
you'd
years.
say-
Unless he's been, you know,
Yeah, he's been pretty
changed
silent.
as a player. Yeah.
Maybe he just said Magnus and that's it.
No, but like for all
Does
that,
not want to discuss it. For
It's like, give me that.
Wait,
Hey,
smiling.
it is a
No, my JT.
Magnus.
He used to be so happy. Every time he got Magnus, he was smiling. He was like telling his team, I can 1v9 this game. It's my Magnus. But what's happened to him? He's not happy anymore. My JT.
He could. I mean, maybe he's just focused right now, T. But I mean,
but look at him.
He's focused.
He's saving his
ready to go.
energy for the game.
Trying to win.
Let him play his match. You can judge him afterwards, T.
No, I'm judging him now. It feels better.
This Magnus is a great solution to Lina, but not just that. Like RP, there's going to be a lot of damage that this Luna can bust out if JT is able to pop off and get some good ones. But if this Magnus is shut down on lane and doesn't have an early enough Blink
10
Dagger,
seconds
I don't think G2IG have a very clear means to take these fights. Like, they do have a Pango they're playing off of, but Gaimin have such a good defensive, disruptive draft with their auras and their disruption and their everything going on. Disruption by Shadow Demon, of course, not the adjective, but yes. So it's going to be very dependent on Magnus having a good game.
I think G2IG, it's all about the stacks. You have heroes. I don't think that lane for them top is going to be, insanely good. It's going to be Bobuka playing the Enchantress, which he tends to do really well on the hero, but they need to make stacks. You have Luna, you have this Magnus, so you need to fall back to the stacks. We saw in the previous series how important it is having like 25 stacks total 10 minutes in, but I am leaning towards Gaming Gladiators. I think the heroes that they drafted for themselves, this is pretty simple, easy to execute type of a draft.
I would also imagine that with the support staff they have, it's easy to scout out that there are enemy stacks and they have a lineup to steal stacks.
Kinda. I kind of think that if anything, Gaming has such an easy time though. Like, it's just click buttons, A-click win, and G2IG, it's like they have to do so much high school stuff to win this game. So if they win, it is pretty cool.
Well, let's see if they can. Game number 1 is coming your way, but first, some words from Coach CY.
Indeed, Shiva, CY, coach of Game Gladiators. First of all, are you guys happy with the draft? Think you got everything that you wanted?
Yeah, I'm quite happy. I feel like we have some decent draft integrity, and if we get well out of lanes and we play well, I think we should definitely have a good chance.
Okay, well, we've just seen a kind of Luna-Lena matchup in the previous game, so that is going to be interesting. I understand that you are Danish, and obviously we are in Denmark. Are you happy to have a TI here in Denmark, and do you have friends and family coming to watch?
Oh yeah, definitely have, and yeah, I'm very happy that there's a TI in Denmark. Obviously, it's been a long dream to even attend maybe an event here, but now I get to also coach at an event here, so it's super cool, and I didn't expect it at all.
Okay. I also know that your team is like the birthday team because it was Duracio's birthday a couple of days ago. It's Quinn's birthday in a couple of days. What did you get Duracio, and what are you going to get Quinn for their birthdays?
Hopefully we get them some W's. Other than that, a cake.
A cake. You didn't get them a present?
No.
Okay, well, that's what it takes to make a great coach. You keep them hungry, and you don't get them any presents. I just heard a noise. It sounds like a clown car pulled up, and 2 people just got out. It's Sunsfan and Synderen. Take it away, chaps.
Hey, you, buddy. Thank you so much, Mr. Purian. You are the best in the business. Also the oldest.
In the absence of alternatives, you are doing a great job.
That's right. Very good. Thanks for joining us, everybody, for this final best of 3 of today. We got G2IG, brought to you by the legendary Jack Chen, also known as Korean Barbecue, versus Gaimin Gladiators, as we see the Bounty Rune battle occur here. 1 arrow, as in the auto attack arrow, not the spell. Don't get confused, Synderen. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I think it's fair to say that history would expect a Gaming Gladiators victory here. This is one of the teams that G2IG across this year, and I think since the formation of the team, has struggled with the absolute most in international tournaments. And a big part of it has been because G2IG's playstyle in the last year has been a little bit slow to build up in the early game. And guess what? Gaming Gladiators are one of the teams that we've seen in the last year that dominate the lanes and snowball the games the hardest. And that's what I would like to see today G2IG avoid, is to just get rolled over, get out of the early into the mid game on somewhat even terms so that you can actually bring a fight to Gaming Gladiators. Because honestly, out of all the matchups today, this is the one where I favor one team the most. Now that said, that also means that if G2IG could somehow pull out a victory in this series, that would be huge for their momentum going forward if they could finally overcome their big Achilles heel over this entire year. Having that in round 1 probably isn't the most inspiring, but I guess on the other hand, pressure's off, right?
Yeah,
you're not expected to win this one.
Well, Nouns weren't expected to win the last series.
That is true.
Other than with you. You apparently did call it somehow. Just
I did not. I just said I wasn't.
You just used all your luck
on
that
man.
one call, Synderen.
Look, I appreciate you giving me
now.
credit that I didn't even earn, because I didn't call they were going to win. I said I wasn't surprised, because I thought Nouns are actually looking pretty good when they're playing well. And, you know, any given series when you're hot, and maybe the enemy team isn't playing their absolute best, the difference in skill between the teams at this tournament is small enough that any team can take a game off each other. We've seen that multiple times already.
I think that's true for the last few TIs at the very least. It's not like the old days, you know, where a team like Digital Chaos would show up, people would just dumpster all over them, underestimate them, and then they end up going second place somehow. Just crazy.
Wow,
just crazy.
It's amazing. They must have had a manager that was really good at Counter-Strike.
That guy is legit.
insane.
Anyway, back to the game. Quinn in the mid lane playing the Sand King versus Nothing to Say's Pangolier. How does this matchup generally go?
I mean, I would say on paper, probably Sand King favorite, specifically because I think the heroes both will be able to find farm in the lane itself, but as we've seen in other Sand King mid situations, Sand King can pull the wave and also farm an additional side camp. So Quinn should be able to get more value out of the lane when he hits higher levels, just from that efficiency play. Pango can, in theory, do the same. He's just not as fast at it and as efficient, so Sand King should pull ahead. But, you know, as far as Pango matchups go mid, that hero has some matchups that are really bad. I don't think this is one of them. I think you're okay, and for Pango, a lot of the time, that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, how often is Pango favored in a lane?
That's a
very seldom.
How often is he favored in Dota in general at this tournament is another question. I think it has one of the worst win rates with high amount of games. So, yeah, it's not great. I think it's we just saw it on screen there. Sub 30 is not looking too hot, but Nothing to Say is trying to change that narrative.
That's user error at the end of the day, Cinder. Definitely a good hero.
Yeah, Pango cannot be bad.
We've learned, yeah, they've tried to nerf him how many times and he's still good. So, just too small of a sample size. Keep trying, guys. Speaking of small sample size, I think it's, what, 11 games or so of Luna so far, but it's super, super high win rate.
Yeah.
And I believe your prediction, going to put words in your mouth here, she will be a first phase ban or pick later in the tournament.
I think she will be bumped up in priority. Currently, she's 9-2. Her games have been looking really convincing overall. I think this is, for me right now, in my power rankings, the best carry in the patch. And yeah, it's entirely possible that she gets bumped up. Let's see, Baboka 5 stacks of Shadow Poison. See you later.
That is a lot of damage. And Celery's actually going to live. Yeah, that's surprising as well. So good first blood for Gaiman. I mean, this is an old school combo. Disruption into LSA. I mean, they have the arrow as well if they want to transition the Mirana over. Why is the Shadow Demon, why did it get through this time?
Yeah, so G2IG banned, especially in one particular hero, I'm trying to remember, there was one that isn't a standard ban right now. They went for the Lone Druid ban, right? So that opens up for an additional hero that you maybe wouldn't usually see getting through in the SD this time. And then they snagged the Ench themselves, that is usually rated very high for Gaming Gladiators as well on Celery. So it seemed like a targeted approach against this team to really get their hands on the Ench and changing that dynamic up a little bit.
Yep, so Ace gets to play his Underlord, so he has a few heroes up his sleeve that he just dominates with, for sure.
Yep. Great Aura Carrier.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were talking about on the panel the fact that Shadow Demon can purge some of these buffs, like the Crimson Guard and whatnot. But the side of Gaming Gladiators not having to worry about that at all, as Quinn making his way over into the jungle.
Probably not going to be too happy to see the double spawn of Gaben there, as I like to call the Mud Golems.
Double spawn of Gaben.
Actually, I guess I should call them Spawn of Gods, I suppose would be more fitting. If you remember that.
Nope.
You don't remember Golem Get You Gone?
No.
Really?
Is this a meme?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's
oh, my goodness.
Do you think I keep up with memes? That's actually the meme, is I don't know memes very well.
That is fair.
Mid lane, we can see the CS. Quinn is winning right now. Of course, some of that is the jungle, but Nothing to Say, not too far behind regardless. I mean, in terms of levels, pretty close. And who's the first hero to transition over? The 6-minute power rune is about to come up.
Yeah, it's largely going to be dictated by that, isn't it? Unless, I mean, I suppose on paper, the G2IG lineup would really like to make a move to activate their Ench, and Pango can combine with that very well for a potential tower dive. Uh-oh, top lane.
And LSA.
It'll be fine, but the pressure on to JT here.
JT was trying to turn things around. Nothing to Say is going to pop his Rolling Thunder. Will connect onto Celery. Baboka makes his way over as well with the Centaur Stomp. That is, well, it almost was a perma-stunt, but regardless, they get the kill onto Celery.
So there is that combination of heroes, but not in the way I was imagining. This was a response rather than them taking initiative and diving the carry in the tower. Ideally, Pango would have loved to make this rotation as the siege creep is under the tower, because then Ench can flank, you bring a big creep, you dive the carry, and if your play is successful and the enemy team can't respond, you might have even taken a tower minute 7. But with this Rolling Thunder used here, that's kind of the end of the play, and things are going to mellow down a little bit here. So overall, I think for Gaming Gladiators, only losing an SD there is completely fine in the grand scheme of things. And as it looks, the Wisdom Runes will also be quiet this time around. Just Tofu is covering this in case of any shenanigans, but nobody...
I feel like most games we've been seeing, this is the exception, of course, that we're watching, we've been seeing entire teams show up for the first couple Wisdom Runes. Why do you think that is suddenly becoming a thing? Because we've talked about it ourselves amongst, you know, the idiots that watch us and listen to us generally, that Wisdom is super important.
Very toxic.
Is dead.
This just in.
Nice
Suns
game.
fan hates the audience.
I mean, you'd have to be dumb to want to listen.
All right, well, I like you guys, okay?
Big kill, though,
Some
for
good balance.
G2IG.
Yep, that's the one you would have loved to see them get maybe a little bit earlier, but they do get the Lina kill and try to turn it into a tower push. In response, Gaming Gladiators will go for the same. So to answer your question about the Wisdom Runes, I think it's very game-specific whether the lineups kind of make sense at doing it. If you're going for a rotation to the Wisdom Rune, to make it less obvious and to make the move more economic, you want to push out your waves first. And really, depending on timing, with who has resources, who has the runes, that can be harder or easier. Some decent damage here from Quinn. He has the haste rune now, but the Sandstorm won't be able to follow him at his speed to really stick. So he can't commit for the kill, but it will be handy to have later if he looks for a fight. Gotta say, nothing to say being top of the net worth here is surprising to me. That is a good look right now for the Pango. Is behind an experience against Sand King as expected, but the gold is there.
Yep, definitely off to a good start.
Looking at a fast Mage Slayer.
Burrow Strike will find Monet. Level 5 right now on the Luna. Baboka gonna force Quinn back, although we have a Fiend's Gate coming in. Is he gonna cancel that?
He did.
Indeed he did. Nothing to say. Gonna spot a couple more towards the river here from Gaming Gladiators side. As Quinn taking some creeps, Arrow's not really gonna hit.
Nice block from
Some
Baboka.
stacks on Baboka from that Shadow Poise. That's gonna do a lot of damage with the Starstorm on top. That is actually enough. Celery gets credit for that one. LSA does clip JT, but no kill to come. And of course,
this
you
is
see
a
the stack
big
here on
moment.
these Ancients.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, this is a very planned out move. They know the stacks are there, they really want to contest them and use the Sand King Underlord power right now, but with Underlord not connecting, he actually can't make it back here now. RP, Skewer.
Skewer back into the tier 1. Dyrachio, LSA is gonna hit, but there comes nothing to say on the Pangolier, and that'll bring the Lina to her knees. And it looks like Tofu will possibly be next, has the last leap usage. Snowball does connect, so that's 2 kills going the way of G2IG in defense of their triangle.
Yeah, and they didn't even lose many Ancients. These Ancients actually just softened up now, so they can just go and farm these even easier than they were planning
Thanks,
to.
Gaiman.
So,
we appreciate that.
a little bit of a helping hand in a way, and honestly, if Ace had connected on that Fiend's Gate, I think this might have been amazing for Gaiman, but they kind of got cold feet a little bit and then couldn't make it back there. So good news for G2IG. I was saying at the beginning of this game, this is a lot of the time, G2IG at this point against Gaiman this year have been behind 2 to 3k gold.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean,
already
Gaiman,
a good start.
Against any opponent, generally, they will come out ahead on lanes, and that's the reason they can snowball so hard.
Yeah.
They do play very fast.
And I was looking at Gaiman's game time in their wins and losses of this tournament so far. They have a couple of sub 30 wins, and most of their losses are like in the 40s plus, but it is the majority of their games that they win are still really fast, and this one is not shaping up to be a 30-minute win. So I think that's already good news for a lineup playing Magnus and Luna.
Yeah, we were talking
pace will be a bit slower.
We were talking to the legendary figure in the Dota community, Jack Chen, aka Korean Barbecue, and he was talking to us about how he just told his team, you guys need to go past 30 minutes, you'll be fine. So they're taking his advice. I don't know why they weren't doing it before, but you know, better late than never.
All right, you've mentioned him twice in 11 minutes. You're staying on track here. I did give you the challenge to mention him once every 15 minutes. Keep the timer in mind. You have to talk about him again within 25. So.
All right, yeah, we're good for a while.
Yeah, you're on par. Maybe I'll give you a little buffer here. Quinn.
Okay, we
and this time he's definitely connected.
There is the Pit of Malice. Monet in a lot of trouble. X-Nova's the one to die first, though, and doesn't look like they can catch up to the Luna.
That's honestly
all of this rotation just for a Tusk.
This is a pretty good result for G2IG if they get out of dodge here. He will get purged on NTS, but nobody can really connect. However, Baboka, probably not so lucky. Arrow dodged. Okay.
Has the healing going. Only one stack of that Shadow Poison, so a lot of wasted time here for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. And that was a big rotation. You brought the Fiend's Gate, you brought 4 heroes to this play, and you only found a support. Luna staying alive there, very important. And if you look at the net worth distribution right now, this seems quite similar to the game that we just watched with Nouns, where Yuma on the Luna was struggling a bit in the start, and then you fast forward 10 minutes and he's way ahead of everyone else. Gaimin are aware that this hero needs shutting down, but Monet not being killed a single time yet at 12 minutes and dodging in particular that gank can turn out to be very important as we go down the stretch in this one. This is already, as we've talked about, seems unlikely with the nature of Gaimin's lineup. A lot of the time when they snowball and win these sub 30 games, they will be the ones having edge. They will be the ones having Chen. They will be the ones having good tower pushing cores. Not really the fastest this time around, and on top of that, when you're thinking about high grounding, there's a bit of an X factor this time with a Magnus Skewer.
Yeah.
Always going to be tricky to siege that base. So you've got to keep your eyes open when you go in.
And he's got
the dagger now.
Delivered.
Yeah. Pretty good start for JT.
Absolutely.
This, I believe, is the second Magnus game of the whole tournament. He's been a very unpopular hero. He's 1-0, I believe.
When? He'll find an opening.
Easy
arrow set up. Although the snowball will delay things, and some allies are coming over. He gets to the high ground. That's a big shield crash from Nothing to Say. He gets the Rolling Thunder off as well. Looks like they might have to just settle for the Shadow Demon, but still, no kill is going the way of Gaming Gladiators.
When I said easy kill, I meant Shadow Demon.
Yeah, of course. No, I understood that.
Yeah,
I speak fluent Cinderin.
Drinking Buddies is one hell of an ability. You always need to remember. I'm like, okay, this Tusk is dead. There's nobody around. But if anybody comes remotely close, he can actually just find his way out. So
it's a cool ability for
a little bit of a nice escape. I feel like that one might get nerfed a little bit.
Why don't you just buff the other one?
In cast range, as we're seeing here that this is a very serene game being pointed out by our lovely observers. There's 6 Seeds of Serenity.
That's a lot.
In this one, 2 shovels.
Shovel's really nice now that you can always get a water rune.
Yep.
It's kind of a crazy one. But obviously the backup to the Seeds of Serenity, apparently.
Yeah. Everybody just loves that. Of course, Pango, a big fan of the Pursuit Lance. There we go. Took me a second to remember that.
I thought you were having an aneurysm. Was a little bit worried there, but we're good. Medic
actually, both things can be true at the same time.
That's true.
I'm okay for now, though. Thanks for...
JT smoked up.
Thanks for caring.
Wanting to show off this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to use the smoke to try to contest the 14-minute Wisdom, but they're respecting Gaimin's position on the map too much that this could just be a trap and be really high risk for medium reward, and they will just settle for potentially finding themselves a little Sand King snack here. I hear that Scorpions are the future of...
Oh, my goodness, that reaction time.
Very nice.
Disgusting. Quinn is a filthy human being.
Okay.
Oh. All right, that was good.
All right, we hate the fans, we hate Quinn. What's next? Do you still like Jack KBBQ Chen?
Yeah, speaking of that, you mentioned it for me. I appreciate that.
All right.
Monet going to be taking some stacks here. I mean, now that RP is down, like, how fast does Gaimin want to ramp things up? Because we talked about them being a fast team in general. What items are they waiting for?
I just feel like in the nature of their lineup, this is not going to be that quick. You know, you want the Underlord to have ideally 2 auras and probably your Lina to have BKB plus something because she will be quite exposed in this one. Boboka will be fine. They're just poking and prodding to see if they can bait some TP rotations perhaps and keep map control that way. Yeah, good question, really. I think...
Here we see the replay.
A bit slow here from Gaimin.
Was he smoked coming into this? Man.
Yeah, very nice.
So good. That is a TI play right there.
Yep. From both players.
Yeah, technically true. Quinn level 12 now.
Uh-oh.
Has a little sub-tick action there. No big deal. That'll fix itself.
Yeah. Would be quite a crazy bit. What do you think if a hero could do that?
What? Make everything glitch? That's the Monkey King ult.
It's old PL. The reason he fell out of favor in Pro Dota is that he doesn't lag the game anymore.
Yeah.
So people stop picking it. But imagine that. Imagine, you know the old faceless voice ulti in Dota 1 used to stun the entire map except yourself for 4 seconds.
I remember you telling me this. I think that's slightly before my time.
Allies and enemies. Everyone was stunned except you.
Yeah, that's a cool feature.
That's I believe a certain other game developer would call that anti-fun.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Much like this conversation. Yeah. Anyway, so Gaming Gladiator.
That's me. Takes one to know one. If you need any anti-fun facts, just talk to me.
Somehow that became really uninteresting. Usually I'm really into that, so.
Yeah.
Monet
getting worse in my
get
old
caught
age.
out here.
Yeah, this is a big moment to dodge, but
Okay, we got the Burrow Strike, looking for the arrow
the
set
arrow.
up, but X-Nova takes it. Nice Pit of Malice, though. The Eclipse comes through, trying to dissuade them from coming any further. Tofu taking quite a bit of damage, but an RP onto 2 heroes. Nothing to say with the Swashbuckle and his ult onto 3. He's going to use the roll-up as well as Ace. He's a bit isolated. The Gleipnir's going to connect on 3 heroes in the meantime for Dyrachyo. And now the aggression from Gaming Gladiators continues. They get 2 kills on 2 cores. Epicenter to follow from Quinn. Nothing to say. Not going to have much to say after this. That is for damn sure, although he is pretty tanky with that shield crash, and the Drinking Buddy's getting a little extra move speed, but a double Burrow Strike from Quinn, and the damage is just unbelievable from Gaming Gladiators. Triple kill for Ace, and this is going to be a full team wipe at the 17-minute mark. Wow, ultra kill for Ace. And they're going to get a tier 1 to boot. Somehow, out of nowhere, they just blow this game wide open.
that was actually such a close fight, and it ends 5-0. There were multiple heroes on gaming really, really low, but I think the instrumental part of this fight is that, sure, the Magnus and Pango are combining spells pretty well, but the Eclipse was already gone. You said the Luna was using it to protect herself, which is true, and that means, well, when you land all these big ults on the other heroes, do you have enough damage when the carry isn't offering it? And I guess the ultimate conclusion is no. So you're going to see the replay here. Really nice play from X-Nova to eat that arrow with the Drinking Buddies, and Monet, defensive Eclipse, runs away here. We'll turn on Tofu and force him out, but there we go. 2-man RP and a nice combo from Pango, but there's no real backup here. So they use the Greaves on the Underlord, and they just stay alive on the whole team, and Dyrachyo with a beautiful Gleipnir into 2-man stun, kind of seals the deal, but look how low they are.
Yeah.
I think he got stunned mid shield crash there as well, by the way. On Nothing to Say. He was mid-air, or that could have potentially been a couple of kills his way, but all of a sudden, according to history, Gaming Gladiators will now pull significantly ahead of G2IG.
Brought to you by Jack Chen Korean Barbecue. So now 7K lead for Gaming. They have the Aegis. That's what was happening, that little screen down there while we were looking at the replay. And I mean, this is a really early Roche in general, but hey, if you can get a huge team fight like that, you can do whatever the hell you want. So the question remains, Cinderin, what can G2IG do to get back in this game? Obviously, they have a Luna, which has been a monster late game, but how do you get to that point against a team that is historically really good at ending the game early?
I think, depending on how fast Gaming want to play this, they still need to be careful with the Blink Skewer plays. So you're always going to have that in your back pocket if they try to high ground. I mean, with the fight you saw the potential. It's just a matter of lining things up that little bit better. So if they can hit a 2-hero RP and a Rolling Thunder on top, and then to have an Eclipse that is dealing damage in the meantime, I could easily see them find multiple kills. The tricky part is, with that big teamfight victory, the Underlord pipe is not that far away, and that's going to swing things in the big way. Well, they're going to try to skewer it this time.
Yeah, onto a tanky target. Ace already at half HP, but here comes a counter initiation from Quinn, showing off that Bloodstone. There's a Pit of Malice onto the 2 supports of G2IG. It will likely fall very shortly here. Aegis still intact as Dyrachyo just right-clicks JT casually. Nothing to say. Oh, just in time with that disruption to cancel the TP. And again, it's been 9 kills in a row, if I'm not mistaken, on the Gaming Gladiator side.
And the tower, and this was just a full-on deliberate bait from Ace. He gets caught, he puts down the Fiend's Gate, the teammates arrive, and easy peasy. He is tanky, despite still not having the pipe. He knows that if they want to kill him fast, it's going to be a full team that's needed. And he just flat out baited himself there and got his team 4 kills with it. Nice and easy.
This tier 2, can they actually finish it? I mean, the RP is still up, so they do have to respect Mr. JT on that Magnus.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
And it looks like Monet and company will take out their Tormentor. Let's see what they get here. What's the prize? It's Boboka's Shard.
Decent. Some more damage isn't bad here, getting the Sproink. It is, as we said, going to be the main problem here is, can you actually kill the game inside? And a bit of extra pure damage from Ench goes a long way against Greaves' pipe.
So first Aegis, already only 1 tier 2 tower remains for G2IG. In this patch, that is, I mean, maybe for Gaming it's more normal than others, but that's fast.
Yeah. It's it's definitely hard times incoming now for the side of G2IG. But I do think the mindset here should be we should look for a fight. I think if you keep giving Gaming the map control, you're just kind of digging your own grave.
Oh, he's actually going for an epicenter with the follow-up stun from the Mirana. Nothing to say, gets off the roll-up into the Rolling Thunder. Looks like he's going to be fine, actually. And Quinn's going to take a full eclipse, but there's a disruption from Celery to save him. But the RP onto 3 heroes with a huge skewer to follow. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Duracho is actually standing his ground. Remember, he still has the Aegis. And after all of that, they get 4 kills on Game Inside, and all they lose is the Aegis, and it will likely just be a full team wipe again. Tofu does die, so finally a kill for G2IG, but my goodness, this escalated quickly.
Yep, as we said 10 minutes ago, this one is not going to be sub 30. But then, I guess, then everything just went right for one team and wrong for the other, and here we are.
It happens.
I think 7 minutes ago, this was dead even in net worth. That's how I remember it. So Gaimin have effectively gained 2,000 gold per minute over the enemy team, and they're getting 2 lanes of Rex. They just hit critical mass. They got 2 tanky.
Will they get 2? I mean, it's so early that the respawn timers are very fast.
I don't know if G2IG can defend without RP and
that's true.
The Rolling Thunder. They are going to show them their respect here that is a potential play, and I don't mind it. You know, you're in total control of the game at this point. Wait for your own timing if you're waiting on a key item. If you want to get another Aegis, that's completely within reach.
This was another fight that actually was looking good for G2IG after the Pango gets out.
Nothing
RP
to say
was
surviving
amazing.
here is really good. This disruption is super important from Celery. Without this, they lose this fight. But Quinn is just healing with Bloodstone. The RP, really nice combo. But yeah, the Eclipse is gone. So you pop everything on your Underlord Greaves pipe and just go in. And there's not enough damage in the tank for the side of G2IG.
I'm surprised Tofu died. He just ran away from the impetus.
Yeah. They could have maybe done this fully cleanly.
Yeah, I think so. So one rare mistake here for Gaimin. In the last few minutes at least. There's nothing to say. He's going to get caught out. Gets the Rolling Thunder off though.
He'll live.
And will TP to safety.
But this is effectively Gaimin just...
Did not TP actually.
Are they going to force this now without Pango ult?
Quinn has a shield rune. You do not want to deal with.
He is not killable. Well, they do have Enchant, but...
That's true. That's true.
Duracho going to work on the top tier 2. This looks like an easy grab for him. Ace can tank this forever.
Yep, he's a big boy. So he's got that pipe, along with the Greaves, of course. And Crimson will be next up, not even that far away. And he's only the 3rd most farm in the game.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, we haven't really talked that much about Quinn's farm, but I mean, that's what Mid Sand King does, right? This hero has just been buffed so much, has a tendency to get this rich. If you're ahead, you can just walk around with the Sandstorm Dust Devil and just keep farming.
RP onto Duracho, but the disruption. Will it be enough to save him, though? He's surrounded by enemies right now. Ace with the Pit of Malice from the side. Duracho trying to run away, slow to a crawl. He's going to use the Laguna Blade. There's the epicenter from Quinn, destroying everybody from G2IG. And that's it. That's game 1 in the books. Gaming Gladiators slap around Jack Chen. And they win game 1.
25 minutes exactly, huh? Well,
yeah,
that's...
It's just so weird when you watch other teams. I mean, I know Liquid's pretty fast too, but a lot of these games are like, you know, it's going to last around 40 minutes generally, but just really fast play here from Gaming Gladiators. But yeah, they take game 1 fast. Let's see what the panel has to say.
It was a very fast game, and I do want to talk about that, but I also wonder, was it fast because Gaming Gladiators are a fast team? Or was it fast because Gaming Gladiators is a fast team and G2IG kinda added to the speed there, Lacoste? I kind of feel like once that RP missed on Quinn in the mid lane, I don't know, that's just a misplay that I don't expect to happen on a stage like this.
Nerves, and also from what we've seen from G2IG in the pretty much throughout this whole year, they can be look really good, but most of the time they looked relatively bad to what you would expect from this team. And they're also a bit of on a slower side, I would say. Like, look at this team fight. This is just way too much coming out damage, the mitigation. This is the fight where Gaming Gladiators will not lose a single hero. It looks good, they land a 2-man RP, but the damage mitigation, this is the name of the game pretty much for this meta. Buy as many auras as you can, and also having a save with the Shadow Demon does help a lot, plus also sanking. This hero is insane. There's a reason why the hero is first pick pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have enough early game damage to survive this timing for Gaimin, because the net worth wasn't too bad before this. It was like pretty much even, maybe like 1k in the favor of Gaimin, but like you see that they landed their spells perfectly, right? They did get a 2-man RP. They did have an excellent Rolling Thunder from Pango, but where was the damage? Nobody died there. And their heroes were entirely dependent, like we mentioned in the draft, they're way too dependent on Luna to deal the damage. And for Luna to get to a point where she can out DPS all of their auras, that takes time, and Gaimin are not a team that are going to give you the time that you need to reach that critical mass.
Yeah, the cool thing as well in this game, it's like sometimes when Ace uses his ultimate, he's dragging the Lina to the fight. So rather than him playing the other side of the map, the Ratu is just farming the Ancients for free. He then jumps through the Fiend's Gate, identifies the fight, and he joins in. So you already have your aura body at the start, cushioning the blow of G2IG's initiation, and then you bring in, at this point in the game, the fragile hero through the Fiend's Gate once kind of the fight's developed. So yeah, it's just the hero setup from Gaming was perfect, the way in which they played it was perfect, and I think if you're G2IG, you cannot draft in this style where your lineup is like fragile. Like when you have a fragile lineup, you're playing for like the clutch RP, the perfect positioning of a Pangolier, like, and flip that to Gaming, right? Like they're a top 6 team in the world, often top 2 based on previous records, and it's like they don't need to do any of this. All they need to do is press like 2 auras and A-click. Like they've gave themselves like the easiest kind of pressure, like no pressure draft possible, where if they play it well, they should win every fight. It's hard to like mess up with these heroes, and yeah, I think G2IG, they need to just go back to the drawing board, fix it up, and see what they can do in game 2.
We said that they need to be fast. They are fast, but at the wrong thing. They're fast at calling GG. This is 25 minutes, 15 minutes when they played against Thundra. They do tend to crumble, and I want to see, something other than the laning stage. I also want to see stronger lane combos that can transition into the mid game, because this draft from the start was pretty much all over the place.
You promised me that Baboko was going to be great with Enchantress, and he's Enchantress Magnus lane.
Sometimes we got to hype it up, Shiver. You can't just say that Gaimin's going to slap them in 20 minutes. But this is something that Baboka did throughout his career, but they've been on the receiving end in the last couple of months.
They have been. It was a pretty rough game. There were 2 players on the side of Gaimin Gladiators that just did not die, could not die. Ace is of course one of them. Underlord, this is the second Underlord we've seen. 100% win rate, still 91% kill participation. Effie, that is incredibly high.
That is really high, but it's not unusual when you're looking at Gaimin, because they group up early, so all the kills are happening as a unit, and Underlord as a hero can be present in most fights with his ulti. So not very surprising, but I do want to credit Ace for just being such a consistent Underlord player throughout the years, where other teams gave up on this hero because he got nerfed, the auras got a little bit nerfed, he just doesn't feel as good as Sand King. They go for it anyway. They make it look unbeatable. Quinn, on the other hand, with his Sand King T, he popped off.
Yeah, he popped off, and kind of finishing the Underlord point a little bit more. It's like Underlord lives or dies based on what your team can achieve. And I think having Sand King, having a position for Morana looking for that fight, the SD trying to set it all up. It's like Underlord looks like he's a high tempo hero because the way that game in play. In other hands, like if let's say I'm not going to name any names, but if other teams picked up Underlord, it'd be
you can name names.
We'll save it to the...
You can say G2IG in this case.
Sure, if G2IG had this hero, they'd be AFK farming the off lane. It's like, I can't fight until I have aura and a half. It'd be super slow. But like, they make the hero feel quicker just because the team plays quicker. And there's a lot of slow teams here at TI. And, they're also, most of them are now in the lower bracket. But being slow isn't that helpful at the moment.
It is not very helpful. I was wondering, because the net worth, when you were looking at the game, stayed even for a fairly long time. I felt that it took a while for the gaming ball, as you're describing, that they group up and that they start fighting together. It took a while, of course, for that to start. Is there anything you feel like G2IG could have, I don't know, done better to prepare for that? Because can you just, because this is a side of gaming that everybody knows how they're going to play, everybody knows how they're going to fight. How are you going to stop it?
Sometimes the net worth can be misleading, like in this game, where it feels the game is even. You look at the number on top of your screen, it says, less than 1k gold lead for gaming, but you see what they're going for, the timing. Once they get the item X, for example, this was the Guardian Grease, the pipe that they're going for, with each one of those items, things are going to be like 5 times more difficult with the lineup that they have on side of G2IG to be able to punch back.
Yeah.
So it's like just the beginning of the end. You see, he's getting close to it. We're not getting done what we were supposed to do in the laning stage with our heroes. And if we take one bad fight, we're pretty much very close to shift enter, GG enter.
I'm wondering if this game is any indication, Effie, for the Luna stocks going down. Or is that not a good? Is it not a good one to judge it?
I don't think this is a fair one to judge it by because they lost the game too early and they couldn't get anything done off of other lanes because Luna needed to sit back and farm for about 20-25 minutes before she comes out comfortably. And in that phase, Gaimin were ready to group up and there wasn't damage. I think there needs to be some kind of damage solution. If you're dependent on a carry that needs 20 minutes to farm, you need damage pre-20 minutes, right? So typically you can correct that with picks like Leshrac, picks like Phoenix from your support lane, but the duo of supports that IG had weren't dishing it out.
They did pick Pango after Sand King was already picked. I kind of feel like that was a part of the game, of the draft rather, where they kind of went awry as well on the side of G2IG. Because they can just put Sand King mid, game in that is, and they did, and do well.
Yeah, again, like Pango was a flex for them. Of course, like you mentioned, the Sand King kind of disrupts that flex a little bit. But yeah, it just feels like the mag pick would work, I think, maybe half a year ago. But at the moment, with the way that G2IG is playing, it doesn't really kind of come together. Because also, like, we've seen teams where they flex Pangolier, and now, like, where's your aura? Like, you don't need auras to win. Like, Nouns showcase how you don't need auras. You just need good, strong team fight that doesn't require, spells perfectly landing. But when you pick a Pango and a Mag, and then don't have much damage to follow up, it complicates it. And I kind of joked about it when they picked Magnus, but, like, JT is such a charismatic player, and he is like the life of any team he's on. The fact that I see him on player cam, like with no emotion, like he destroyed some DPC games. Like he was like one of the shining stars of DPC, but it's because he had the energy that kind of brought the team. Like he
popped off.
Yeah, and
physically.
Literally. And in the interview, Nova said like the difference between EU and China is like EU has like player emotion and like camaraderie, teamwork, and that's what JT brings. As a player, I see him being like the person to bring life. Like in a game's bad, he's laughing. He's like, don't worry guys, we can do it. The fact that I don't see any of that emotion in him right now, I'm a little bit worried for the team that like something big is happening because it's like, he's always happy. Like,
I don't think that's a fair burden to put on a player though, because if you're losing, it's really hard to maintain that excitement and happiness. And they haven't had a good group stage so far.
Sure.
So to expect them to be positive all the time and be the one.
I covered him for like 3 years. Like this guy was always happy. That's why like I would only say this if I backed it up with like years of knowing this player. It's like he is not the same player. And like Lacoste also, you remember like this.
Yeah, I remember during one of the Dream Leagues this year, he was playing, when Mars was with the God's Rebuke talent, when you were buying Divine Rapiers and everything, he was having 2 Divine Rapiers in one game, never joined a team fight.
He killed an ancient stack with it, Lacoste. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And then he lost the
And then he lost the Divine Rapiers. He was still smiling, he was still in a very good mood. But I do agree that we need to bring that back.
That energy.
Because Dota, you see these players on camera, sometimes you're fully focused, you're like not thinking too much about the emotions, especially between the games. It's kind of hard because you're not thinking, I want to show the world that I'm happy while playing Dota. You're focused because this is very mentally draining when it comes down to, especially if you're the one also talking about the picks, if you're like the second coach, if you want to call it, from the position you're still playing in, something that Fly did talk about, one of the reasons why he decided that he also needs to step down as a coach, as a captain of the team, because he's doing pretty much 2 roles. And we can see, the team that has won, big smiles, of course. And I want to point out also something that T said. He said aura and a half. This is kind of a timing that you're going for. But what I see G2IG is going for is hour and a half game, rather, because they're playing for some like super late game.
They were, and it didn't work out. I hope that there's going to be some killer speech on the side of G2IG that will come into play and boost the spirits of the squad. There is a stat that is a good one for them, though. There's only been 3 series in total that these 2 teams played against each other, and 2 of them, well, one of them was a 2-0 in favor of Gaming Gladiators, but the other 2, one was a tie and one was a 2-1. And that means in both series, G2IG was able to come back after a loss. And I have no doubt they have the capability to do so. They just need to learn from that first one, or rather maybe even just shake it off, because we have seen them play better than what we just did. And perhaps indeed nerves get into them. This is a very important match starting in the upper bracket. Is only 1 win away from being top 6. It can go very fast, but it does require you to start in the upper bracket. It just gives you such of an easier path compared to starting in that lower bracket, and therefore that extra pressure might just be getting to them. We'll see how it goes in game number 2, and we'll see if that speech potentially has made an impact. We're in game 2. Gaming Gladiators will be on the Radiant side. G2IG will be on the Dire side. That means they get a first pick as well. They do have a couple of heroes I feel like they have to ban out against Gaming. That puts any team against Gaming at a little bit of a back foot, because that Broodmother, we saw it banned out in the first game of the series. We see it banned out here again. That's one of their 3 bans that they have to go for, and they know Gaming is not going to ban that.
Yeah, these are Gaming-specific bans because it just tailors to their playstyle of crushing lanes and ending early. And Ace has been playing this Aldi and this Brood to effectiveness when other players aren't. And we have seen Extreme Gaming come back against the Lone Druid with just really sharp, really quick map play, but I don't think IG are the same kind of comeback team where they can let these heroes through and find that one team fight that brings them back. So they take it out of the way. But I do want to say, on the topic of what you were mentioning, I don't think that they played badly last game. Because they were pressing their buttons and they were bringing their heroes and they were taking fights and they were casting their spells. Like, sure, there was a missed RP, but that was because Sand King reacted really well. Yeah. Right? It's not like he whiffed it. Sand King blinked out. But they just lack damage. They need to correct for that. Like, they need Snapfire. They need Phoenix. They need Lash. They need any kind of support that can dish out damage.
I'm actually just intrigued by the bans from G2IG. Like, no other team at the Road to International yet has banned LD or Brood in the first phase against G2IG. Against Gaming, sorry. And nor has Gaming gone, we need to get our Lone Druid, we need to get our Brood. Like, maybe G2IG is just afraid of these heroes and let's ban them early so we don't have to think about them later. But the fact that they are banning these heroes, like you mentioned, it opens up for so many other meta heroes. Like Sand King's available, Doom's available, Nature's Prophet's still available. Like, there's so many options that I think potentially they're maybe a little bit too afraid of these heroes.
I mean, Omni's still in the pool too.
Yeah.
Just still in the pool. There's a ton of routes they can go. But with this first pick Sand King, again, we talked about it in the last series, but Timbersaw really presented himself as an excellent solution to Sand King.
They banned out Monkey, which implemented that they're going to go for the Sand King. A really bad matchup, whether you're playing it from the mid lane, whether you're playing it from the off lane. Monkey just destroys this hero. SD's in the pool. I think this hero is too good at what he brings to the table, builds these team fighty items when it, like Solar Crest, Force Staff that he did buy in the previous game. You can pretty much buy anything, but the value that you get is that Dispel mechanic from his ulti.
They'll go for the sniper.
Interesting.
I was just going to make the comparison that I feel like maybe Gaming is like a kid in the candy shop because there's so many good heroes still open. And then they go for sniper, which is not one T that I was expecting as a first pick. Especially not after thinking about it for a full minute.
Sure, I would like to think that... does Quinn even play it from mid? I don't think it screams...
He has not this event so far.
So in that case, maybe just a 4. But again, at least the way that Gaming plays does showcase a team that can utilize Sniper, right? You're always looking for that next kill. You naturally win games very quickly. Like, Sniper is a high damage hero from laning phase that wants to catapult into cheap skirmishes. You don't want to go from lanes to everyone needs to farm for 20 minutes, right? That will destroy the hero. So at least from Gaming's overall playstyle, the hero doesn't feel too jarring compared to, again, other teams. And like I'm saying, they want to play quick, they want to have skirmishes. Now you go for a Chen. Very, low stun support duo, but pressure you apply on the map's very high, right? Chen brings the aura and kind of the positional play, and then Sniper will play behind that with constant damage.
And Chen is a very game-specific hero, because in this meta, when a Zoo hero is out, it's just been Enchantress. That's what teams are looking at. It's what they're banning. It's what they're picking. But when you think about Gaimin and Celery, this is his signature hero. This is one of their best strategies, and this team consistently plays Chen even when it gets nerfed and looks really good. Typically, they would play Chen with some kind of very strong carry like Chaos Knight in the past. Those have fallen out of favor, but I would still like to see some early skirmish carry coming out of Duraccio here.
Alchemist was the one that was banned. I think Gaimin in this one will go full force when it comes down to closing the game again. They feel G2IG are very, very vulnerable when it comes down to fighting back early on. At least now they have Sanking, they have Shadow Demon, so in theory, these heroes are very good at punching back, defending towers as well. So I want to see how they're going to round up the draft. But to me, it's more about how they're going to utilize their heroes that they just got, because these are some of the strongest heroes in the meta right now. Considering all the bans that did happen in the first phase, this opened up for other heroes like Sanking and Shadow Demon to survive. So I want to see what they're going to be able to do with those.
This is basically Gaimin's draft. They took Gaimin's draft from game one in the exact order of Sand King, then Shadow Demon, then Mirana. But I mean, they picked it for good reason, right? Mirana, great hero versus Chen because she can arrow his creeps. Sand King, one of the best heroes in the meta overall. Same can be said for Shadow Demon. But we were talking about their lack of damage so much. We harped on it for good reason. But this draft doesn't seem to be lacking any damage so far with that Epicenter, with that Solar Flare.
I will say Monet has not played Mirani at this event, and I wonder if they will use it the same way as we saw Gaming use a previous game as a position 4.
You can flex it, right? You're going to have 2 gaming picks here to then decide what happens with it. That's why picking Mirana in this position feels quite nice. For gaming though, it'll be interesting to see if they will utilize the early pressure you can apply. I think how Gaming played the previous game, after lanes, there was it was a very brief window, but it was like just a little bit of farm. And then they ball up and it's unkillable, right? So if Gaimin want to, they just played the draft, so they're going to know when the draft's like weak or not. So these 2 picks should at least teach us a little bit about the farm required for these heroes to thrive.
Cook is still available for Gaimin if they want to pick it up, because with X mark the spot, you have cheap lockdown, and this is the hero that I mentioned with Chen. It makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of survivability. They want to push the tempo. They want to have hero that comes online super early on, put the pressure on side of G2IG. So they will need to get the hero that matches the amount of farm that Alchemist can get early on.
And we talk about auras, right? Chen, of course, is one of the best heroes at it, because not only do you have your auras you buy, but the jungle, right? You can get the ice ogre or whatever for the frost armor to give more armor. You got the centaur, the small one, for the cloak aura. Again, it scales based on level, so it's not instantly at max level, but you are just bringing additional auras that no team really has access to because you are utilizing the jungle.
So Doom comes out, considered a very hard counter to Sand King, because Sand King in this meta buys Bloodstone, Doom dooms him, he can't heal off of it. But Doom does slow down Gaimin's draft a little bit, because it was looking incredibly high-paced. But honestly, it doesn't necessarily have to be slow when you're playing Doom. You just need to buy 1 or 2 auras after winning your lane, which you can do with Sniper, who heavily enables Doom on lane. With that, you can just group up with the Chen and try to end early anyway, but it does, it does slow down the pace that they were building.
So it will be some kind of a hero with the catch from the mid lane. Right now, they have no reliable stun whatsoever. So you're looking for, the Storm Spirit, Puck potentially coming out for Gaimin from the mid lane. Even though Quinn, plays Sniper, he tends to play it in the pub games. He recently hasn't played it, so probably staying away from it, understanding that most of the time, they still want to play it as a position 4, strong position 4 after all.
Yeah, I think you're fine running it as support, because you see the 2 supports anyway, Shadow Demon, Mirana, and Sniper trades very well against either of them.
I think G2IG just flexed themselves into a very difficult position. That Doom is quite a formidable offlane, because you don't really get pushed out unless you're against really aggressive 5-1 against you, like strong carry, strong 5 hard support. Here, SD, he kind of just plays on pull, blocks hard camp, he doesn't really kill you. And then Luna likes to have a support that can do that. On the flip side, Sniper's going to put pressure. Doom, if you get the correct jungle creep, can also apply pressure. So I think Doom's going to farm really well. SD can't really help Luna against the Sniper harass, and we've already entertained the Chen outclaim being really strong and should farm. So I see 2 side lanes for Gaming that should go well. and a last pick for Quinn on the mid lane. Yeah, I'm pretty worried.
They can keep the flex for the Sand King until the very last moment if they have another hero that could also flex, potentially.
Problem is they don't have the last pick, so they will have to show.
No,
where
but
the
they
heroes
can
are
have
going.
like even if their last pick.
They
Also
pick another like
flex.
mid offlane type
Yeah.
hero. Yeah.
Pick a Kunkka that can go either way, you know? In
It is
theory.
possible. For G2IG, they've taken elements of Gaimin's draft from the last game, 3 of them, but then they also picked a carry that isn't as explosive. Like Lina can go Gleipnir, and she can at least join a fight to throw out a little bit of assistance. Aluna doesn't really have that, so we aren't going to be seeing G2IG fully replicate the speed in which Gaimin was playing, and they ban out a Timber, so I don't mind that. It is the hero that you're kind of mentioning, Shiva, like kind of mid to off lane flex, but they need that one hero that's a little bit more explosive, so then Luna can farm and 4 heroes go and fight. If they create or find that hero, it does fix their draft.
The hero that G2IG has won most with in the hands of JT, if the Sand King goes mid, is the Mars, and he's still in. Never mind, it's out.
Gone. Yeah.
All right, never mind me.
Yeah.
And would it be awful if they just put Sand King versus Alex Chen? I don't feel like that should be too difficult of a lane for SK plus Mirana.
Yeah, I think they might be looking for
Also
a mid
possible.
hero instead.
Yeah, if they go for some like explosive mid hero instead, something that sets tempo and hunts backline, like maybe, I mean, Pango's taken up, but something like a Puck, that could also work.
Yeah.
Puck works for both teams. I was thinking maybe some, spicier Queen of Pain that could come out.
You just need to be careful. You're playing against Gaming Gladiators. The guy on screen, is one of the filthiest mid laners in all the land. You pick a weak mid lane, he's going to pick like the hardest counter.
They will pick Razor.
I like it. I like this Razor actually because it gives them early aggression. It doesn't necessarily get counterpicked from either lane, honestly, because if you're running it on the off lane versus Alk, it'll beat him up. If you pivot it to mid lane because of the last pick here from Gaimin, it should do well mid. And it is a means to hunt Alchemist down early. The only issue is maybe they'll fall into a little hole where they need to farm a little bit too much and Gaimin get their gold way too early and all of a sudden they're being run over by the Chen draft. But if they stomp their lanes, hopefully they don't get put in that position too.
Yeah, scaling a G2IG, it fixes the Alk problem because Alk likes playing against only a single hero, and I talk about filthy players and picks and whatnot, they go for a Viper. So if you want to flex a Razor to mid or a Sand King to mid, you're going to get Viper no matter what, and that is quite a nice way to deal with it. But
They will put Razor against Viper.
yeah, like G2IG, they wanted to basically get through lanes, not across the river, get 2 items on every core, and then when Alk tries to be like, I'm the carrier of the game, you can't out-carry 3 carries, right? And that's why I think the Viper pick is quite a nice answer to that, because the mid lane won't get to play Dota. We've already expect Gaimin to pull even potentially ahead in both side lanes. So the whole recipe of G2IG just outscaling the Alk shouldn't really happen if Gaimin play a clean game.
Yeah, it's just another story of can IG do well enough on lanes to the point where Gaimin doesn't snowball, because Gaimin has another lineup with insane snowball potential. But with the Solar Flare Mirana buffing up both Luna and Razor in the later stages of the game, they've got a really, really scary late game lineup. Will they get there?
Yeah, last time that Luna Lacoste did not get enough time to farm.
Yeah, it looked pretty bad, but this is the lineup from Gaimin that I don't think they wanted to pick Viper in this one. It was more of a response to Razor. They wanted to probably pick something that comes online much faster, but overall they are firing in all cylinders, I would say, and they do have what it takes to, finish the game relatively early on.
If this is going to go to a game 3, T, who are you going to look towards to really deliver this game?
In regards...
on the side of G2IG.
Yeah, they'd have to win, right? That's true. Good point.
Yeah, that's what would need to happen.
For them to deliver...
Yeah.
It's actually hard to pinpoint a single player, because I think there's going to be so much pressure applied to them that all of them need... No, they all need to just... They all have to do well. They all have to skip waves, because if you have a couple weak links, then it will just pull apart. Like, if Razor has a good game, it doesn't matter, because... The
when
rest
you say weak links, do you mean Razor or?
Yeah, we are gonna see some weak links from Nothing to Say.
All right, Effie.
It's the support duo, She-Ra, the Shadow Demon Mirana. If they can roam mid, kill the Viper a few times, stack up a lot for the Sand King, for him to catch up. Like, the support duo are the playmakers of this game for IG.
The support duos. It sounds simple. A Shadow Demon Mirana. It's a classic. Should be easy to execute all of that. We'll find out if it happens in this second game. But first, some words from Coach Super.
Thank you, Shiva. I am indeed here with Super, coach of G2XIG, but there are actually 3 coaches on the team. Could you tell me what the roles of the 3 coaches are? Well, 2 coaches and an analyst, Rebecca, and Dogfights. Could you tell me what all your roles are?
我们知道 IG 有3位教练，可以跟我们说一下 Dogfights 还有 Rebecca 他们分别的职务是什么吗
？Dogfights 是助理教练，然后那个 Rebecca 是算表现教练，就是帮助我们在心理方面以及健康营养这方面。
So Dogfights is the assistant coach. He helps me with a lot, and Rebecca actually is the performance coach. She deals with our mentality and mental health.
Okay, fantastic. And just looking back at Game 1, obviously it didn't go the way you guys wanted it to, and you've come back in Game 2 and basically stolen the draft of GG. So can you explain to me what went wrong in Game 1 and how you think you might have fixed it in Game 2?
第1把之后，第2把你们的 BP 几乎选了对面大部分的英雄，上1把的英雄，可以跟我们说一下吗？
就我们选到中间的时候，就意识到好像是跟对面刚才一样吧。就可能就也只是凑巧吧。
So halfway into the draft, we realized that we picked half of majority of the heroes from the last game's draft from gaming. So it's just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence, fair enough. And Luna seems to be getting a lot of play lately. Do you think this hero is one of the stronger carries in the tournament?
最近选 Luna 的队伍很多，你觉得这个英雄很强吗？
我觉得这英雄现在在这个版本还是比较突出的吧，尤其就是。之前比较热门的几个射手都被针对的比较多，大家都很懂怎么打，所以现在 Luna 就暂时可能算一开始没被关注到，所以现在这个英雄还是比较不错的。
So Luna stands out in this patch, and some of the other ranged carries have been learned and studied, and so people know how to counter them. So Luna is starting to shine.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Super, and good luck in the game. And over to the casters, Cinderin and Sunsfan.
Thank you, Ted. Maybe next time we can get an entire life story before the game starts. That's your objective for next time. Appreciate you as always.
He did it.
Oh, but this is like first blood. It might be concoction. Will Doraccio with first blood on an alchemist? Okay.
That
James.
Yeah. The classic carry is hunting the 4 while Chen is farming lane strat that we have come to know and love from Game and Gladiators. Interesting stuff. You know, the whole thing about this being a coincidence or whatnot, I don't know if, I feel like the Sand King was just bound to be a highly contested hero, and so was Shadow Demon. So honestly, I kind of believe it, that they weren't deliberately trying to take the exact heroes that Game were running last game, but that it kind of just turned out that way. You know, you're likely to play the Mirana because the enemy has Chen, so it kind of just lined up that way. As far as what the panel is saying, I'm kind of with them. I think this is the type of game where Game Gladiators, historically when they run this lineup, are Doraccio, big damage.
Does hit.
He will live here, but is taking quite the beating. Doesn't have too much region to go with it either.
Only 1 tango gifted by Celery.
Yeah. This feels like a timed game from the side of Game and Gladiators. I don't think they have the longevity in this one to not clean it or close the game out at the right time. It's not like it's super tight that they have to hit exactly 25 minutes or something, but if G2IG rather get to reach that later stage and both Razor and Luna are having good games, I would definitely heavily favor them later on. So yeah, it's a matter of can they weather the storm? Can they not get run over by what happened last game? And one significant difference between the lineup Game are running this time compared to the last one is they don't really have catch. So if you're playing a lineup that wants to play keep away and farm, the good news is the only hero that has a stun on the side of Gaimin is Alk, who's the carry.
Yeah.
The bad news is if you lose your towers pretty early on, you might run into the problem that you can't kill the enemy cores because they're all 3 tanky with Chen. And then they can just beat you without catch by just controlling areas. So defend your towers is probably the name of the game here and get off to a good start in the lanes.
Would you say Gaimin's lineup is harder to execute because they don't have the CC?
I think there's less margin for error than there was in Game 1 for them. But they obviously play to an extremely high level most of the time in their games, so they should feel comfortable and they know what the objective is. They know what the weakness of their lineup is and they know what the strength is. But so does G2IG. So yeah, I would say less margin for error. If they have a couple of bad dives on the side of Gaimin, they could just run out of steam entirely. so that the moves need to be executed properly. And also, I think Doom has an atrocious win rate, which is interesting, to say the least. In this,
on all facets, would you say?
I think in the previous many games we've seen this hero in this stage of the tournament, I think he's lost every game. I think it's like 0-7 in this playoffs bracket, if I'm not mistaken. It's something really, really bad.
So you're telling me there's a good chance of game number 3 here?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Okay.
But there's a good chance that Doom might end his atrocious streak, is another way of looking at it.
Yes, that is. Shrapnel with the blood grenade on top.
Good damage.
Monet being forced out with very little HP now. Viper mid, I want to talk about that for Quinn. Your thoughts on this hero currently in the meta?
Kind of lackluster. I think this hero is not particularly good most of the time. There's a reason we don't see it played that much. In a meta that is a lot around, you could say in theory it fits the bill for this mid-game timing, which I think is also why Gaimin picked it. But Viper just has this tendency to, you see it in this case, he's not even really winning his lane, he's actually losing it quite significantly here, Quinn, which is uncharacteristic for him against Nothing to Say. It's 25-11 against 18-4, it's a quite meaningful lead. I guess part of the problem for Viper is how do you really fit in? Like, what items do you buy? You want your teammates to buy the auras and then group up and push. So I suppose if you have a really good core-to-core matchup, that can be justifiable. Oh, Quinn's in trouble, by the way.
Yep, X-Nova making his way over. Disruption's there. TP is going to be... Okay, Tofu actually eats the arrow, and they turn it around onto Nothing to Say, despite it being a 2 versus 3. Sniper very strong.
That is such an insane TP.
Shrapnel to yet another kill. I don't even understand what we just witnessed here.
I want a replay of that to see if that TP was on purpose. If they actually saw Mirana, if it just totally randomly TP'd into the line of that arrow. Because it changed everything that he ate the arrow. Otherwise, you're trading there at best. And now you just got a 2-0. Celery will immediately be hounded by the TPing Nothing to Say out of his death, and that's an easy goal.
Oh, the Ogre does a lot of damage to the Luna, though. So, that's fun to watch.
That was...
Keith the Bold.
I kind of can't believe that mid play turned out that way. But that's one of the weaknesses I guess Razor has as a mid, is when you are ganking for him. The kills have a tendency to be pretty slow, so you can TP in reinforcements, which is exactly what Gaimin did there. And
I'm going to watch it here. Quinn looked kind of dead. I mean, the disruption...
They don't know Mirana's here. Like, it's actually... Maybe Tofu has the read because Mirana is not showing bot, but Baboka could have easily flanked from the southeast or been a little bit further north, so that's just... It's one of those situations where, you know, you're making the move anyway, and this is a fortunate outcome, but you did give yourself the opportunity for that to even be a possibility, right? So really, an amazing result there for the side of Gaimin to get that trade.
He's trying to make use of this invis room, but it's about to run out, so not able to really find anything on the bottom side of the map. I mean, back to the Viper, because I know it's a disgusting hero, but we don't get to see it that often, so it's interesting to talk about at least. Is I believe the 7-minute wisdoms will just be traded, so a second game in a row, we're not really seeing any action on top of that. But back in the day, Syndra, Viper's picked to kind of dominate their lane, right? Now you're picking, I mean, and to break heroes. It used to be Nether Toxin that broke, now it's the ult. Do you see any value? I mean, he didn't really win his lane, although that gank really helped. How important is that hero getting off to a decent start in terms of comeback? Because Nether Toxin does farm a lot faster than it used to.
Oh, Duracho's in trouble. I'll answer it after that. Let's see if they get...
Nova.
Oh, they didn't disrupt at all.
They did not.
Now
they will.
Okay,
Arrow
awkward.
Will connect, and JT is here to finish the job. But Baboka actually claims it for himself instead.
Got there in the end. That got a little bit scrappy, but it is executed ultimately. How important is it for Vibes to get off to a good start? I still think this hero is very snowbally in nature. I think if you lose your lane significantly, this hero is one of the weaker ones you can have in your team. I wouldn't say he lost his lane though, especially with that rotation though, so it's okay. I think the worst Viper performances we've seen historically is when it's been played as a dual lane off lane and the enemy team tri-lanes it for 3 minutes, which is, you know, hasn't really happened in Dota for a long time, but then the recovery curve is just absolutely awful. This time around, it's fine, I think. But I don't know if what you're alluding to is whether there was a better pick.
No, I'm just curious why they picked it. I'm not saying it's even bad. It's just
I'm curious too. I think it was literally just a matter of we want to pick a hero that they really feel like they can't put Sand King mid against. So that you're removing that flex concern potentially of where is Sand King, where's Razor going. But since you did have... It was ultimate last pick Viper, right? I think.
Yeah.
The ultimate last pick was the Viper, so you knew there was Razor and Sand King as the two matchups. And I don't know, with that in mind, maybe there was a matchup that was going to do better against both.
I know this is not the typical hero that you talk about Break with, but Break against Luna is actually not bad. Moonglaze being disabled is kind of a big
true.
In the late game.
Maybe we're underestimating the value that Viper is going to offer in that regard.
It's 6 seconds break. That's pretty long.
Yeah, that's very true. Might be one of the main reasons even that they chose this over alternative options. The timing plus the break.
Quinn definitely struggling in terms of farm, as Duracho being forced out of his comfort zone as well. He's being hounded by X-Nova constantly in this game. Gaimin do have a 2K lead, but this is the Alchemist effect, and the Doom. I guess they have both on their team.
Yeah, they have.
So it's gonna be really hard to gauge like what the actual net worth discrepancy is, since both these heroes are kind of supposed to be ahead. Has nothing to say. He's gonna get doomed and Viper struck, and he's just gonna TP. But no, the Infernal Blade is there to give the extra damage, and that is the death of the mid laner for G2IG.
Yeah, and it's the loss of the tower, which I think is the much bigger concern here. This is what G2IG need to try to avoid, and what Game and Gladiators need to accomplish is get the tier 1s down ASAP. They've taken top and mid pre-10 minutes, which is great. Got to keep that ball rolling, because ultimately what this will do is it will free up Alk to have so much space, and they will be allowed to bleed a hero here or there, especially their supports, while all of their cores get filthy rich with their Doom Midas and their Alk Radiance. And that doesn't... Don't be fooled. This isn't Game and Gladiators playing for some 45-minute timing with their greedy heroes. They're playing for a 25-minute timing with their greedy heroes. They just need to get a couple of key items that these naturally will build into with their Midas/Radiances. As Luna will be assassinated. That's a TP cancel.
They don't have a lot of, I would call normal CC-type stuns, but they do have the mini stuns, right? They have the Infernal Blade, they have the Assassinate, and that's 2 attempted TPs there, so... Seen it twice in a row now. As Gaimin off to a decent start in terms of the kills. Some dewarding action here.
Formation is just so important for G2IG. This is a very stressful game because you know the writing on the wall here is they're going to come at us in 10 minutes. Are we ready or not? And the way you prevent yourself from being overwhelmed at that point is all your cores need to not die too much. And that puts so much strain on the supports to break smokes, be in the right place at the right time. You can't protect all 3 cores simultaneously, so you need to make the right map read. Either that, or you need to take initiative and try to force Gaimin to run after your moves, but hasn't really been the case. We haven't seen too much initiative from the Sand King, Shadow Demon, Mirana combination with maybe smoke moves across to mid.
Now, nothing to say. He's going to get Viper struck again, as Celery's here with all his creeps, and the Assassinate from Tofu is enough.
Yeah, if you do this in a pub game as Sniper, I don't think your team is particularly happy with it, but...
He's going drums, though. He's being a good boy. He's not the Jenkins, you know... instant Divine Rapier feed.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Midas, but it's actually possible to buy something even worse.
Yes.
Congratulations, Jenkins.
That's Baboka going to try to defend this tier 2 tower. Already seeing so much aggression from Gaming Gladiators, despite having these 2 heroes that really want to farm in the early stage of the game. So at what point do you sell... Sorry, I didn't even check the Doom Fest. I assume it's the...
He's got Devil's Bargain, yeah.
Or Devil's... I always get those mixed up in names. But so, at what point do you think you actually sell this Midas? As Assassinate onto X-Nova. Quinn, very fast.
Yep, Haste will do that.
And eventually will find this kill, surely. There we go. Also does have Boots of Travel, by the way, so going for the Ultra mobility. He's actually TPing a few meters away. Yep. Is JT able to TP out?
When does Doom sell Midas? Whenever he can turn it into an aura item, I think. I think he keeps the Midas for now, gets the Blink, and then I assume he will go Pipe next. And when he can complete the Pipe by selling Midas, we're probably going to see that to hit this ridiculous mid-game timing where... So what does he get when he sells Midas? He gets 90% back, right? So that's close to 2k gold. Yeah, probably going to see it then. And then Gaming Gladiators will try to win this game at minute 25.
Yeah, and I'm curious what Quinn's going to go in terms of items. So he's going for the Dragonlance first. I wonder if he's going to itemize for a shard early on. I mean, being able to poison attack towers, kind of a big deal.
It is, but Viper is also the type of hero where you really need stats. Like, this hero lives and dies by the tankiness it has.
By the way,
so
just to mention a quick little fact here that I learned, Cinder, in a game. I learned it the hard way. The poison attack, the poison burst facet that he took which is when the poison attack ends, it does damage in the area, right? Works when you get the shard, it works on towers, meaning when the tower dies, it will deal damage to units around it.
Oh.
I've seen a hero die from a tower dying.
Yeah, I wonder if the team will...
Pretty cool.
G2IG would be aware of that.
I feel like it's a bit niche, but
yeah, that is
still
niche.
really cool interaction.
I think he's specifically buying the shard to kill Luna that way. Thank you for pointing that out. I can't wait for that to happen. It happens all the time in my game.
Well, speaking of the Luna, Monet has the Dragonlance Mask of Madness, and it will be the Manta first, so no huge surprise. Are we seeing the Conda as much these days on the Luna?
Yeah.
We're seeing a drop-off of it from a few months ago, at least.
We definitely saw it early. I think earlier today, we saw it purchased at least once.
But it's not like the go-to, it seems.
Yeah, you're probably getting it like third item after Manta BKB or something to that sort most of the time. I don't really want to count Mask of Madness as a full item. Just a little bit of a build-up.
Now G2IG, they have gone through the gate. They are smoked. Quinn is going to be the first one they run into. He's actually broken from the creeps, trying to get to the high ground. Arrow connects with the Static Storm. JT will actually use the Epicenter. They'll get the kill. Kind of awkward as he made it to the high ground in the end as Ace jumps in with the Doom on top of the Razor. Is just going to stand his ground right now. X-Noah is going to be the first to fall for G2IG, but already 3 members of Gaimin deleted from the face of the map as Duraccio now on the run. Along with Ace, the arrow does hit him right in the ass. And nothing to say and come, okay, they're going to miss the Burrow Strike as Duraccio's going to have to use it. He could deny himself.
Oh,
he will.
My God.
Wow. Symphony of fails. My
Such
goodness.
a sick arrow into such an underwhelming follow-up. Baboka has to be livid.
That is unfortunate.
Man.
That would have been a huge kill, for sure. I mean, they still win the fight. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Okay, let's focus on the positives. Sure, Alk denies himself, but that was a very important and good fight for G2IG. Stemming the bleeding, slowing things down here, getting some kills, and buying themselves time. And all of Gaimin were involved in that. And the good news is that was even an Epicenter that hit nothing. And they still felt comfortable afterwards with the Doom initiating that they could stand their ground and take the fight with Viper dead. So imagine if JT actually gets to pop a nice epi later on with his dagger coming up soon. I don't think Gaimin have enough sustain right now to actually withstand this. Chen finally will now get the mech. The pipe will be complete if Ace sells the Midas. See if he opts to do that very soon, or if they will continue this slightly greedier approach of just holding on to it as long as he likes. But yeah, this 4K gold is the smallest 4K lead you've seen all tournament.
Yeah.
Because it is Alk and Doom at the top of the charts with very greedy approaches, and the lowest net worth core is a Razor, who can still be very effective as an anti-carry with just a BKB, and Luna is looking healthier than last game on Monet, so...
I mean, if anything, it's actually a little surprising. I mean, I know Nothing to Say has died 3 times, but the fact that he's lower net worth than Quinn, who I feel like has been really struggling, despite him being 3-1. Is that weird that I'm saying that? It feels like he's struggling, despite being 3-1?
It is a bit weird, because Quinn has more CS and better KDA and is on the winning team, so it's kind of weird that you think he would be doing worse than the enemy mid. Yes, he's actually ahead of him on literally every possible metric.
Celery's dead. Oh, God, that really tickled me. Thank you for that, Cinderin. It's just the Viper effect, you know? It's just very underwhelming.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Quinn's doing great, though, as you can tell, by every statistic in the game.
I was about to say maybe he has fewer assists, but he also has more assists. He's actually ahead on everything.
All right, good to know. I'll pay attention to that from now on. And he's almost done with his Hurricane Pike. And
nice aggressive ward here. This could lead to a major victory for G2IG. If they find any core peeking toward that mid tower, they jump and dive them, they collapse and grab that. Would open up the map nicely for them. They will give away the smoke now with both the Sandstorm and a Plasma Field mid. You would assume that someone from Gaimin saw that wave just disappear. So they are out. Monet hunting a little bit of celery creeps in the jungle.
Delicious.
He will pull back the troll.
So Duraccio, BKB is his next item. I believe that is a Manta coming to him. So we'll be able to split push and amplify his farm a bit.
Are Gaimin settling for plan B? Is that what we're seeing here? Or did we just have the incorrect read on what they were even aiming for to begin?
What were we expecting, like a Blink BKB?
Yeah, potentially like a more aggressive approach like that. We were talking about Doom selling Midas to get pipe and then just really kicking up the pace. Now that Alk is going Midas, or rather Manta Radiance is more of a classic, very heavy farm approach. The Doom never sold the Midas. Is this them saying, okay, you know, we're going to slow it down. We can also take it late. We can get stupidly rich. Just going to be interesting to see the development of the game, and would be cool to hear from them if this was actually what happened, or if it was always the plan to approach the game in this fashion. There's the pipe for Ace. And Celery 1000 away from the Guardian Greaves.
It could be a call from Quinn, thinking that he's not doing so well despite being ahead in every single statistical category versus his counterpart mid.
Yep.
Just not feeling it right now, because he is playing Viper.
Uh-oh, Ace will blink away. JT was close on his tail. Will he follow him? No. They're not going to find anything with this rotation through the gate. But yeah, okay, just to highlight, not that you can always trust the win expectancy graph or anything. It can be misleading, but consider this. One team is 5,000 gold up minute 19, and they, according to the graph, have 38% chance to win the game. I think that's very telling for the type of game that we're dealing with here, that the system still favors. Gaben still loves G2IG in this one, enough. But I don't know if I fully agree with those percentages, if it's more like 50-50, but all right, let's be honest. That's a good starting point for G2IG against a mid-game of Gaimin.
It is Luna. Luna is a monster.
Yep.
That might have something to do with it. Maybe it's the new Spectre for Gaben, you know?
Yep, could be.
Spectre always has a high win rate, or high percentage.
I think it's also possible that this that the prediction doesn't particularly like Alk Doom together because it understands how much it matters if they fail once, right? It's like the margin for error for that type of lineup is probably considered very narrow, because every time rich heroes die, they give away a lot of golden experience. You couple two of them in the same team together with Chen, who historically isn't the most formidable late gamer, then maybe that's why it's a little bit worried in this patch that are Gaimin getting enough? Now the lead is down to 3K.
Yep,
all of a sudden.
It's going down slowly. I mean,
it's looking very healthy for the Dire.
Yeah, Luna's keeping up with the Doom right now. And Monet and company, looks like BKB is next on the list for him. And they're expecting a fight around that time, I would assume. Now, in terms of the Roche potential, Cinderman, does either team want to be in the pit as fast as possible?
Gaimin definitely have the better lineup for it, without a doubt. With Alk and Chen creeps, you can do it pretty fast with Viper as well. These heroes add together quite nicely for it. G2IG would love to fight there, though. They have a really good Roche pit lineup, but not the best at killing the man himself. We'll be looking for a smoke now. And they're also I'm not sure who scanned the pit. That would actually be a nice quality of life change, would be to be able to see the color of the scan. When two teams are scanning simultaneously, it's a little bit tricky to tell who scanned where.
Yeah.
But it looked like it was G2IG scanning Roche. They will find Chen.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
The arrow will not hit because of the creep. And Celery will actually live. Unreal.
Very nice self-save there with the Whirlwind. That's not what it's called. That's Wind Ranger's Facet.
What is it called, actually?
I don't remember what that ability that the Wild Wing has is.
Go find one on the map, Cinder, and that's your job for the next few minutes. As we have a smoke now from Gaimin. Trying to wrap around. Trying to contest his potential Roche. As JT in the cover of the trees here. They can see a Sandstorm, though, as now a Greaves is online for Celery. So going to be even tougher to kill.
Monet, this is awkward if he goes through the gate and his team don't. They're going to get caught off.
He's through the gate,
as
you said.
They're getting scouted by Mantis.
Do they sniff this out?
Get the
Mass
hell out of
TPs, and it looks like everyone will get out of dodge.
Now, if Gaimin realized this happened, they could just go for Roche. This was a full-on... They just conceded... This Roche is dead. They just conceded the area, and this was a lineup that, in my opinion, wants to take this fight, but they got caught in very awkward limbo, and now they have no choice but to let Gaimin have what they came for. So that worked out very well for the Gaimin side.
They literally just walked around and eventually just stumbled into the Roche pit and like, I guess we'll take it.
This is the highest impact position 5 you're possibly going to see. He saved himself with the Wild Wing, and therefore they get a full Roche for free.
Self-save support. Yeah. Gotta love it. As there's the blink. Ace gets off the Doom. The BKB popped.
Raises
and
pretty
now
fast.
running away. Will they be able to catch him? You talked about their lack of catch. The Viper strike just in range, though. And I think they will eventually find out. But the Burrow strike at the last moment from JT, slowing Ace to a crawl. The Assassin, and nothing to say he's actually going to live. They lose X-Nova, but if that's it, that's a really good trade for G2IG.
Good save. Didn't cost them. So that was Doom out the window to lose the SD. And they still have Glyph to defend the tower, so perhaps mounting a defense here? I don't know if that's ill-advised or not. Maybe just, it looks like they're just conceding it. Not looking to set anything up here. We'll be letting the side of Gaimin have this. Gaimin are starting to gain some more control back once again. That Roche kill is so instrumental to the outcome of this, the potential outcome that is of this game, that it gave them the confidence to finally go for a push. Still not getting the full tower, but just starting that progression of gaining more ground.
So you talked about Gaimin being on a timer, and I didn't want to put a limit on it, but with this Aegis, I'm assuming they want all tier 2s? Is that the objective?
I would think
like
that
going
is
high ground is probably
yeah.
a little early, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think getting the tier 2 should be the ultimate goal here. Anything better than that is icing on the cake, and they will now try to finish off mid. Nothing to say, trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but it looks like Quinn is not phased by this and will finish the job. So, oh, never mind, they actually do want to go.
Strike. Arrow is going to hit. As JT, he's slowed by the shrapnel. Ace jumping in, pipes on both sides. Everyone's green all of a sudden. That means they're indestructible. Viper Strike onto the Razor. They're going to continue on here. Darachi is going to pop the Manta and run away. As Quinn pretty deep right now, and nobody's taking damage. And finally, Quinn is the one getting low. That is the Aegis down. Question is, who wants to re-aggress, if anyone? Darachi is looking for a fight. Gets the blink. Concoction is going to connect onto 2. They get the tier 2 tower, and it looks like that'll break things up.
So that... I'm not sure what exactly pushed Monet away there, but his entire Eclipse went on the trees. So if that was a Wild Wing again, man.
I did not see that.
I think it was a concussive grenade, perhaps? Not sure, because, yeah, that Eclipse just really did not do the work that he was hoping for, and if he had popped his BKB as he Eclipsed and just run in there, that might have been a really good fight. So heads-up play from Tofu. Pretty sure it was him getting that knockback when they needed it the most. And yeah, as you said, no casualties except the Aegis and a tier 2 tower, which, all in all, I think is okay for both teams, really. Wonder if Gaimin will be able to siege any further now. Oh, Baboka is in a very interesting
Yep, he leaps right into Tofu.
Nice grenade.
That was his last leap as well, so he gets eviscerated. Does take out the wave, though, and perhaps he thought that they were going to be pushing this tier 2 tower. Despite not having the Aegis anymore, JT picking up the damage rune now. So he's got Yule's, Pipe, Blink, and going for Shiva's next. Already 2,000 into that, actually.
Yep. Very curious to see when the Lincolns start coming off for Dire, right? It feels like a good Lincolns game. You can block Viper Strike, you can block the Doom, you can block... Even the Concoction can actually be really valuable in the right circumstance to block. Maybe they're not considering it too much because of Sniper. Just being able to proc it from mega long range is a bit of an issue.
We've been seeing some backpacking of Lincolns this tournament.
That's true. They could backpack it if they're clutch. Okay, this is such... This movement. Uh-oh, Celery.
Celery. I don't think he's going to get out of this. Although, Mr. Quinn is TPing off the creep. He actually gets in. The Viper Strike upon the Sand Celery does die. As Quinn, using the Hurricane Pike as the rest of his team connects. Darachi beating down X-Nova. It's going to be a 1-to-1 to start this fight. Nothing to say as BKB has now dissipated as he runs away. JT, looks like they're not going to focus on him too much, although now they're going to wrap around. And, oh, Darachi actually blinks away with the Concoction, looking for the more value kill, and nothing to say, but he mantas off the Concoction as Monet gets off the Eclipse, but there's a lot of BKB, so not a ton of damage. And now the Doom applied to the Luna, who just TPs back to base, will be able to live through it. Everybody is so damn tanky, man.
Yep. That ended up being a support trade. And again, a BKB for a Doom. Honestly, considering how that was shaping up, decent for G2IG. I thought they were going to lose multiple heroes there, but they managed to find the disengage and stay alive.
I mean, in the last few minutes, the network lead has grown in favor of Gaimin, though, I will say, despite the fights kind of being even, which I feel like would favor G2IG.
But it's also, if the gold, let's say they gain 1,000 gold every 2 minutes, are Gaimin actually gaining, or is it even when they have Doom and Alk, right? Like, it's kind of going according to expectations, so...
Well, at a certain point, Luna just farms faster than everything else.
No
okay,
BKB.
Darachi, yeah, he's dead. Plain and simple.
Now that is a big kill, and it goes to Monet. He got the demon's number in gold, the number of the beast.
Oh, yeah.
That kill was worth a lot of gold. That was, okay, that was a 2,000 gold swing. That one kill. of which Monet got about 800.
Yep, not bad.
Dire are scanning.
So Mr. Monet on a kill streak now is actually going for the Conda, it looks like. So we'll have that extra burst.
And they also get a tower to... Okay, that's probably the most important kill of the game that we just saw. A moment of... I'm not going to say he wasn't paying attention, but eventually when you are spreading thin on the map and you're looking for all this more offensive farm, there will be moments of opportunity, and that time G2IG struck.
I mean, that's Dyrachyo in a nutshell, right? It happens once a series, at the very least. Gets caught out. But that's part of the reason what makes him so great. He gets away with it most of the time.
Yeah, it's an interesting take that I think people don't consider enough when they watch Pro Dota, is all of the deaths that don't happen, right? And what they lead to. It's a lot of what makes teams successful is, you know, going as close to the line as possible without getting caught, like limit testing constantly. Because every single time he gets away with this play, he gains GPM on another carry, right? That doesn't take that risk. So it's always, you're constantly taking these risk-reward calculations into mind. That time it failed. Maybe the next 10 he's not getting caught. Unfortunately, Alchemist is like the worst hero for that to happen on.
Yeah.
So I think the risk-reward on that hero in particular makes it a little bit less appealing to stay there. And if you asked him, I'm sure he would consider that one just a flat-out mistake. But back on the horse, Gaming Gladiators, they go smoke. They just lost 6,000 gold. That's not going to dissuade them.
He's found. The Doom applied. Disruption comes out to delay things, but I believe this Razor is donezo. Gaming Gladiators with a huge kill. Now X-Nova will follow suit. Question is, what can they get out of this? Roche, we won't know for the next minute when that spawn comes up. And they obviously do have a lot of auras. And
40 seconds.
They can try to push.
There's a glyph.
Quinn did go for the shard, by the way, so he's going to do a lot of damage to these towers.
Can't wait to see him kill Luna with the tower.
Just get those stacks up.
This tower is going to melt when this fortification goes down.
25 seconds of no Razor. Arrow coming in. It's going to connect onto the Doom as Dyrachyo pops the BKB, getting out the concoction as well. Going to focus everything on the Mirana. She's dead just like that.
That was
Still 3 dead for G2IG, and Gaiman haven't really taken too much damage as the tower does fall. Does not kill a hero in the process. Now focusing on the range racks. Razor's back up though, and Gaiman likely will reset.
That was that felt like just a flat-out mistake from Boboka, that leap direction. I think he meant to turn, and maybe he got mini-stunned or something.
Fake back? No.
But yeah, if Mirana doesn't leap in and die there, perhaps they don't even suffer any casualties, but at the very least they didn't lose the barracks, but still Gaming Gladiator is probably pretty happy with being able to squeeze all of that out of one singular smoke.
Yeah.
They killed Razor, Shadow Demon, a tier 3, and almost the range barracks, and now it's just a matter of, okay, can you do it once more? The next time they have a successful move, there's guaranteed barracks in mid, there's no glyph. The other tier 2 towers are up though.
Yeah,
so
Roche number 2. Roche off is about to occur.
Razor showing mid, the rest of the team hunting though.
All right, this could be a big kill. Arrow does hit. Already at half HP is Ace. Popping that shield, but he is melting. So much damage coming from G2IG, and eventually he does pop. Like a pinata. Does have his buyback though.
Do they keep going here? Yes.
And his Doom is back in 13 seconds, so we might see the buyback come out as Tofu using the concussive grenade, but not able to get to the low ground as Monet will eventually clean him up. Takes a while. Has the double kill. The buyback did come. No BKB on Monet now as Gaiman looking for a potential fight. Nothing to say pretty damn fast, but Dyrachyo shows up out of nowhere, forcing the BKB out of nothing to say. The Doom's still available. Ace at half HP though as JT getting beat down by Dyrachyo. Will try to reset now that the static link is applied to him. So a soft back from Gaming Gladiators. And they don't want this dieback to occur on Ace, despite not having used his ult at all in either engagement. And that'll break up the fight completely.
Very clutch there. Very good disruption save on X-Nova. I actually think without Eye of the Vizier, that's a dead Sand King. So important neutral item choice from him in that situation to have that little bit of extra cast range. And they will get out. This game is really hanging on a knife's edge. You feel like the next Roche is going to determine so damn much. If Gaming Gladiators don't manage to get this one, the way these fights are developing, I don't know if they have enough in the tank come the next 15 minutes. So the clock feels like it's...
If they could force a fight now, though, they have more ultimates. Luna's is down for like 30 seconds. Doom, we talked about already up, but Yeah, we're going to see the separation now from G2IG, so that should buy enough time for everything to come back.
Surely they're not just flat out conceding this Aegis, right? They're actually just giving up the whole...
Number,
they have
second
good
time?
wards. Okay, they're connecting. Do they have a smoke? They don't have a smoke, and they obviously don't have Moonlight Shadow because Solar Flare is what everybody seems to be taking right now.
Yeah.
So,
Are scanning.
this is pretty awkward, actually.
Yeah,
There's
Roche
the roar.
belching, so they know that he is
There's
being
the smoke.
attacked.
Baboka doing his best to connect them
Or
fast.
pretty low. I don't know if they're going to get this in time. In fact, they're not.
They're too late.
So everything goes the way of
They might take the fight anyway.
Potentially, the Aegis goes to Viper again. As Monet cutting them off from the other side. Quinn is going to be the one that breaks the smoke. There's a Solar Flare popped. Get the Burrow Strike on the bottom side. They delete the Sniper. Tofu just blown up. Arrow connected on the Alchemist onto the high ground. As Baboka getting in pretty deep. Quinn going to tank a lot of this damage. This is going to be life number one. It's not going to say already popped the BKB. And now they surround Quinn. And surely Gamer are going to try to fight here. As JT going in with the epicenter, and Quinn is just getting destroyed. No chance to even attack there. And even Celery follows suit. Zoraccio has to hightail away with a TP. So in the end, they get the Aegis, or they consume it, I guess, and they also get 3 kills from the G2IG side.
Just absolute genius to let them take Roche there. Love that choice. Now, that was obviously an amazing result for G2IG, but imagine how much better it would have been if that fight had broken out while they were Roshing. That could have just flat out won the game. Now, it still puts them in a very, very good position to slow this down. Aegis out of the hands. What do they have? They only have a banner to show for it right now on the Sniper, so maybe Gaimin try to put that banner to use and push top, but I just don't think their lead is meaningful enough anymore. Monet is reaching critical levels on the Luna Conda and now completing a Butterfly in just a moment. He is easily the strongest hero in this game. Same net worth as an Alchemist at 35 means you're doing great on any hero. And we're seeing Nothing to Say actually have... He's 1-4-4. I feel like he's having maybe the biggest impact in his entire team on this Razor. The amount of vision, the amount of space he's creating, the amount he's anti-carrying every single fight by just zoning heroes out, getting static link on the right target, breaking the fight up so Gaimin can't. You know, if you look at their lineup, they really want to be a ball that stands their ground and just delivers. And he keeps breaking them apart. And that's what's opening up the fight so much for the Sand King Mirana to land combinations, for the Luna to come in and just long-range burst them. This is going really, really well now for the side of G2IG, and without a fumble here, I think they've weathered the worst part of the storm now of this game.
Yep, another shard goes their way, this time JT. Yeah, they definitely seem like they're in the driver's seat right now. And the question is, how well does the game inside scale with what they picked this year?
Right, and what's their plan B? Because this was not plan A. I'm positive about this. This was, they drafted for the game to be over now. So now that that didn't happen, are you just going to slow the game down and try to play for third Roche and hope you get that one cleanly? Or are you going to try to force the issue with some sort of major smoke play with this Bloodthorn that Alk is completing? You need to start strategizing and get a good idea here of how to solve this problem. I think if you lose a singular team fight, you probably just lose the whole base. All the tier 2s are down, so Luna's going to eat your base.
Oh, there's still a tier 2.
Is there one? Oh, the mid one. Okay, I couldn't see it because the hero icons are so big on my screen. But that would be an easy cleanup as well because they're constantly pushing out mid and they have good vision there too to even make a jump. Speaking of a jump. Oh my.
The Conda destroy. Hand of Gaben keeps him alive. They're actually going to walk it off.
Okay.
What the hell? That was a ping pong match of an HP bar right there.
That was very close.
But yeah, that Conda just showing its worth in spades as the tier 2 tower will be the target for G2IG. Should be able to get it uncontested. But the smoke coming from Gaimin looks like they want to fight despite not having the Chen ult at the ready. They scan on the high ground as the rabbit is stuck in mid-air. Cool animation there. And Baboka, he's starting to get really farmed as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's another potential scaling hero here in that Mirana that could pivot. With Solar Flare, you're only 1 or 2 items away from becoming a third carry in the game.
As the Dragonlance.
What do you think of his build? Shout out to Sir Action Slacks with the 2 boots. Just missing 4 of them.
Yeah, just still missing the rest, but it's on his way, learning slowly.
Yeah. Maybe that's the biggest difference between the two, is that Boboka buys them when they make sense, and Slacks just buys them because he's tilted at you for playing Lifestealer poorly in the safe lane.
Yeah.
So it's jungle for the rest of the game. And buys one of every boot. And it's like, no, I'm not toxic, you are.
Oh, we got a Wind Waker sighting on JT.
Yep.
So even harder to kill. Did not, actually he's going for the Bloodstone next, but panel talked about the fact that against Doom, you want to
reaction
prioritize.
from Rush. Okay.
Lots of blinks out. Ace, though, stuck in a very precarious spot. Oh my goodness, the pause. What the horse happens next?
All right.
Does Doom die? I mean, that's a yes. Let's be real. Let's go for a harder one. Who wins this team fight?
I'm going to say Doom dies as the only hero.
Okay, that would be very fitting, actually. The Razor was doomed. Will run away as the pipe is starting to dissipate on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Monet posturing a bit, and it looks like you might be right. You win the grand prize of nothing.
Is that dinner?
Oh, God, no. Never. You owe me a $100 dinner. Okay, they're going to group back up with this next wave. And we've seen it time and time again, Cinderin. Once this tower goes down, Luna just destroys
Oh, he just got stun chained. He has no buyback.
He's dead forever, it seems. No buyback at all as Dyrachyo has to pop the BKB in retreat. That literally might be game over with Luna in your base.
I mean, surely it is.
Nothing
you have
saved.
a minute and no tier 2s. I just triple checked mid. It's gone. They don't even need to.
They're going for Throne. Yeah, they're going to try to force these buybacks, which are not available at all. So just one lane of racks, and it might just be GG. Forcing this game 3. Already the tier 4s fall, and just the Ancient is exposed now as Dyrachyo can only look on as he uses his Nullifier for the first time in the game, and then slowly dies in the Sandstorm. And that is going to be the end of game 2. My goodness, G2IG really showing up after a pretty poor performance in game 1.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do. They avoided the critical timing of the first 25 minutes. They made sure to not bleed too many heroes when it matters the most. And, you know, I think there's something to be said about having a bad game 1, and then you could tell on the player cams during the draft that they weren't really out of it. At least X-Nova was.
They were smiling.
They were like, okay, we have a good idea. We know what went wrong. You know, sometimes you mess up, and they also have the freedom of going in as clear underdogs in this series. So it's like even if things go poorly, that's kind of the expected outcome. So being able to bounce back like this is a really good showing. Now, something we didn't really talk about in that game that I want to mention: Sniper has a pretty bad win rate.
He's garbage.
They first garbage this hero and ran at position 4, and he had a couple cute plays with the concussive grenade, and he had a couple kills early and a nice TP mid. And despite all of that, I don't know if that's the path that Gaming Gladiators should be focusing on going with this hero. I feel like they have better strategies and better options to offer, but that said, that was a fair and square. You know, Gaming Gladiators, wasn't like they weren't trying to win that game in whatever way they could.
Would you take a Luna on your team if it means you have a Sniper? Just out of curiosity, because one has a horrible win rate, the other one has a god tier win rate.
So then it's 50% chance to win.
That's right.
Every time.
Is that correct?
I mean, that means if you're playing against a team that's better than you, it's a good strat. Because then 50% is good, right?
That's true. As now you've gotten stupider, let's go to the panel to get smarter again.
Thank you very much, Sunsweat and Cinderin. Yeah, that Sniper win rate is not looking too hot. We'll talk about some win rates of some other heroes potentially seen in this game. But first, let's give credit where credit is due. We saw G2IG go for another Luna lineup. And our main question, Lacoste, was can they delay the game long enough for Luna to come online? Can this game last long enough? Which in the first game was not the case. But they adjusted perfectly.
They did. I would separate this game in potentially 3 parts, where the first part of the game does belong to Gaming Gladiators, where they're owning, they have this Doom, they have this Alchemist, creating gold pretty much out of nothing, staying 4 or 5k gold ahead, and then you have domination from G2IG as well. If it came down to a third part, potentially, this is where Gaming would be strong again. They needed to potentially delay the game for another good 20 minutes until Viper gets level 25. He gets that universal. Sniper starts to deal some physical damage as well. Never came down to that. G2IG, they understood when they need to be strong, fighting some really nice fights. Ace, he had a pretty rough one. The chase potential wasn't there. We expected something that's gonna be able to zip in, maybe start the fight, be a follow-up stun of some kind, but they picked this Viper as a response to Razor, and as I said after the draft ended, this is not the hero that they expected to have in their lineup, so definitely lacked some control and some chase potential once they dropped that Doom.
Like, when you pick up the Viper, like, they utilized it early quite nicely. Like, lane, Razor did really well. Razor actually pulled ahead a little bit. But in the game, when you build up this lead, for Gaming to make some kind of positional mistakes, it gives G2IG with the scaling lineup the ability to, enter the game. Like, they're actually at 28 minutes, he dives top by himself, like 10, 11k lead. They then go middle, reset, then Ace gets picked off whilst Dirachi is now farming the camp next to mid lane. It's like there's a 4 or 5 minute window of the game where Gaming isn't a bundle, isn't together. When you look at these heroes, it's be together, push down lanes, utilize the advantage that you expect to make. And if you get picked off, then of course a Luna, Razor, Sand these are going to completely outscale you. So I think, yeah, Gaming, they had a very tempo-based draft. They're used to closing out games very quickly, but they kind of blundered a little bit. And of course, props to G2IG, capitalizing on bad positioning, being ready to get the kills, and then actually making sure that they can convert that into winning the game.
Yeah, I think Gaimin didn't expect Razor to play so well from the mid lane because they picked Viper as a counter pick, but Razor won the lane anyway. I mean, up until, a dive happens, support rotations come through, Tofu gets a double kill and all of that, but because Razor did not lose this lane with the gotcha pick, G2IG were able to make decisive early game movements where even though they were behind in net worth, they had that 3-man smoke where they ended up killing Viper first, then the rest of Gaimin, getting gold wherever they could. Meanwhile, Luna was farming comfortably. And at some point, all you had to do was make sure you didn't lose your buildings, and you had a Solar Flare Mirana support buffing up your Luna and your Razor. You also had a Shadow Demon who, whenever a target got doomed, was disrupting the Doom target, keeping them out of taking damage or dying for 5 seconds. So all of their draft came together really beautifully towards the end, and Gaimin just couldn't close out.
And highlight 0014 for JT's Sand King.
0014, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good start for him. That should make him smile.
Yeah, it should make him smile. But yeah, after the first game to second game, it's like, this is the type of draft that if your Sand King doesn't step up in the right time, you can fall apart. If your Razor isn't willing to sacrifice his farm to help the team, you fall apart. If your Luna doesn't make an early move, you fall apart. Like, this is such a high-risk lineup due to the greed that you always need to be able to poke your opponent. And then if your opponent ever misplays, that's when you're ready. And again, credit to G2IG, they always seem to be ready to fight even when they were down. So then when Gaimin actually kind of got a little bit too relaxed, boom, they're ready. And yeah, with this scoreline, 93% kill participation, he never got a kill, but look at his items. He's getting Shivas, he's got Pipe, he's got Wind Waker to help his team out. He's even making sure he's on the side of the map getting the Lotuses in case he needs to help his team by the burst of heal. I think
giving some people some bingo points too.
Yeah, he's doing good. JT, much better game.
And look at that itemization too. Wind Waker, an item that got super nerfed, fallen out of favor, but they itemized for the Doom. They had the Lincolns on the Razor, they had the Wind Waker to buy time on whoever gets doomed. You just throw them up in the air, and then of course the disruption from Shadow Demon. Whereas a target getting doomed and dying was Gaimin's key way of fighting later on in the game. They countered it completely through itemization and correct play.
And we also seen Monet teeping out once or twice, having a really good read while being doomed, that he can get out because he knows that they have very limited amount of stuns and they're keeping the front line pretty busy. So he TPs out, resets. We've also seen some buybacks coming out from the Doom. They try to save the sniper, didn't get anything out of that, and then kind of game fell pretty short for them. And I think Luna, we are saying quite a lot of these heroes are becoming more popular as expected, seeing how the group stage is going to develop, that these are not going to be the heroes that's going to be picked 2-3 days after the group stage ends. So Luna, I think we're going to see more of a hero. This hero is becoming super popular, has so much to offer in the laning stage. We're paired up with pretty much any hero. You have that kill threat and is a super farm machine.
Yeah. Luna, we're going to definitely see a lot of. And as some heroes are rising in stock, some heroes should be decreasing in stock. Last 2 days, as in yesterday and today, Doom has been picked 8 times. Lacoste, 0 wins. Is Doom a trap? 0 and 8.
Judging by the numbers, it is. Coming into this tournament, Road to TI, I didn't expect Doom to be popular. Then I saw Falcons playing in one of their opening series, and everybody started to copy what they're doing. Doom had a pretty good success. It's Falcons, so you kind of try to copy what they're doing. They're one of the best teams out there, but seems like he's falling short. I also think it comes down the hero pairing. We've seen quite a lot of these Doom lineups that don't have any way to have that second stun, third stun, keep them in place. Something for... He's also not the type of a carry that allows... offlaner that allows your carry to deal extra damage. In terms of when we talk about some combinations with Mirana, Windranger, when paired up with Mars, he drops that arena. These carries go in and deal insane amount of damage in 5-6 seconds.
Thoughts, Effie, on this Doom?
I think that out of all of the offlaners that buy you auras, Doom is the least comfortable one in doing so, because this hero typically has items. He has games where he needs to play for himself and not his team. Whereas heroes like Sand King and Mars and Underlord, they have a very cookie cutter itemization. Sometimes your Doom, you need to buy that BKB. You just can't help it. You can't blink in without getting stunned. Other times you just need to catch up a little bit more. Maybe you need a Shiva's for vision. And I think we're also seeing him in response to Sand King. And I just think Sand King's a stronger hero.
Fair enough.
Also have to note that range carries naturally make Doom a worse offlaner. Because when you play on Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade Chasedown, if we were talking about any melee carry meta, Doom's such a strong laner, right? Percentage damage, you chase your opponent down, you put the shrapnel slow, you're going to keep the carry at low HP. When you're against Luna, Windrunner, Lina, any other range core, they are so far away from Doom's damage that he never really gets to become the pressuring hero.
And just an added note is, I think that with Doom, you draft him so early in the draft that teams already know how to play against this hero, because he's been in the meta for a few years now. It's been a few years of having to play around a lot of Doom. So I'm looking at today's games where he had a terrible showing, right? In Falcons versus Beastcoast, there was a Doom versus Medusa. So Doom got countered because he came out early in the draft by a Medusa carry, which is his hardest matchup from the carry lane. Another game, he's playing against Centaur. Stampede counters Doom, so teams are itemizing around Doom. In the third game, there was nothing really countering the Doom. It just lost. But then today, he played versus Sand King every other time as a counter to his Bloodstone heal. But every time we see Sand King versus Doom, Sand King hits his item timings, buys the Lotus Orb, or is just too strong. Even when he gets doomed, at that point in the game where you're dooming your Sand King, he's already 2 items up and he tanks it.
So maybe no Doom in game number 3. We should focus on game number 3 as well, because we've seen gaming in first game, they had stellar tempo there, T. But then the second game, I kind of feel like they got thrown off guard a little bit.
Yeah, I'd like to see G2IG utilize the knowledge from this game and also the Extreme series, because gaming have struggled when their opponent has better teamfight and eventual scaling. When those two factors come into play, if you're disciplined and don't fall to the pace that gaming set, you can see the heroes that they're playing, right? It's Chen, Monkey, Lone Druid, Alk also wants to play quick. There's so much speed in these heroes that there is a fall off, right? If they don't draft some insurance policy, which again, sometimes they don't, you are going to be able to outscale them. Extreme did it really well. G2IG in this game was able to exploit it. I think that is the key to beating gaming. But to do that, you have to be at your best game. You make a single mistake, your greed, your scaling gets picked apart. So if they can get that confidence and have a defensive lineup, that's the perfect recipe to getting themselves to the upper bracket.
It's very important between 10 and 25 minute mark that you don't lose too much advantage when playing against Gaiman. Because if they go for another one of these drafts where they fully focus on early stages of the game, where they're getting the extra gold, they're dominating the laning stage, suddenly you have 5, they even had 10, 11k gold at one point. They were kind of close to closing out the game, but not really, because they defended really well. We've seen, mistake from Bobokel leaping in, pretending to be a Superman on this Mirana, died off instantly. So some of these mistakes are going to get punished. They just couldn't keep the momentum, but they got relatively close to closing out the game.
But also there's the elephant in the room of the last pick Viper for Gaiman. When we talk about Gaiman's heroes and their drafts, Viper isn't a hero that they run because it's very slow. It's not very Quinn stylistic in that it rotates the side lanes and can be present in multiple places. Sure, it can farm fast, and sure, you were in a group up at some point, but you last picked a hero to counter another hero, and that didn't work. That's probably the part of the draft where it fell apart for gaming.
Well, that seems like an easy fix.
It does. Now that I'm thinking about, potential heroes that they could have picked, because they almost instantly picked Viper there. I know Quinn has toyed a lot with Queen of Pain in his clubs.
He's also played it earlier this event already.
That would have been a delightful hero.
It's a what?
In the previous sorry, I just jumped in. I got excited. I remember me and Effie were talking about heroes that could have replaced Viper. You said Queen of Pain, and then it kind of gave me a jolt of memory. Like, yes, we were talking about that. Like Queen of Pain would have been a nice pick. Like you blink away from the link, you don't care about, like you trade farm with Razor, but the explosive entry to the game sets pressure on like an SD on the back lane.
Yeah. You have so much more presence as well on the side lanes where you can gank. Viper is probably one of the worst heroes in the game to move because he's super slow. And if it's not successful, if you don't have anybody to set things up, it's going to be a fail. Sure, you're going to continue to farm up, but you're also losing time, losing some gold and XP while doing that.
And also just like looking back at the draft, not just the Viper, there are like blunders that you kind of forget when heroes get let through that aren't let through often, like Doom, for example, which is very contested. Shadow Demon, like you forget about Shadow Demon countering Doom really hard. So you pick Doom and then you just forget that there's a Shadow Demon that exists within the draft pool that you haven't prepared for.
Quick trivia panel. In what year was the last time that Quinn won on Viper in a professional match?
2021.
You have the Dota buff open.
Yeah, I have that page open.
Absolute genius. Okay, trivia over, guys.
No, I don't. Well, what do you think? I'm like checking Quinn, what he has played in which year?
Well, that's what I'm doing.
On top of my head, I have a good memory.
You are a genius. Well, congratulations on the cost. I will give you your gold star after the panel's concluded. But yes, 2021. It's been 3 years since this man won.
When did he do it? What moment? How important was the match?
It was against Tundra in a qualifier game in which he played with the old Quincy Crew lads. So it's quite some time ago. Under a different team name. But
was it in the finals?
Nah, it was early on. Didn't mean much. Yeah.
You know who could have also replaced the Viper? We talked about Queen of Pain.
I forgot about Quinn. I was like,
No, the Viper.
Yep.
Leshrac also could have worked. Could have been nice.
Yeah, could have been decent. Yeah. Razor comes up with a link, you press the old DiMaggio and kill him off, so yeah, been a good option.
Could have been the case, but all of those options were not chosen. And thus we are here. Game number 3, deciding match. One more game will decide which one of these two teams will go upper bracket and which will start in the lower bracket. Their opponent already know in the upper bracket it is Nouns. In the lower bracket, the team that loses here will have the honor of going up against defending champions Team Spirit in the lower bracket. That must not be a nice prospect. So there's a lot of pressure on this one game. And we got G2IG on the Radiant side, Gaming Gladiators on the Dire side. And it is overall first pick going the way of Gaming Gladiators went for Shadow Demon. And we got G2IG instant reaction with, once again, the Enchantress.
I'm just hooking on the part where you thought, if Gaming loses...
Yeah, we have Gaming Spirit in the lower bracket first round.
And in the upper bracket, we've got like Extreme Burst Liquid, and then we also have like Tundra and Falcons. Like we got all like the big teams against each other, so we can force them to the lower bracket, so we actually get some spicy playoffs. I'm sorry, Gaming, but you got to do it for the storylines, lads.
I mean, there'll be this series and the series we saw before this as well with Nouns versus Spirit could have been the most pivotal series we've seen in terms of how the bracket will play itself out.
This game means so much. Like if Gaming do go lower bracket, like suddenly there's so many more opportunities. So again, we'll see if they get there.
Hey, you're right, Chiefs. Like Nouns were an agent of chaos.
Yeah.
Like they created an outcome or a potential outcome that other teams didn't have on their radar. Like meeting Team Spirit in the first round of lower bracket, that's not something either of these teams are thinking about. But now they are. And even though Team Spirit lost today, they're still Team Spirit, right? They're not an enemy people want to face.
And they are not going to go out without a fight either way. So it's going to be spicy regardless who's going to go up against them. Also, for X-Nova, who was interviewed earlier a couple days ago, he specifically mentioned, and this was the team without hesitation, if he was going to mention the strongest teams, Gaming Gladiators was at the top of his list. And if he is able with his team to knock them to the lower bracket, that would be amazing. I would love to see that. But I also know that it could go either way.
Yeah, I think seeding matches in general give you the momentum, because it's like if you're a lower seed team beating a higher seed team, it just pushes you even further.
Yep.
Just like we're halfway through the draft.
Oh, the duo is broken up. Shadow Demon and Mirana on separate teams for the first time in this series.
You know what's a good duo? Kunkka and Shadow Demon. I think this hero could work out really well here for Gaming, just because you have that X mark, which is always going to be nice against Mirana. You have set up with your Shadow Demon if you want to do it. Wind Ranger, even though there is Shadow Demon on their side, which is good, so you can, remove some of the stuff you have with the Shard, of course, but there is also Enchantress, so I thought maybe the hero's not going to be as contested, seeing that 2 heroes do have ways of dispelling that wind run early on.
Yeah, Enchantress is a very good hero at ganking Windranger early on. That's probably her biggest strength. Because later on, the enchant on Windranger isn't easy to do. Because, you're walking into a whirlwind, and potentially a Daedalus whirlwind. You're walking in so that you can enchant her, because that spell's been nerfed. The cast range isn't high. But early on, you go through the Twin Gate, you have a creep, you have another enchant ready. That Windranger carry dies so fast. But luckily for her, she does have Shadow Demon Marcy supports. Marcy can reposition with Dispos. Shadow Demon can buy time with Disruption. So she is well protected.
So what about Luna then? As she is still in, could still be picked up by G2IG if they want to have Mirana once again. And as a support, it would mean that X-Nova will be the Enchantress rather than Baboka. Could also be Gaming Gladiator still. We saw earlier Falcons moving the Windranger to the position 4. It's something that Gaming could be doing as well. Is it still in contention, or are we writing her off for the remainder of this game?
Whoa. Back to you, Governor.
I'm
looking for something.
Yeah, I'm thinking potentially, if you are to pick it, you pick it here with so much confidence because you just lock it in. But I like the idea of keeping Mirana a little bit alive in the draft. Therefore, you would pick your mid lane. Again, it's a difficult position to draft here because, like the other lads have mentioned, Gaming have kind of locked in a very strong support duo with a carry that can be protected. So ganking can be a little bit difficult, even though on paper you expect it to go well. It is probably going to be the opposite way around. And I think just for draft, it's really now, if you're the coach, you're going to nothing to say on Monet. It's like, who can I give last pick and it be the value? Like, you're asking which one wants to step up.
Muerta. It is time. If there's been a time to pick the hero, never mind, it's going to be Lina. I'm just thinking, you're going to be playing against Marcy, all physical. Then you have Shadow Demon. You don't care too much about ulti. You're going to stand your ground against the Windranger. The item that you buy, I see. One day, Doracio played it once. I do expect this.
I do like the times where I'm looking something up, guys, and every time it's like Muerta.
His notes is just a single picture of Muerta.
Yeah, but he has a shift.
Yeah, he has a shift.
Like the Muerta.
I gotta say, a little disappointed in the teams.
No, but at some point, she will be picked.
She will be picked, and I will not say it.
You'll look like a genius.
Okay.
It is that Racho that played her earlier. You think maybe there's still a chance on the other side?
No, I think this is Windranger plus Marcy in the safe lane. That's super strong lane.
Okay.
Muerta is going to be the carry that you pick when Windranger's out, Lina is out, Luna is out, Mirana is out,
all of them out.
Rao is out.
Yeah.
So she's way down the list.
I like her
eventually.
as a response to Windranger. Immune to physical damage, the items that you buy, Maelstrom procs you can buy into MKB as well. Feels really good, but Whiskey Risky comes in. It's been a couple of days since we've seen the hero. At the start of the groups, the hero was relatively popular.
For the new viewers to Dota, what's that hero?
It's the Vizirizzi, the Visage.
Visage! Thank you, the big bird.
I think that Visage in this draft looks very scary right now because Lina's incredibly easy to pressure. There aren't save supports on the side of G2IG. There is nothing really that can protect her early on. It's paired with Marcy, which is an incredibly strong lane duo. Marcy is one of the heroes that can handle Lina quite well because you get a few points in rebound and you have the range to reach her, jump on her, and she's getting burst down to full with these soul assumption charges. So there needs to be some kind of reactive hero that can respond to Visage's aggression once he hits level 6, once he's pressuring that tower.
Yeah.
It has to happen from the mid lane.
Yeah. And that's where obviously the nothing to say puck comes into mind. They're banning out the Prophet. Nature's Prophet naturally. We've not really seen a lot. To get into a final phase ban as well is pretty rare, but just a high playmaker from G2IG that can prevent the aggression that Effie's mentioning will help a lot. It's sometimes when you look at drafts, it's what hero, if shut down, breaks the draft from playing? And now it's Visage is the beacon of everything for gaming. If he doesn't have a game, everyone else is waiting for Windrunner to come out of the jungle, to finish the Maelstrom, to finish the BKB. So yeah, find a mid that can bring that. And they actually banned Puck themselves, so I guess they are respecting that Quinn could snipe the hero away, block pick it. So even though they want it, it's okay, let's just prevent Quinn from playing one of his star heroes.
Or they already have a hero in mind. One of the spirits that's still in. They're one of the few teams that actually played Ember.
Yeah, Ember still fits the bill. Again, it's once we see Quinn's hero, nothing to say. It's like,
what do you
again,
want
in
to
this
play?
position, like, earlier, it was like, you pick your mid or carry, like, who can have more value with seeing more information. They've opted for their mid lane, and now it's like, everything goes down, nothing to say. We need to win this one game. You beat Quinn when he counterpicked you. Now you get to counterpick him, beat him again, and we could be in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it is quite funny. You see the most picked heroes from Quinn. He's played a different hero every game, so his most picked hero is going to be always 1. He's played... This was his 8th game just now, and he's therefore played 8 heroes. And Ember is the one that ends up being banned, and Storm will be picked.
Storm's another very good hero for pressuring Lina. It's easy to gank her, easy to jump her. It builds Orchid if you want or need an early Orchid early on. You don't necessarily need to, but it gives you that initiation in that early game that you are lacking.
The bold pick here that we've seen from the region is the mid Riki. But against the pace of Visage could hurt them. But like finding the SD on the back line, the mischance and the nuisance with the smoke.
I'm down.
Plus, like, if you get Diffusal and it's like Quinn zips in and suddenly it's like, boom, you're now dead with silence. Like, it's a bit volatile for like a last pick, but like, I kind of want to see that from Nothing to Say.
Everybody was playing that hero. People, mid players had 10+ games on Riki. I think Riki was picked only a couple of times, but maybe something more stable, like Queen of Pain, could work out.
Also fine, yeah. Sonic Wave against the early Visage aggression is perfectly fine, but...
Or Timber, even. What happened to Timber Saw? Why did he have such a fall off today?
I think he was banned in the second game.
Yes.
Shaker.
Make a comeback. Will be Nothing to Say's first Shaker this road to the International.
Yeah, also not opposed to it, right? Like, you're going to be able to muscle up against Storm in the laning phase. Storm, even though he's a range hero, like, even with like the facet you send the Remnant in, but you're still closer to the wave than other ranged heroes. It gives you that big explosive play. You now have a lot of protection for Lina because you've got Ags jumping in on the Shaker with a BKB Kunkka. I like G2IG's lineup. I think Gaming have somewhat gone down the same route of, we want to play quick, we want to end the game, we want to be the ones that dictate everything. And if they make the mistake like they did in the last game, then I can see G2IG winning, but there's a lot of specialty on G2 now.
I think it's a bit different though, because their draft has good scaling. Like, it's good lanes, good scaling. They just lack team fights. So there's going to be a lot of like skirmishing early on and trying to keep the tempo off of that. But they're going to lack a little bit in the team fight aspect, which hopefully they just correct by buying auras and Visage and balling up. But even if they lose a few fights, their Wind Ranger will scale, their Marcy's going to scale, their Storm's going to scale. It's not too scary.
Even though Gleb Glop is like the best item right now in Dota, I don't want to see it being finished on Wind Ranger immediately. This is Maelstrom into BKB.
Yeah, it is.
And for Visage as well, I want to see auras instead of, buying Rod of Atos. You have the zip, you have the control. It's also going to be super good scaling if Marcy can get like alive out of some of these fights. If you get to your BKB, it is, but also on side of G2IG, they do have a strong draft. It's going to be, Kunkka from the off lane, good catch, Lina with the scaling, Shaker in the mid lane, not going to have that good of a time playing into Storm Spirit, but they have the lockdown against some of these heroes, which is always going to be nice. They instant jump against Wind Ranger, Storm Spirit. On the other side, unfortunately for them, there is Shadow Demon with the disruption.
I'm just happy Game 3 is close. Coming into this series, I expected Gaming to crush it. Game 1 kind of felt like that. Game 2, the bounce back. Like this third game, less about draft. It's like I kind of see both teams being happy. So hopefully that's presented and it's not just like a wash for one team. Like, it's, please, Game 3.
Should be a good one.
Fight for the upper bracket.
Even, balanced. That's the way we like it. Let's have a great game number 3 deciding game together with our commentary duo. It's Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, you guys, you won't be able to hear Pyrian Flax talk for the first 5 minutes of the game and find out what the favorite pizza toppings of each respective coach is, but instead it's going to be Synderen and myself, Sunsfan, bringing you guys game number 3 in this really hype match. The winner of this, believe it or not, faces off not against Team Spirit in the upper bracket, but Nouns.
Yes.
My goodness, it's been quite the day.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're hoping for. That's what you're hoping for from TI, right? Is surprises, new stories that you weren't expecting, and it makes the tournament feel extremely unpredictable right now. Honestly, no team is safe, is the vibe I'm getting. Teams that you might have expected to clearly either coast a series or at least end up clutching it out at the bare minimum. Doesn't really seem to be the case. Many of the favorites have really had to fight for. We saw earlier Falcons were pushed to 3 games. Now we're seeing Gaimin pushed to 3 games. We saw Spirit get 2-0'd. There's many things that you might not have thought was really a possibility or a likely outcome happen in the same day. So many new stories to be written, and this game probably no different. I really like the panel's focus on how important this game is for the entire tournament, because it's not just about who drops down. It's also, you know, the whole trajectory of imagine if Gaimin and Spirit play in round 1, right?
Yeah.
That influences everything else for many of the other potential favorites for the tournament that those two teams might eliminate. I mean, one of them would be eliminated. And in either case, whoever drops down against Spirit, I don't feel like will be a significant underdog anymore necessarily when we've seen, you know, we've seen Spirit bleed today, and now these two teams are bringing, especially G2IG in the second game, leveling up a little bit was very refreshing to see for their chances whether they win or lose this one.
Yeah, it's very obvious that they had a nice little talk with Korean Barbecue, aka Jack Chen, a very famous figure in the Dota 2 community, after that game 1, and they really bounced back because it was a rough showing in that game 1.
Yeah, for sure.
But you could look at it the other way as well, Cinderin, is that Gaimin didn't perform to their usual selves in that game number 2.
It's always two sides to it.
And looking at these lineups, what are your thoughts? Are we seeing fast gameplay?
So I think for Gaimin, it's not the same as last game in terms of like being on a timer necessarily, because X-Nova taking a beating down bottom, second soul assumption is enough.
Ooh, and that's extra gold if he took that facet.
He did indeed take death toll, so
all right.
Nice extra money there. So yeah, what I was gonna say was there's a potential for this bottom lane to be very explosive. I think Marcy Visage is a incredibly strong lane against Ench as well as Lina, because both heroes have a little bit of a hard time fending for themselves when they do get displaced, which is what Marcy does best. So they've got to be very careful not to bleed too much down there. As for GG, just play it very aggressive, keep the momentum up. It's a bit harder to feel a clear timing in this game when looking at both drafts. Then I felt last game was rather obvious, right? This time around, there's a lot more. Oh, hang on, Baboka. Oh, damn, they're getting really low up here on both heroes. Gaming Gladiators playing super aggro. Duracho on Windranger will not have the same stress on him as he did in on Alk in the last game. I think Windranger can be a super late game carry with 6 slots. I can easily get it done. And this time around, the wild card for me is Tofu not playing Sniper. He's playing Marcy. This hero can carry games from the 4 position in a way that Sniper cannot. You get a BKB, you already start becoming a threat. Suddenly you get a Basher, and then you can start solo killing cores. And that will be a nice X factor for them to have further down the stretch if this does go later. So I think Gaimin probably feel a little bit calmer about this one.
Yep, I would totally agree with that. And nothing to say. Playing in the mid Earthshaker, we've seen this pop off from time to time. Very cool hero to watch. Yep. It is against a Storm Spirit, which can, at this level, start to bully a bit, but nothing to say is off to a pretty good start in terms of CS, leading the way against Quinn, just slightly at the moment.
Yeah, we'll be forced to buy a healing salve here, though, so that's already some net worth lost, if you will, against Quinn, and an expected outcome. Arrow top from Baboka, not even remotely close. And Duracho will get the Lotus.
You scared the cameraman. Really useful co-caster we have here.
Gotta keep your eyes open. Next time it's gonna hit.
Yeah, we'll see. Finally seeing the separation of the Shadow Demon and Mirana, it feels like. That has been, I believe, on the same side for game number 1 and 2.
Yep, that is correct. And also, something unusual about this, I mean, it's early days, but we've seen a lot of Kunkka do very well in the offlane against these ranged carries in the first few waves and start building an advantage. He is losing significantly here on JT. And that has not been the story of offlane Kunkka most of the time. So that is good news for the side of Gaming Gladiators that Duracho is doing this well.
Let's talk about that a bit, because Kunkka has changed quite a bit in this last big patch in terms of his innate and whatnot. But
yeah,
if you're off to a rough start in the offlane as Kunkka, how much comeback potential do you have in this meta?
I mean, as long as
hold that thought, because Monet is getting aggressed on another soul assumption to come, and even more extra gold for Ace. Off to a very good start in this game.
I think this lane is very likely to, I'm not going to say it's going to decide the game, but it's going to decide what style G2IG will have to play come minute 10. If this lane is a disaster, as it is, it's not there yet, but it's definitely not looking too hot. Monet's recovery curve might be multiple minutes longer than you had planned, and that is not good news when you're playing against Storm and Visage as Lina. So definitely looking to potentially help that lane with Mirana. Leaving Kunkka alone against this lane does not feel nice though, but we'll see what they choose to do. For Kunkka, if the lane doesn't go too hot, you get 2 bracers, phase boots, you can farm a couple of stacked ancient camps or some sort of jungle and ultimately get to your blade mail, which is probably his item of choice here. Playing against Wind Ranger, Visage, and Storm, it seems like a nice purchase.
Yeah.
Some good damage onto Baboka here. Torrent will miss.
Shadow Poison stacks, 2 at the moment. 3rd will be there as well. Don't think he's going to get that 4th, which I think would lead to a kill if he was able to.
Tofu is really fishing for them bottom. He's just waiting for any moment of opportunity, but they did dodge it that time.
And what about Visage as a hero right now? Obviously, you talked about the lane being really strong. This is a hero that buys auras generally. Ace is one of the best in the world at playing this hero. Feels like they're very set up for him to have a great game.
Yeah, how
much counter potential does G2IG have? This?
Ironically, I don't think this, from my perspective, is one of Ace's best 5 heroes. He's
really good with so many at this.
He's really good with a lot of aura heroes, so you just think of him. But I think there are other heroes that suit him better, and that also makes the pick more interesting to me. I think specifically they were looking for something like they were talking about the Lina. Maybe that matchup really spoke to them with the Marcy combination as a lane. What do I expect from him? I mean, he's probably just going to go... He's going to get the drums first, which is very standard. Not to say instant echo.
Yep,
all right.
Dispose into... It's like, thanks for the blink dagger there. Action Slam ends up resulting in the kill onto Tofu. Nothing to say with Enchant Totem.
Oh my
Doing a lot of damage to Quinn. He does have his zip. He's going to go on in, and Duracho making his rotation.
Wow, they brought the
as a position 1 win runner, yeah.
Yeah, see, that I was thinking the exact same thing here. Was that TP worth it at all? I think Shaker was dead no matter what. Duracho does get the kill with his TP power shot, but I actually think that TP might have been unnecessary, and that freed up some nice space here for JT to recover a little bit and get a bit of a breather. But yeah, ironically, you know, the item that Shaker loved to get for free from Tier 1 neutrals, the Tumbler's toy, is effectively what Marcy gave him there. And it was very clear, nothing to say, already made the decision. He already had the decision tree in his mind there. If I get vaulted, I'm instantly ulting.
Right.
There was no hesitation, so he already mapped that out. Monet.
They're in Duracho, they run into Monet. Oh, do they have the vision for the disruption?
Yeah, power shot already went out though, so I think he might be okay here.
Duracho making his way to the other side, gets the shackle. Easy location for that as Monet now
he's dead.
away. All right, wait.
There were a lot of poison stacks.
Okay.
He had 4 stacked him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, that's even worse than dying. Now he dies and has no TP.
He has to walk all the way back. I mean, that's 2 deaths already for him.
Big rotations. Look at how aggressive and involved Duracho is. He went mid, then he went bot, and now he's back to top. So opening up, like I said, didn't really agree too much with the mid move, but this bottom move I think was really nice. And he's back up to the top lane, claiming his level 6. And Visage now, as a result of this kill, will get 6. So I think drums into... I guess drums, pipe, seems solid here in the Visage.
Oh,
that's
oh, there.
Okay.
Just a little off.
Okay. Where's the question mark, Quinn? Bring it back. A little bit,
Quinn doesn't really do that very often. Only in public games. Not in these professional matches. As Ace, looks like the Tier 1 tower is just his. I don't know if they're going to come defend this.
It's extremely difficult to hold this tower. They know there's support back up there. Lina and Dench are extremely vulnerable to getting just collapsed on, and I think a good play call to not pursue any defense here. The question is, what are you going to do instead? Like, if you're just running circles top and nobody's there, that feels pretty bad. So ideally, they would have liked to make their own move of the same kind and to start poking this top tower, but it's been pretty slow.
Duracho made his way over there as well. Not going to find anybody. You can see basically the counter here for G2IG is to just pressure the Tier 1 top. As we can see, nobody is there for game in.
Eventually they got started on it pretty slowly, but I guess they'll get it. Duracho on Monet.
Okay, steals a creep.
That was
not looking for a kill though.
Absolutely riveting action. Top tower will fall, so tower trade at the end of the day, not looking too shabby there for G2IG, honestly, considering how that started out. I thought they were just going to lose a tower for free, but
Yeah,
They do get a trade of their own.
Macho just wasted so
now
much
mid
time,
is
but-
where the action is going to be at. Will Gaiman collapse? A classic Gaiman. Take the safe lane tower, bring your offlaner with either a Ravage, or in this case the Visage with drums, bring that into mid, kill the mid hero, and take that tower. G2IG have to see this coming right now. And
well,
see
Celery
nothing to
just-
say post defensively.
Indeed.
He's still walking a little bit forward here. It's almost like he's baiting them to try him out.
There is an Enchantress nearby. X-Nova level 4 right now at almost a 10-minute mark, so a bit under leveled.
Oh, this is a good move from Gaiman. Monet, perfect read that he's in this camp right now.
Quinn looking for the rune, but Monet is the one getting ganked. He's going to spot them first. Shadow Poison gets the vision.
Done.
Disruption with the familiars nearby is going to be an easy cleanup. Death number 3
Such
on
a nice
Monet.
gank. That was really, really nice. Torrent?
Might turn into a good old-fashioned team fight as Celery looks like he's going to take a boat to the face. Soul Assumption doing a decent amount of damage against X-Nova, but Celery's going to be able to die. Well done to him. As Tofu might be next, trying to apply as much pressure to Baboka as possible to end up going kill the way of Ace. So it's a 2 for 2 as X-Nova continually takes Soul Assumptions over and over and over. As the
nice Torrent might have saved it.
familiars. No, Soul Assumption from far away is Ace.
Oh, no way.
Double kill, TP attempt.
Oh.
But he will die.
Wow,
in the
that
midst
was
of it.
so close. That resummon into double bird stun to try to TP out in front of Kunkka was really cute, but Monet was there and the Centaur as well. So all said and done, I mean, I really like the gank on the Lina. Ultimately, I think this is a relatively even trade. But Ace losing a second set of birds definitely does suck. Now he's going to respawn with no birds for a minute and a half. Makes his hero feel extremely frail and weak. But still, a 2k lead for the Gladiators is solid. I think the current game state, Duracho, also worth noting, had a lot of time to himself up top. So he's just been farming up a storm.
Yeah, well, nothing to say now has his Blink Dagger on the way, and I'm assuming they're going to try to use this to try to create as much space as possible for Monet to get back in this game, because he is bottom net worth in terms of the cores in this game. I mean, he's been getting bullied constantly. So we'll see if that creates enough pressure. This game in... I'm not sure if they're going to be surprised by this. 12-minute Blink Dagger with the Earthshaker missing now.
Yeah. Celery broke it.
Yep, Celery.
Okay, that is the shortest smoke of the game.
Okay, very nice.
Of the series so far.
Arcane Rune is denied by the Satyr.
Starting to mount some pressure. They really want to put some pressure with this.
Oh,
nice
the
combo.
arrow action.
Disrupt.
Again, but the disruption from Celery on the
Echo?
north side. Yep, Echo with the creep wave. That is a lot of damage. Quinn evaporates.
Really heads up play there. They wanted to go and push this tower anyway because of the siege creep, so they bring in the Ench with a Satyr from the side, and they find a nice combination with the level 1 fissure into arrow. Not even a guaranteed connection. Force out the disruption and then the timing on the wave. Could not have been any better there for G2IG. Beautiful stuff. They will not get the tower, but they get a core kill and they force rotation, and that is space for Monet, which is sorely needed. As he, when is the last time this tournament we've seen Lina in 6th?
Yeah, it's
not where the hero
But
wants to be.
the mid laner for Gaiman, Mr. Quinn, around the same net worth.
Yep.
And the fact that JT has bounced back so aggressively on that Kunkka as
X-Nova.
X-Nova is spotted, will eventually be taken out. It's going to be a bit of an annoyance. Soul Assumption into a couple right clicks will do it.
Almost felt like they were trying to give the kill to Visage there for the death toll.
Well, actually, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Definitely not. He is very rich. Haven't really talked about that. Ace, obviously that exchange down bottom that turned into a relatively even just exchange of like 4 or 5 heroes. He came out on top on a lot of those kills and therefore is sitting on the 8k net worth. Drums as well as Vlad's now starting to work on that expected pipe. And this move mid is really, really crucial. And IG know this. They're bringing heroes in spades here to try to hold this, but Ace might get a flank. Oh, he's getting pinged out by Baboka. So does realize this is dangerous territory. But look at where all heroes are placed on the map at 14 minutes. That was like a 5-on-5 with everyone in the center of the map.
They've been
no
watching
fight.
some replays, I'll tell you that, against the Gaiman Gladiators. Because this is a very standard move from them. But you can see the Lina starting to go up the charts now, ahead of Quinn. So Quinn is now the bottom net worth for cores, despite getting that last kill, in fact. But yeah, Monet is going to have a much better time getting back in this game now that he's got that Maelstrom.
Ace looking for a flank, but there is a nothing to say hiding.
He's got his Echo Slam, and he's going to use it onto 2 with the Fissure to follow. Do they have enough damage to take out Visage? Yes! Ace is dead. Tofu next.
Beautiful
Boca
bait.
gets the double kill. Masterfully done.
You really gotta say, like, G2IG woke up after game 1. I'm very impressed with how that game, so many things went wrong, and they were able to reset entirely and make this a competitive series. It feels like plays like this would not have been orchestrated and communicated that well in the first game. It's just, it's on a different level. It's like we know this team is capable of great things, but it's just so hit or miss across the year. But when they do hit, they're able to pull off things like this, and that one was huge. It was Ace dying. That's the biggest kill on the map.
I mean, just look at their lineup. The names. These are huge names in the Chinese scene. The fact that they've been kind of struggling from time to time has been more of a surprise than anything this calendar year. But Jack Chen, Korean Barbecue, always finds a way, Cinderin.
Yeah.
And Ace, they still have not taken this tier 1 tower down, and they're going to have to wait even longer.
Yeah, Kunkka is starting to reach a very concerning point for the Dire side, where if he goes in with Blade Mail and his boat is running, I actually think they can't really deal with him. They have to kite him out and wait, focus on other heroes. And considering the start JT had, him being top net worth in his team now is a very good look for him, obviously. Now, as we are singing G2IG's praises, still should keep in mind that Gaming Gladiators are doing very hot on Dyrachyo in this one. Top of the net worth together with Ace. The next 3 obviously on the side of the Radiant. But a lot of the net worth that G2IG do have on Gaming is supports. So can they convert this 1k support lead into a meaningful item that will make a difference? Remains to be seen, so.
Well, now we have an Orchid on Quinn.
Yeah, that's a big item. Allows him to solo kill Lina.
If you can find her.
Yeah, that's the big if. Getting that vision out. Of course, it's going to get incrementally harder as she gets the Gleipnir, but until then, there is a moment of opportunity. And when you do buy this item on Storm, I think if he ends up just chilling and farming a lot, it feels kind of bad. When you buy this item, you want to activate your hero with your teammates and really play around Visage. So he is going to farm some stack here, which is completely fine, of course, but really like to see Quinn get involved with this Orchid pickup and not just use it for farming.
Yeah, it's not great for farming, it turns out.
It's okay.
I mean, it's not the worst, but it's not the
attack
purpose
speed
for
and mana
buying
regen.
it.
It's not like it's a...
Yeah, but it's not like a Battlefield. You're not buying it to farm.
Yeah, I think you should have bought Battlefield and Storm. Gives mana regen too, so, you know.
Yeah, technically true.
Remember back in Dota when people used to buy Battlefield and Wind Ranger?
No.
That was actually a thing at one point.
Wow, no wonder you were a pro player.
That was not me buying it. I was losing to it.
Oh.
That's even worse.
That's even worse.
Nah, it was a different time. The item was actually quite decent on Wind Ranger back then.
Classic days. Smoke from Gaimin. Try to use some of their vision here as they're going to delete the ward and potentially connect with Quinn. Yeah, he's now smoked up, so this will be the Orchid reveal. He's going to have a haste rune as well. Going to wait a bit, try to bait somebody in potentially. Nothing to say though, seems to be somewhat ready for this mid-aggression. There's the big zip.
Oh, I don't know about this
and
one.
The Orchid, nothing to say, looking for the Echo Slam. He gets it onto 2 with the Enchant Tone involved, but there is the disruption to save 1 as Quinn now pretty low. He might have to back away. The big boat comes in, X-Nova, relatively low as well, but the Earthshaker's the first to fall for G2IG, and JT looks to be next on the list as Gaming Gladiators are winning this handily. X-Nova slowed to a crawl. This is going to be likely the 3rd kill if they can find him around the trees. Indeed they do. Double kill for Celery of all players.
Okay, that was so close in so many ways. So the Echo Slam response there from Shaker is good, but the follow-up isn't quite there. They get the very good disruption from Celery. Dyrachyo gets his BKB off that. Like the panel was talking about, they were hoping he would go Maelstrom BKB and then not immediately get the Gleipnir, and that's exactly what he did. Without BKB there, they lose this fight. He comes out, he gets immediate BKB off. The Laguna Blade is dodged by Storm zipping, so that did 0 damage. That might have killed Quinn. So many little things there for Gaming Gladiators that came together beautifully, and they end up getting 3 kills in a tower. G2IG just want to immediately go for this, though. Duracho senses it coming. And, nope, does he? Actually, gets X'd. Arrow?
Yeah, Arrow's actually going to hit. It's a very long duration. LSA into the bit, but again, Disruption comes out for the potential save. Fissure blocking this into 2 separate fights, it looks like.
Oh, that's
Monet getting focus fire. This is so much damage from Duracio. Whirlwind is going crazy. They get the Mirana. Monet very low in the tree line. He will eventually be brought down as well. 2 kills for Gaiman as JT limping away. Make it a 3rd as X-Nova's picked off. JT looks to be okay, but great fight from Gaming Gladiators. They are up 8K already.
That was, I mean, this game is pretty similar to game number 1 in a lot of ways, right? They hit their stride around this perfect timing 2 minutes ago, and they just generate an insane advantage in the next 2 minutes. Like, I think this was a 1K gold lead, minute 17.
Have we had this conversation?
And it's like, you know, it's like game 1 all over again.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere, they flick a switch, and everything just comes together, and everybody is playing really, like, small details in the fights to perfection to make these fights look so easy and so good. It's not like G2IG are full-on fumbling the fights and missing everything they've got. They're just missing that little bit of edge that Gaimin are bringing better. And the Shadow Demon, once again, this hero seems to have been really valuable in every game I've seen it in this tournament.
Yeah, it has.
I really think that's
this
a look out.
long zip from Quinn. Power shot from Duracho from afar, and the Whirlwind to follow, but a nice fissure. The arrow's going to connect onto Quinn, but a shackle shot connects onto 2. Oh no! What a disaster for G2IG. The Lina is lost. X-Nova caught in no man's land. Cancellation of the TP there by Celery. This will lead to the 2nd kill. They do get out with their Earthshaker, but man, that shackle shot was quite something.
That is about as long as that shackle can stretch, by the way. If there's like 15 more range between them, it doesn't connect, I think. So perfect once again. It's just everything. Just beautiful, you know? All the little things keep adding up. And now, if we know Gaming Gladiators right, they are not letting this one slip away. They're going to keep that pressure up. They're going to build this into a tier 2 tower mid. They're going to turn that into a Roche. Now, Gleipnir for Duracho is going to make things way worse. They didn't even have to deal with that until now. The silver lining for G2IG is that they finally get the Axe on Shaker, but honestly, I don't really know how much that one is going to do, because it doesn't feel like he's going to have the freedom of mobility in the fights to actually jump around. He has to be very selective with jumping in aggressively, with the amazing counterplay that Gaming Gladiators have in the burst.
Yep, this is ballooned out of control.
Celery has Greaves. Okay, so they have Boots of Bearing, Vlad's, Pipe, and Greaves, and Solar Crest, and Gleipnir.
And they have control of the enemy outpost, which they're going to use right now to get the Gleipnir onto X-Nova. Annoying target to kill, but they have the damage, no doubt about it.
More gold for Visage.
Wait, do you get if you get the kill with Soul Assumption, or with Soul Assumption being cast recently?
You have 3 seconds.
3 seconds of
3 seconds after it connects on the hero. So as long as Visage just is involved.
He's gonna get fissured. Arrow is coming. Oh, this looks like a kill. This is really big.
Yeah, that's a huge
for G2IG.
That was without even echoing. So they could still take a follow-up team fight now.
Celery doesn't seem to be too scared. That's because he has the Greaves, like he said, at 23 minutes on a Shadow Demon.
It's a really tough kill.
And Duracho, he finds a lone little Baboka. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but definite favor for G2 there.
Duracho is so farmed. And this is despite him making those earlier moves that we talked about, right? Where he sacrificed a lot of CS to go mid, to go bot, and then his team has paid it back in full by just letting him play top for a very long time where he was farming a ton. And then he, in turn, is joining back into fight. So 260 CS, minute 24 on Wind Ranger, not bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Is that about 11 a minute?
So has the Crystallis now, as it's being delivered. That's going to be a huge power spike for him in a way. Not that he needed one, as they enter the pit now, and this will be Roche #1 for Gaiman.
Yeah, this Aegis.
So what is the goal with this Aegis, considering their current lead?
Oh, the remaining two tier 2s for sure.
Yeah.
I think high grounding can be a little bit dodgy. Like the enemy team has fissure blocks, they have X mark. Lina is very good defensively.
Celery, take it. Please take it. Oh, God. I know they're waiting for a Quinn, but come on.
Deny it. Let the intrusive thoughts
That would
win.
be the best if it's like this long walk into deny. That would be amazing.
God, let the intrusive thoughts win for once.
It will be Quinn with the Aegis, though.
Unsurprising. And now he has a BKB as well.
Wait, what happened? Okay, so you pick up the Aegis like 30 seconds after it dropped. We're going to talk about this in just a minute. This is actually interesting. Quinn, boat's coming for him, but he's going to zip away. He's just fine.
I think I know what question you're about to ask, so I'm going to answer it right away.
Yeah, can you have 2 Aegis at the same time?
In theory, oh, that was not the question I was expecting. That was kind of an extreme version of it.
Yeah.
I believe the timer for Roche respawning starts when he dies, and the timer for the Aegis starts when you pick it up. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, I know the second part's definitely true.
Yeah, so in theory, if it was lying on the ground for 5 minutes,
yeah, you could
pick up that Aegis. I don't know if it ever can despawn or something.
No, I doubt it.
I don't.
But even if you pick it up with before it expires, you know, by the 5 minutes or whatever, you still have 3 minutes of holding it to have a second. That would be interesting to see.
As always, we can count on Twitch chat. And of course,